Chapter 41.2. Nothing had gone right ever since Sahian had gotten stuck with this guy as his dorm roommate. Just hearing the bastard spout insane remarks in that perpetually sarcastic tone, as if he'd never start trouble even if drunk. It made Sahian's head spin. Do I really have to stick with this guy? The other employees who entered with him seemed to have woken up scattered throughout the bizarre mansion. And the civilians he'd encountered earlier? Well, they got obliterated. Still, was it better to wander around alone than to stick with this deranged nut job? He was frantically weighing my options when Kim Solium suddenly spoke. You're using formal speech now. All of a sudden. Son of a bitch. Cold sweat trickled down Sahian's back. It was a highly urgent situation back then, so I accidentally slipped into casual speech, but now I think it's better if we speak politely to each other again. Kim Solium stared at Sahian for a moment, then replied nonchalantly. I see. Understood. Yes. Should I run for it? Beck Sahian glanced at Kim Solium. He'd already heard all the absurd rumors about this guy. The field exploration team's monstrous rookie. I heard he cleared an A-rank darkness all by himself. He was almost scouted for the elite squad, too. But he turned it down. Wow, I heard he even found a missing section chief. Is this guy really just a new hire? And he's had 2 manual revisions approved. Isn't this some kind of propaganda rookie to skim the regular staff? The rumors got so ridiculous that some even joked he was just company propaganda. But Beck Sahian didn't doubt the rumors. Isn't it just because he's a fucking lunatic? This guy's monster-like results probably just stemmed from his monster-like mindset, right? A mind so different from normal people's that he could come up with ideas no sane person would even inside these ghost stories. Beck Sahian, for all his self-centered pragmatism, felt a unique pressure from someone so damn unpredictable. The fear of the unknown. Honestly, if someone told me he himself was a ghost story, I'd believe it. Beck Sahian wiped away cold sweat. Still, he wanted information. At the very least, he could listen. Where are we headed? Judging by how that monster attacked people, this darkness seems to treat us as intruders. It doesn't. Sorry. This exhibition definitely treats us as guests. What the hell was he talking about now? Beck Sahian looked at Kim Solium, who continued speaking with unwavering confidence. That's why it collects fees. It only takes eyes. It's just charging admission fees. Didn't you read the manual? Of course he fucking did. That cursed, bizarre document contaminated by the exhibition's invitation. It's an invitation. People who are invited don't get treated as intruders. But it didn't mention anything about fees. Read it again. Near the end of page 3. Beck Sahian unfolded the paper. +++. This exhibition is free for 1 hour as part of our open-minded appreciation of art. +++. Free for 1 hour implies that fees will either be collected or you'll be kicked out after that time. But instead of kicking you out of the venue, they take your eyes. That thing earlier, it's probably a staff member of this exhibition. It was disturbingly convincing. Without thinking, Beck Sahian asked another question. Why do you think human eyes are considered the payment? Well, maybe because they're the most valuable part of the human body. Looks like the things we carry don't hold any value to them. Kim Solium shook his head expressionlessly. No idea. And no one caught up in this mess would know either. A chill ran down Sahian's back. In any case, sir, whoever's running this exhibition seems to believe that human body parts are the most valuable things we possess. I guess eyes are probably considered the most appropriate starting payment, so yeah. Eyes. Beck Sahian had only one. He almost instinctively pressed a hand over his covered eye. He still remembered that day vividly. Kim Solium staring at him on the subway, casually lifting his answer key of an eye. The unnerving calmness, the calculated observation, waiting for Beck Sahian to realize his own eye had been plucked pointlessly. That mocking gaze. This darkness takes eyes as payment, but what in the world had made this guy so disturbingly nonchalant? But Kim Solium was staring directly at him. You've slipped back into informal speech. 1. A chill ran down Beck Sahian's spine. He forced himself to speak calmly as he now dropped to casual speech for good. Fine. Should we just keep it casual then? We're from the same batch after all, and we need to escape together. Don't wanna, Kim Solium answered back. For a moment, irritation flared, but Beck Sahian forced a smile. Don't say that. You hid me in the vent earlier, doesn't that mean you wanted to save me as a colleague? Nah. I just figured I could use you as bait if needed. Beck Sahian gave up on manipulation and shifted to persuasion. Kim Solium seemed to have a good understanding of this horrifying exhibition ghost story. If we stick together, exploration will be easier. Especially in a dark place like this. Not really. But for the sake of dopamine, sure, let's stick together. Having more people means more unpredictability. This demented fucker. Beck Sahian was certain now. He had never encountered someone so blatantly deranged, even in his tumultuous life. Still. Do you have to be this crazy to survive in this godforsaken company? Feeling a strange sense of defeat, he clenched his teeth under his black goat mask. Let's move. Kim Solium ignored Beck Sahian's frozen expression and started walking. Then, out of nowhere, he said, "Thanks. That's a relief." What? What was he thankful for? Before Beck Sahian could question further, Kim Solium raised a hand to his mouth. Quiet. I'm talking to Braun. Beck Sahian barely managed to force word out. Braun. Yeah. Kim Solium reached into his suit pocket and pulled something out, a cute, plush rabbit keychain. Braun's saying hi to you right now. Beck Sahian suddenly wanted to run far, far away. Of course, he couldn't have guessed that Braun was actually saying, "Oh. Greetings to you, Mr. Scapegoat, soon-to-be victim of the next room." Nor did he realize that Kim Solium was thinking this. Phew. Having another person around makes this a bit less terrifying. The thought of wandering this place alone with Braun made him feel as scared as during the Changwei incident. This was a good choice after all. Are you planning to search for another place like that vent earlier? Nope. Kim Solium gave Beck Sahian an incredulous look, as if staring at a truly ridiculous person. I'm looking for the exit. Why would I search for a vent? I mean, if you like vents so much, just stay in one. If you get caught though, just pay the fee. Kim Solium knew exactly what kind of person Beck Sahian was. This guy, he's the kind of person you can't just let loose. He was someone who'd exploit any opening, just like how he had ruthlessly attacked someone during their first meeting without even batting an eyelid. Never forget that Beck Sahian's nickname in the Dark Exploration records was Viper, aka Venomous Snake. Never let your guard down. I'll act crazy too. Thus began the uncomfortable and uneasy darkness exploration of two certified lunatics. Chapter 42.1. Step. I was quietly walking through an exhibition that plucked out human eyes. And next to me was someone who perfectly fit the human trash archetype in a horror story. I really wish Beck Sahian would just keep quiet and act like a human totem. On the way here, I'd seen horrifying shadows crawling on the floor a few times from a distance. Each time, I couldn't be more thankful to have someone with me. As long as I don't let my guard down. That's the key. Braun spoke to me in a tone that suggested he was amused. Mr. Rowe dear, this fellow talks in such an interesting way. It's almost like he's someone else entirely. Do you hate it? Not at all. It's utterly fascinating. It's as though he's created a more exaggerated persona for the sake of a show. That's a fair point. So, is leaving this magnificent exhibition your ultimate goal? That's correct. And I've already made my escape plan. I'd confirmed that this exploration was recorded as the 17th entry in the Dark Exploration records, so I based my escape strategy on that case. I'd even decided which of my items to use. Oh. But is it necessary to use the word escape? Wouldn't it be easier to just grab any staff member and ask them to guide you to the exit? They'd surely oblige politely. That's where the problem begins. The staff in this exhibition are machines. The kind with spider-like legs that swing ominously. And each machine only knows information about its designated area. Each area of this exhibition is equipped with an usher for the convenience of visitors. While some past visitors referred to these ushers as monsters, they are, in fact, vintage Mithril automated kiosk steam dolls, a model from Imperial Year 62627. N.S. Though their memory units are somewhat limited to information about their specific areas, they are historical and meaningful artistic artifacts. For the sake of a constructive viewing experience in our exhibition, we kindly request refraining from using derogatory terms. What this means is that if you want to ask about the exit, you must go to the area where the exit is located and talk to the staff there. And by the time you get there, if too much time has passed, you'll be charged the fee and turned into a grotesque human slug. Even identifying which area contains the exit is a monumental challenge to begin with. But there's a hint. I stopped walking. I had found what I was looking for. An elevator. Standing in front of me and Bek Sahian was an antique-style elevator, glowing faintly with brass tones. The elevator was caged in iron bars, and a small light bulb flickered in front of it. Like any elevator, a guide panel was attached to the wall beside it, displaying floor numbers and usage instructions. The only problem was that the text was written in a script we couldn't understand. Just one more way to raise the exploration difficulty. The disconnect created by the script. Bek Sahian frowned. Are you planning to ride this thing? Dunno. We can't even check the floors. Are you out of your mind? I stared at him without a word. He quickly looked away. As if I'd do something that reckless. But I had Braun, the creepypasta talk show host who claimed to be fluent in every language. Braun, can you read this elevator's guide panel? That's hardly a difficult task, friend. Ahem ahem. Braun cleared his throat and began explaining in a friendly voice. This elevator comes with a stationed usher who will press the button for your desired floor upon request. Quite a quaint and sophisticated service, isn't it? This meant that you couldn't use the elevator without meeting an usher, which also meant getting your eyes plucked out. Even knowing this, I swallowed involuntarily. Does it mention anything about the exit? Unfortunately, no. It mostly describes the floors and their exhibitions. Oh, and by the way, you're currently on the second floor. Ah, wait a moment. There's also a description of this mansion's history. This was information not included in the dark exploration records. Keep going. Of course, friend. This is the grand estate of a most noble and refined collector. Through their charitable spirit, they've dedicated this endless exhibition to sharing their art and philosophy. Furthermore, this historic mansion is composed of 7 floors above ground and 7,221 floors below ground. Wait. What? Below ground. 7,221 floors. That's correct. It seems they've been collecting for quite a long time. I froze. I already knew there was a basement. It wasn't described at first. The early exploration records of this ghost story, Manor of the Blind, detailed lucky escapes from the ground floors or the deaths of those who couldn't get out. Those records drew readers in, sparking popularity. As the records expanded and the world of the story grew, some explorer inevitably made a discovery. The 23rd record is a testimony left by a visitor who entered the basement floors via the elevator. The existence of the basement floors. From then on, records detailed people descending into the basement after failing to find a way out on the floors above ground. The relentless descent in search of an exit, down and further down, conveyed an overwhelming, chilling fear. At this point, the ghost story became categorized as cosmic horror. Chapter 42.2. These exploration logs aim to make readers feel suffocated and disoriented. In some records, explorers even gave up on escaping, descending further into madness as they ventured endlessly downward. This is testimony from a visitor who viewed the exhibit on B105. Employee 753, the unspeakable, dreadful things I cannot see are truly beautiful. Structures made of and humans are ing. Die for this purpose. No further records exist. Thank you for your meaningful feedback. We shall strive to improve exhibition management for an even more profound experience. The deeper you go, the more grotesque and incomprehensible the collection becomes. At some point, language fails to capture what is seen, leaving censored fragments and overwhelming blanks filled with terror. Thousands of unknowns lie down there. Slap. I slapped my own face. Get a grip. There are multiple exits. Even though their locations change every time the exhibition begins, that fact doesn't. There were records of people escaping through different exits on different floors in the same iteration. I can do this. It doesn't matter how astronomically vast this place is or how incomprehensible the space becomes. An exit might be closer than I think. I have over 100 iterations worth of exploration data, including records from this very round. Sitting here overwhelmed would make me an idiot. Even if the exact floor isn't specified, I already know the hints. I had to move quickly instead of being paralyzed by the scale of the ghost story. Don't be foolish, stay sharp. All right. I took a deep breath and began walking. To the staircase next to the elevator. Wait, so you're not taking the elevator? How do you even know where you're going? We're at the second floor. I'm heading to basement 1 from here. Basement. There's a basement. Wait, this is the second floor. How can you be sure? Braun told me. Grateful, aren't you? No problem at all, happy to help. Surprisingly enough, Beksahian still didn't run away. I'll have to keep my interactions with him at this level moving forward. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Even as we descended down the staircase, the Grand Mansion's decor didn't change at all. The dim brass lighting and shadowy atmosphere continued endlessly, making it feel like we were looping through the same floor. And then, at one level below, the stairs disappeared entirely. These stairs don't lead to the basement. For now, since we're at the ground floor, I decided to search for a new staircase or another way to move. There was no more idle chatter with Beksahian, either. The sound of machinery was growing more frequent around us. The main exhibition hall must be nearby, with ushers stationed almost constantly. Moving silently, practically crawling on the ground, I looked up and spotted a large sign just beneath the ceiling. Found it. The sign for the main exhibition hall. Carved with ornate designs, it bore a flowing, elegant inscription in an incomprehensible script. The Power of Emotion. What a unique title for an exhibit. It was an exhibit I'd read about in the Dark Exploration records. Just seeing its name in print had sent chills down my spine. What the hell? I suppressed the urge to turn back immediately. If I'm going to map out the escape route, I'll have to face it at least once. Avoiding a safe exhibit while trying to secure a path would be idiotic. So I gritted my teeth and moved forward, step by step. The moment I peeked through the ornate, gilded doorway into the exhibit, the exhibition space unfolded before me. A wave of sound crashed over me. Countless mouths shouting. More precisely, rows of teeth and tongues. An entire massive wall filled with ornate Baroque-style frames, each containing a human mouth, all arranged in horrifying beauty. It seemed like artificial voice boxes had been attached to the mouths, each reciting poetry in different voices and languages. The hundreds or even thousands of frames harmonized to create a bizarrely strange medley of sounds and notes. And beneath them, on the floor, human slugs were writhing. Hurg. People who could no longer speak human words, with extinguished buttons fixed into their eye sockets, were writhing in agony. They were those who had been repeatedly charged to the point where they'd nearly lost all semblance of humanity. The contrast between their grotesque forms and the neatly framed mouths displayed in a beautiful arrangement made the scene horrifying, more and more. I felt like vomiting. The dizzying dread made me look at the floor. Stay calm. I need to calm myself. They're not company employees. These were probably people who'd been trapped here for days. Those poor. No, I couldn't let myself focus on them now. I had to push it out of my mind as much as possible. Screech. In the distance, the shadow of an usher machine began approaching. Beksahian and I held our breath and crawled into a nearby vent. The usher machine's shadow moved among the human slugs, as if searching for unmoving bodies to pick up and carry away. The sound of dragging bodies mingled with the mechanical noise. After a suffocating few minutes. Hey. They took the corpses. Do you think even the corpses have value? As payment for the fee. What the hell is wrong with this punk? If they had value as payment, they wouldn't have just left them there alive until they died without collecting. Makes sense. Even in this situation, I had to listen to this kind of nonsense. My exhaustion was reaching its peak. And I had to lie, too. If I were honest, of course they have value. Obviously. Since they treat us as visitors, they only seem to charge for things that don't affect our survival, like eyes, noses, or mouths. But wouldn't they also find brains and spinal cords valuable? I think there were floors displaying such items, too. But I couldn't tell this guy that. He'd probably suggest we carry around the corpses and offer them as payment if things got bad. Chapter 42.3. While I remained silent, the usher machines disappeared, leaving the first floor's main exhibition hall empty. From various shadowy corners, people hiding under tables quickly emerged, whispered to one another, and scattered in different directions. All of them wore masks. Employees. Their masks and suits confirmed it. They were from our company's field exploration team, cautiously dodging the machines by sticking to areas outside their paths. Hey. What now? If you spot any rookies among them, let's bring them along. It's better to have one or two more people with us. Why? Beksahian looked at me as if I were asking something obvious. We need bait for when we run into a monster. Ah, this sick bastard, seriously. I tilted my head in mock confusion. We already have bait. What? You. Beck Sahian's face froze momentarily before relaxing again. Whatever. I'll bring someone else along to use as bait, too. Great. Just make sure to tell them you'll use them as bait. I told you, didn't I? I'm at least polite enough for that. Beck Sahian fell silent again, his expression one of exasperation. I was equally exasperated. This exhausting little shit. I miss you, Chief Lizard. I miss the straightforwardness of a taciturn colleague. But then, as I caught sight of a familiar figure darting out from behind a sofa at the edge of the exhibition hall, I froze in surprise. It was someone I recognized. What are you? After a moment of hesitation, I climbed out of the vent. When I waved, the person also froze in shock before quickly lowering her voice. Mr. Roe dear. Is it okay if I call you that? Yes, Ms. Goral. It was Go-Yun-Joan. The new hire who had fully supported my words during the subway incident was standing there. Didn't she say he'd dropped out of medical school? Did you get sent in too, Mr. Roe dear? Anyway, I'm glad to see you're safe. Thank you. In any case, Go-Yun-Joan, who was now wearing the mask assigned to her, seemed much calmer than when I'd last met her. Though there was some redness in her eyes. Has she already adapted to this? The fact that I could have a rational conversation in this insane situation was almost moving. Go-Yun-Joan glanced around warily and spoke in a whisper, lowering her voice as much as possible. There's a blocked window nearby, and I was thinking of trying to open it. Have you seen anything that could work as a lever on your way here? I don't think we're supposed to use the exhibits. You can't. Sorry. What do you mean? You're thinking of escaping through the window, aren't you? Would that be a problem? Yes, it would. This ghost story's exploration records mention windows exactly once. Do you know what it says? The 19th record is a testimony from a visitor who attempted to pass through a window. However, due to credibility issues, it has been omitted. This exhibition does not have windows. It's a trap. I quickly made up a plausible reason. If you go out through the window, I have a feeling you'll physically leave the mansion. But not return to the real world. Oh. Go-Yun-Joan's face turned pale. You're right. This isn't reality, so finding a door that counts as a proper exit makes sense. I think so, too. But we don't even know what floor we're on. I checked. We're on the first floor. How did you? Wait, hold on. The first floor. A glimmer of hope lit up in Go-Yun-Joan's eyes. Then there's a good chance there's a door nearby. Exhibition entrances are usually on the first floor, so if we search thoroughly. I forced my reluctant mouth to speak. The reason doors are usually on the first floor is because we live on the ground level. Do you think the original visitors to this ghost story did the same? Go-Yun-Joan closed her mouth. She understood immediately. How can you be sure a monster would place a door on the first floor? Soon, the same despair that had clouded my face earlier spread across hers. Then. What do we do? Was asking the monster machine earlier the right answer? But I can't encounter another machine. I don't have any chances left. You don't have any chances left. Go-Yun-Joan hesitated before brushing her hair back slightly. Beneath her hair, where there should have been an ear, there was only a stitched scar. They took my ear. They kept saying, ear instead of eye, while gesturing, and I guess they accepted it. It didn't even hurt. It was so strange. Go-Yun-Joan shivered slightly. And they seem to have put something weird in its place, but I can still hear. I don't know how it works, maybe some kind of artificial cochlea or eardrum. Ah, damn it. It'll be fine, right? The employee store sells those organ regeneration potions and all. You'll be fine. I spoke firmly. You'll be fine. Let's focus on getting out. Okay. Go-Yun-Joan's breathing calmed again. For someone who'd just lost an ear, her mental strength was superhuman. I couldn't help but admire her. But someone else apparently didn't feel the same way. Shall we get moving? Let's not waste too much time. Beck Sahian SSI. The moment Beck Sahian, wearing his goat mask, emerged from the vent, Go-Yun-Joan's eyes lit up with alarm. Wait. Are you traveling with him? Somehow, yes. I see. Go Yanjong glanced warily at Baek Sahian but didn't refuse to continue traveling with me. Thank you. It had been so long since I'd had a normal companion. After dealing with psychopaths and people possessed by ghosts, I felt tears well up at the relief. Still, Go Yanjong muttered quietly. That guy, he even managed to pick a mask that suits him. You know goats are a symbol of the devil in Western cultures, right? Wow. Did you know lambs are a symbol of sacrifice? Lambs are more associated with helping humanity than with devils, though. Baek Sahian smirked dismissively at Go Yanjong, who ignored him in turn. Is this an intermission skit? They're like a comedy duo. Yeah. Except it's not a skit, they're actually dissing each other, and that's the problem. This party composition feels doomed. But our destination was steadily drawing closer. I found it. At the end of the hallway, a staircase leading to the basement had appeared. Chapter 43.1. There's even a basement floor here. In front of the staircase leading to the basement, half fear and half anticipation were written on Go Yanjong's face. Baek Sahian scoffed. Yeah, I know how you feel. And the person standing next to us? Without any explanation, he somehow knew there was a basement and insisted we had to go to the first basement floor. If you don't want to go, we can just split up here. Baek Sahian fell silent. Now that he had confirmed the basement existed, it seemed he wasn't willing to miss the opportunity to see whether Kim Solium has something up his sleeve. I briefly explained to Go Yanjong that I had used some special equipment to decipher the guide notice posted near the elevator and had identified a potentially useful space. And so, we finally started down the basement stairs. The further we descended, the clearer it became. The style has changed. The mansion, previously shimmering with a brass hue, now took on a darker bronze-like tone. More avant-garde decorations began to appear. For some reason, it felt like we were descending much deeper than the distance from the second floor to the first. Eventually, stately, old-fashioned double doors appeared beside the staircase. B1. That's what it reads. We had arrived. I cautiously gripped one of the door's handles. After confirming that no mechanical noises could be heard from the other side, I carefully opened it. What was revealed beyond the door wasn't an exhibition hall or a corridor. Go Yanjong's eyes grew wide. This is a lounge for visitors, I assume. It was a type of resting area. The large hall was designed for comfort. Luxurious armchairs and vintage tables were arranged throughout, and a bronze-hued fireplace burned warmly in one corner. Is this what you read about in the elevator? Yes. Ah, places like this are usually near a lobby. Maybe there's an exit nearby. I don't know. But. The manual mentioned certain actions that were prohibited in the exhibition hall. I thought a resting area might have fewer restrictions. That's right. The hope was that some actions forbidden in the exhibition hall might be allowed here. Things you couldn't do. Oh, like eating. Yes. 2. Eating or drinking in the exhibition hall is prohibited. But it's not like we need to eat anything right now. That's true. Not exactly. What I'm trying to do is something that's considered part of eating and is therefore prohibited. What do you mean? I pulled out an item I had prepared from my bag. Easy and fast candle-making kit. Open flames are prohibited, too. Now, it was time to create an escape tool. Go Yanjong gulped nervously. Right in front of her, an unbelievably capable colleague was doing something utterly ridiculous. Like this. Kim Solium pulled a strange box from his satchel and quickly skimmed through the enclosed instructions. But the box didn't look ordinary at all. Why on earth would someone bring a candle-making kit? I've never seen a brand like that before. The logo, Cheerful Research Institute, gleamed tackily alongside a bright smiley face, but the instructions Kim Solium held were scrawled in messy handwriting with dark red ink. A. B's. It felt eerily strange. Something you might encounter in a ghost story. At that moment, Baek Sahian muttered. An item. An item. Instinctively, I turned to Kim Solium, who answered quite kindly. Yes. A tool imbued with supernatural abilities. Then, isn't that considered darkness? It might depend on the classification method, but it seems that objects with stable irregularities, portability, and no defined domain are referred to as items. How does Solium SSI know all of this? Aren't we both new hires? Why is there such a difference in knowledge? And where on earth did he get that? For Go Yeon-jeon, who had prided herself as being among the top 3 most capable among the new recruits, the situation was bewildering. And to top it off, he looks incredibly skilled at handling it. Noticing her gaze, Kim So-leum glanced back and, as if to justify himself, said, "This is my first time making one too. It's the truth." While he had read the instructions several times and pondered how to use it, this was Kim So-leum's first time actually crafting something. However, from the perspective of a colleague who didn't know he had already conducted 3 similar rituals, it was simply overwhelming. No, someone like him, shouldn't he be starting his own business instead of just finding a job? Why is he tangled up in a horror show of a company like this? But soon, cold reality brought her thoughts back into focus. It must be because of the wish ticket. A wish that couldn't be given up. Go Yeon-jeon nearly sank into mutual pity for their respective circumstances but quickly steadied herself. For now, she just needed to focus all her energy on escaping. Even the rage at her R-squad leader, who had ditched her the moment a monstrous machine appeared, would be turned into fuel. She only wished she could take back her earlier thoughts that this team, at least, wouldn't have the usual workplace hierarchy issues or the stress of human relationships. Die, squad leader. Still, thinking that her R-squad superiors might actually end up being brutally killed, with their eyes, noses, and mouths torn apart, felt oddly unsettling. "It's ready." Go Yeon-jeon, who had been lost in thought, snapped her attention back at Kim So-leum's voice. Before she knew it, he had laid out a black piece of paper on the floor and drawn a small design on it with the provided crayon. It was, a candle. Yes. It looked like a candle, or rather, a flat drawing that outlined a candle's shape. But Kim So-leum paid no mind and pointed with one hand to the cards placed near the drawing. "You can see the cards, right?" "Why yes." "Pick one of them. It determines the item's attribute." Chapter 43.2. Would she be tricked or caught up in something by doing this? Go Yeon-jeon hesitated for a moment but then reached out. So far, there hadn't been anything suspicious or unpleasant about Kim So-leum's actions, and objectively speaking, he had always treated her with goodwill. Let's try it. Her brain, which she trusted as a reliable data processor, urged her forward. She flipped over one of the scattered cards on the floor without much hesitation. The card's face depicted a vibrant blue figure raising one hand. At the top of the image, a white star sparkled like a jewel. Honor. A faint smile appeared on Kim So-leum's face. "You picked well." "Did she?" "I don't think I particularly need honor right now." Anyway, if he said it was good, that was a relief. Kim So-leum then turned his head and, in a voice that sounded less than enthusiastic, called out to Baek Sa-hyun. "Pick a card." Baek Sa-hyun seemed to be calculating the situation in his head, narrowing his eyes as he reached out his hand. The card he flipped over showed a grinning mouth and a red iron cage. "Interference. Suits you." "What?" Kim So-leum ignored him and continued with the process. "I will now flip over the remaining cards." Yes. Whatever it was, let's just do it." Go Yeon-jeon watched as Kim So-leum swiftly flipped over the cards with his precise movements. There were 10 cards left. Confusion, healing, meditation, wound, deceit, dream, rage, protection, strike, and gaze. The 10 remaining cards were revealed and laid out on the floor. A with tilde new beta. What in the world is this? After having them draw cards as if it were some kind of tarot reading, why reveal all of them at the end? Seeing Kim So-leum's next action, she understood. The last card could be chosen directly. Deceit. Kim So-leum picked out a card with a golden gear drawn next to a black heart. He then burned all 3 cards they had chosen using a lighter. Flames burst into vivid colors as the cards turned into shimmering ashes. Gathering the ashes from the cards, he carefully spread them over the crayon-drawn candle outline he had created earlier and folded the paper. "It'll need about 30 minutes to set now." Kim So-leum lifted the folded paper off the floor, tucked it neatly into the front pocket of his suit, and gave a faint smile. "This thing you just made. This candle will help us get out of here. If it doesn't work, I was planning to try again a few more times, but the keywords turned out well on the first attempt." Screech. All 3 of them turned their heads at once. In the distance, under the bronze light, a massive shadow emerged. 8 straight legs resembling those of a spider. And then... Screech. The glowing eyes of a machine, leaking light like that of a gas lamp. "Run." The 3 of them immediately bolted in the opposite direction at full speed. *****. I knew. Even in a lounge, the machines could appear. Still, I guessed that they would patrol less strictly than in the exhibition hall and had been willing to take the risk. There wasn't even anywhere to hide like in the vents, but why now of all times? Clenching my teeth, I sprinted across the corridor. Once we're detected, even hiding in another vent wouldn't help, the machine would simply follow. It was equipped with that level of tracking capability. Should we keep going straight? For now. Straight ahead led to the main exhibition hall. Once there, they could only hope to draw the machine's attention away with a higher priority problem. But who knows how much more dangerous the exhibitions have become now that we're in the basement. And then... Fwick. Bek-Sahian grabbed for my suit. What now, you lunatic? The punk shouted right at me. That item. The candle. Let's offer it up. It's valuable, isn't it? I slapped his hand away and yelled back. No, you idiot. What? Look at the exhibition theme. This exhibition is being conducted free of charge for 1 hour under the open spirit of admiration for art. Art. Specifically, living beings, civilization, and history. I shouted at the top of my lungs. What does this item have to do with that? Why would they accept it as payment? If items had any real value, wouldn't the employees of our company have already offered their own equipment before getting their eyes gouged out? Besides, the candle wasn't even finished yet. But Bek-Sahian once again reached for my bag, and Go Yan-Joan, clearly fed up, let out an exasperated groan. Let's at least try. What's the alternative, dying here? Ugh. Seriously. Stop it and just keep running. I turned my head. At that moment, our feet crossed through the large doors into the main exhibition hall. Catching my breath, I lifted my gaze. Starlight twinkled everywhere. No, were those fragments of stone. Countless pairs of glowing circles, all the same color, lined the walls and ceilings, gazing down at us. The walls were packed, covered in countless human eyes staring back at me. The eyes, taken by the usher machines. Eek. I stopped in my tracks and lowered my head. Beside me, I could hear Bek-Sahian striking his remaining eye in frustration. My chaotic thoughts slowly settled. Ah. They've arranged them like stars in the universe. It's called Glistening Gaze. A rather cliché yet popular name. They must have been mindful of the contributors to the materials for this piece. 3 walls of the vast black exhibition hall were completely covered in eyeballs, with not a single gap visible. The only entrance or exit was the door we had just come through. And through that very door, the usher machine was steadily advancing, without pause. We were trapped. Mr. Rowe dear, your choices intrigue me. You're at a dead end now. A place to run. Seems like there's none. Fascinating. But my friend, you can escape anytime, anywhere. Because you have me, Braun. That much. I already knew. If I were alone, I could escape safely anytime. Braun would gladly use his ability, which he called Lights Out, to erase my presence entirely. Then, while the others drew its attention, getting their eyes and ears gouged out, I could carefully slip away. In that case, wouldn't it be fitting for Mr. Bek-Sahian to pay the price? After all, he doesn't have much of a life left anyway. True. We successfully created the candle, which required a recommended group of 3, so Bek-Sahian was no longer necessary. I mean, I only kept him along to avoid a mental breakdown after all. Honestly, would it even matter if he died? In fact, his death might even be a net positive for society. In the chaos, perhaps Go Yan-Joan might also manage to escape. Wait. Hold on. Chapter 43.3. Let's split up. That way, if even one of us escapes. Ms. Gorel. Yes. You're safe. Didn't you recently pay the fee? There should still be time left until the next cycle. Ah. Since Go Yan-Joan had recently had her ear taken, she likely still had time left in her usage cycle. Hope flickered in Go Yan-Joan's eyes. Then I'll go and try to distract. Screech. It had entered. The usher machine. DRRRRRK. Under the bronze candlelight, I saw the machine clearly for the first time. It was mercilessly sharp and intricate. Its form resembled a spider, with metal parts added as though the steel had been grafted onto flesh. Its head and thorax were oddly connected, with an abdomen and lower body beneath. Yet its vaguely humanoid, bipedal shape evoked a sense of uncanny dread, as if it was toying with the boundaries of intelligence and form. Its jagged, needle-like legs moved erratically, with joints bending at bizarre angles. From its head, 8 gas lamps shone yellow light, piercing through the pale shadows. Go-Yeon-jeon, who had been moving forward, froze in place. It seemed as if the trauma from losing her ear had surged back into her mind. Understandable. Screech. The machine passed right by her. I knew it. Which meant the machine was chasing me and Baek Sahyun. Screech. I deliberated for the briefest moment. If the machine's attention shifted to Baek Sahyun, I could quickly erase my presence and escape. It would be difficult while the machine focused solely on me, but with 2 targets, Bron's ability might still work. Oh, shall I use it now? I made my decision. No. Instead, I shoved Baek Sahyun aside. Run. Baek Sahyun already had only one eye left. He knew that meant the machine might take more than just his remaining eye this time. Who knows what kind of reckless actions he might resort to. Even if it took his ear as a substitute, the rejection of someone who had already lost one eye would likely be far more extreme. I couldn't predict the lengths he might go to. It was better to let him run. I said run. Baek Sahyun hesitated for a moment. But as the machine moved toward me, he backed away cautiously before breaking into a full sprint toward the door and disappearing through it. At the same time, Go-Yeon-jeon, understanding my glance, tightly shut her eyes and darted toward the door as well. Now then. Do you have any questions for the usher, Mr. Roe dear? I lifted my head. The machine stood before me, its gas lamp light illuminating the grotesque form that resembled a hybrid of a spider and a woman, as if someone had attempted to mosaic the two together. Reno. A section. Its appearance was grotesque and sent chills through me. The usher machine, its 8 legs and needle-like arms extending outward, began to twitch one of its limbs toward me. I bowed politely. Good day. I've just arrived here. I knew it wouldn't respond. Sure enough, the machine emitted an unintelligible noise and bent one of its massive needle limbs. It says that 1 hour and 54 minutes have passed since you entered, and additional charges have been calculated. I took a deep breath. Just a moment. Before I pay the fee, may I ask a question? Of course, it says. Do you take reservations for a guest room at the front desk? If you agree with my question, please nod your head once. If you disagree, shake your head from side to side. A nod. Thank you for the guidance. Then. I stifled a sigh and asked what I had been leading up to. The critical question for escaping. These machines only remember information about their assigned zones, so they wouldn't know where the exit is. Even if I asked where the front desk was, it likely wouldn't have an answer. But, if I rephrased the question to pertain specifically to its own zone, it might respond. Like this. After completing their visit and returning home, do guests on this first basement floor proceed to a lower floor? Or did they go to an upper floor? A nod. They're ushered to an upper floor, I see. Thank you. That's it. By asking each usher machine the right questions about its own floor, I could eventually narrow down the location of the exit. Assuming I didn't lose my eyes, mouth, or limbs before then. If it's above the first basement floor, that means it's in the ground level floors. Just knowing that was a significant breakthrough. The ground level included 7 floors, so the exit must be among them. This is a good lead. But the sense of relief was short-lived, like a candle burning out. Now, the unavoidable moment had arrived. Screech. It says it will now collect the fee. Payment collection. If I think about this rationally, it's not a huge problem. They'll plug a rental item into the empty eye sockets, so I'll still have vision until we escape this darkness. Besides, I know this world well. I'm already familiar with several methods for restoring lost body parts, and I'm confident I can use them more easily than others. That's precisely why I'm standing here. It's a situation I've calculated and come to terms with. The problem is, this overwhelming revulsion. Who could accept this so calmly and indifferently? Having both eyes plucked out raw by a monster. Especially in a room surrounded by the displayed eyes of others who were taken. Cold sweat dripped down my chin. Even so, I have to go through with this. I gritted my teeth. It wouldn't be completely detrimental to have my eyes removed. If I can't endure under these conditions, I might as well give up on surviving here entirely. Honestly, there would never be better conditions than now to test whether I, with my cowardly heart, could endure the horrors of this ghost story. Learning to withstand recoverable losses would help build my resilience. Yet, my clenched hands trembled. Shit. Zing. A massive needle, sharp and metallic, like the leg of a spider, moved toward my face. I held my breath. Whoosh. The needle was raised, ready to pierce my eye. Zing. I rolled my eyes to the side. In the darkness, a massive, spider-like form was approaching from the distance. Zing, screech. Another usher machine. What's this? Aren't the machines supposed to have a programmed route? Shouldn't it be impossible for their paths to overlap? Sure enough, the machine that was about to extract my eye seemed to malfunction for a moment. Then, as if recalibrating its route, it moved away from me. It was as though it adjusted its trajectory on its own. Screech. I couldn't even exhale in relief. The new machine would just extract my eyes instead. I simply held my breath and stared at the newly arrived machine. It lifted its spider-like appendages high, stopping right in front of me. Then suddenly, "Hugh. You okay, Ro?" The spider-like form crumbled away, revealing a human wearing a badger mask. Supervisor. It was Supervisor Park Min-seong, his face drenched in cold sweat, grinning slightly. Phew. That was close. Chapter 44.1. A dark, bronze-hued mansion. I followed Supervisor Park Min-seong, walking silently behind him. The supervisor, who had accomplished the insane feat of disguising himself as an usher machine, fooling the system, and rescuing a poor new hire, evaluated the situation in his own way. It's not like their AI is particularly advanced. Maybe about as smart as a Roomba. So I figured I could trick it for a moment by mimicking its appearance. I wasn't entirely convinced the machine's intelligence was that rudimentary, but the timing had worked out, and he had saved me. For that, I was eternally grateful. But how did you disguise yourself? My special equipment. Supervisor Park grinned and pointed to a cloth draped around his neck. Oh. I recalled his earlier explanation about his personal equipment. Mine is a camouflage item. It can't transform me into a person, and its duration is short, so I only use it as a last resort. Until now, I had only heard about such things in ghost stories where they didn't work or were otherwise meaningless, but this was my first time seeing it in action. Under the right circumstances, it's actually pretty decent. I was tempted to borrow it as a parent seed to make a new customization for my personal equipment. But that's not the priority right now. Alright. Phew. Now that I've found you, Ro, let's get out of this insane place. Have you found an escape route, sir? Supervisor Park didn't answer. He just smiled faintly. He must have some kind of plan. For now, I decided to trust him and quickly followed. This way. We climbed the stairs from the basement back to the ground floor. Before long, the surrounding area shifted from bronze to brass, and a grand corridor bathed in a golden hue came into view. We're above ground. That was enough to feel somewhat relieved, but the first floor was chaos. AAAAAHHHHH. MMPH. Yorg. My EAR. Screams echoed from all directions. 2 hours have passed. Even the employees who had been hiding were now being caught by the usher machines, losing another body part, just as I nearly had earlier. Supervisor Park didn't glance toward the sources of the screams. He simply kept walking. Don't look back, Ro. I clenched my fists so tightly that veins bulged on the backs of my hands. I know it's hard, but right now, we need to focus on saving our own team. If we're going to keep collecting points here, we need to learn how to let go. A with Diaresis Omicron B. Suddenly, I recalled the moment during a talk show when Supervisor Park had resigned himself to surviving. I have a family member in the hospital. I hope someone could check in on her after this filming. If possible. For some reason, I felt like I understood how this cheerful supervisor had managed to endure in this place. At any rate, I didn't argue. Before long, Supervisor Park scouted the area and seemed to have arrived at his destination safely. And that destination was here. A window. The same tightly sealed opaque glass window Go Yeon-jong had tried so hard to open earlier. Don't tell me he plans to go through here. But instead of desperately prying it open, Supervisor Park raised a finger and knocked on the glass softly. Knock, knock. The window suddenly slid open. No, it wasn't just opening. It slid downward all the way to the floor, revealing itself to be a terrace door. This wasn't a window at all. Was that why the exploration record said? The 19th record is a testimony from a visitor who attempted to pass through a window. However, due to credibility issues, it has been omitted. This exhibition does not have windows. What I had dismissed as a typical ghost story manual phrasing turned out to be literal. There really weren't any windows. Let's go. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, we stepped through the open terrace door. Beyond it was a small hexagonal terrace with a long sofa and table. However, the view beyond the terrace was obscured by dense black fog, as if visibility was intentionally denied to us. Tap. As Supervisor Park warily closed the terrace door, someone seated on the sofa rose and tapped my shoulder. I knew you'd make it. Assistant Manager. It was Assistant Manager Eun Hage. And next to her, the slit pupils of Squad Leader Lizard met my eyes calmly. Our squad leader suggested expanding the search range since you weren't nearby, and it turns out you were just downstairs. Thank you very much. Did you purposely head to that eerie basement to find an exit? That's very like you. I glanced at Supervisor Park with newfound appreciation. Descending to the basement, with no clear information about the floors, had been an incredibly bold decision. Thank you, truly. Thanks to him, I still had both eyes intact. Still. How exactly did you open this? Someone else tried earlier but failed to open it as a window. I just used my hands. Of course you did. If the body suffers, the mind suffers even more, right? Looking closer, the terrace door handle seemed a bit wobbly. Wouldn't it be a disaster if the ushers discovered this? However, my D-Squad superiors, including Chief Lizard, seemed unfazed by the unusual situation. They simply began discussing the next steps calmly. Well then, now that our squad's back together, should we attempt an escape, Squad Leader? Yes. Do you have a viable escape plan? Yes. Could you share what it is? Chief Lizard answered succinctly. We're going to tie a rope to the terrace railings and explore the outer walls of this exhibition space. Chapter 44.2. From the outside, there's got to be a floor with the main entrance. We just need to head there. That's quite the idea. I see. If this cursed mansion didn't have 7,000 underground floors, it might have sounded tempting. And if I didn't already have an easier escape item in my satchel, it might have been worth considering. I could just use this to get out. Thinking about the candle, which should be solidifying nicely, I raised my hand. Please wait a moment. If I showed it to them and explained, I might be able to convince them. I just needed to stall a bit more time until it was ready, and perhaps rescue some others while I was at it. I was with 2 fellow new hires earlier, but we got separated. They should still be nearby. If you could give me a moment, I'll go and find them. Row. Assistant Manager Eun Hage spoke bluntly. There are exactly 3 new hires in this mission, including you. They said they picked a few high-performing rookies and dropped them in here. But we all know, they just needed to fill the numbers. Sunbay. Let me speak. Supervisor Park, silenced by Eun Hage, stayed quiet as the assistant manager continued. Remember lunch earlier? The higher-ups in the meeting room, they're hoping this might be an A-grade zone. It came back to me. Look, it's confirmed to be a high-grade darkness, but there are civilian survivors. This could be a revolutionary case for sourcing high-quality materials. They were so thrilled, talking about how it might be the most survivor-friendly A-grade resource site in history. A-grade Dream Essence is always out of stock, after all. New hires. From the beginning, they were considered expendable, written off as company expenses. Extracting high-quality materials from an A-grade site was far more valuable. It was true that the longer members of the field exploration team survived, the more their lives were valued, but ultimately, consumables were still consumables, disposable compared to more valuable resources. ENGO. ES. Remember this, the further up top people go, the less they value human lives. To them, people are just flies. Eun Hage sighed and put his cigarette back in its case. So, focus on saving yourself. We don't have time, so let's move. If you start feeling sympathy, it'll only make things harder for you. I barely managed to open my mouth. That's not it. A kind soul. Fine, if we're lucky, maybe they'll get out too. One of my fellow rookies is holding the escape item. Of course, it was a lie. We don't even know what's outside. There's no need to recklessly climb down with a rope. But one thing was true. With that item, we can escape safely. Asterisk. I'm back underground. Though my legs wobbled from walking around alone, the clarity of my goal seemed to dull the fear. Find my fellow new recruits. You have 20 minutes. If you don't find them by then, we're heading back. My lie about the universe gasping, world-amazing escape item had somewhat worked. The time they gave me was short, but manageable. They couldn't have gone far. Shock reduces mobility. They're probably hiding nearby right now, trying to collect themselves. Besides, I had given them a hint earlier, about good hiding spots. The vents. At the 7-minute mark of my search, I finally found someone crammed into the outer corridor vent on the basement floor. It was Bek Sahian. Hey. Bek Sahian avoided my gaze. Do you want to get out of here? Bek Sahian looked at me suspiciously, then slowly nodded. Then tell me where Ms. Goral is. This felt oddly like threatening someone for their comrade's location. She went into the left exhibition hall. Probably hiding behind a sofa or something. Without hesitation, he gave up her location. What a spineless guy. In any case, I soon managed to find Go Yeon-jong as well. By then, 14 minutes had passed. Mr. Rowe dear. Thank goodness, truly. I briefly explained to the teary-eyed Go Yeon-jong that a superior had come to help us and urged her to keep moving. I also gave her a specific instruction. I told them one of you's holding the key escape item, so please back up my story. I handed her the paper in my satchel with the candle outline drawn on it. Carefully, she slipped it into the front pocket of her suit and nodded. So I just have to keep quiet and play along. Yes. Bek Sahian, who had been effectively ignored during this process, looked like he had a lot to say but kept his mouth shut. He must have realized we were getting closer to escaping. When we reached the terrace door and stepped outside together, 19 minutes had passed. We had made it within the 20-minute window. Phew. I found them. Wow. I had a feeling this would happen because it's Rowe. Assistant Manager Eun and Supervisor Park threw in their remarks as the two rookies nervously looked around. It wasn't exactly a warm welcome. Meanwhile, Chief Lizard was already tying a rope to the terrace railing. No need for introductions. Supervisor Lee Jae-hyun spoke in a flat tone as he tied a secure knot. Explain your item within 200 seconds. The two rookies gulped audibly. I immediately stepped in. May I explain on their behalf? Go ahead. Now it was time to make a proper case. Based on the keywords I had combined, this item can deceive the usher machines. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun stopped what he was doing. Chapter 45.1. Is it really okay for us to go by ourselves? Is this the right way? It should be fine. Probably. Understanding the omitted words, Go Yeon-jong swallowed a scream. After persuading his superiors, Kim Solium had taken his two fellow new hires with him to use the item and left the terrace. He probably said that to make it sound logical. Since he had claimed one of them owned the item, it only made sense for that person to take the lead. Although, being lumped together with Bek Sahian under the umbrella term us felt a bit unsettling. Still, he's unusually quiet right now. But for the moment, what lay ahead concerned him far more. Then I'll take out the candle. Yes. Go Yeon-jong returned the paper Kim Solium had given her, and he unfolded it. What happened next was astonishing. A cylindrical, heavy chunk of pale purple wax rolled into his hand. It was a real candle. The outline drawn with crayon remained imprinted on its surface, like a stamped pattern, revealing its transformation from a mere sketch into reality. Whoa. Kim Solium momentarily forgot the situation, marveling at the sight. Knowing what they planned to do with the candle only heightened his anticipation. Please wait a moment. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out a lighter and attempted to ignite the candle's wick. Whoosh. The flame brushed the wick. And nothing happened. Why, isn't it lighting? Kim Solium even demonstrated his bizarre ability to flick a coin in midair, summoning a third hand to try igniting it, but to no avail. As if recalling something, Kim Solium hastily retrieved the candle kit's instructions and skimmed them. Is there a problem? He lowered the instructions with a strangely dry expression. No, I don't think so. But he knew the problem. At the bottom of the chaotic, dark red scribbled manual, in the section labeled Precautions for Use and Handling, one particular note stood out. The recommended users. This toy is designed to alleviate the fatigue of modern Earthlings. For safety reasons, extraterrestrials, beings from other realms, non-intelligent entities, gods, and all other non-human intelligences cannot use this product. Smiley face. R. Empty set E. I might not qualify. After all, Kim Solium was not a native of this place. A chill ran down his spine, but he knew that wasn't the priority right now. He needed to entrust it to someone reliable. Someone with a low chance of acting rashly, someone with social and moral sense. Ms. Gorel. I'll leave it to you. Go Yeon-joon hesitated before taking the candle. She received the lighter as well and, with trembling hands, held the flame to the wick. Whoosh! The flame brushed the wick. And it lit. Words began to emerge from the body of the candle, glowing faintly as if illuminated from within. The keywords from the cards they had drawn earlier. Honor, interference, deceit. Do you remember the cards we drew when creating the candle? They indicate the abilities it will manifest. Kim So-lium's earlier explanation resurfaced in her mind as more phrases appeared on the candle. The bearer of this candle must present a deceitful form, empowered by the authority of interference, directed toward an honorable target. And the bearer will be granted a blessing. Impersonator of nobility. Go Yeon-joon raised the candle high. A round orb of flame emerged from the candle like a lantern, hovering above her head before disappearing. The space around her softly lit up, resembling a subtle spotlight. Wow! As expected, it works as planned. Kim So-lium, watching with a faint smile, nodded. This candle's effect can extend to 2 people near you, Ms. Gorel. Goat and I will follow behind you. Yes. Go Yeon-joon wondered if someone other than Baek Sahyun could have been chosen, but since the item was Kim So-lium's creation, she complied without complaint. Kim So-lium spoke again in a hushed tone. Still, please be careful. Don't turn around to look at us. The effect only works if we remain hidden behind the candle bearer. Understood. And don't stare at the candle too closely. It might eat away at your mind. Go Yeon-joon nodded slowly. Though tension gripped her shoulders, she managed to regain her composure. That was her specialty. You mentioned the exit is on the upper floors. So, starting from the middle, on the 4th floor, makes the most sense. It reduces the number of possibilities. Yes, good plan. Their steps began to echo. The thought of what lay ahead sent shivers down her spine, but Go Yeon-joon clenched her teeth. Here she was, probably the most timid of them all, tasked with holding the candle. I have to do my best. Little did she know, the most cowardly of their group was right behind her. Step, step. Their footsteps reverberated through the brass-lit hall. As they ascended toward the 4th floor, no sounds of the usher machines could be heard. But it wasn't reassuring. Because their destination was. Found it. It was right in front of the usher machine. The new hires from Daydream Incorporated, who had reached the 4th floor, followed the sound of the machine until they finally located the usher responsible for the hallway. Screech. Hey, if you run out of the candle's range now, it'll chase after you. You think I don't know that? The cold exchange between Kim So-lium and Baek Sahyun sent a chill down Go Yeon-joon's spine. It felt like the needle-like components of the machine might move at any moment to gouge out her eyes. But swallowing her fear, Go Yeon-joon stepped forward. 1 step at a time. Each step closer caused the reflection of the machine in the candlelight to waver. Standing before the grotesque spider-shaped machine, Go Yeon-joon gave a slight nod. Hello. Screech. The usher machine moved. Its 8 needle-like legs raised into the air, then slowly settled around its body in a neat formation. The machine lifted its head and respectfully shone a gaslight near Go Yeon-joon's feet. It worked. Go Yeon-joon swallowed hard. The candle's blessing was successfully working for her. The blessing to impersonate an honorable being. The first card determines the purpose of the effect, the second dictates the method, and the third reveals its essence. When combined properly, it creates a deception targeting something honorable to hinder others. This ability is likely related to impersonation or trickery. Right now, Go Yeon-joon was impersonating the most appropriate, honorable being for this scenario. The most favorable target for the usher machine. A guest who had paid in full. Chapter 45.2. In the calmest tone she could muster, Go Yeon-joon addressed the usher machine. If your answer is no, please remain still. If it is yes, nod your head. Silence. Did guests who finished viewing the exhibition on this 4th floor go upstairs? Did guests who finished viewing the exhibition on this 4th floor go downstairs? Nod. It worked. Overwhelmed with relief, the candle bearer barely managed to conclude the interaction. Thank you. I'll continue enjoying the exhibition now. The usher machine remained quietly in place as the 3 within the candle's radius left. As they rounded the corner, Go Yeon-gun couldn't help but exclaim. It worked. Move slowly. The candle will burn for about 2 hours, so it's critical not to let it go out midway. Yes. And then the process repeated. Did guests who finished viewing the exhibition on this 3rd floor go downstairs? Nod. Thank you. It worked again. The 3 new hires were now walking with cautious but hopeful steps, fueled by the thrill of escape. If this kept up, either the 1st or 2nd floor. The same thought occurred to everyone. Go Yun-gun bit her tongue to keep her excitement in check. Stay calm, stay calm. If she were to drop the candle, it would all be over. To avoid escaping with her eyes, tongue, or limbs taken, she needed to remain composed. As she took a careful step forward. Grab. Something seized her foot. Go Yun-jon froze and looked down. There was a human being, his eyes replaced with telescopic lenses, crawling desperately on the floor and clutching at her pants leg. Goral. Miss Goral. Take me with you. It was our squad's leader. Go Yun-jon's superior. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I looked at the person who had stopped ahead of me. I knew why. Someone was clinging desperately to the leg of the person ahead, shouting. Miss Goral. If you get me out of here, I'll make equipment for you. The kind only a section chief can access. Right away, too. Okay. So Go Yun-jon is from the R squad. Seems like this was R squad's section chief. But for someone supposedly in charge of a squad in the field exploration team, he looked utterly pathetic. His limbs weren't taken as payment but seemed completely broken, leaving him unable to stand. Did infighting break out? If he were a proper squad leader, he should have been able to hold out with his equipment and items while moving stealthily. His current state made it almost certain that hadn't happened. With circumflex. He must be on the verge of death. And in this desperate moment, seeing a rookie from his squad wielding a remarkable item, he had lunged forward, recognizing his last lifeline. Miss Goral. That's an item, isn't it? Whoa, it looks great. Take me with you, please. Okay. Whoa, not even scared, huh? Babbling away. Baek Sahyun muttered under his breath. Then he turned to Go Yun-jon and said, let's see if the monster machines hear him. Not like he's in any condition to run away anyway. Huh? What kind of nonsense is that? Our squad's leader, who had been begging to Go Yun-jon, turned to look at Baek Sahyun. The gleam of his telescopic lenses flickered. You. Which squad are you a rookie from? Oh, right. It doesn't matter. What matters is getting out of here. But look, the item my squad's rookie is using, it's shaped like a candle. A consumable, huh? FL, flame-based, yeah, defensive item, right. Right, yeah, that must be it. So, then, what if I shake it like this, and put the flame out? Ugh. Go Yun-gun, who nearly stumbled, quickly steadied the candle in her grip. This lunatic. I was about to summon my special equipment to use a third hand to pry him off, but the squad leader clung to Go Yun-jon's leg again. Do you think I, even in this state, no less than a rookie? Take me with you. You left me behind, squad leader. Go Yun-jon muttered in an eerily quiet voice. When the machines came, you pushed me aside and ran. I thought Go Yun-jon hadn't met any teammates and had been wandering alone because the team had split up when they entered. So that's why she was by herself. No. I did what I could. I couldn't die trying to save a rookie, so I left you behind. But now you can take me with you. If the conditions allow, humans should act humanely. The squad leader screamed desperately, clutching at her. Tears didn't even flow from the lens-replaced eyes. If you don't take me with you, it's murder. Murder. Just try leaving me behind. I'll destroy that item. Somehow. I'll. Thud. SRRRRK. Our squad's leader's body went limp and collapsed sideways. Baek Sahyun retracted his left foot, which had just struck the squad leader in the temple. And me too. I recalled the third hand back into the glove, which struck the back of the R squad's leader's head. He's still breathing, right? I hadn't meant for both of us to hit him, but here we were. At least the situation seemed to have settled. I glanced down at the disheveled middle-aged office worker sprawled on the floor. Well, he does have experience in field exploration. He had crafted a balance of pleas that could tug at a rookie's heartstrings and threats that could instill fear. A manipulative mix. Go Yun-jon still held the candle steady, but her trembling gaze betrayed how shaken she was by the pitiful state of her superior. Baek Sahyun casually remarked. Now we just take his head and leave, right? What? No, we can't. He's going to die anyway. It'd make it easier for him and give us spare payments for a plan B. There's literally no downside. Think of Ms. Gorel's mental state if we decapitate someone she knows. It's hard to maintain composure after killing someone you're familiar with. As Baek Sahyun and I spoke on either side, Go-yeon Jones' face grew increasingly pale. This is ridiculous. No, I can't. What are you talking about? People can do anything to survive. Of course, it's possible. No, it's not. Don't listen to him, Ms. Gorel. Gorel. Wait. I'll just do this. Go-yeon Joan tightened her grip on the candle, then kicked the squad leader toward a shadowy sofa corner. His body slid into the dim recess. She exhaled deeply. This way, the machines won't spot him immediately. Let's go before the candle burns out. I nodded. Baek Sahyun, however, scowled. Making things complicated. He's going to die anyway. If you owe your life to someone kind, you should stop saying things like that, don't you think? Go-yeon Joan sighed deeply. Still, thank you, both of you. I almost got caught up in that. It's nothing. Surprisingly, Baek Sahyun didn't say another word. I thought he'd make a snide comment or demand something in return, but he didn't. Let's go. Yes. We descended the stairs once more. The disruption and the incident were behind us. The end was in sight. Chapter 46.1. On the second floor. Go-yeon Joan, now accustomed to the process, posed her question to the usher machine. Have guests who finished viewing the exhibition on this floor gone downstairs? Nod. It was over. This essentially provided the answer they were looking for. If the exit is on the ground floor and below the second floor, the only possibility left was the first floor. Then, if we just go to the first floor and ask for the location of the entrance. Let's hurry. Yes. For the first time, Go-yeon Joan and Baek Sahyun were in complete agreement. So the entrance really is on the first floor, just like modern logic would suggest. What a coincidence that everything lined up this way. A faint sense of exhaustion crept in at the thought of how roundabout their journey had been, but the excitement of finally finding the exit outweighed it. I hastened my pace. All that remained was to pinpoint the entrance and relay the information to my superiors waiting on the terrace. Oh dear, is your exhibition tour over already? That's a shame. It seems like you've barely seen 5 of the halls. Ho ho. Keep looking, and you might lose your eyes, nose, or mouth. You might faint before then too. Even now, the 3 of us are sticking together under the candlelight to survive. I tapped the pocket where I kept Braun, as if soothing him, and continued walking. Go-yeon Joan, carrying the candle, walked with renewed confidence. That determination didn't falter, even when she faced the usher machine on the first floor. Her desire to leave seemed to overpower any lingering fear. 8 with ring above new beta. Hello. Once again, the machine, influenced by the candle, responded politely. Taking a deep breath, Go-yeon Joan made a firm request. Please guide us to the entrance. But. Silence. The machine remained motionless. No response. And no way. With a face turning ashen, Go-yeon Joan glanced nervously at the candle, as if worried it had lost its power. The flame flickered steadily, still shining brightly. After checking it a few more times, she spoke again in a trembling voice. Please, guide us to the entrance. Again, silence. The atmosphere dropped to a glacial temperature. We're fucked. I broke the silence. Ms. Gorel. Why yes. Ask it like this. I recited a familiar phrase, and Go-yeon Joan's expression darkened as she repeated it. Have guests who finished viewing the exhibition on this first floor gone downstairs? If yes, please nod. Nod. The usher machine's answers conflicted. Why? Go-yeon Joan swallowed hard. But the usher machine on the basement floor clearly said people went up. That's correct. A chill ran down my spine. What the hell is going on? The statements didn't add up. In the basement, it said to go up, yet on the ground floor, it said to go down. Even if there were multiple exits nearby, this blatant contradiction made no sense. That does explain why so few survivors are mentioned in the dark exploration records, despite the exit being obviously on the first floor. Instead of wasting time repeating the same question, let's just go to the basement and ask directly. We still have candlelight left, so let's not waste it. Ah. Urged by Beck Sahian, we started looking for the stairs to the basement. The path leading down felt unnaturally long and heavy. And the result? Nod. They said to go up. Damn it. The same response as before. According to the usher machine, visitors who finished viewing the exhibition on the basement floor had indeed gone upstairs. Even Beck Sahian fell silent. Everyone's thoughts were tangled. Excuse me. Go Yeonjun lowered her head. Do you think, maybe there isn't an exit at all? This could just be a place that tricks and torments people, giving them false hope to make their suffering worse. There are so many ghost stories like that. That was true. But not this time. No, there's definitely an exit. I wasn't saying this just because I had read the Dark Exploration records. Do you remember? Before coming in here, we were given a brief manual. Though the information had been corrupted and turned into an exhibition invitation, it still applied. An exit record exists because someone succeeded in escaping. That's how this became a registered darkness under Daydream Incorporated. Ah. Go Yeonjun raised her head. You're right. That makes sense. Taking a deep breath, she spoke again, her voice steadier. Hugh. I'm sorry. In times like this, it's important not to get lost in emotion. There must be a solution. Yes. It might look like a contradiction, but there was something we hadn't figured out yet. Just as we were deep in thought. Hey. Beck Sahian spoke, looking at me with a peculiar expression. Your doll. Braun. Yeah. What does Braun say? I'm waiting for my brilliant friend's answer. Of course, that wasn't because Beck Sahian thought Braun could actually speak. He probably asked because he thought I was a lunatic for talking to a little plushie. I get it, you want some unconventional ideas. I deliberately stared at Beck Sahian before responding. How would a doll talk? Think before you speak, yeah. Beck Sahian clenched his fist tightly. But throwing out ideas like this isn't a bad thought. Ms. Goral, do you have any ideas? As positively as possible. Let's assume there's definitely an exit nearby. Then, a secret space, maybe. Go Yeonjun furrowed her brow. Like how attics are sometimes above the top floor, maybe there's another space between the basement and the ground floors. A parking lot, perhaps. There's no record of such a secret space in this exhibition hall. But it's still a possibility. After all, experiencing something firsthand is different from reading about it. Sometimes, even with prior knowledge, things don't match up perfectly. We didn't know the window was actually a terrace door, after all. But I felt the exit would be in a more obvious location. Conceptually, it's strange for an official pathway to be in a secret space. So, the exit likely exists in plain sight, but we're failing to notice it due to biases, thought patterns, or cultural factors. Wait a moment. Mr. Roe dear. I stood up abruptly. Beck Sahian looked at me in surprise, and Go Yeonjun, unable to turn around due to the candle's effect, glanced downward anxiously. Do you have enough stamina to go up and down the stairs a few more times? What? I think so. Then let's move. Huh. I got to my feet. We need to climb to the top floor. Chapter 46.2. We returned to the stairs. We just need to climb, right? Yes. I began climbing, but instead of just walking until the next floor appeared, I started counting. 1 floor. 2 floors. 3 floors. We kept climbing until the stairs simply stopped. Huff. Gasp. I lifted my head. This is the top. We had reached the very top floor of this massive mansion. On our way up, we encountered usher machines 3 times. Each time, Go Yeonjun asked the machines questions, but the answers were always the same. By now, the 2 of them must have been wondering. Why are we climbing when the machines say to go down? The answer lay here on this top floor. Ms. Goral. How many floors do you think we've climbed? What? Well, wait. If I counted correctly. 6 floors, Beck Sahian said. This is the 6th floor, not the 7th. Exactly. But this mansion was supposed to have 7 floors. This historic mansion is composed of 7 floors above ground, and 7,221 floors below ground. This contradicted Braun's explanation. But Braun, being a good friend, wouldn't lie. So if everything is true, I get it now. Did you intentionally lie about the 7th floor? Sahian started, but I interrupted. Ms. Goral, do you know this? Hey. There were many ghost stories like this, situations where what seemed logical and clear to one person becomes completely irrational for another due to cultural or environmental differences. Nigerian narration epsilon. It's a kind of ghost story that thrives on the unease created by these disparities. Like when I once identified a clown painting because I understood the difference between a clown and a Pierrot in that previous darkness exploration. How floors are counted depends on cultural norms. In countries like the US or South Korea, and East Asian countries in general, floor numbering starts from the first floor. However, in other cultural contexts, it works differently. That explains why the stairs from the ground floor to the basement seemed unnaturally long. It wasn't just perception. They start counting from the ground floor, or floor 0. The ground floor, as it's often called. So this mansion does have 7 floors above ground, from GF, or 0F, to 6F. I looked down the stairs. Now we just need to go back to 1F and ask how to find the way to 0F. And that's exactly what we did. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Please guide us to the path leading to 0F. On the first floor. Following the path led by the usher machine on 1F, we walked forward and, surprisingly, found a staircase of a completely different design on the opposite side of the main exhibition hall. A massive, double spiral staircase. If we descended one of the spirals, we could, of course, end up in the basement exhibition hall, where the bronze glow transitions into brass, just like before. But there was another option. We could stop midway and choose to open a massive door. And so I opened that door. Creak. A grand, elegant space bathed in silver light unfolded before us. It wasn't an exhibition hall. It was the lobby. A floor functioning purely as a lobby, without any exhibits, and therefore not connected to the usual staircases for exhibition halls. This was the elusive 0F. We had finally entered this floor through its most proper passageway. And right in front of us was a stained glass-style glass door. The main entrance. Though the light pouring through obscured the view of the outside, it was unmistakable. We had found the exit at last. We're saved. HAAA. Shouts of relief and deep sighs of exhaustion filled the lobby. And then, cheers of joy. Mr. Rowe dear. Your deduction was right. It was right again. Wow. Let's get out of here immediately. Truly. I wanted nothing more than to scream and run out in celebration. But I need to find my superiors and leave with them. Then, you'll need the candle, won't you? Go Yeon-joon, eyeing the dwindling candle wax, quickly made a determined decision. Let's go together and get them quickly. Yes. Thank you. Truly, thank you so much. Wandering this place alone while searching for my fellow rookies had already drained me completely. Go Yeon-joon's choice was exactly what I expected of her character. As for Sahian, well, his decision was no surprise either. Without hesitation, he made a beeline for the door. Do as you like. I'm outta here. Sure, whatever. I watched Sahian with an unimpressed look. I'd better observe what happens when someone uses the door, what effects it has, and how it reacts. But then, Sahian hesitated. And slowly stepped away from the entrance. Why? I thought you were leaving. I'll let someone else go first. Good grief. It'd be easier for everyone if he just left. I gave him a slightly disappointed glance and turned my attention elsewhere. Ha ha ha, this is quite the amusing situation, Mr. Rowe dear. I don't find it amusing, but it's comforting to know that someone does. So now you're heading off to inform your remarkably ordinary superiors about the location of the exit. Exactly. Though remarkably ordinary aren't exactly the words I'd use for them. How many times have I scoured this mansion by now? My legs were ready to give out, but I needed to move quickly. Wait a moment. Are your legs hurting, my friend? Oh, then it's time for me to introduce my newest ability. A new ability? Yes. Thanks to the splendid bath you gifted me, my dear friend, I've rejuvenated myself. Allow me to demonstrate my strength. Now, take me out of your pocket. His tone was oddly grandiose, yet carried a subtle air of gratitude. I followed his instructions and pulled the stuffed doll from my pocket. Mr. Rowe dear. Please wait a moment. Precisely. You won't need to wait long. A true performer is always prepared to impress, like this. Snap. A dull snapping sound echoed from the doll's fingerless hands. And then I felt something open within me, as if my chest and mouth had been unlocked. A sense of resonance. It was as though a vast space had formed within me. Ah. Why your voice? I fell silent. The vibration of my vocal cords reverberated throughout the entire lobby. Not bad. In my show, no guest needs to raise their voice. Every word will be comfortably and clearly heard by the audience and viewers. That's a mic. Ah, what a wonderfully mainstream way to put it. Mr. Rowe dear, my dear friend, your words will now reach everyone clearly, as long as they're in the same studio. In this case, the same floor, if you will. Unbelievable. He had actually become more capable. You flatter me. I was amazed. Though, unfortunately, this ability doesn't seem very suitable for the current situation. Pardon. I only needed to call the superiors waiting in the terrace room. If everyone on this floor could hear me instead. Friend. Wait. Is that really a bad thing? Chapter 47.1. Supervisor Park Min-seong suppressed a sigh as he sat down next to the sofa in the terrace room where he had been hiding. This is taking too long. It had been over 70 minutes since Kim So-lium went downstairs with his fellow new hires. Though So-lium had mentioned that this amount of time might be needed, he had also left a caveat about what to do if neither he nor the others returned within 2 hours. Don't bother waiting or looking for me. In other words, if things went south, they should just leave him behind. I should have just gone with him. Park Min-seong stifled another sigh. Even though Daydream Incorporated thrived on a survival of the fittest philosophy, there were still some squads in the field exploration team with strong camaraderie, and D-Squad happened to be one of them. Assistant Manager Eun Hage, too, was sitting on the sofa, visibly unsettled as she revised a makeshift map of this darkness. Every now and then, she sighed deeply. I was hoping Rowe would settle into our squad even after the rookie period ends. For now, though, making it out of here alive took priority. Feeling slightly glum, Park Min-seong still found some reassurance in one thing. Squad leader Lee Jae-hyun approved this, after all. That meant the item was likely as reliable as it seemed. Min-seong had no idea where the rookie had managed to get it, but occasionally, there were such cases, people who joined the company after being repeatedly caught up in urban legends or ghost stories. Is he a case like that? Perhaps it was more accurate to call it bad luck. Even in the field exploration team, it was rare for rookies to be deployed into dangerous darknesses like this, maybe once a year, if that. Thinking about Kim So-lium, who had gone from one high-risk mission, like the theme park, to another, almost brought tears to Min-seong's eyes. At least he's been earning points. Park Min-seong suppressed another sigh and looked toward the terrace door. There stood a figure, completely unbothered, in stark contrast to Min-seong's restless thoughts. Squad leader Lee Jae-hyun. Without the slightest movement, he remained stationed right by the terrace door. He was likely measuring the passage of time with an unnervingly precise internal clock. Once the countdown ended, he would undoubtedly rise and act according to plan, without hesitation. Min-seong could only hope that the plan didn't involve excluding Kim So-lium from the escape attempt due to a lack of survival prospects. No, before that, I just hope Rowe comes back. Outside, apart from the occasional scream, there was an unsettling quiet. No footsteps yet. If Rowe had finished his task, surely the sound of 3 sets of calm footsteps would be the first thing they heard. Can you hear me? Park Min-seong leapt to his feet. Next to him, Assistant Manager Eun Hage reflexively did the same. This is an announcement regarding the escape route. There isn't enough time to repeat myself, so please pay attention. It was the voice of the rookie who D-Squad had been waiting for, Kim So-lium. The exit is at 0F. Let me repeat, the exit is at 0F. You need to descend the stairs until the bronze glow transitions into brass. It was undoubtedly Rowe's voice. Given how extraordinary this rookie had proven to be, it wasn't even surprising if he had found a clever way to broadcast an announcement, but what if it wasn't him? What if something not human was merely imitating Kim So-lium? The 2 members of D-Squad exchanged a glance, silently leaving the final decision to the person best equipped to handle this. Their squad leader, who had a reputation for unerring judgment in these situations. Lee Jae-hyun stood by the terrace door, having clearly heard the announcement. He stared blankly into space as if deep in thought. You must use the spiral staircase. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. Move out. That concludes the announcement. I finally finished repeating the message for the 6th time. From the 1st to the 6th floor. That should cover all the surface levels. I debated whether to focus only on D Squad, stationed on the first floor, but Ms. Gorel had been adamant. Why, you mean you can do that? Then we have to save as many people as we can. It was such a statement befitting someone in the medical field. Now, however, it was up to everyone's individual judgment. I deliberately avoided introducing myself or mentioning the company, but I did include a few terms familiar to the field exploration team. Even so, there might be people too suspicious to act. If they encountered an usher machine on the stairs by chance, there was nothing I could do about that either. Still, losing a body part or two was still better than dying here as a human grub. It also helped spread out the machines that might head toward D Squad. I cleared my throat. Braun seemed to have retracted his energy, as the strange resonance in my throat and lungs faded away. Thanks. Gratitude is always music to my ears. Braun sounded slightly tired but still cheerful. Meanwhile, from the side, a voice filled with irritation broke the moment of appreciation. Why are you wasting points? The more people escape, the fewer points we get individually. Here we go again with this guy's twisted logic. And worse, it's an ignorant statement. Are you stupid? Do you think there aren't veteran employees who'll find the exit on their own without our help, even if a rookie like you escapes? There are employees who are so well equipped with items and specialized gear or just naturally talented that they'll escape without assistance. Even according to the Dark Exploration records, 7 survivors escaping was already guaranteed, so the individual point distribution wouldn't have been above 1/8 regardless of whether I did this or not. In short, trying to cash in on points from this ghost story wasn't worth it. But instead of explaining all this, I simply smiled faintly. This is the kind of situation where making a good impression ensures work becomes more enjoyable later. Plus, I get to observe different reactions. Bek Sahian turned his head with an exasperated look. Do you even have a conscience? If he were to reflect on his previous statement, he'd realize that I should be giving him that exact reaction. What a sociopath, in this twisted ghost story world. Still, worried that Ms. Gorel might have been unsettled, I called out to her. Ms. Gorel. Ms. Gorel. Wait. Did you just call me? No way. I think my hearing is starting to go, just a bit. Chapter 47.2. I looked at her ear, hidden beneath her hair, where the opening was now absent. Instead, there was a neatly stitched, hollow space. Whatever device had been rented to her as a hearing aid was starting to fail. And in such a short time, too. Of all moments. But I can still hear, somewhat. And since there's still plenty of the candle left, I think we can keep moving carefully. Yes. To ensure clearer communication, I gently tapped Ms. Gorel on the shoulder. She flinched slightly but then resolutely resumed her descent down the stairs. Bek Sahian quickly spoke up. I should carry the candle. Hand it over to me. And what happens if Ms. Gorel accidentally turns around because of that? Bek Sahian fell silent. We began descending the 6 flights of stairs, tense and alert. Step, step. Only the sound of our footsteps filled the stairwell. It didn't seem like anyone who had heard my broadcast had come out yet. Excuse me, Ms. Gorel called out. Yes. Could she not hear me? Excuse me, are you there? I softly tapped her back. Reluctantly, Bek Sahian also gave her shoulder a couple of light pats. Ah. Thank you. Ms. Gorel, reassured, gripped the candle tightly with both hands and continued descending the stairs. Step, step. The silence stretched on, feeling almost eternal, until we finally reached the first floor. Creak. The sound of usher machines echoed from all around, moving along their paths. One of them passed right by us, dragging a dead, human husk along the ground. R.A. Beta Epsilon. We'll head to the spiral staircase now. Yes. Ms. Gorel raised her voice. She probably couldn't tell how loud she was speaking anymore due to her deteriorating hearing. It's fine. We're almost there. To react quickly, I kept my ears sharp, walking cautiously but steadily. It wasn't the wrong approach. But the problem with dangers like these is that they sometimes have nothing to do with how prepared you are. For instance, you could be focused on listening for threats, only for an entirely unrelated obstacle to appear. I noticed that the person in front of me had disappeared from view. Looking down, I saw Ms. Gorel's figure falling. At her feet, something shiny was sliding across the ground. A telescopic lens. It had fallen off the corpse the usher machine was dragging, an invisible rental item rolling at just the wrong moment into her path. Thud. I reached out and caught Ms. Gorel. But as her arm hit the ground, the candle flew out of her grasp. No. I reflexively caught the candle and threw it toward Bek Sahian. But it was too late. The candle went out. Gasp. The usher machine turned to face us. Whoosh. A metallic blade flew toward us. Eek. I rolled to the side. A sharp gasp came from nearby. The usher machine, having set down the corpse it was carrying, raised its gas lamp to illuminate us. It must have confirmed that all of us were behind on our payments. Re-evaluating its priorities, the needle-like appendages mounted on the machine's abdomen flew toward us once again. Its target, the nearest eye. Mr. Roe Deer. A familiar voice. Duck. Instinctively, I pushed the heads of my two teammates down and threw myself to the floor. Bang. A deafening metallic clash and a shower of sparks erupted above our heads. It was Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. The impossibly strong field exploration team member had ruthlessly deflected the usher machine's needle. Ting. The broken tip of the needle flew through the air and embedded itself in the corridor wall. The usher machine twisted its joints, emitting a strange grinding noise. What madness! That thing can break. Lee Jae-hyun withdrew his gloved hand. Judging by the force involved, it wouldn't have been surprising if he had fractured something himself. Clutched in his hand, like a set of brass knuckles, was something metallic. The terrace doorknob. An alarm blared in my mind. That item. Exhibition property damage. All disruptions, theft, or property damage occurring within the exhibition hall are subject to immediate action by ushers, with corresponding fines collected. He even broke an usher machine. Even if the exhibition treated this as a civil issue and only demanded an apology and compensation fees instead of invoking criminal charges. One thing was certain. The usher machines would now treat this as their top priority. And it wasn't just the one machine in front of us. All the usher machines in this zone would react the same way. Squad leader. Yes. Run. I bolted. Grayike, GRRRK, Jajijik, BZZZZZT, GRRK, SCREEEECH. The sound of the damaged usher machine moving more aggressively than ever filled the air. Beside me, I could hear my squad mates running like mad. As for the chief lizard, wait, hold on. Squad leader. Yes. Stop fighting and just run. No matter how ridiculously strong you are, there's no way you can destroy every usher machine here. Just imagining the chaos spreading further was overwhelming. Even the dark exploration records had those sections censored. I didn't even want to consider how such events might manifest in real life. Screech. Fuck. We ran straight into another usher machine blocking the path to the staircase. No, two more. Yurg. I threw myself through the descending needles, feeling a sharp pain shoot through my arm. Even as I ran, my instincts screamed the truth. I'm going to get caught. With human limitations, it was impossible to avoid this. We would be captured and fined before reaching 0F. A cold chill ran down my back. Is there anything I can do? My breath was ragged. Oxygen deprived, my thoughts became sluggish, giving way to resignation. Maybe I've lasted long enough. My dulled senses split the surrounding sounds into layers. The echo of footsteps rumbled in my ears, as if dozens of people were running. No, wait. It hit me. It wasn't just that the footsteps sounded like many. There actually were more people now. Instead of 2, there were at least 10 or more sets of footsteps. Mr. Roe Deer, these must be the folks who took advantage of your excellent broadcast to seize the opportunity. They were field exploration team members. Spectators who had been watching the situation unfold now seemed to be using the chaos as cover to approach the spiral staircase. This unexpected development had an unintended effect. The usher machines became confused, recalculating priorities based on the importance of tasks and proximity to the various individuals. Everywhere, unpaid participants were breaking into sprints, distracting the machines. Hurry up. Taking advantage of the brief window, we clenched our teeth and launched ourselves toward the staircase. Screech. We ran like mad. The unsettling sounds of the machines grew closer behind us. The staircase ended, and a silvery hall spread out before us. The lobby. And the front door. Go. Assistant Manager Eun Hage and Supervisor Park Min-seong were holding the doors open. We sprinted with everything we had. As I stepped onto the threshold of the main entrance, my superiors dove through the exit. I followed, nearly collapsing through the doorway. Breathless, I ran until the glowing doorway of light enveloped me. Phew! When I opened my eyes, I saw a clean ceiling lined with fluorescent lights. A modern hallway of moderate width. The corridor on the 31st floor of the company, just outside the meeting room. We'd escaped. Ha! I collapsed onto the floor. I could hear the sound of people rushing out from the conference room, but I had no mental energy or strength left to care. Every ounce of strength had been wrung from my body as I drifted into a dazed state. An alarm rang out. Dark Exploration Records Real Merch Box. New merch unlocked. Chapter 48.1. The meeting room was in chaos. 17 people have reportedly returned alive. 17. Are you sure about that number? Could it be a counting error? Yes. Oh. The count just went up to 20. Members of the field exploration team, deployed earlier in the day into a high-risk darkness, had suddenly returned in droves. This unexpected turn of events completely paralyzed any immediate response. They said all the case studies were done and that they'd escape in small, sequential groups. What on earth is this? The room was filled with a cacophony of voices, speculations about whether the returning employees were really the ones who had entered, calls for lab testing to confirm their identities, and other theories about what might have gone wrong with their predictions. But as the initial shock faded, a subtle thought began to form in the minds of some. The thrilling possibility of success. Could this result be a remarkable breakthrough? For a few of the key players who had backed this endeavor, similar thoughts emerged. If this survival rate is real, it would mean their bold and calculated investment had paid off. The unexpectedly high success rate was so surprising that it left them momentarily dazed. Should we start shaping public opinion about this achievement? Wait, I should highlight my contributions while this is fresh. However, all the confusion, excitement, and self-congratulations were abruptly extinguished by one critical piece of news. It's B-class. The first survivor's Dream Essence Collector had been evaluated, and the liquid inside was rated B-class. In other words, the dream of a high survival rate A-class darkness had vanished. The atmosphere in the meeting room deflated in an instant, sinking into disappointment. Of course, it's too good to be true. Wasn't this jinx the moment people started hyping it as A-class? Still, hey, isn't a B-class darkness with this kind of survival rate pretty rare? What do you think, Section Chief Kwok? Kwok Jae-kong, a researcher hurriedly called in, gave a faint smile. Indeed, it's an impressive result. No, it wasn't just impressive, it was staggering. Did these people even understand the survival rates associated with each grade? They didn't seem to grasp how extraordinary this situation was. That's why none of them were foaming at the mouth, eager to analyze the exploration data right away. Thailand bot ES. Wow, incredible. Seeing them exchange platitudes and self-consoling remarks like, "We just had bad luck," or "Our judgment was still correct," amused Kwok Jae-kong. Did they really think this was a situation that warranted consolation? Do these people have any sense of reality at all? The average civilian survival rate for B-class darknesses was below 2%. Deploying a large number of employees into such a situation without proper manuals or preparation had been a reckless gamble. And now, instead of marveling at the mind-boggling results, they were busy oscillating between disappointment and self-praise. This, despite the fact that the expert consultation they relied on had been nothing more than hastily adopted advice from a single research manager who catered to their biases. The reason for this recklessness was obvious. Because they wanted to do it. While Kwok Jae-kong was personally thrilled at the prospect of analyzing such fascinating results, he found it astonishing that the company managed to function at all with higher-ups like these in its development division. Kwok felt a twinge of regret. The longer this company survived, the more opportunities he'd have to study these captivating paranormal phenomena. But the way the so-called Innovation Development Strategy Office operated posed a clear risk to the company's future. Sure, family-owned companies often lack structure, but this was a mess. I'd heard rumors, but could it really be that everyone close to the owner is like this? Of course, not everyone in the room was like that. Kwok Jae-kong's eyes darted briefly to someone seated a bit apart from the rest. This individual hadn't been present at the last meeting. That's one of Director Ho's people. That person had shown up under the pretext of having a passing interest in this agenda item and asked to join briefly. Even though the development department's higher-ups were known to meddle in the field exploration team's affairs, this was still unusual. What stood out even more was how openly the individual was receiving updates about the situation via remote communication with their team. Apparently, one employee played a major role in the large-scale escape. pardon. The air in the room shifted, not toward eagerness but to apprehension and tension. But the next statement left everyone in shock. It was a new hire. He reportedly broadcasted the escape method to all the employees. We need to investigate the details of how he managed it. Some people are already asking questions about it. It was Director Ho. The strategy office's people exchanged glances, muttering half-heartedly. Ah, yes. We'll transmit the detailed exploration report as soon as it's available. That's right. Usually, after field exploration, people are so out of it they babble nonsense for a while. Still, they wouldn't just make up something out of thin air, would they? Well. Which brings us to the matter at hand. The representative from Director Ho's side interrupted the conversation. They're curious about what decision the Innovation Development Strategy Division will make. Regarding the employee's reward, that is. Congratulations, Supervisor Kim. What? I almost choked on my iced Americano while lying on a cot in the medical bay. After hearing the heartwarming words, Our Magne, 1, you worked hard, so just rest, I had undergone a basic physical examination and had been dozing off for hours. I thought I'd only hear more about this exploration when I came to work tomorrow. Supervisor. Oh, you heard me right. Supervisor Kim. Assistant Manager Eun Hage grinned. You're getting promoted. Fastest record in the history of the company's field exploration team. Chapter 48.2. Honestly, I knew this would happen. Guess our Ro won't need to speak formally to me anymore. Hey, if we wait until you're employed for 6 months here, you and I'll be able to talk on equal terms too, huh? What is this? This isn't some mom-and-pop store. How is someone getting promoted to assistant manager after just a couple of months? This has to be an internal rumor, right? I tried asking politely, but the answer was firm. No, you absolutely deserve it. Do you know how many employees you saved this time? Assistant Manager Eun Hage crossed her arms. 26 people, including yourself. Ro, of those, 17 escaped directly after hearing your broadcast. When you count the ones who came out late after confirming others were escaping, it's safe to say you saved them all. She added that even some civilian participants had made it out. Do you realize how rare a record like this is? It's something that might happen once every few years. Honestly, a promotion doesn't feel enough. Exactly. Let's dig into this after the squad leader comes back from the meeting tomorrow. They're bound to give you something extra. Their excitement on my behalf was heartwarming, but I was still in shock. A promotion. A promotion at a major corporation after just 60 days of work. My modern heart raced with unease. Brace yourself. Special promotions are announced quickly. And indeed, it was true. The very next day, I saw the promotion notice on the company intranet. Special promotion announcement. Sure enough, the name, Kim Solium, was listed there. Boazus. My phone vibrated incessantly. Apparently, congratulatory messages were pouring in. Wait a second. This feels like they're handling this quickly to minimize internal resistance. The field exploration team is still made up of humans. Naturally, if you save someone's life, they feel a sense of gratitude or emotional impact. In that sense, the 35 people I'd helped would likely feel at least some level of appreciation toward me, which would reduce opposition to the promotion. R.S. It was clear from the timing of the announcement that they wanted to capitalize on that goodwill. No, but why? Why were they pushing my promotion so aggressively? How much more do they plan to wring out of me? Wasn't it enough that I was already dealing with newly registered ghost stories without manuals? As the thought of increasingly harrowing assignments loomed over me, I reached out to an elite senior from another squad. Are you stupid? Not getting promoted would have been stranger. Even the manual revision officer came looking for you after hearing about your performance. With results like that, of course you'd attract attention from higher-ups. Jean Nazol, A Squad's assistant manager, clicked her tongue. If only we'd grabbed you when we had an opening in our squad. Ugh, what a waste. Anyway, congratulations. It was bound to happen. Thank you, I guess. I hung up, feeling strangely hollow, and leaned back in my office chair, trying to process everything. Right. No point in denying it, I had reached this stage. Am I an elite employee? A notable figure destined to be listed in the dark exploration records. The kind of character that certain hardcore creators of the lore might want to kill off just to maintain the gritty atmosphere of the universe, but who ends up sticking around because of growing popularity on video platforms like WeTube. Maybe. Is this what people call a Mary Sue character? How did it come to this? Then again, maybe it was inevitable. To be honest, having read through the entire Dark Exploration records was basically a cheat. I did my best to keep it subtle, given the life or death circumstances. But here's the real kicker. What happens if they figure out I'm actually a coward? Hoping this would just end with a reassignment to the round-off team was overly optimistic. There was no telling how far the repercussions might spread. If someone started asking, how did someone so cowardly get such good results, then what's next for me were interrogations and experiments. I could already picture a future where I'd be dragged off to the research team the moment they discovered I was from a parallel dimension. Cold sweat trickled down my forehead. And no. That can never happen. I stood up, grabbed some coffee, and took a lap around the break room. The caffeine cleared my head a little. Right. If I can't avoid it, I just need to maximize my survival rate in this place. If I was already under scrutiny, the best way to avoid unnecessary attention might be to keep delivering performances that justified it. I need to make them believe I'm naturally this competent and exceptional. It's not like there aren't employees like that. Take squad leader Lizard or assistant manager Butterfly Mask, for example. They're categorized as standouts, and that's it. Even if it meant a higher probability of being assigned to more dangerous ghost stories. Well, maybe it wasn't all bad. If I was treated as high-value personnel, I might be sent to fewer outright lethal missions. And I could rack up points faster too. The more I thought about it, the more it seemed like a reasonable strategy to escape this world quickly. But to achieve that, there was a critical first step. I need to do some serious work on my character build. I had to come across as a competent and exceptional unit, naturally enough to avoid suspicion. Like when I'd acted like a lunatic in front of Beck Sahian, walking the line carefully. And for that, I need more cards to play into this character. I looked up. Hovering above me was something that had been there ever since escaping the exhibition hall. Dark Exploration Records Real Merch Box. New merch unlocked. It was one of the merch I'd purchased at the pop-up store. I'd been putting off opening it, waiting until I felt rested and my judgment was clear. It was time. Chapter 48.3. I had no idea what requirement I had fulfilled in the exhibition to unlock it, but I reached for the glowing black notepad and lightly touched it, stretching as I did. Click. A clear sound accompanied the small, lightweight object, still in its plastic packaging, as it fell into my hand. Shining silver, it was shaped like a small shield with the word "Charge" embossed in elegant calligraphy. It's a badge. Ah. I understood immediately. The condition I'd fulfilled was good deeds. Dark Exploration Records / Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau / items. Silver Heart. Wearers earn the reverence of others proportional to their cumulative altruistic actions. Strongly influenced by the creator's belief that it is socially most efficient for altruistic individuals to gain power. Item usage qualifications: must have saved 12 or more lives in a supernatural disaster. This so-called badge of character. It was an item produced and distributed by the Disaster Management Bureau. It had exploded in popularity after a legendary performance in the exploration records of a sealed ghost story involving a train explosion. Its unique properties were part of what made it stand out. As the description suggests, it was an item exclusively for good people. It allowed altruists to wield influence within a group. The fact that I now qualify for this is overwhelming. It felt like too much responsibility. While this item was generally used in heartwarming ways, there was that one time it led to a catastrophic disaster of utterly insane proportions. That's how it always goes with creepypasta universes. Whenever enough goodwill accumulates, something horrifying inevitably slips in to raise the stakes. In the past, there were records of this badge being distributed to exceptionally kind civilians, but over time, it became strictly regulated and only loaned to government employees under tight rules. A. B. Epsilon. I remember watching the wiki updates happen in real time. What does this mean? It means that at this point, no one would ever predict a Daydream Incorporated employee using the Silver Heart. Which is why I can actually use it. I'm not sure how many more good deeds I'll manage with everything I've got on my plate, but at least I should benefit from the badge's base effect, right? If it gives my colleagues the impression of, this person's pretty remarkable, it'll make it much easier to come across as a capable employee. Alright. Let's make good use of this. Apparently, the universe doesn't just want me dead. I carefully tucked the Silver Heart badge into my pocket and left the break room with a lighter heart. As soon as I stepped out, I was greeted with news of additional rewards for the recent exploration. It's not officially announced yet, but they're giving you a bonus reward too. Man, it's a shame you're surprised about something you so obviously deserve. Exactly. Do they think B-class zones are playgrounds for kids? People step in there and die instantly. What do they think this is, a joke? Ah, thanks, I guess. But the bonus reward's pretty decent, so that's something. Pretty decent. That's high praise coming from Assistant Manager Un. Judging by the hint of admiration on her face, it must be something special. What is it? A regeneration potion. Don't just stand there. I bet the name alone doesn't mean much to you, huh? It absolutely did. It's too famous for anyone not to know it. This wasn't just some standard health potion you'd get from the medical bay. One of Daydream Incorporated's signature products. A magic potion. The Miracle Cure. Dark Exploration Records / Daydream Inc. /items. Regeneration Potion. A magical potion that regenerates all physical injuries. The higher the grade, the more powerful it is. With a deep green hue. Simply put, it can regrow body parts. And this one's C grade. Even if you lose a limb, it'll regenerate just fine. Not even the exclusive equipment for section chiefs has this kind of ability. This is a company specialty. Its point value. About 10,000. Assistant Manager Un grinned and gave me a pat on the back. You'll find it handy someday. Our line of work is dangerous, after all. Isn't it great to know you can get your arms, legs, eyes, or nose back if you lose them? Honestly, ma'am, you didn't have to put it quite like that. And one more thing, it might be disappointing, or it might be good news. Wanna hear? Yes. You're not the only one getting it. Solium SSI. Hello. I waved to Go Yeon-joon, who had called out to me. Baek Sahyun was sitting next to her. The company had gathered the three of us for a photo op as part of the bonus reward ceremony. It was the first time I'd seen them since the escape. You'd think Baek Sahyun and I would see each other all the time, being roommates, right? But lately, he's been holed up in his room. Thanks to that, I've been enjoying the living room TV with Braun in peace. Have you been resting well? Are you feeling all right? I'm fine. How about you, Go Yeon-joon SSI? As I spoke, I realized something. Go Yeon-joon was focusing intently on my lips, trying to read them as I spoke. My hearing hasn't returned yet. As expected. At least the rental auditory device she'd been using automatically deactivated upon leaving the exhibition, so there was no worry about exhibition staff chasing after her. And in her hands was the bonus reward the company had just given her. When she opened the ornate box, adorned with gold embossing and mural-like decorations, it revealed a beautifully wax-sealed glass bottle. Inside the glass, the light green liquid shimmered like new spring leaves. Daydream Potion. Regeneration. C, excellent. It was a C-grade regeneration potion. Go Yeon-joon held the glass bottle aloft, her eyes filled with a mix of hope, uncertainty, and anticipation. Well then, I'll go ahead and try it right now. Please do. Go Yeon-joon opened the regeneration potion and downed it in one go. Chapter 49.1. The green magical potion slipped into Go Yeon-joon's mouth. Gulp. Gulp. When the liquid was gone, and the glass bottle was completely empty, Go Yeon-joon lowered the bottle. Eyes wide open, she brought both hands to her ears. And, trembling within her palms, as if new flesh was sprouting over an injury, round lumps of flesh began growing where her ears had been torn away. In an instant, they started taking shape. The helix, tragus, and earlobes all formed distinct structures around the cartilage, and then they became whole again. Wow. Goodness. Go Yeon-joon SSI. Yes. Oh. I can hear. I can actually hear. Go Yeon-joon exclaimed in disbelief as she touched her newly grown ears, then opened her smartphone's camera app to inspect them. As expected, they looked identical to her original ears. Does it hurt or feel uncomfortable? Not at all. It just itched for a moment, but then it was fine. Actually, it feels like my hearing is even better than before. It was truly a wonderful thing. Really, it was astonishing and awe-inspiring, something to be deeply grateful for, but this could lead to more reckless decisions. In this company, if a high-grade darkness was confirmed to involve unavoidable severe physical injuries, low-class regeneration potions were sometimes issued as standard equipment. And once people get used to that, employees would gradually begin to feel indifferent about losing parts of their bodies. It's hard the first time, but after the second, it gets easier. Is that really a good thing? I glanced to the side with a strange feeling. Bek Sahian was staring somberly into the ornate box containing his regeneration potion. With one eye. Pardon, Bek Sahian SSI. Go Yanjun hesitated before speaking cautiously. Losing vision in one eye has a bigger impact than you'd think. Depth perception, field of view, even balance are affected. It might be better to use it and regenerate your eye, even if it feels wasteful. BS. Mind your own business. Go Yanjun almost showed a "what's with this guy" expression but chose to let it go, perhaps reassured by the return of her ears. After some hesitation, I added. Given the risks of our work, there's always the chance of more injuries later. Saving it for emergencies isn't a bad idea either. Oh. That's true. Bek Sahian suddenly trembled slightly as he stared intently at the box. Hey. Why did he suddenly look like he was debating, should I just use it now, after I backed him up? Anyway, I ignored him and carefully stashed my own box. My heart beat a little faster. It was my first time seeing such a famous, powerful, and non-threatening symbolic item in person. The symbol of daydreaming. The magical potion. I better keep this safe. At that moment. Excuse me, Solium SSI. Yes. I meant to say this earlier, but I wanted to formally thank you. Go Yanjun looked at me and bowed slightly. Truly, truly. Thank you. For fighting that machine alone to let us escape. Go Yanjun SSI, you weren't in immediate danger back then. Her ears had already been taken, so there was no more fee to pay. Honestly, the only person I really saved was Bek Sahian. And that ungrateful punk hasn't even said a single word of gratitude. What a piece of work, this punk. However, Go Yanjun firmly shook her head. No. You came back to save us afterward, didn't you? Even lying that the candle was ours to protect us. No matter how I think about it, you didn't need to do that. You could have just stayed with the D squad. Yeah, but actually. If I gave the candle to those guys with nerves of steel instead. What? Was the situation secure now? Okay, then let's test this and test that, put it through the manual revision process, and farm some points. Just imagining the chaos they would cause made me feel like I'd collapse from a heart attack. I didn't wander around that insane exhibition to find the two of you for no reason. There was something even scarier behind me that drove me to act. And, if I can save someone, it's right to do so. I simply did what I could. So I just shook my head. That's something anyone would have done. Are you serious? It doesn't seem that way. If anything, considering your contributions, both of you deserve promotions as well. I feel a bit guilty being the only one promoted. Go Yanjun frowned. And no. I don't really want to be promoted just yet. Oh but, Solium SSI, you do a great job, though. Suddenly, I felt like I might cry. But, why do you think we should be promoted? You do remember that all the items at the exhibition came out of your pockets, right? Go Yanjun looked at me with an expression that seemed somewhat pitying. In a corporate environment, if you seem too nice, people might take you lightly, so maybe you don't always have to be so kind to others. Yes. It really felt like she was overestimating me thanks to the savior effect. But remembering the silver heart badge, I simply lowered my head. Be kind. Thank you for the advice. Bek Sahian, looking utterly incredulous, alternated his gaze between me and Go Yanjun before clamping his mouth shut. Then, without a word, he stood up and left. Well, let's just leave him be. I exchanged polite goodbyes with Go Yanjun and turned around, deep in thought. When should I start wearing the silver heart badge? Should I only use it during missions? As I rolled the badge around in my pocket with my fingers, planning things out, a now familiar silhouette appeared at the end of the hallway. A white lizard head. Squad leader. Kim Solium SSI. It seemed the squad leader had been talking with the team leader while I was receiving my award. By now, even those vertical pupils were starting to feel somewhat familiar. Is this the savior effect too? I momentarily recalled the lizard's brutal knuckle strikes that had split the usher machine's needle in two and fell silent. Then, the lizard's vertical pupils shifted toward the empty regeneration potion bottle and its box. Did you use it? Pardon. Oh. It wasn't mine. My colleague here. Go Yeonjong SSI used it. Hello, sir. It's nice to meet you. I'm Go Yeonjong. Go Yeonjong bowed her head politely to the unfamiliar lizard, or rather, the squad leader from another team. The lizard regarded her with unblinking eyes. I have a question. Why yes. Are you the owner of the escape item? Pardon. 3 days ago, in the B-class darkness with the exhibition format, did you possess the cognitive interference item shaped like a candle? Oh. Something like that. Yes, that's correct. Go Yeonjong glanced at me, quickly grasping the situation, and trailed off her sentence. But she didn't outright deny it, showing some situational awareness. Still, she probably felt it was time to make a swift exit. Well then, I'll be going now. With that polite farewell, she quietly slipped away in the opposite direction down the hallway. Good judgment. Relieved, I took a water bottle out of my bag and drank a sip. Kim Solium SSI. Yes. Refrain from repeated lies. I nearly spit the water out through my nose. The more you repeat them, the less effective they become. Chapter 49.2. When did he catch on? For now, I just lowered my head immediately. I apologize. Yes. I thought it would be difficult to persuade anyone to use valuable escape time unless it seemed like my colleague had an escape item. Yes. Though his responses were curt, it wasn't as though he was angry. His voice is calm. This is just how he is, huh? Not a human, but a lizard. I cautiously glanced up. To my surprise, the lizard was slightly smiling. All humans lie. What matters is the intent and the outcome of the act. It sounded almost philosophical. Does this mean my lie was fine because my intentions were good and the results turned out well? Oh, whatever. I'll be more careful next time. Yes. And with that, the conversation ended. Squad leader Lizard returned to his usual emotionless, reptilian demeanor with vertical pupils. I already thought his personality felt somewhat removed from ordinary people. Now I felt it even more deeply, though not in a bad way. I picked up the regeneration potion box I'd received as a reward from the chair. Friend, is your work all finished? Right then, Braun spoke from my pocket. At work, we'd agreed to avoid idle chatter to keep anyone from realizing I carried a good friend, but since the timing was right, I figured I'd ask. I discreetly let the plush doll peek out of my pocket. Braun. The employee standing next to me right now. Ah, you mean your tall supervisor, the handsome one, right? Yeah. What does he look like to you? Who? A short pause, as if inspecting closely. Eyes, nose, mouth, and hearing organs all perfectly intact. As a lizard. Lizard. Haha, Mr. Roe dear, you're quite cheeky. Who are you trying to tease? Calling someone a lizard, really? Even Braun doesn't see him as a lizard. Could it be? I'm the only one who sees him as one. Kim Solium SSI. Yes, squad leader. I resolved once again, never utter the lizard part of Chief Lizard out loud. Let's go. Squad leader Lee Jae-hyun began walking toward the elevator. Feigning composure, I followed him and asked. Should I return to the office? No. HM. Then, where are we going? We're heading to a restricted area accessible only to supervisors and above. I'll explain how to use it. It's here. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In this company, the higher an employee's rank, the more privileges they gain. These privileges include benefits, capabilities, and even access to specific locations. Now that you've been promoted to supervisor, Kim Solium SSI, you are authorized to use 3 additional facilities. Standing in front of an annex, I accepted a folder of documents from squad leader Lee Jae-hyun. 1. Security Team Rentals Warehouse. 2. Annex, 2 free equipment customizations per year. 3. Fox Counseling Office. From now on, you can withdraw equipment from the Security Team Rentals Warehouse. You can also customize exclusive equipment in the annex using Twilight-class darkness without having to be escorted by a superior, and, if necessary, register for sessions at the Fox Counseling Office. New. I was already aware of these benefits. And I also recognized some of the newly unlocked spaces from the Dark Exploration records. A mix of satisfaction and thrill washed over me. And anticipation. There are more ways to survive in this insane world now. But everything comes with its drawbacks. Better treatment implies greater expectations from employees. And in this company, Danger. In a corporation that deals with ghost stories, areas accessible only to high-ranking staff often imply risks that civilians cannot handle. Just like this. Additionally, supervisors in the field exploration team are assigned one specific darkness to manage. Exactly. Aside from my squad responsibilities, I now had to directly manage a ghost story myself. Although management is generally done collectively by a squad, the primary responsibility falls on the individual employee. Delegating responsibility to field workers. How very corporate. It's like getting a taste of familiar 21st century workplace dynamics. According to squad leader Lee Jae-hyun, the longer your tenure and the higher your rank, the more darkness you are assigned, and the more dangerous it becomes. Fortunately, I was still a rookie. Since you've been promoted to supervisor in under a year of service, you'll be assigned an F-class darkness. Manage it according to the schedule, and register any anomalies in the inspection report. Yes, sir. It wasn't a situation where complaining would help, so instead of wasting energy whining, I decided to conserve my strength and pray for something meaningful. Please assign me a normal low-grade darkness. If it turns into some quiz show horror scenario, I might as well quit and start preparing for the Disaster Management Bureau exam. Then, I heard something surprising. I get to choose. Yes. Squad leader Lee Jae-hyun said he would present a few candidates, and I could pick from them. Is that how it usually works? No. The lizard stared at me intently. It's my discretion. So, he was using his authority to give me some flexibility in choosing. This lizard. Thank you so much for your consideration. But, may I ask why you're doing this for me? It's a reward. Pardon. It's a reward for finding the correct escape route in a B-class ghost story and guiding D-Squad to return unharmed. But squad leader, you also saved my life from the usher machine. That's a matter of responsibility. The lizard spoke matter-of-factly. A squad leader is obligated to protect their squad members to the best of their ability. Wow. A genuinely good boss, right? I was almost moved. If I were a fresh graduate just starting out, I might have postponed my resignation plans for at least a month. No wonder Assistant Manager Eun Hage and Supervisor Park Min-seong always try to speak well of our squad leader, even when they seem exasperated. Even I felt a vague sense of wanting to do my best under this leadership. Still, thank you. Yes. After bowing my head slightly, I followed the lizard to the isolation chamber for the F-class darkness. It wasn't a scenario I had anticipated, but it was shaping up to be a very favorable one. If I handle this well, it might even turn out to be a win. The Dark Exploration Records was an open-source wiki. What did that mean? It meant that since various creators contributed while adhering to the rules, the grading criteria for darkness could vary slightly depending on the source. Even within the F-class category, there can be items with incredible potential. As long as you know the correct way to handle them, that is. And through the Dark Exploration Records, I already knew how to handle these. If the darkness in front of me was one of those documented in the records. These are the 3 F-class darknesses. I looked up. Before me were 3 objects. An old teddy bear. 2 black cards. A model airplane. I know all 3. Jackpot. Ah, what a shabby and unsightly doll. Braun muttered in a tone that hinted at some displeasure. Was the influence of the good friend causing him to be wary of the doll? Well, the time has come to make your choice, Mr. Roe dear. I hesitated briefly, considering my options. Then, I reached out my hand. Sir, I will take responsibility for this darkness. Chapter 50.1. Ah, Roe's back. Yeah. Did you get your regeneration potion safely? Yes. As I returned to the office, I greeted my superiors who had already finished their lunch and were lounging around. However, their expressions stiffened as they noticed the translucent, reinforced plastic box in my hands. They immediately sat up straight. Wait, is that your assigned darkness, Roe? Yes, that's correct. I lifted the transport box to show its contents. Inside, 2 black cards clicked softly. It was the F-class darkness I had chosen. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. The Dilemma. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Daydream Incorporated Identification Code, CTRL F 2073. 2 plain black cards, 60 mm wide and 110 mm tall. When the owner flips these cards at midnight, images appear on the front. These images are randomly chosen themes from the major arcanas of tarot. Events depicted on the cards will come true in the future. Although it was a low-grade darkness, small and portable enough to be managed by a single employee. It was, in fact, the most dangerous and unpredictable of the three options I had been given. Because it dealt with the future. My superiors, recognizing this, wore grave expressions. That's a bit harsh for a rookie. Exactly. Don't they usually assign something easier? When I was a rookie, I got a radio. You saw it on your first day too, didn't you, Ro? That one ended up being downgraded to Twilight class, even B. Ah, that radio. So it was managed by Supervisor Park, huh? No wonder it was left so openly in the office. Supervisor Park spoke with some concern. Maybe they have high expectations because you're doing so well, Ro. Oh, squad leader. Chief Lizard, who had just entered the office, turned his head at the sound of his name. You mentioned letting Ro choose his darkness directly. When was that supposed to happen? Has it already happened? 20 minutes ago. It was chosen 20 minutes ago. My superiors turned to me. Ro. Yes. You picked that from the options the squad leader gave you. Yes. I nodded without expression. They're offering overtime pay. This darkness requires regular nighttime management, you see. My two superiors exchanged wistful looks. Ah. I see. That's so you, Ro. And just like that, they regained their calm. Where is my reputation even headed? Should I be happy that my character profile is developing so successfully? Sniffle. Holding back tears, I turned on my computer. Are you registering it now? Yes, I'm entering my employee ID. On the intranet, I navigated to the unassigned darkness list, found the code for my darkness, and registered it under my account. Done. Ctr F 2073, Kim Solium, Supervisor. And with that, I officially had my own assigned darkness. Even if it's F-class, it's still a supernatural phenomenon. Be careful when managing it. Yes. I read through the management instructions for the darkness. It was exactly what I already knew about this ghost story. Flip the cards at midnight / once a month. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A few days later, at midnight. I was working a night shift at the company annex. You're working hard. The staff member at the desk, dressed entirely in pitch-black clothing, nodded slightly and unlocked the hallway for me. Following the path, I reached the designated door and opened it. Well, here it is. 2 black cards lay before me, my task for the night. Carefully, I stepped into the room, closed the heavy metal door behind me, and approached the card storage case. I retrieved the dilemma and placed the cards face down on the circular table provided in the room. Are you doing a reading? Occult verification was always a favorite on talk shows. Now, Mr. Ro dear, why don't you take a peek at the future? This was slightly different. It's not about seeing the future. It's about making a choice. Interpretation. A pair of mystical tarot cards that reveal their symbols when flipped. After viewing both cards, the user shall choose one, and an event matching the chosen symbol will occur in the near future. However, the event must be something plausible within the user's everyday life. Winning the lottery, for example, cannot be done. That's right. These cards allow the user to choose between 2 possible near-future events. Of course, it's not always a good thing. I reached out and flipped the 2 cards on the table. As if by magic, elaborate illustrations appeared. The devil. The moon. Damn. Just like that. Oh dear. Neither of these is traditionally considered a particularly positive symbol. Well, depending on the context, they don't necessarily have entirely negative meanings either, but overall, they do lean that way. In other words, when both options are bad, all you're doing is picking which unfortunate event to add to your life. Considering that over half of the tarot deck can be interpreted ambiguously or negatively, the odds of this happening were at least 1 in 4. But have you decided which one to choose? Yes. I was going to do this a little differently. I moved around to the opposite side of the table. This way, naturally. From the opposite side, the cards appeared upside down. If I picked up a card in this position. Oh, reversed orientation. I looked at the card I had drawn, now upside down. They say you should never do this during a proper reading. As expected of an F-class darkness, its power wasn't overwhelming, and it had plenty of loopholes that allowed for tricks like this. Even if the trick fails, it usually just reverts back to being a plain black card. So, I decided to give it a shot, and it seemed to have worked out. Now, the card I chose was the moon. Ah, the symbol of confusion. I stared at the reversed moon card, with a pale yellow full moon hanging upside down. The moon typically represents mystery and uncertainty. In the absence of the sun, vague shapes and doubts grow under the moonlight, eventually giving way to madness. However, reversed, it suggests the opposite, doesn't it? So something becomes clear. Quite promising. The resolution of uncertainty. Doesn't that bring peace of mind? Agreed. In this insane world of ghost stories where it's hard to see even a step ahead, anything certain is welcome. Is that the end? That's it. I carefully placed the cards back where they belonged. Readings were done only once per month. This means the event will happen sometime this month. While the scope of events is clearly limited to everyday occurrences, my everyday involves working at a ghost story company. In that sense, it might actually be quite helpful for survival. Even if it's not, locking in at least one slightly positive outcome for the future isn't a bad thing. Having an assigned ghost story that's more of an asset than a burden isn't so bad. I decided not to get too greedy. Thud. A sound came from outside. This was the NX. It's where relatively safe darknesses were stored, mostly Twilight class, occasionally F class as well. But in the end, they're all still ghost stories. Thud. Occasionally. Very occasionally, if a management failure results in an unexpected incident, people can die. Easily. I stood in front of the iron door. How far away is that sound coming from? Should I wait here, or... Boom. I immediately opened the heavy iron door and ran. It definitely sounded like something had exploded. Chapter 50.2. The odds of survival are higher if I run out of here rather than being trapped inside. I sprinted toward the entrance, intending to escape through the main door, but the floor was already partially destroyed. Oh dear. What a mess this is. A flood of wild possibilities raced through my mind. But then, I saw someone standing in the middle of the broken lobby floor, their foot firmly pinning down something shattered. It was the black-clad staff member from the front desk. Judging by their stance and the way they seemed to have subdued the darkness, they must be a security team member. The situation already seemed resolved. The sounds I had heard earlier must have been the noise created while the security team handled the situation. So they don't just let anyone sit at the annex front desk. I hesitated, then spoke from about 4 meters away. Is there anything I can help with? The black-clad staff member shook their head. Thank goodness. I'd better get out of here quickly. Well then, I'll be on my way. The staff member looked at me briefly, then reached over to the desk and picked up something. A post-it note. Have a good evening. So they're surprisingly sociable, huh? Thank you. I bowed politely. The entirely black-clad desk worker gave me a slight nod in return and stepped back to sit down at their desk. The shattered fragments of what appeared to be the medium of the darkness, likely some kind of glass, sparkled on the broken floor. In the reflection of the shards, I briefly noticed the shadow of the staff member's leg twist unnaturally, making their foot appear like a cloven hoof. N.O. And then return to a normal human form. Phew. Let's not dwell on it. Avoiding eye contact with anything, I exited the annex. This is just unbelievable. These bizarre incidents feel so routine. I guess fixing one positive daily event into my life was a good call. Life was tough and exhausting, but it felt like I was managing to navigate through it somehow, and that gave me a bit of comfort. Come to think of it, I once communicated in writing just like the desk staff did. Have a nice day, happy face. It was during a face-to-face transaction on a second-hand market where I sold cursed food for 40 million won. I even communicated in writing to hide my voice back then. I'd sold the churros given to me by the Blue Dragon mascot from that theme park. I still have one more bag of those churros. I don't plan to sell them unless absolutely necessary, but, I realized that I actually have quite a few food-related items in my possession. My inventory wasn't bad. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to sell 1 or 2 and turn them into cash. If someone's still looking for them, that is. Since the thought struck me, I decided to check Salmon Market. To my surprise, another post had been uploaded. Buying food from paranormal phenomena. For research purposes. Strong preference for food originating from fracture-sanctioned phenomena, according to the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau's classification. 40.0. This guy doesn't get tired of trying, huh? LOL at this point, getting scammed is on this RTRDRYT. If they've already used the previous churros for research. I sent a message. Blue friend, hello, sir, happy face, I've secured more food. Would you be interested, by any chance? And so, 2 days later, on the weekend. Once again, I found myself waiting for a second-hand market transaction partner at exit 5 of Gwangwamun Station. Trust really is important in business, huh? Because I had met their expectations last time, this time they set up a meeting with no fuss or unnecessary questions. In fact, they were already waiting for me at the exit. Like last time, they were dressed in dark clothing, complete with a hat and mask. I recognized them by the drink box they were holding. Well, I was dressed similarly, so I couldn't exactly judge. Hello, happy face. I opened my notepad again and showed the greeting message. The buyer, seemingly expecting it, didn't appear surprised. Here is the item I prepared. Inside the box I handed over were 2 cookies from the Alice picnic set. Why did I choose these? Simple. The expiration date's coming up. Like most snacks, these cookies had a shelf life. Because they were items that diminished or exaggerated effects based on usage, they weren't often needed, so I still had several left. However, since the drink from the Tuesday quiz show had been such a life-saving item, I couldn't bring myself to part with it. Instead, I opted to let go of the cookies. Cookies are harder to use anyway. It seemed like a waste to just let them expire without being used. Using expired items. I didn't even want to imagine what could happen. Anyway, I presented the item and waited for the buyer's reaction. The buyer, just like last time, ran a gloved hand over the box before shaking their head slightly. This isn't exactly what I was looking for. As expected. It didn't seem like it would meet their fracture sanction standards. Mass-produced items like this have relatively low risk and feel more passive, so they're different from the bizarre objects directly retrieved from high-grade ghost stories. A bit disappointing, but oh well. Still, it was worth trying to negotiate. In that case, I'll purchase them for half the original price each. Thank you for the smooth transaction. If this person finds out about the existence of the alien shop, would they be so upset they'd try to kill me? Just in case, I decided to lay some groundwork. Hastily, I scribbled something in the notebook. Thank you. I really needed the money. These don't seem as dangerous as other foods, but since the expiration date is close, I suggest conducting your research soon. I'll add a couple more for you. I then slipped a small packet with 1 or 2 extra cookies into the bag. Think of it as a bonus. This was a trust-building move to encourage continued transactions. It was supposed to be for negotiations, but it came in handy here. At this point, I felt like I was an exceptionally considerate second-hand seller. In a ghost story world, even more so. As I was about to leave, holding the cash-filled drink box handed to me by the buyer, their voice called out to me. Excuse me. How do you acquire things like this? I'm afraid I can't tell you. My apologies. That should suffice. It's a platform for trading supernatural items, everyone has their stories. Better to let their imagination fill in the blanks. The alien shop is one of those places where, unless you've seen the ad for it yourself, it just redirects to a non-existent page. I was preparing to bolt if they pressed further, but instead, the buyer pulled a pen from their pocket and wrote something on my notebook. If you ever find yourself in danger, contact this number. Then, bye. The buyer left, and I looked at the note. 1717828242. This is a government number. It was a direct emergency assistance hotline for the Disaster Management Bureau. In short, the ghost story equivalent of 911. So they were connected to the government. No wonder they used the terminology commonly associated with the Bureau. I shrugged and carefully secured the cash and the notepad. Daydream Incorporated, being the awful mega-conglomerate that it was, had a notoriously bad relationship with the government. As an employee of such a company, there was no way I'd ever need to call that number. Definitely not. Yup. Nah. And yet. That very evening, when I returned to the company dorm. Chapter 51.1. It's been a productive day. 40 million won in additional income, truly an excellent decision. It feels like I've set up a discreet but regular side hustle. Various ideas on how to spend today's 40 million won floated through my mind, especially considering the newly opened areas in the company following my promotion. And, of course, the plush doll who had keenly noticed my gains was subtly making its own desires known. Phew, after all these outings, I feel so stiff. I'd like a bath. Not happening. I can't exactly swipe a blood pack from a hospital, can I? Of course, I can endure it. I'm a very good friend, after all. While a bloodbath might be impossible, maybe I could at least hand-wash the plushie, I guess. That was the kind of idle chatter I planned to engage in with Braun to pass the evening, until someone burst into my room. You. It's Beck Sahian. Wait, the guy who never even left his own room had just barged into mine without so much as a knock. Before I could even call him out on his rudeness, I realized something. He was practically in a state of panic. What does this mean? What kind of mess have you dragged me into? In his hand was his smartphone, and on the screen was my message. Kim Solium, watch out for serial killers. I had sent it earlier today as a warning. But seriously. I didn't drag you into anything. You must have made the wrong choice. Mr. Rowe dear, your work colleague picked up an item, and now he's going to die in a brutal way. Beck Sahian's face turned pale. Looks like something just went down, coinciding with my message. He's not dead yet, so he could contact the company and handle it himself, right? As I started to head outside, not wanting to get dragged into this mess. Oh dear, can you hear that? It seems your coworker's time is almost up, Mr. Rowe dear. What? A soft humming began to fill the air. Its source was unmistakably Beck Sahian. But his lips weren't moving at all. Which could only mean one thing. You've picked up something you shouldn't have, didn't you? Pale-faced, Beck Sahian reached into his pocket and pulled something out. A cassette player. Its aged, ivory body was grimy, and traces of a label hastily scratched off with a pen were visible. The humming grew louder, emanating from the tape. An unmistakable, ominous signal. The time has come. Time to run. I immediately stood up and bolted out of the dorm. The problem was that Beck Sahian scrambled to follow me. Throw away the tape first. I already threw it. Out the window. Then stop following me. It's too late. Oh dear, Mr. Rowe dear. You've seen the item too. You're part of the story now. You've become part of the sacrifice selection process. But as a talented and entertaining guest, you were bound to be involved sooner or later. Why can't this idiot take care of his own mess without dragging me into it? I even gave him several warnings. Isn't he supposed to be a named employee in a ghost story company? Frustration boiled in my chest, but there wasn't time to vent. I just ran faster. First, let's put some physical distance between us. As long as I hadn't fully fallen into the creepypasta's grasp, creating some space might help. I sprinted as far from the company dorm as I could, heading toward the bus stop. As soon as a bus arrived, I hopped on. Beep. The sound of my transportation card being scanned was followed by another beep from behind me. Beck Sahian. Why is this lunatic following me? Doesn't he have even a shred of conscience to let the person who warned him avoid being dragged into this? Actually, no. He's a complete sociopath. Anyway, the bus doors closed, and we departed without incident. The humming was no longer audible. I moved to the very back of the bus and sat next to the emergency hammer for breaking the window, just in case. Beck Sahian hesitated before sitting nearby. It wasn't rush hour, nor was it lunchtime, so there were only a few passengers, 2 or 3 seated at the front. After glancing around nervously, Beck Sahian lowered his voice and asked, clearly unsettled. Hey, you, how did you even know to send those messages? You. We agreed to drop formality. No, I mean. Right, supervisor. How on earth did you know, sir? How I know isn't the issue here. Holding back my frustration, I replied while watching Beck Sahian's nervous expression. What matters is how you ended up with that thing. If he kept his mouth shut, I was planning to get off at the next stop, grab a taxi, and ditch him. Maybe even throw him out of the cab to make sure he couldn't follow me. But as if he could sense my irritation, Beck Sahian finally opened his mouth. It was something I had at home. At home. It was passed down from a relative. They told me to use it if I ever wanted to reverse a dire situation, so I've been carrying it around. Ah, a classic trick. An heirloom thought to symbolize protection turns out to be a cursed item. Truly a horror movie cliché, isn't it? Exactly. I wasn't even trying to criticize him, just genuinely curious. You work at a company that assigns grades to ghost stories, and it never crossed your mind to have it inspected. If the company found it useful, they might take it and not give it back. I did think it through, sir. No, you didn't. Next time, think before you act, why don't you? Ah, yes, sir. Beck Sahian's face turned red, and his lips twitched into a forced smile, barely suppressing his frustration. This guy was an open book, acting like a sociopath one moment, then flipping into desperate politeness when scared. I sighed and tried to make sense of the situation. This was a textbook example of how people get caught up in ghost stories. For now, let's ride to the last stop and contact the company's security team from there. Why are you looking at me like that, supervisor? Something felt off. City bus stops are usually no more than 3 minutes apart. But this bus. Why was it still driving non-stop? Goodness, it's caught up to us. Chapter 51.2. I looked out the window. Fog was rolling in. The clean, 4-lane streets of Seoul we had been traveling on were shifting into winding, unpaved roads. I stood up from my seat. The passengers in the front rows had disappeared. The only other person still present was the bus driver. The driver was now wearing a worn, old-fashioned cap. The kind that might have been used when buses operated with a more formal air decades ago. With gloved hands, the driver casually hummed as they reached for the radio. Click. And what came through the speakers was the same humming from the cassette tape. The humming filled the bus. The modern low-floor bus that had been driving through Seoul had transformed into an old, rickety bus with rows of single-file seats. Don't look back. It was already too late. Beck Sahian, his face pale, gripped the handrail and stared straight ahead. I tried not to focus too closely on the fog clearing outside and fixed my gaze forward. The narrow trail was becoming an aged, paved road. The rickety old bus that had been rattling down a rough country path began to slow. This stop is Horizon Mountain Lodge. The destination came into view. The humming now flowed through the radio with an unmistakable melody. It was a minor key, upbeat pop tune from the 1980s or 90s. As the bus doors opened, I looked outside. Horizon Mountain Lodge. A grand mountain villa with a sign in elegant, antique lettering stood before us. Ha! You're getting off. Yeah. As much as I wanted to curse out loud, I held back. I stood up and stepped toward the open door. From behind, I could hear Beck Sahian muttering something that sounded suspiciously like cussing as he hurriedly followed me off the bus. The bus doors closed behind us and drove away, carrying the humming melody with it. Beck Sahian mumbled, sounding slightly relieved. At least the song's gone, and the tape isn't here, so the situation's better than before. Check your pocket. What? Put your hand in your pocket and check. Beck Sahian looked at me with a dazed expression, then quickly shoved his hand into his coat pocket. What he pulled out was the old cassette tape he claimed to have thrown away earlier. Beck Sahian moved to toss the cassette again, but I grabbed his arm and stopped him. It's too late. You might as well get ready to go in. Go in WHE. Over there. I pointed toward Horizon Mountain Lodge. Now that we'd come this far, running away was useless. All it would do was waste energy and leave us crawling back to this story's focal location after a series of needless struggles. We might as well go in and try to figure out the situation early. Mr. Rowe dear, you move as if you already know what's going to happen. Could it be that you recognize this story? Braun, picking up on how much I knew about paranormal phenomena, prattled on. And he was right. Yeah. The keywords were all there. Serial killer. A lure involving a mode of transportation. An object cursed to return to its owner's pocket no matter what. And I lifted my head to look at the destination. Horizon Mountain Lodge. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. And then there was one. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Disaster Management Bureau Identification Code, 1489 PSYA.1991.84. A tale of individuals being murdered one by a serial killer in an isolated, suspicious location. A variation of the classic closed circle mystery novel and B-grade slasher movie. Alpha Nu Beta. It is a crutch-sanctioned disaster, which can be sealed with the presence of 9 people. Every 4 years, the Disaster Management Bureau recruits or drafts participants to contain it. This ghost story's identity was something I inferred through the same process I'd used countless times in my recent work experience. But this time, there was a critical difference. The affiliation. This wasn't a darkness from Daydream Inc. It was a ghost story isolated by the government, or one to be isolated in the future. A so-called disaster. What's the difference, you ask? Unlike the corporation's darknesses, which were exploited as raw materials for profit, the government operated under a completely different set of rules. The Disaster Management Bureau existed solely to prevent loss of life or significant property damage. At least, that was the official justification. Thus, the Bureau prioritized isolating anything that absolutely should not exist in the civilian world. In other words, someone had to die. Whether it was cleared, someone got trapped, or the attempt ended in failure or success. Every outcome involved a guaranteed casualty. Once you're involved, it's a confirmed kill. Cold sweat ran down my spine. This was something the government had deemed impossible to resolve without at least one death. And now I was about to walk straight into the middle of it. I won't even get any points from this. Bek-Sahian, this hopeless little shit. I wanted to curse him out and punch his last remaining eye, but it'd just waste time. Excuse me, supervisor. Ignoring Bek-Sahian, I sighed and walked toward the lodge's front door. Just as I took a deep breath and prepared to knock. Dring. The sound of a bicycle bell came from behind me. Turning around, I saw a bicycle pulling up to this secluded house in the woods, with someone riding it. Oh, look, another arrival. Someone else who picked up the item. No kidding. Another poor soul caught in this cursed ghost story. I held back a sigh and looked over, only to freeze in shock. I recognized the figure getting off the bike. More precisely, I didn't know his face, but his outfit was unmistakable. Dark clothes, a hat pulled low, and a mask covering his face. Salmon Market. It was the same person I had sold cursed food to earlier today near Gwangwaman Station. Chapter 52.1. Caught up in this serial killer ghost story, 3 minutes had passed since we arrived in front of the mountain lodge in the middle of the forest. The second-hand market buyer, who had gotten off their bike after us, approached the cabin's door. He paused briefly when he noticed Bek-Sahian and me standing there first. Looks like he recognized me. The second-hand market buyer seemed to recognize me, but I stayed silent, pretending not to notice who he was. Bek-Sahian, ever eager, immediately began speaking in a friendly tone. Excuse me, are you the owner of this house? Sorry, but it seems we got on the wrong bus. With this forest around us, there's no signal. Would it be okay if we made a quick call? I also got lost and came here to ask for help. Oh. I see. At that point, I turned to the buyer and pretended to be surprised. I widened my eyes slightly and gave a polite nod. The buyer, already aware of who I was, didn't seem particularly startled and returned the gesture with a small nod of his own. Meanwhile, Bek-Sahian subtly started prying for more information about him. Clearly, he was trying to assess whether this person was weaker than him. Were you out here trekking for the weekend? This seems like a remote place. Are you a local? No. I'm not sure how I even got here. I definitely started in Seoul. Oh, really? Same with us. But there's no signal here. Do you happen to know how to get out of here or where we are? I'm not sure. Let's go inside and ask. Ah, right. Bek-Sahian, clearly disappointed with the lack of useful information, clicked his tongue softly and glanced at the bike the buyer had arrived on. And then he seemed to notice something. The mark printed on the handlebars. Seoul Metropolitan Government Number 2153. Obviously an official government-issued bike. Having found an opening, Bek-Sahian brightened and began to speak again. Excuse me, are you Per? I lightly nudged his side. He froze, clamped his mouth shut, and turned to look at me. I slowly mouthed the words. Disaster Management Bureau. He must have heard at least once at work how terrible the relationship is between the company and the Bureau. If this person found out who we were. I subtly drew a finger across my throat. Bek-Sahian's complexion turned pale. From that moment on, he avoided speaking to the government employee directly. Good. A wise choice. I'll open the door. I nodded to the civil servant, who had already reached for the door handle, and he lightly opened the wooden door. Creak. Anyone here? The midday sunlight spilled into the slightly dim interior of the lodge. And then. Oh, hey. More people are here. Are you the owner of this place? People who had already arrived began to emerge. A married couple who looked to be in their 40s. 3 young adults in their 20s. And a middle-aged man. 6 people in total. Including the 3 of us, that made 9. It's starting. Suppressing the urge to groan, I stepped inside the cabin. Everything proceeded as predictably as a cliché could. The married couple claimed their GPS led them here. I mean, the GPS sent us to the wrong place, the car broke down, and our phones don't have any signal. It's driving me crazy. Hugh. Honey, I told you so, didn't I? We should have gone to Sapporo instead of Sokcho. 3 university students from a hiking club, who claimed to have gotten lost. We parked right below the trail, though. Yeah, but... Ugh, this is so annoying. And finally, a middle-aged man who'd been trying to catch the nearest bus stop after finishing a shift as a designated driver. Agu. Still, seeing people around is such a relief. If we wait, the owner should come, right? And once the lodge owner shows up, the bloodbath begins. Something like that. I glanced around with the dead eyes of someone who had already given up. I hadn't even brought any decent items. Living is hard, seriously. Focus only on myself. Just myself. We were soon asked questions by the others. What about you folks? What brings you here? Oh, we're just office workers. We must have gotten on the wrong bus while heading out for field work. This here is my supervisor, and I'm just an employee. N. Look at Beck Sahian subtly shifting responsibility onto me. I took out my notepad. Luckily, since I was still in my outdoor clothes, it was in my pocket, making it easy to maintain my usual demeanor. Hello. Huh? Why are you writing instead of speaking? My throat's a bit sore. Ah. The 3 university students turned away, looking unimpressed. The married couple glanced at me and took a step back. Geez, these colds going around lately must be really bad, huh? You should at least wear a mask. What if you spread it to someone else? I'm sorry. I'll avoid speaking as much as possible and be careful. Beck Sahian shot me a disgusted look, as if I had become something revolting. He'd been reacting like this all along, taking over the responses I might have given. By the way, is that young man from your company too? No, we met at the door, but, The second-hand market buyer, a tall man with sharp eyes that gave him an intimidating presence, replied politely. I'm a public servant from the Seoul City Hall. Oh. He actually admitted it. He briefly explained that he was a public servant and had gotten lost while riding his bike. And that was the end of it. He conveniently left out the part where he worked for the Disaster Management Bureau, and that we were all stuck in a ghost story where a serial killer would soon be picking us off one by one, like a deadly game of Russian roulette. Chapter 52.2. Still, people aren't fools. They began to sense something was off. So all these people just happened to lose their way in broad daylight and end up at this countryside lodge. Maybe we've been bewitched or something. Hey. Don't say such unlucky things. The more people there are, the braver they get. Even while bringing up ghosts, the group began glancing around the room like it was some kind of curiosity show. Come to think of it, this place looks pretty fancy, doesn't it? Like one of those mansions rich families had in every neighborhood back when we were kids. They weren't wrong. The wooden lodge, built in a style popular a few decades ago, was a mix of quaint charm, rustic wealth, and understated elegance. Oh, look over there. That's a gold frame, isn't it? On one side of the living room was a large framed picture, its frame seemingly made of real gold. But what caught my attention wasn't the frame, it was what was inside. Joyful mealtime. The rabbit bakes in the kitchen. The deer is caught in the backyard. The pigeon is fattened in the bedroom. The lamb is sliced in the living room. Boing, boing, the sound of hopping with laughter. The wooden floors beneath go bam, bam. The table, full. Humming, in the air. The family gathers round. Bon appetit. No way. That's blatant foreshadowing. Oh, could it be a metaphor for the upcoming murders? It sure looks that way. Yet no one here seemed to be particularly interested in horror or mystery genres. The university students claiming to be part of a hiking club chuckled amongst themselves and even pocketed an ivory trinket from the side table near the sofa. A with diuresis. Oh. If one of them ends up being the first body tomorrow, I wouldn't be surprised. Just as I thought that. Clunk. There was a sound from the kitchen at the back. The shadow of the back door swinging open fell across the room. And then, a figure slowly stepped through the open door. The person, cloaked in an old, tattered hoodie with their face hidden and body hunched, greeted us. "Good afternoon, visitors of the lodge. I am the caretaker of this mountain lodge, here to serve you during your stay." Their voice was deep and formal, and they bowed politely, speaking in an old-fashioned Seoul accent. "Oh, a suspicious staff member." "Exactly. This is the classic butler of the murder mansion." Unlike my deadpan expression, the others seemed caught off guard by the dissonance between the caretaker's shabby appearance and refined speech. "Excuse me, we're not really guests. We just got lost and were hoping to use a phone." "That's not true. You've come to the right place." "What? You're here to exchange the cassette tapes, aren't you?" Everyone froze. "The ones in your pockets." As if hypnotized, they all reached into their pockets and pulled out objects. They were all holding old ivory-colored cassette tapes, with the titles scrawled out, just like Beck Sahian's. "That. How does everyone have those?" The master of this lodge was a very wealthy man. During his lifetime, he distributed those cassette tapes far and wide. The group flinched. And he made a promise. What kind of promise? "If you visit my lodge with one of these cassette tapes, I shall trade it for anything I possess." That was his promise. And even in death, that promise remains valid. An inheritance exchange. What a tempting bait. Very obviously bait. Or maybe it's so obvious that it works too well. Money has that certain magical power, after all. Even as they laughed nervously, everyone's eyes reflexively darted to the display cases full of gold and celadon treasures. The middle-aged man let out a booming laugh, half-jokingly grabbing the golden frame as if testing his luck. So can I just take whatever I want like this?" The lodge caretaker responded smoothly and politely. "Of course. However, you will only be able to take it with you after 3 days." "What?" As expected. Entrants are promised significant monetary rewards if they stay within the disaster for a designated period. The designated period can range from a maximum of 1 week to a minimum of 12 hours, tailored to the entrant's capacity to endure for the promised reward. We give you 3 days to deliberate so you won't waste your one and only opportunity to exchange. "I don't need time to think." "Then you may leave now." However, the exchange will no longer be possible. The married couple clamped their mouths shut. It seemed the thought of leaving behind free money was too bitter to swallow. One of the student hikers in the group raised their hand from the back. "Excuse me, so, can we ask for something outrageous? Like, give me all the inheritance." "That is possible." The hiker's playful tone vanished in an instant. "Can I ask for ownership of the lodge itself?" "Yes." The group's expressions shifted. Now they want to believe. The uneasy chill in the air was gone, replaced with a sense of fortune, as if the kind of monetary windfall they'd only read about on the internet was suddenly within reach. Once the caretaker produced documents, including the will, their skepticism transformed into certainty. This looks legit. Unbelievable. Even the cursing married couple's demeanor changed. "Forget the weekend trip, let's tough it out. Worst case, we can call the police, right?" "Exactly. Wow, maybe this tape has some kind of charm on it, like from a shaman's talisman. It's crazy how everyone ended up here." The lodge caretaker even gave everyone time to make phone calls. After finishing their calls, the group's mood had turned lively, as if they were part of some grand event. The caretaker, observing them, bowed deeply. When so many visitors arrive at once, the order of exchange becomes very important. "Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, like if the first person demands all the inheritance, it's game over for everyone else. Therefore, priority will be given to those with the most cassette tapes." Chapter 52.3. The group immediately glanced around at one another. The 3 university students exchanged quick looks amongst themselves. If grouped together, they had the most tapes. Wait, are we supposed to buy tapes off each other now? I am merely explaining the rules. It is not mandatory. You are free to negotiate your own exchange conditions as you see fit. The order is important, after all. A tense, meaningful silence passed between them. "Shall I prepare your rooms, then? There are suitable bedrooms upstairs." "Ah, yes. Sounds good. Let's get the rooms sorted first." "Excuse me, hold on." Beck Sahian's voice cut through the group. "I might have to leave due to urgent matters. Could you tell me the way out of here?" Of course. But that didn't happen. A moment later. Entrants will inevitably find themselves isolated at the disaster site for various reasons. The most common would be due to abnormal weather conditions such as typhoons, heavy snowfall, or landslides. A torrential downpour has caused a landslide outside, burying the roads. Thankfully, the electricity remains functional, so your stay will be unaffected. Bek Sahian turned to me with an expression that practically screamed, "We're fucked." Exactly. I shrugged. Now that things had reached this point, no one would be able to leave until everything that was meant to happen had unfolded. Meanwhile, I'm racking my brain trying to figure out how to survive this without losing my head. At least one small comfort was that there wouldn't be any ghosts. Just a serial killer. And wasn't it obvious? Every horror movie and mystery novel loves to use this twist, and ghost stories are no different. The killer. One entrant will take on a special role within the narrative, embodying the predator archetype. Is among us. And this individual is often referred to as the serial killer. I've got to find and avoid the person who would become the killer. This individual will firmly believe that they are inheriting the legendary murderer's legacy and undergo mental and physical transformation. Unless I could try a slightly different approach. As I stroked my chin, I noticed the civil servant quietly leaving the group. I'll step outside to check the weather. Go ahead. I followed the civil servant out to the veranda. The wind and rain were growing fierce, darkening the surroundings and splashing enough to dampen our clothes. The downpour seemed loud enough to mask any conversation. With a cute "Oh Thailand bot." Carefully shielding my notepad from the rain, I showed him a message. "Excuse me, are you the person who bought the cookies? I'm wondering if I might have mistaken you for someone else." Fortunately, the civil servant didn't feign ignorance. "Yes, that's correct." But he looked me up and down, as if assessing me. I glanced around, pretending to check the area, and ensured no one was watching us before scribbling another note, this time with a tense expression. "I'm sorry, but is this some kind of strange situation? It's just odd that only people carrying cassette tapes got lost and ended up here. Do you think it's a ghost or something?" Considering that he already knew I had experience with paranormal phenomena, after all, I'd sold him food tied to ghost stories, this level of questioning shouldn't seem out of place. The real issue is whether he thinks I entered this place intentionally. I'd much rather be treated as an innocent civilian. Depending on his response, I'd decide how to position myself moving forward. Honestly, he's most likely to give a safe answer like "I'm not sure yet." "You are correct." "So direct?" The civil servant hesitated briefly before asking me. "How did you come across the cassette tape?" "Actually, I don't have one myself. It's my colleague who has one. It gave me a bad feeling, so I told him to throw it away, but we ended up here anyway after getting on the bus." The civil servant rested a hand on his chin, silent for a moment. "Do you often find yourself in situations like this?" I forced a sheepish smile, pretending to be awkward. "Sometimes." "I see." After another moment of hesitation, he continued. "I am, well, something like a government agent. He's telling me this much." "Really? Like a ghost hunting 007? "Yes." "Wow." The expression on his face screamed, "This is not the time to be impressed. At any rate, this is indeed a supernatural phenomenon. Be cautious. As much as possible, stay close to me, or move in groups of at least 3 if it can't be avoided." Hold on. He's treating me like an even more harmless civilian than I expected. I wasn't sure why, but this was good. I quickly responded. "Thank you. But, what about the others?" The civil servant answered firmly. "You don't need to worry about them." Would it be okay if I told my colleague? "No." "Heck." Glancing toward the living room, the civil servant lowered his voice and spoke softly, as if revealing a massive secret. Actually, there is a killer among us." "Oh. Yeah. I already knew, of course, but I couldn't let that show." Feigning shock, I hastily scribbled another note. "A killer? How do you know that, sir?" "This mountain lodge is Northwest Ordinary Place. It's never been publicly disclosed, but similar incidents have occurred here multiple times. Guests were murdered by a killer. A storied, legendary site where nightmares of the past are recreated. Truly a fine preference. Now's not the time, Mr. Host. Northwest matter how close you may be to someone, don't trust them. And under no circumstances should you open your door while alone in your room. Usually, isn't it the person who barricades themselves in a room who ends up dying first? Regardless, I felt I'd confirmed a few key facts about both the civil servant and this ghost story. Thank you. After expressing my gratitude and bidding him good night, I left the veranda. I felt a bit more at ease as I headed to my assigned room. I had made up my mind about what to do. Hugh. I began inspecting the room. I was looking for something specific. A weapon, I see. Opening the wardrobe, I found 2 reasonably large, one-handed axes hanging as decorative pieces. It was terrifying and exhausting to carry, but there was no choice. This is going to be so very fun. Now that things had come to this, I might as well strike first. Gripping one of the axes, I made my decision. Serial killer. Fine. Let me have a go at it. Chapter 53.1. Bek Sahian opened his eyes. Or rather, it would be more accurate to say that he hadn't slept a wink. Fucking hell. Ever since entering Horizon Mountain Lodge, his nerves had been on edge, searching for a way to leave this place alive and intact. Half of his efforts were spent trying to stay on Kim Solium's good side, carefully walking on eggshells to gauge the guy's mood. Son of a bitch. He felt no shame about it, it was necessary for survival. Even now, as he debated whether to visit Kim Solium's room, it was for the same reason. I need information, anything I can use. That lunatic definitely knew something. Bek Sahian was convinced he needed to extract that knowledge to secure a trump card for his survival. But was Kim Solium really a lunatic? More specifically, why had he saved him? Bek Sahian already knew the truth. There had been multiple opportunities at the exhibition for Kim Solium to kill him or use him as a scapegoat, but he hadn't. Sure, he had been messed with a few times, but in the end, no. He probably did it for fun. It's only because keeping me alive would make things more unpredictable and entertaining for that bastard. Bek Sahian jumped to that conclusion. He'd never encountered such a madman in his life before. Even so, I doubt he'd lie about something important. With a strange sort of faith, he opened his door. Something stood in front of it. The now darkened lodge was steeped in shadows, making it difficult to recognize the figure immediately. A man of similar height to himself. It was Kim Solium. Shit. Startled, but strangely relieved. Better him than a stranger. At least Kim Solium wouldn't try to kill him. Hey. But as Bek Sahian's eyes adjusted to the dim light, he noticed something in Kim Solium's hand. An axe. What? An axe. He almost rubbed his one remaining eye in disbelief before a plausible explanation struck him. That's for self-defense against the killer, right? But then, another thought entered Bek Sahian's mind. The texts Kim Solium had been sending. Watch out for serial killers. What if those texts weren't warnings, but a prediction of the future? Bye-bye. The axe came down on his head. The next morning, a couple leaving their room heard a melody faintly blending with the heavy rain. A hum. Isn't that the song that played when our car's GPS broke? Omo, it does sound like it. Is this some local radio station? Breathing in the damp, eerie morning air, they held their cassette tape tightly like a treasure as they passed through the hallway to the kitchen. And then, gaha! They saw something stuffed into the kitchen hearth. It looked like someone had detonated fireworks and toys inside, charring the area completely black. The burnt remains. Among the dark red ashes, 2 stick-like objects jutted out, bent at odd angles. And at the end of those sticks, shoes. The sneakers were partially burned, still clinging to what used to be a person's feet. Ayak. Oh my god. Is that a person? Agu, what is this? What's happening? Agu. The couple's screams of horror echoed through the lodge, quickly drawing the others downstairs. One by one, the others joined the chaos, their faces pale. What's going? Ahhhh. Gasp. The students, the middle-aged driver, no one was immune to the panic. One person, claiming earlier to have a sore throat and only communicating via notes, collapsed to the ground, his face drained of color. But weren't there 2 people who said they were office workers? No way. The couple pointed at the burned feet sticking out of the hearth. The young man who came with you, is it him? The one with the eye patch. The remaining office worker stared at the scorched sneakers, covering his mouth, and gave a small nod. Ack. Someone had died. A person they had talked to just yesterday. As the realization set in, cries and screams filled the room again. Call 119 right now. What the hell is this? Phuck. I told you these old kitchens were dangerous. One small fire and look what happens. But in their hearts, a small voice whispered doubts. Was it really an accident? Could a fire burn only a person, leaving everything else untouched, and in such a horrific state? Could it be? Still in a state of panic, the group scrambled for their phones. And moments later, a collective chill ran down their spines. The phone isn't working. There's no dial tone. Where's the caretaker? Someone just died here. But the caretaker, who had promised to take good care of them, was nowhere to be found, as if he'd vanished into thin air. The dark, rain-soaked mountain surrounding the lodge. Inside the lodge, only the group and the humming remained. Outside, an unrelenting downpour lashed the area, and there were signs that a landslide had occurred overnight, burying the bus stop in debris. The road, it's completely buried. My car. That's when the group began to realize. Something was seriously wrong. I swear, that thing, it was moving earlier. Near the hearth where the charred remains lay, a small, old analog cassette player emitted the humming sound. Click. One of the students switched off the cassette player and pulled something from inside it. A worn ivory-colored tape. The pale-faced office worker shakily pulled out his notebook, his trembling hands scribbling quickly. This looks like the cassette Beck Sahian had. Oh my god. And that's when the nightmare truly began. Chapter 53.2. Lunchtime. The lodge's caretaker had apparently prepared a neat meal of soup and rice in advance, but nobody dared to touch it, as if by mutual agreement. Instead, they nibbled on energy bars and snacks they'd brought themselves, wandering around the lodge in a futile search for a signal to make their phones work. Unsurprisingly, there was no success. In the oppressive rain, the isolated mountain lodge felt suffocating and ominous, severed from any external connection. This is driving me crazy. One of the university students, frustrated by his unresponsive social media apps, angrily tapped at his phone screen before switching it off in irritation. Fuck. Dude, you're such a fucking scaredy cat. One friend teased, laughing nervously as they pushed each other closer to the legs sticking out of the hearth. They even took a few photos of the scene, treating it like a twisted joke, though they didn't seem to have much appetite as they left their calorie bars and chocolates untouched. Despite their mockery, they weren't as calm as they appeared. They relied on their numbers to feel secure. There's 3 of us, after all. Even if someone tried to kill them, they reasoned, no one would target a large group first. They'll go for someone alone, or the stragglers. That thought seemed to put them somewhat at ease. Hey. One student turned to chat with his friend, but a peanut-filled chocolate bar was suddenly extended in front of him. When he looked up, he saw the pale-faced office worker holding out his notebook. Would you like some? I don't think I can eat it. No thanks. The student replied curtly, and his friend beside him snickered. Dude, he can't eat peanuts. I apologize. The office worker apologized silently, retreating to the sofa with a dejected air. Wasn't he the one who'd been introduced as a supervisor? At first, he'd seemed quite intimidating, but after witnessing his colleague's death, he looked utterly deflated. Scared stiff, huh? He now gave off the impression of someone who would crumble under even the slightest pressure. Hey, wanna bet? Sure, but man, this is too much. Meanwhile, the other 2 students went outside for a smoke. The office worker, still fiddling with his unresponsive phone, cast a dark glance at the hearth before heading upstairs. And just like that, the room grew silent. One student was left alone, uneasily shifting in his seat. In the movies, this is the part where someone gets attacked. He tapped his foot anxiously, glancing around the room with a wary expression. The presence of a jackknife in his pocket gave him some reassurance, but not for long. Shit, why'd they go off on their own? Unable to bear it any longer, he decided to go looking for his friends in the backyard. Gripping the jackknife tightly, he quickened his pace, unnerved by the sensation of something prickling at his back. He pushed open the back door to the kitchen, which led to the yard. Click. A damp, musty smell hit him immediately. They're probably under the roof somewhere. Surely they wouldn't stand in the rain to smoke, right? With that thought, he headed toward a storage shed connected by a covered walkway. But as he walked, a peculiar smell caught his attention. Something metallic and sharp. Iron. It smelled like rust, perhaps from the rain leaking into old tools in the shed. That was his assumption, at least, as he rounded the corner. Hey, Park Kyung-soo. And then, an overwhelming metallic stench hit, enough to numb the nose. Achoo. Inside the backyard shed was an old construction-grade grinding machine. It seemed like the machine had been used not for wood, but for something else entirely. Crunch. What should have been sawdust spewing from the discharge chute was instead shredded flesh. Fragments of torn clothes, blood-soaked meat, and crushed bone were scattered messily across the floor. What is this? What the hell is this? For a moment, his brain refused to process the scene, rejecting the horrifying reality. Then, a beat later, the truth hit him like a tidal wave. He had found his friends. Turned into minced meat. Yuck. As panic overtook him, vomiting and screams erupted from his mouth. And then, another sound joined in. From an old audio device came a familiar tune. Hum, 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 hum. The sound from the cassette tape. Hike. The student spun around and bolted, running madly back into the lodge. Fear and cold terror chased him down to the tips of his hair. Hey, why are you running a row? Arg. The student flailed wildly, slapping away the hand that had grabbed his shoulder. Don't touch me, you bastard. Whoa, whoa, what the hell? He looked up. The bewildered faces of the other lodge residents stared back at him. And there was one thing they all had in common. The tapes. That's it. If the psycho responsible for this was targeting the tapes, and that's what caused all of this. The student frantically rummaged through his pocket and pulled out his tape. Here, look at this. Look. His eyes were bloodshot, and spit flew as he shouted. I'm throwing this away. Take it. I don't want it, okay. I've given it up, damn it. I've given it up. Thud. He flung the tape onto the ground, then bolted upstairs to his room, slamming the door behind him. Only when he locked the door did he finally catch his breath. Ha, ha. Anxiety darted his eyes around the room. His mind was plagued by the sight of shredded flesh and broken bones, pounding in his skull like a drumbeat. Thud. Thud. Should he build a barricade with furniture in front of the door? Thud. No, that would block his escape route. Thud. He glanced at an old lacquered wardrobe in the room, hesitating before pressing himself against the wall beside it, gripping his jackknife tightly. He stared intently at the door. Thud. As his back rested against the wall, his breathing began to settle. Jay, just try it. Force your way in, I dare you. If someone tried, he'd fucking scream bloody murder while swinging his knife. People would come rushing in, and surely he'd be saved. He just had to stay alert. No way, no way. He muttered to himself like a madman, his voice trembling. Click. Softly, the wardrobe door creaked open. Chapter 53.3. The next morning, the student was found in his room, the door wide open to welcome others. His body was grotesquely swollen, like an overstuffed sausage, bloated from an allergic reaction. The hiking club had been wiped out entirely. In just one day, an office worker and 3 students had become corpses, plunging the remaining people into total terror. It's the inheritance. Someone's killing people to take more of the inheritance, yeah. I'm sure of it. They're trying to silence us all so they can keep the tapes without any trouble. That guy, the caretaker. That fucker was sketchy as hell. He looked like a psycho. It's a ghost. We're all haunted. Ha ha ha. A middle-aged man shouted like a madman, then pushed past the others and ran outside. Arg. Rumble. Thunder resounded at just the right moment. No, it wasn't just thunder. There was another sound mixed in. Boom. What was that? Startled by the deafening noise, everyone turned toward the window. The civil servant murmured grimly. A landslide. The landslide had conveniently struck again. Swept away by the rushing debris, the deranged middle-aged man disappeared down the mountain slope. Aha! His screams faded as he was buried in the muddy earth below. Rumble. Boom. Thunder replaced the humming as it roared outside the lodge, lightning flickering across the stormy sky. A suffocating silence hung over the frozen group of survivors. 4 people remained. Asterisk. Night 2. The couple, who had spent the day scouring the lodge for a way to contact the outside world, returned to their room, panting. They'd found no means of escape, but they had discovered something else. Ha, ha. Fuck, shut the hell up and breathe quietly, you moron. Ock. The husband, introduced earlier as the wife's partner, shoved her head roughly before darting out of the living room and up the stairs to the second-floor hallway. Reno. E. As he ascended, someone cautiously exiting their room happened to meet his bloodshot gaze, startled. Hey, you. He was calling out to the office worker who had been communicating through written notes because of his sore throat. Startled, he quickly fumbled for his notebook to write something, but the man standing before him was faster, shaking something in his hand. This gold frame. It was the ornate golden picture frame that had been hanging in the living room. Eyes wild, the man jabbed a finger at the text inscribed inside the frame. Joyful mealtime. The rabbit bakes in the kitchen. The deer is caught in the backyard. The pigeon is fattened in the bedroom. The lamb is sliced in the living room. This is how people are being killed. The man shouted, voice shaking as he pieced it together. A person roasted in the kitchen, ground in the backyard, and bloated in the room. The lodge caretaker or whoever is messing with us. This could all be staged, maybe we're being broadcast somewhere. Or maybe, no, they're toying with us, that's for sure. The employee widened his eyes, startled by the revelation. Seeing his reaction, the man grew even more convinced and raised his voice further. The next one is the living room. Someone's going to get sliced up in the living room. I'm sure of it. We need to find a way out before it's too. Oh. Huh. That was a response. Surprisingly observant. Brawn. Brawn. That was the last word the man ever said. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Awake. A throbbing headache greeted him as he regained consciousness. MMPH. MMMMPH. His voice was muffled, he realized there was a gag in his mouth. He screamed as loud as he could. MMMMMPH. But the reason for his terror wasn't just the damp, moldy smell of the basement he found himself in or the pitch-black darkness that made it impossible to see more than a few inches ahead. It was the severed head lying right next to his. Yes, just a head. MMMPH. MMMMMPH. The pale, lifeless face rested on a silver tray mere inches from his nose. He felt his sanity slipping. Tears, snot, and cold sweat poured down his face as he desperately screamed for help, though the gag swallowed every sound. HRRRNNPH, SSPPPH, MMMPH. Scared? Try to bear with it, I'm holding back too. A calm, composed voice responded from somewhere nearby. The man rolled his eyes frantically, trying to distance himself from the head as he looked up. And he saw him. The office worker. Dressed in black sweats, the younger man frowned as he gazed down at him. Then, as if in disdain, he looked at the bloodied work gloves in his hand before letting out a sigh and slipping them back on. Next, he picked up an axe. MMMMPH. Why is it that people always scream first, even when they already know what's going to happen? It just tires everyone involved. MMPH. MMMPH. Let's not waste our energy unnecessarily. He's insane. This man, no, this monster, was the killer. The captive wanted desperately to negotiate, plead, fight back, do anything to survive, but his bound body and gagged mouth gave him no options. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. I think I've heard that physical and emotional pain can be alleviated a bit by screaming. Or, well, something like that. The office worker's voice was dry, his tone almost clinical as he inspected the blade of the axe. The edge gleamed as it caught the dim light. Reasonable enough, I suppose. Still, I don't find it particularly satisfying. He adjusted his grip. The axe swung. A gleaming arc in the air. Thud. Clang. Silence enveloped the basement. Kim Solium lowered the axe and, with a slightly brighter tone, remarked. Almost done. 3 people remained. Chapter 54.1. The final day at the Horizon Mountain Lodge. The promised 3 days had passed. The final morning at the Horizon Mountain Lodge had arrived. The civil servant woke up in his bed. It wasn't a pleasant morning. Something about the situation had felt off for a while now, like a carefully laid plan slowly unraveling. To make matters worse, the assignment itself hadn't been one he was eager to take on in the first place. Still, the job wasn't done yet. He donned his prepared work uniform, strapped on his gear, picked up his tools, and stepped out of his room. What awaited him outside wasn't a welcome sight. Hugh. The first-floor living room was soaked in blood. It looked as though someone had created a pentagram offering with blood, placing severed body parts at each point. On the lone clean sofa lay a woman, unconscious. It was the wife from the couple. The agent hesitated briefly but ultimately resolved to carry out his duties as planned. He knew all too well the risks of acting on personal judgment. And besides, what? They weren't exactly the kind of people worth saving. Awa. The woman woke abruptly and screamed at the sight before her. A tall man, clad in a black, waterproof raincoat, stood before her, holding a butcher knife over 35 centimeters long. The man sighed deeply. Of all times. She had to wake up now. He was exhausted. More than usual. How could things have gone so wildly off course? The agent's mind flashed back to the first day at the lodge. His initial target had been one of the couple. Greedy and vulnerable, they were an easy mark. According to the Disaster Management Bureau's analysis, eliminating one half of a couple first would effectively sow fear, making the subsequent tasks easier. With grave Thailand body yes. Following the script embedded in his mind, he had planned to lure the target to the kitchen and bring the frame's ominous prophecy to life. I'll burn that person in the stove. But someone had beaten him to it. The stove already contained a corpse. And not just any corpse, it had been left in a bizarrely grotesque state. His mind swam with confusion. The Disaster Management Bureau had ensured that he would be assigned the role of the serial killer, pre-assigning him the cassette tape as part of the disaster's framework. So how could there be another killer? At the time, he had dismissed it as the unpredictable nature of supernatural catastrophes. That was, until lunchtime, when he stumbled upon the shredded remains of 2 students in the backyard. He had no choice but to quietly stow away the large hammer he had prepared in his wardrobe. By then, he had realized the truth. Someone else had been preemptively killing the victims. It was maddening. And now, on the final day, someone had even gone so far as to set up this elaborate dismemberment scene. His head throbbed from the sheer absurdity of it all. Still, his tasks hadn't changed. Despite the chaos, he had to complete his duties, step by step. That was the Bureau's way. Hayek. His recollections came to an end as he looked down at his next victim. The woman's eyes were wide with fear, but she was too paralyzed to resist. He sighed, feeling the weight of his exhaustion, and raised the knife. At that moment, Agent 007. A voice interrupted him. He turned to see someone leaning casually against the second-floor railing, looking down at the living room. It was the office worker. The seller he had met through Salmon Market. You don't have to kill her. Kim Solium looked down at him. This individual will firmly believe that they are inheriting the legendary murderer's legacy and undergo mental and physical transformation. In every way, the agent fit the description of a disaster-appointed serial killer. The black raincoat, the gleaming butcher knife, his appearance screamed, killer. But Kim Solium knew better. Despite how he looks, he's someone you could reason with. Are you certain, friend? Yes, he's certain. Agents from the Disaster Management Bureau come prepared for these kinds of scenarios. For instance, like the holster barely visible beneath that civil servant's raincoat. Dark Exploration Records / Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. /items. Tether handler. A black holster-shaped equipment type item. When equipped, it grants resistance to supernatural mental disturbances of hollow sanctioned level or lower. Usage condition, must be a grade 8 or higher official of the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. It was mental defense equipment. They wouldn't send agents unarmed into a disaster capable of transforming someone into a brainwashed serial killer. No way they'd send them in with a clear head. Agents were regularly deployed into high-risk supernatural disasters where death was often an assumed outcome. Imagine running into a devious pharmaceutical rep using items like smiley stickers for manipulation. Kim Solium observed the agent standing silently before him and spoke. You really don't need to kill anyone. All the groundwork has already been laid. I've already done everything. A moment of silence. Are you saying you've killed them? Well, it was true that this disaster wouldn't end without a series of murders. According to the Dark Exploration Records, if no killings occurred even through external intervention, things would spiral into chaos during the inheritance fight, ending in mutual slaughter. That's why the disaster is designed for the agent to kill directly. To ensure the agent doesn't die by accident, they're designated as the serial killer and managed accordingly. That was the rule. Commit serial murders or... No. I just made it look like they died. Or convince everyone that they did. But there were corpses. That's true, but they weren't my doing. Did you know this lodge has a basement? Kim Solium recalled part of the poem inside the golden frame. It wasn't just foreshadowing murder methods. There were other hints as well. Boing, boing, the sound of hopping with laughter. The wooden floors beneath go bam, bam. The table, full. Humming, in the air. This stanza hinted at something. A sound beneath the wooden floor. An echo from a hollow space below. And that verse alluding murder to food. The table is bountiful. Something abundant, possibly related to the serial killings. Sure enough. In the basement, there's a collection of preserved body parts and organs on display. Chapter 54.2. It was a workshop. Apparently, this lodge has seen serial killings before. I nearly fainted when I saw it. Honestly, he nearly did. The sight of those grotesque artifacts from past killings was horrifying. But more importantly, Kim Solium had found a new use for those bizarre props. The agent caught on. All the bodies we've seen so far. Exactly. Kim Solium grinned awkwardly. Not one of them was intact, right? Because the corpses were made using the preserved parts from the basement, pieced together to look fresh. That's why Bek Sahian had to be the first victim. I couldn't have done it without help. Handling preserved body parts to recreate murder scenes in the dead of night was a task so revolting it made him want to give up on life altogether. But Bek Sahian, faced with a binary choice between collaboration or death, begrudgingly became an excellent assistant for Kim Solium's morbid creativity. Together, they painstakingly staged the crime scenes. They placed charred legs into the stove, using Bek Sahian's sneakers to complete the illusion. The ground meat and bones in the backyard. Repurposed food items from a freezer behind the storage shed, with bits of clothing scattered for effect. And the current bloody mess in the living room. The same method. Although Kim Solium had done all the actual abducting alone, aided by the unique abilities of his plush companion, Braun. People were hidden away while we staged their deaths. Using real body parts meant no one suspected anything. I figured the real killer might get flustered and stay quiet if I acted first. The plan was as much a psychological play as it was an improvisation in the face of chaos. But then again. You know, someone still ended up killing people, though. The allergy and the landslide, for example. Both happened before Kim Solium had a chance to intervene. The landslide might be written off as a supernatural catastrophe, but the allergy. That couldn't have been mere coincidence. No one, not even Sherlock Holmes, could figure out someone's fatal allergies just by observing them for less than a day. Even I only learned about it by accident during a conversation. So the idea that someone brought an allergen, like peanuts, into the lodge in advance specifically for murder was even more implausible. Which meant someone had to have known the profiles of everyone coming here ahead of time and prepared for the killings accordingly. Was it you, agent, who caused the allergic shock? The agent didn't deny it. And Kim Solium. As I thought. Wasn't shocked in the slightest. Shouldn't he feel some sympathy for the loss of innocent lives? Well, they weren't exactly innocent. The government doesn't just pick random people for Russian roulette-style sacrifices. The Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau uses a method known as the scales of malice to determine candidates for compulsory civilian conscription. Omicron. The scales weigh against acts of motiveless murder, and anyone with a heavier weight of guilt than that is classified as eligible for conscription. In other words, only those deemed to have committed atrocities worse than indiscriminate killing are selected and sent into these disasters. If the disaster has to operate periodically, they choose people who deserve to die anyway. At least it's an attempt at ethical balance. A very government-like decision, maintaining a veneer of morality. So, this time, too, they're all probably people who fit that profile. And Kim Solium's guess was spot on. The married couple turned out to be an adulterous pair. The actual spouse of one of them, along with their young child, had succumbed to despair and financial hardship, leading to a family suicide. The college students had been perpetrators in a bullying case that resulted in a classmate's death. They'd been indicted but acquitted due to lack of evidence and had since gone on to join the same hiking club. As for the designated driver, he was an as-yet uncaptured child predator. Even without knowing these details, Kim Solium had a general sense. A dream lineup, I'm sure. Clearly, the government had orchestrated things to ensure the tapes ended up in the hands of these individuals. And they sent an agent to monitor and manage it all. That person was standing in front of Kim Solium now. The agent spoke, his voice steady. They're all criminals. Everyone in this lodge, if the law worked as intended, would be sentenced to death in some countries for crimes of such egregious severity. He hesitated before adding. Everyone except you, who doesn't have a tape. But inwardly, the agent wasn't confident this explanation would land. His prior encounters with civilians during missions hadn't gone particularly well. Wearily, he raised his gaze. But. I see. That makes sense. Surprisingly, the office worker standing on the second floor nodded easily. Anyway, aside from those two, the rest of the group is alive and well, so that's good. Kim Solium spoke casually, as if the situation were no big deal. Even for criminals, killing them must weigh on you. This isn't a bad outcome, all things considered. Finally, the agent asked. Who exactly are you? This man had gone out of his way to stage fake murder scenes, appeared unfazed by the agent's suspicious appearance, and even trusted him based on rational deductions. No ordinary person could maintain such composure. Kim Solium let out a deep sigh. I'm just someone who tends to get swept up in these situations. Are you affiliated with the Disaster Management Bureau? Not at all. I've heard rumors, though. It's fascinating to meet an actual agent in person. He suddenly turned his head. Creak. The back door to the kitchen was opening. Just like on the first day. It seems the lodge caretaker has returned. The ending scene of this disaster was approaching. Chapter 55.1. The mountain lodge was a mess, a pentagram drawn in blood and dismembered body parts strewn across the living room. In this macabre scene stood the civil servant, holding a butcher's knife before a fainted woman. From the second-floor railing, I watched it all. If I didn't know it was fake, I myself might have fainted at such a grotesque sight. But the lodge caretaker who entered through the back door was polite as ever. Did you have a comfortable stay? As if that were possible. Still, there was no point in wasting energy responding, so I simply stayed silent. The caretaker didn't waste time on clichés like, I stayed out of your way so you could rest undisturbed. Instead, he simply said this one thing. 3 days have passed. The time has come. You may now exchange the cassette tapes for the inheritance of this lodge. No one has died up to this point, though. This is where chaos erupts, where people start killing each other. It's inevitable. The accumulated fear and trauma must reach a peak before the cassette tapes will release their survivors. That's why I made sure to create it. The fear and trauma, that is. Modern sensibilities didn't make it any less distasteful, but I'd scared them enough to believe they were really dying. It seemed my efforts had paid off. The caretaker recited his lines, and the fact that the living room was still peaceful, without bloodshed, proved it. Of course, this peace wouldn't last. The caretaker's first approach was toward the fainted wife on the sofa. Dear guest. Would you like to exchange your cassette tape? What? H-ha. Ayaha. The woman woke up screaming, stumbled a few times, and bolted out of the lodge. What a shame. She would have been better off staying unconscious. Unbothered, the caretaker turned and addressed the next person. Would you like to exchange your cassette tape? The civil servant stared at the caretaker for a moment before speaking slowly. I'll reveal my decision last. Understood. In that case. The caretaker turned to the final person. Me. I met his gaze. Despite his tattered clothing, his speech carried the refined cadence of Seoul's old aristocracy. Would you like to exchange your cassette tape? Would I? Yes. Of course, I would. I've worked like a deckhand on a shrimp boat for the past 3 days to get to this point. Entrants are promised significant monetary rewards if they stay within the disaster for a designated period. This was why I had gone so far as to play the role of a serial killer. Exchange priority. I retrieved the cassette tapes from a backpack belonging to the deceased college student. The couple's tapes. The student's tapes. Even Beck Sahian's tape. 6 tapes. You are guaranteed first priority for the exchange. As the caretaker spoke, his tone momentarily revealed his excitement before reverting to politeness. You may now claim ownership of this lodge, sir. Would you like to? No. If an entrant chooses to inherit the place of disaster, Horizon Mountain Lodge, as their reward, their altered psyche would become permanently tied to it. Even if my serial killing was a ruse, there was no need to risk taking on such a burden. But I can't just make a random exchange or refuse outright either. Whether you exchange the tapes for gold, garbage, nothing at all, or even burn the lodge to the ground, the cycle restarts. When the next round comes, the serial killer's items are redistributed, drawing new victims to this very place. The lodge would reappear as if nothing had happened, perpetuating the carnage. Besides, I'm pretty sure if I make the exchange, the people I pretended to kill and hid will all actually die. There was this record. Number 6. Personnel, 8 conscripts, 1 civil servant, grade 8. The civil servant was successfully designated as the serial killer but deviated during the third murder, using a special item instead of the provided poison. Attempted to conclude the disaster without killing conscripts by inducing near-death states. Outcome: 1 civil servant survived, refused the exchange. The conscript in a near-death state was later confirmed to have died after choking on vomit post-exchange. The idea of locking everyone up so they couldn't escape during a fire, conveniently preventing their survival. That's how I'd end up a genuine serial killer. Even if these people were destined to die in this cursed tale, it would still feel wrong. Let me respect my humanity, however fragile it may be. After much consideration, I made my choice. I want to exchange 1 cassette tape for the employment contract of the lodge caretaker. The caretaker seemed momentarily stunned. My employment contract? Yes. I nodded. Did you know? The Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau typically aims to eliminate curses like this. The insane pharmaceutical company I work for aims to ensure employees escape while deftly preserving and managing phenomena. It's never about actually resolving anything. For Daydream Incorporated, these ghost stories might serve as raw material supply sources, but for the government, they're just catastrophes to be dealt with. This difference has even inspired some creative reinterpretations in the wiki. In short, government-managed phenomena can successfully disappear. For instance, the lodge caretaker announces the contract period has ended with this exchange. The location of the lodge becomes an empty lot, with no signs of paranormal activity to date. Disaster resolved. This is the official conclusion of the last recorded investigation into this phenomenon. A definitive end. Which means, why not terminate it before the next cycle even begins? That's how I arrived at this. I assume your current employment contract is tied to the previous lodge owner. I'd like to transfer that contract to myself. Not taking the lodge itself, but inheriting the caretaker's employment rights and terminating his contract. If I could replicate the scenario in the official records, this disaster could finally conclude. I waited for the caretaker's response. Anne. It is, theoretically possible. Exactly. However, with all due respect, the employer must meet certain qualifications. Chapter 55.2. Qualifications. Yes. The caretaker's formal tone carried a faint, fleeting trace of arrogance. There must be inherent, existential nobility. For the person running a murder lodge, it seems the ethics of this role are vastly out of sync with modern sensibilities. The caretaker is acting like an 18th century butler, mistaking his master's authority for his own. Why not just take over the lodge and fire them? Braun, I'm going out of my way not to do exactly that. Hold on. I think I might have another way. Your patience is admirable, Mr. Roe dear. Sure. I idly scratched my chin. Nobility, huh? Actually, something did come to mind. It's true that I didn't bring much in terms of items, but I always carry one small thing in my pocket. My merch. The latest trinket from the merch box, the silver heart. A small, silver badge that enhances one's persuasiveness when worn by a kind individual. It's a good opportunity to test it, too. I had carefully handled the tiny badge in my pocket, using a pair of tweezers to affix it to the fabric. Then, as expected, the other party showed no particular reaction. Maybe it's an issue of application range. He probably isn't human. The wearer earns the reverence of others proportional to their cumulative altruistic actions. Well, I had doubts about the definition of nobility anyway, so this was just a test. I quickly adjusted my approach. In that case, are you saying I lack innate, existential nobility? I had no choice but to start talking. Finding someone who meets such criteria is certainly difficult. I hope you won't feel disheartened, sir. No, that's not the issue. What's important is this: are you saying the exchange is difficult because I don't meet the qualifications? Correct. I don't quite understand that. I deliberately furrowed my brows, like a customer filing a complaint. The condition was, bring the cassette tape, and I'll exchange it for anything I possess, correct? Suddenly changing the terms at the end is disconcerting. Oh, Thailand body section. I sighed dramatically, as if weary. 3 days. That's how much time I've spent here. And now, at the last moment, you're introducing qualifications that contradict the promise. The caretaker seemed slightly flustered. There seems to be some misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? The promise remains intact. However, if you inherit only my employment authority, it may be challenging to exercise that authority in practice. The caretaker kindly elaborated. If you were to inherit the lodge itself, I would continue to work here under the original contract. But inheriting employment authority means that right would only be usable when applicable. In simpler terms, sure, I'll keep working under my old contract, but I won't take your orders. So, it's just a symbolic contract without practical application. Is that what you're saying? Precisely. Wow. That's fine with me. Even better. It's invalid. So as long as I'm aware of these terms, the exchange can proceed, right? If I still wish to proceed knowing this, there's no reason to stop me, correct? If that's the case. The caretaker extended both hands. You are correct, dear guest. He conceded. Please place the cassette tapes you wish to exchange. Yes, sir. I quickly handed over the tapes I was holding. Clack, clack, clack. 6 tapes left my hand and landed in the caretaker's rough palms. The caretaker smoothly tucked the tapes into the folds of his worn clothing. Then, after adjusting his tattered attire with deliberate precision, he produced a thin, ancient-looking object. It was a piece of paper. It looked like traditional Korean hanji paper, yet curiously Western in its cutting and design. Rolled up and sealed with red wax. This is the original contract document. The moment I took it, the old paper caught fire. The hanji began burning in a vivid orange hue, disintegrating into embers that rose into the air. Then, they coiled around my wrist. Specifically, the spot where the mascot's tattoo from the theme park remained. W8. Socius. The tattoo glowed as if it were heating up. The embers clashed with the tattoo, almost as if they were wrestling with it, before finally yielding and springing away. They then settled slightly higher on my arm, closer to my forearm, aligning themselves vertically. Now I got 2 tattoos. This isn't what I wanted. I had expected to keep the physical contract as an item, but this. It felt oddly binding. But, in terms of portability, this was actually more convenient. Yunju, or benefactor. HM. Another old-fashioned expression. Even Braun refrained from making ominous remarks this time. Based on prior experience, the tattoo likely wouldn't be visible to the public, certainly not to the civil servant standing here, so that worked out fine. If the contract simply vanished into thin air, that was probably better. Not like I'd ever call on him anyway. I raised my head. As expected, the lodge caretaker had vanished as if he had never existed. All that remained was the blood-soaked lodge, a scene straight out of a horror movie. And standing in it, just me and the civil servant. It's all wrapped up now. Amusingly, at that moment, soft light began filtering through the windows. Sunlight. The weather's cleared. Welp, everything's in good order. With the mood set, I could vanish quietly, and the civil servant could go about his business. The unconscious survivors tied up in the basement. The government could handle their identities and clean up the aftermath. Since the creepypasta itself had disappeared, I likely wouldn't end up as a target of investigation or detailed record-keeping. Whether it was the government or a corporation, they usually didn't exert themselves over neatly resolved cases. Even if it's logged as a peculiar case, I didn't actually kill anyone, so it should be fine. I just needed to play my cards right with the civil servant and offer a reasonable explanation. Everything would blow over nicely. You there? The civil servant ascended the stairs and strode toward me. Grabbing my arm, he looked me straight in the eye and asked, quite seriously, "Have you ever considered a career shift?" Pardon. Chapter 56.1. Please think it over carefully. The civil servant, dressed like a textbook serial killer, spoke with conviction. It's a guaranteed job until the age of 65, with a grade-based salary system. Since it's a specialized position, there are additional allowances. Why am I sitting here listening to what sounds like a job fair spiel from the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau? If you're prone to being drawn into supernatural phenomena, wouldn't it be better to have financial stability and institutional protection? I already have that, thank you very much. No matter how I look at it, I doubt a grade 8 civil servant earns more than someone working for a major pharmaceutical corporation. Still, there was no way I could blurt out that I worked for Daydream Inc. I absolutely do not want to end up as a person of interest under the Bureau's watch. I should have stuck to communicating by writing. I was beginning to regret speaking out loud for the sake of faster, more persuasive, and impactful communication. Feeling like I was starting to break out in a cold sweat, I opened my mouth carefully. Since he seemed to think of me as a mere civilian prone to supernatural phenomena, I decided to play into that perception. This incident was truly terrifying, and I just wanted to do something about it. But I'm not someone capable of resolving supernatural phenomena. Being an agent. That's absolutely impossible. The civil servant looked at me as if slightly dumbfounded. Why? You thought the caretaker of the lodge was the cause of this phenomenon, so you terminated the contract to prevent further incidents, correct? That's correct. Then you independently made a judgment to fully resolve this supernatural phenomenon, did you not? That's an innate talent. No, it's only because of the end wiki. I'm sorry, but I really can't, sir. To be honest, I only did all of this because of the friend who came with me here. Please, just drop it. Besides, I'm not skilled enough to fight or have any special abilities to warrant becoming an agent. Special abilities. The corners of the civil servant's mouth lifted slightly. Those can be learned. You'll be taught in detail after you're appointed. Heck. What makes you so confident about this? You possess a small silver badge shaped like a shield, don't you? That's the reason. Ah, crap. Sharp, aren't you? I had considered this possibility but still feigned being more startled than I actually was. What? How did you? That is a piece of persuasion equipment used by the Disaster Management Bureau. I heard it was once distributed to citizens who performed great deeds, but this is my first time seeing someone able to use it. Ah. It can only be used by good people, making it something of a certification tool. And then he gave me a knowing look. Did you use it after taking it out of your pocket? This guy's sharp. Pretending I don't know would make me look more suspicious. I decided to lean into it. Remember, this only works for good people. As long as I haven't caused any trouble, they won't confiscate it. Thankfully, my brain kicked into overdrive, and a seamless response popped out. With a faintly bittersweet expression, as if there was a story behind it, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small silver badge. I made sure to present it in a way that felt natural, even mentioning the only legal route through which I could have obtained it. I inherited it from my family. From today onwards, my merch box is my family. They said I should use it when I needed a voice in an emergency. I see. The civil servant nodded, looking at me with a mix of respect and pity. You must have had an admirable family. Are you misunderstanding that they are watching over me from the heavens? Well, technically, that's not entirely wrong. I tried not to think about the black merch box floating in the sky and continued speaking. They told me not to volunteer for dangerous tasks, and I want to keep that promise as much as possible. That was indeed something my parents said when they tried to dissuade me from entering the financial sector, and it's true I didn't exactly volunteer for this job either. Not a lie. Not a lie. Understood. The civil servant looked at me with slight disappointment but backed off without further insistence. In that case, it can't be helped. Phew. And thus, the nerve-wracking job fair came to an end, with an unexpected bonus. If you ever face concerns or issues, feel free to contact me. As I was leaving the lodge, the civil servant handed me a contact number. This time, though, it was presented in a different format. Ryu Jaquan. 010 XXXX XXXX. This is my work number. Oh. The one I just gave you will be more useful than the previous card. The previous one might involve delays in dispatching a response team, and there's no telling which type of agent might show up. In short, it was a get-out-of-a-creepypasta-free card. I exchanged the previous contact information with this new one as if I were swapping out cassette tapes. I never thought I'd end up with connections like this. Now, before he'd try to make small talk, I should quickly leave. Though he'd probably do a background check on me anyway. In that case, I scratched the back of my head awkwardly, pretending to be a bit embarrassed. Actually, with our transactions through the salmon market, I was so scared I resorted to written communication. But next time we meet, I'd like to talk like this, with our voices. Of course. Anne, could my identity be kept confidential? It's just that it makes me uncomfortable, and, well, scared. The civil servant was silent for a moment. If you leave things as they are now, that should be possible. He'll let it slide. Nice. Does that mean he'll leave me as an anonymous figure? Perfect. This left room for future dealings. Next time, I'll raise less suspicion and sell more food. Take care on your way down. You too, agent. I shook hands with the civil servant, who then rode off on a bicycle. Even his final attempt at persuasion as we parted was brushed off quite smoothly. Honestly, sir, I'm at my limit with situations like this. Even now, I feel like I'm barely hanging on. It would be too much for me. And I truly meant it. Bek-Sahian, stop giving me that creepy, glaring look. The civil servant, apparently just making a polite gesture, nodded and rode off without hesitation. Along with their parting advice to leave before the bureau's cleanup team arrived, a life-saving piece of wisdom. Time to scram. I left the lodge, now bereft of the landslide debris and bus stop as if by magic, and began walking down the mountain trail. Whoo! Only then did the tension begin to lift. Over the past few days, sacrificing your sleep and pouring your efforts into creating that artistic final shot. This brawn knows how hard you worked. Well done. Yeah. It was grotesque, terrifying, and utterly exhausting. To think he got sent into such a ghost story alone, this is why I'm not cut out for the bureau. I couldn't remember a day when Daydream Incorporated seemed like a better company than today. At least they pay in cash and points. There's a saying that even servants should work for wealthy families, and this was the perfect example of that. Though I wouldn't say it's particularly rewarding. I glanced back at my colleague, who was equally entangled in this thankless job. Let's just get out of here. This cursed lodge. Fuck, I got caught up in this nonsense that doesn't even pay in either points or cash. There's something you need to say before we go. Bek-Sahian clamped his mouth shut. Then, turning to me, he spoke in a highly defensive tone. I don't think I owe you anything for this. After all, it's not like I begged you to save me. Oh, really? Chapter 56.2. You've already received the reward for the cassette tape exchange. Supervisor Kim Solium, sir. Isn't that enough? Oh. I smirked. That's funny. You're bold enough to talk like that to someone who gave up their weekend and even skipped work to save your sorry life. Bek-Sahian's face turned pale before he reluctantly responded. What do you want? Nothing. Honestly, this was fun. I began walking briskly down the mountain path. From behind, I heard Bek-Sahian scrambling to keep up and offering a belated response. Anyway, I admit I ruined your weekend and caused you to miss work. That's all. Oh. I'll transfer 3 days' worth of salary to you, so just wait. Sure. But shortly after, as we entered an area with cell service and our data started working, Bek-Sahian let out a shout. The date's exactly the same. Of course it is. Don't you know it's a rule that time flows differently in ghost stories? Still, I spent 3 whole days here. In the end, I got my salary, while Bek-Sahian, wearing a mix of indignation, relief, and frustration on his face, quickly avoided eye contact and retreated. Epsilon. Haha, regardless of this situation, he seems like the type to live a rough life. You're not wrong. Honestly, there was something I should have said earlier. I didn't expect him to go the entire time without even thanking me. What a remarkable guy in so many ways. Though compared to how he was in the Dark Exploration records, he seemed a bit less ruthless and slightly more human, for what it's worth. Earlier, when the civil servant encountered this guy in the basement, he gave me some rather chilling advice after a brief, cold glance at him. Some inherit the silver heart, while others inherit a cassette tape, like that. Matching them well would be a good thing to do. Yes. Thank you, sir. Well then. The government had ensured that the cassette tapes ended up in the hands of criminals, people whose guilt was beyond doubt. Which means, this guy was officially recognized as a criminal by the government. Even if I tried to think the best of him, at least one person in Bek-Sahian's inheritance route had to be a criminal. It was just something lying around at home. I inherited it from a relative. A relative. I suppose there might be a story behind it. But I stopped thinking further. I didn't have the luxury to dive into the backstories of characters in the wiki. I need to survive this ghost story company first. And before long, this cursed company was back to doing what it does best, bringing bizarre and unpredictable events into my life as if they were the norm. Asterisk. A few days later. Supervisor Kim. On my way back from a coffee run, someone familiar called out to me in the hallway. It was Lee Byongjin, the section chief in charge of manual revisions who had gone missing. Ah, congratulations. I knew our supervisor Kim would go far. We've only known each other for less than 2 months, sir. Top of the entry class, scouted to the A squad, saved me, and even connected to the security team. And now, a rapid promotion. That's great. Thank you. It didn't feel great, but I replied politely anyway. However, instead of wrapping up the conversation and leaving, Section Chief Lee Byongjin lowered his voice and muttered. Director Ho has got an eye on you. The director is the best superior you could ever have in this company. Don't miss the opportunity. Opportunity. There's even a rumor that the director runs an external confidential project team. You might get transferred there. Haha. You don't know what you're saying, sir. In the world of ghost stories, anything labeled confidential cuts your survival odds in half. Instead of saying that, I politely shook my head. I've been here less than 6 months. I'm not seeking out something like that. I'll just do my best in the position I've been given. Ah, modest too. I knew I had a good eye for people. Haha. I was just grateful he conveniently forgot his overbearing attitude from when I was pretending to be part of the security team. People are truly products of their environment. Section Chief Lee patted my shoulder a few times, looking proud, and left with these parting words. Anyway, I'm curious where you'll end up, really. That sounded oddly loaded. Why does it feel like he's assuming I'll definitely be going somewhere? That question didn't stay unanswered for long. Later that afternoon. Hey, Ro. Even if you get reassigned, let's catch up occasionally. I still owe you a meal or two. Pardon. I blinked at my somewhat dejected coworker. Reassigned. Wait, did I seriously just get transferred to some strange place? Was the director's interest just a ploy to lull me into complacency before blindsiding me? Why would anyone bother to do something so petty and diabolical to an ordinary employee? I mean, I'd rather you stayed on our squad, but looking at how things are going. Fortunately, before I spiraled into panic, Assistant Manager Eun kindly explained. She said that squads of the field exploration team typically had a 3-person quota. Occasionally, they'd assign 1 or 2 extra members just to train new hires. The new members often stayed as extra personnel until they got promoted. But you're a supervisor now. Ah. I was, the exception to the usual case. You'll probably be shuffled somewhere else, but don't worry too much. Feeling a glimmer of hope, I asked. Is there a chance I could be an exception? Not really. It's just that the squad will likely stay exactly at its 3-person quota soon. Keep this between us. Huh. Assistant Manager Eun smirked. I'm quitting soon. A coworker just announced her escape. Chapter 57.1. Office workers always carry their resignation letter with them, whether physically or mentally, over their hearts. However, it's usually hidden. Telling a new hire, though. And from a direct superior, no less. I've almost collected enough points. Don't go spreading it around. Given Assistant Manager Eun Hae's personality, I'd have expected her to keep her poker face until the very day of her resignation, revealing it only at the last moment. Are you sure it's okay to tell me this? Why not? It's not exactly bad news. Besides, there are plenty of people in this company who brag about how many points they've accumulated. Eun Hae gave my shoulder a firm pat. I just thought I'd let our squad know in advance. Sniffle. It's so moving, seeing this from up close, Sunbeam Im. Cut it out. I glanced over at Supervisor Park Min-seong, who had sidled up and was being overly dramatic. He seemed to have known about it beforehand. Must be a company culture thing. After all, this is a job where people risk everything, spinning the chamber of a Russian roulette revolver against their temples in hopes of fulfilling a seemingly impossible, desperate wish. It made sense that there wasn't much point in hiding the desire to escape. Still, it was a shame to see such a considerate direct superior leave. But for her, this was great news, so congratulations were in order. There was just one thing I didn't understand. Assistant Manager. Yeah. Does that mean you've gathered all 500,000 points? What? 500,000. Eun Hae looked startled before her expression relaxed, and she chuckled knowingly. Oh, did you think I was aiming for a wish ticket? Isn't that the norm? Finding someone who isn't would probably be harder around here. Well, when I first joined, that was my goal too. But after looking around, I realized there are other ways. Ah. I see. Now that I thought about it, not everyone might need to go all the way to a wish ticket. If something you can buy from the Employee Points Mall fulfills your wish, that might be good enough. I just need one of the high-tier magical potions this company offers. As expected. May I ask how many points it costs? 170,000, I'm less than 5,000 away now. Still. I'll probably have to stick around a few more months to earn the bonus points here and there thanks to you. Unhage gave a rare playful wink. I'll talk to the squad leader and see if we can keep you here until the next regular personnel announcement. That meant I could likely remain on the D squad until then. Afterward, once she left, the squad would naturally be down to its proper capacity. How thoughtful. Her confidence that I'd even want to stay with this squad made it all the more impressive. Sunbeam, when you leave, we should definitely have a proper squad dinner. And let's stay in touch after you're gone. We could go watch baseball or something. Of course. You just need to stick it out a few more years too. Me. Nah, I'm stuck collecting all 500,000 points. Despite scratching his head, Supervisor Park's face seemed brighter than usual. Anyway, this means Ro can stay on our squad, right? If the squad leader pulls the right strings. And when the squad leader returned from the section head meeting, they confirmed the matter calmly. Yes. The odds are in your favor. Oh. It's a matter of probability. Do not base your plans on the assumption of staying. Well, Ro, there you have it. Yes. Classic lizard. Anyway, congratulations on your decision, assistant manager. Thanks. Unhage smiled as he stepped out to smoke. Her back already looked lighter, as if a burden had been lifted. What happens to employees who quit? There were no accounts of resigning staff being secretly detained in labs for confidentiality or disappearing without a trace. There were even descriptions of retired employees having relatively good endings. Like those universally liked colleagues that people on the wiki grew attached to, ensuring the writers gave them satisfying retirements. I hope it goes that way for her too. After a brief moment of reflection, I returned to my work. That meant taking on the tasks assigned by the squad leader who had just returned from the meeting. This time, the darkness we'll be exploring is a C-class spider from a known source with a completed manual. Oh, so the points will be around 600 to 700 per person, right? Yes. Ro, it's good we banked on those points when we had the chance. The influx of new darkness manual completion explorations that had been almost exclusively assigned to D-Squad was finally slowing down. There's usually a seasonal burst of new darknesses. The research squad tends to register them all at once as the deadline approaches. Ah. This really feels so company-like. Of course, as a new hire, pointing that out wouldn't do me any good. I smiled faintly and said, then we can all work safely for a while, right? That's what I like about you, Ro, you're always so positive. Supervisor Park laughed heartily and handed me the tablet displaying the manual in PDF form. Even with a manual, it's still C-class, so if you let your guard down, it could be serious. Let me know when you've fully gone through it. Yes. Looks like this one just involves surviving in a certain location for a day. I took the tablet and started reading. The official manual was written in the usual calm tone, following the same format as always. It resembled the entries in the Dark Exploration Records wiki, meaning the data had been implemented with detailed, practical information based on prior records. Let's see. This is a ghost story about getting lost in a space within a mostly empty commercial building, a phenomenon referred to online as a type of backroom. As I read the next paragraph, a strong feeling struck me like a hammer. This is. For months now, I'd been using the Dark Exploration Records to infer the true nature of ghost stories and match them to their corresponding manuals. So I wasn't exactly surprised by the general nature of these phenomena anymore. But this situation. It's surprising in a different way. Normally, it's the kind of thing where I'd end up in a scenario like the Tuesday quiz show, involving insane mass slaughter or a situation where my death is practically guaranteed. But this time, it's different. This is good news. Oh my God, a wholesome ghost story. If fear were measured on a scale, this one would probably be a 0. Even the most faint-hearted could breeze through it after knowing the spoilers. Then why was it rated C-class? Because Daydream Incorporated misclassified the grade due to a misunderstanding. This story was meant to bring joy. It was one of those misunderstood ghost stories, seemingly dangerous but actually warm and gentle. It was safe and friendly, but people's biases made it seem scary, leading to amusing misinterpretations. It's more like a magical experience than a ghost story. Naturally, there weren't many cases like this in the dark exploration records. My heart raced slightly. Was I really going to experience this? Wait a minute. If this goes well, this might not just feel warm and fuzzy, it could actually make my life better. My mind started spinning quickly. To pull this off, there was something I definitely needed to have. And that was: you're being sent in tomorrow afternoon, so there's plenty of time. Take your time reading through it. Though honestly, you probably don't even need me to explain things, Ro. In that case, would it be okay if I stepped out for a bit during lunch tomorrow? Well, I don't think either squad leader Lee or the assistant manager Un would mind, but why? If it's for a doctor's visit, we can give you extra time. Oh, no, it's not that. I thought about my bank account and started counting. There's something I need to buy. To make the most of this wholesome ghost story, I needed to bring along something very expensive. Chapter 57.2. The next day, after lunch, we traveled to the site in assistant manager Un's car, heading to the location where the darkness was contained. Got everything you wanted to bring? Yes. The expensive thing I had purchased during lunch was safely packed in my briefcase. From the driver's seat, the assistant manager checked. Ro, this is your first time entering an urban legend that takes place in a real location, rather than being kidnapped by touching some cursed item, isn't it? No. In fact, I just pretended to be a serial killer at a lodge full of dismembered corpses, nearly throwing up in the process. But let's not bring that up. Yes. It feels like my first real field assignment. You're still in your 20s, right, Ro? This must be your first job, then. The atmosphere was warm as we traveled, exchanging some light-hearted conversation. Did you know? Our squad leader once broke the steering wheel 3 times while on duty. Now there's a rumor he won't sit in the driver's seat again unless it's a full-blown zombie apocalypse. Maybe I shouldn't ask about that directly. Anyway, after about 40 minutes, the car smoothly arrived at its destination. Here we are. It was a tightly packed alley of commercial buildings in the suburbs of Seoul. Once bustling during a real estate boom, it had become eerily quiet and desolate due to new urban development drawing people away, an old, new town, so to speak. Numerous vacant windows displayed real estate signs advertising properties for sale or rent. One of these buildings is the urban legend. If you enter during the golden hour on a sunny day, something strange happens. I see. Accompanied by my superiors, who helpfully summarized the manual's details, I approached the designated commercial building. Civilians are blocked from entering this place. It seems like some kind of security team equipment is being used. But it recognizes our badges and lets us through. Newbie. Be careful once we're inside. Supervisor Park lowered his voice and whispered seriously. There are quite a few disturbing records, so stay vigilant. Are you referring to something like this? Exploration record number 12. One of the staff members deployed, employee Young Sejong, discovered an operational shop at room 404, next to the emergency exit on the 4th floor. The sign displayed the name cafe. However, as the staff member approached the location, strange sounds not originating from the cafe began to be heard. Barking, shouting, and the howling of beasts overlapped into a cacophony that grew louder and louder, as if rushing toward him. Just as the staff member stopped in front of the door, the sound suddenly surged closer, as though something was about to charge out. Panicking, the staff member fled to the emergency stairs just before the door opened but fell unconscious after a loud crash. Later, the staff member was found unconscious near the building, suffering from open fractures in both legs and severe back injuries, rendering him unfit for duty. He subsequently reported persistent PTSD. At first glance, it sounds eerie and horrific. But did you notice? That's just a dog-friendly cafe. The barking scared the employee, causing him to flee and tumble down the stairs, leading to multiple injuries. The ghost story actually kindly ejected the staff member from the premises. This darkness is just a space where the old shops continue to operate normally. That's as weird as it gets. It's the kind of story where overzealous explorers, misinterpreting everything as sinister, end up creating problems for themselves, eliciting a wry chuckle from observers. And here I am, standing next to people who are eagerly giving me advice as if it's all serious. Let's be cautious. There are records of this space-harming entrance. No, there aren't. Especially, don't lose consciousness. That usually results in severe injuries. Even if someone passes out or gets hurt badly, the space politely ejects them after a while. This is literally a shopping complex that ensures people leave once business hours are over. Still, I refrained from explaining. I didn't want someone to think, oh, this ghost story induces psychological contamination, and spiral into more exaggerated misunderstandings. Instead, I simply nodded when they suggested splitting up to cover more ground efficiently while staying in contact. Are you sure you'll be okay, Ro? Yes. Normally, I'd cling to someone's coattails out of nervousness, but today is the perfect day for a coward's adventure. Call immediately if anything happens. Understood. Equipped with a walkie-talkie provided by the security team, which oddly reminded me of a toy I'd seen in the alien shop, I moved out. Is there a specific shop you want to visit? It seems a few are still operational. That's the thing. Yes, but they're a bit tricky to reach. The space here was warped, with floors and directions all jumbled, but some semblance of order and rules could occasionally be discerned. One such rule involved the elevator. When taking it from the 7th floor, a button for the basement might randomly appear. After several attempts, I finally saw the button labeled B1. Ah, a hidden location. Reminds me of that elegant exhibition we went to recently. Did you really have to bring that up? I still have nightmares about wandering endlessly in the basement of that exhibition, bumping into mechanical spiders, and losing vital organs. This is a kind and gentle place, a kind and gentle place. Shaking off the memories, I pressed the button. Ding. The doors opened to reveal a parking garage. Someone once fainted here after hearing a car horn, I think. That's not the point. I carefully followed the instructions I remembered. 3 turns to the left. After circling the parking garage 3 times, a new section number, previously invisible, appeared. A19. This meant I had arrived. With growing excitement, I walked toward it. Next to this parking section was a door leading into the shopping complex. Instead of heading to the elevators, I turned to the side, where a small shop awaited. And there it was. Moonlight Tattoo Shop. A magical place. Chapter 58.1. Next to the underground parking lot, there was a small space that seemed to embody a landlord's desperate attempt to squeeze in one more rental shop for extra income. That small space was occupied by the little shop I had planned to visit today. A special tattoo shop. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. Moonlight Tattoo Shop. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Daydream Incorporated Identification Code, not applicable. The only official record from Daydream Incorporated about this location is a one-off entry titled, "It is empty, C 818. For more details, document hashtag 818-15623, civilian interview record, can be accessed, though its credibility is not guaranteed. Does the note about credibility not guaranteed mean it's dangerous? No. The foundational story of It is Empty is a satire of humanity's tendency to twist benevolence into something sinister by looking for hidden negative reasons. Contextually, this place has to be a good location that aligns with civilian interview accounts. Are you going in? Yup. I pressed the button next to the frosted glass door. SRRRK. The door slid open, revealing the interior of the tattoo shop. At a glance, it looked like an ordinary, modest shop. The facilities were slightly shabby but clean and well-maintained. A notice on the counter stated that they only performed one-on-one procedures. However, light streamed down onto the central tattoo chair. It was moonlight. Curiously, the ceiling above the chair featured a transparent LED panel that allowed the moon to be visible, creating artificial moonlight that poured down in a focused beam. Just as described. Is anyone here? When I called out, the shop owner emerged from behind the counter. It was a woman with dense Korean script tattoos on her neck, wearing a sleeveless shirt. Her tied-back curly hair and confident demeanor immediately evoked the impression of a skilled technician or artist. I'd like to have a tattoo consultation. Is that possible? Nod. Could you let me know the price range? The tattooist pointed at the wall behind the counter with a somewhat unassuming expression. We only accept payments in kind. Indeed. This shop didn't accept cash. Instead, payment was made with items that the owner found appealing, with a particular preference. Special condition, items related to the sea. Because of this, civilians who happened to meet this condition often had rare and extraordinary experiences. Document hashtag 818-15623. Civilian, honestly, I just took a wrong turn. I was trying to find a tattoo shop near station, but somehow, I ended up in this area full of empty spaces. Then I found the tattoo shop in the basement. When I saw they accepted items related to the sea, I thought it was really unique. So, just to try it out, I showed them a sand timer keychain I happened to have. They accepted it. Afterward, they directed me to the central tattoo chair. So, I had prepared for this special condition in advance. Would this be acceptable? I opened the velvet-covered rectangular box I had brought in my briefcase. Inside, shimmering beads of light reflected brilliantly. These are pearl beads. These were extremely expensive marine pearls. Perfectly spherical Akoya white-green pearls, 10 millimeters in size, with a pink aurora sheen that gave them a near holographic appearance. It was a top-class item. Technically, there are more expensive serrated items, but according to the civilian's account, the shop owner seemed particularly drawn to items influenced by the passage of time. Pearls, being organic and composed of protein, were inherently shaped by time. Besides, I managed to pick these up during a quick lunch break at a wholesaler in Jongno. I had even excluded South Sea pearls, which were less affected by time, in favor of these Akoya pearls. How about this? Nod, 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 nod. The reaction was overwhelmingly positive. The tattooist stared in awe at the gleaming pearls before carefully accepting the box I offered. For a brief moment, joy flickered in her otherwise modest eyes. What could she possibly use them for? I had no idea. In any case, after organizing the box with incredible speed behind the counter, the tattooist politely gestured for me to proceed to the central chair, bathed in moonlight. Thank you. The tattooist soon brought over a large lemon drink and a thick booklet. So far, everything was as described in the accounts. They brought me a lemon drink and a booklet, which seemed like a collection of tattoo designs. One was labeled, Basic Design Number 3. I chose a tiny dolphin silhouette the size of a fingernail and got it done. During the process, they told me to close my eyes, and strangely, I felt no pain. I glanced at the cover of the booklet. If the person who gave a mother-of-pearl keychain received Basic Design Number 3, what could I expect after offering pearls worth millions of won? Granted, this might be an overly materialistic way of thinking. This is a small tattoo shop in a ghost story. A mystical shop owner might not respond to material offerings. Royal Special Premium Number 1, customizable. Well, that worked. Thank you. Money wins, once again. Anyway, the designs here seem to reflect what my offering could earn me. I turned the pages of the booklet. Designs included constellations drawn with water droplets, a fusion of polar bear claws and Inuit patterns, and a wistful pastel-toned seascape at sunset. The collection was stunning. If I'd come here for the express purpose of getting a meaningful tattoo, I'd be poring over these designs with awe. But that wasn't my primary concern. The tattoo disappears the next day anyway. To be more precise, it would feel like you had dreamed it. You clearly got a tattoo, but it would be completely gone the next morning. But do you know what's stranger? The tattoo received here is absorbed into the person. I suddenly became great at swimming in the ocean. Just like the dolphin I had tattooed. In other words, these tattoos grant special abilities based on the design. Chapter 58.2. I can't miss this opportunity. In the dark exploration records, there must be hundreds of ghost stories that grant people talents or powers. But very few do so in such a gentle and harmless way. In a world of ghost stories where you must sell your body, soul, or at least your conscience to gain anything, Moonlight Tattoo Shop was truly a rare beacon of light. I need to pick something worthwhile. I flipped through the pages with determination, deducing the abilities that each design might offer. Mr. Roe dear, I'd like to take a closer look too. Ah, right. Braun might be able to glean more from this than I could. Carefully, I pulled the doll out of my pocket and placed it before the booklet. Oh, the artist's aesthetic sense is quite good. Let me think, The tattooist suddenly stared at Braun with sparkling eyes. Then, before I could stop them, she picked up Braun. W8. Complimentary service. Careful. Please handle me gently. My body is filled with cotton, so I can't move very, HM. The tattooist placed Braun into a small basin they'd brought over, expertly applied aromatic oils, and started massaging the doll's fabric with practiced hands. Is this a spa treatment? Hoo, the fatigue from filming is melting away. The plush doll sounded like an exhausted celebrity enjoying a high-end treatment. It was truly a surreal sight, one I'd never encountered in any ghost story. Was this heartwarming? Let's just pick a design. After the tattooist handed back a gleaming, revitalized Braun, I thanked her politely and returned to flipping through the booklet with vigor. Unfortunately, none of the designs had clear indications of their abilities. There was only a curious abundance of serrated motifs. If that's the case, do you have any recommendations? How about asking outright? Are there any designs related to courage or boldness, symbols of fearlessness? Yes, this was what I needed most. To escape being a coward. As tempting as the other abilities were, my most fundamental and powerful, special ability was my knowledge from the Dark Exploration records. That information was my greatest asset. But to use it effectively, I needed a rational mindset capable of sound judgment. I can't keep living with a heart that feels like it might stop from sheer panic. How many times had I almost died because of this cowardly heart? This is probably my one and only chance to visit Moonlight Tattoo Shop. It made sense to address my most urgent need first. Asking directly wasn't something covered in the records, so I was a little nervous. But the tattooist readily flipped through the booklet and pointed to a design. N-beta. The design was tomato. Yes. It was a tree bearing tomatoes. The design depicted dynamic branches, leaves, and fruit, drawn with bold, rustic strokes that resembled the marks of a well-worn pen nib. It was melancholic, rough, and poetic. The only color in the design was the bright red of the fruit, the tomatoes. How does this relate to courage? Honestly, I didn't understand, but since the tattooist communicated exclusively through the designs in the booklet, I couldn't get a detailed explanation. Still, it was a recommendation from the professional, so I figured it must be significant. All right. I'll take this one. The tattooist nodded happily and retrieved the booklet. Oh, the placement will be here. I rolled up my left sleeve. If I was getting it, I thought I'd place it near an existing tattoo anyway. Suddenly, the tattooist's expression shifted, and they stood up from their seat. What's going on? They quickly pointed to a notice on the wall. Tattoo services may be refused for specific reasons. Then, they pointed directly at my arm. No way. Socius. You can see these markings. The tattooist nodded, looking at me as if it were the most obvious question in the world. Of course, she would see them, she's part of a ghost story, too. But that wasn't the issue right now. Are these markings the reason I can't get a new tattoo? Nod. Does that mean I also can't get one on my other arm or back? Nod. So, there's no way for me to get a new tattoo right now. N-O-D. Damn it. I didn't even choose to have these markings in the first place. Isn't there any other way? I really want this. I let my shoulders slump, feigning disappointment. The tattooist seemed taken aback and started contemplating something. After a moment, she pulled something out from behind the counter. A promotional pamphlet. The tattooist flipped through it quickly and pointed to a specific line on the page. Cover-ups available. Transform your old tattoos into something new. Moonlight Tattoo Shop's cover-ups don't conceal the original tattoo. Instead, they amplify its charm. Retain its full meaning while discovering a new beauty. Wait a minute. Does this mean they're offering to enhance my existing tattoos? Not bad. The theme park mascot and lodge caretaker tattoos were a bit much anyway. You should consider a more artistic choice. A nightjar, a constellation, the 8 trigrams. There are plenty of beautiful designs. It's better to cover them up with something stylish. I glanced down at my arm. Socius. I can have either of these enhanced. The tattooist nodded. So, I can only get one new tattoo, but cover-ups are considered exceptions, allowing either to be enhanced. Still, I instinctively felt that choosing only one would yield better results. This shop clearly offers higher quality tattoos based on what you give. Dividing the value between two might dilute the outcome. I deliberated. And then, please enhance this one. I pointed at one of the tattoos on my arm. Chapter 59.1. The tattoos that Ghost Stories left on me were all text-based. One was in Latin. Socius. This was inscribed when the membership granted by the Blue Dragon mascot at the theme park burned away. According to Braun, it symbolized special authorization, granting a type of access pass. The other was in Chinese. This appeared when the lodge caretaker's contract from the serial killer Ghost Story, the hanji burning over my skin. However, because I lacked the qualifications, it was nothing more than a symbol with no real function. If I had to choose one to enhance, it has to be this one. I'll be in your care. The tattooist leaned in to examine the tattoo I had pointed to. The reason for this choice was simple. It's better to increase the range of abilities I can use. It's, unfortunately, almost guaranteed that I'll be venturing into various ghost stories in the future. This means relying on just one superpower won't cut it. Even Chief Lizard had near-death experiences despite his strength. It's clearly not enough. It's better to have a variety of abilities for different scenarios. Strengthening a single ability halfway wouldn't be as effective. It's more practical to make use of an unused tattoo. With Moonlight Tattoo Shop, I didn't have to worry about stepping on a landmine. The shop was extremely benevolent, so it didn't grant harmful powers. I could trust that the lodge caretaker wouldn't suddenly appear to strangle me. Moreover, I glanced at the Latin tattoo. Good child. Thinking back to the emotional bond one seemed to have formed with that mascot, covering up this tattoo felt wrong. That's a warning sign. As a dedicated reader of the Dark Exploration records, my instincts told me to avoid tampering with something that carried emotional resonance. Ah, it's finally starting. And so, I made my choice, and the tattooist began her work. When she tried to show me several design options, I stopped her. Oh, please just proceed with what you think works best. If I wanted the best results, I had to trust the professional. I smiled brightly. I trust in your skill, Tattooist Nim. The tattooist's eyes gleamed momentarily before they confidently gestured for me to lie back on the chair. She also handed Braun to me to hold tightly. Does she think I'm a stress relief toy? What an amusing yet rude misunderstanding. But I felt no pain. The tattooist donned intricate steampunk-style goggles and began operating an enormous tattoo machine. Are tattoo machines normally that big? It looked as large as a surgical device, and for a moment, I was taken aback. Then, moonlight poured into the machine. Bzzzzzzzzz. The LED light from the ceiling flowed into the machine and concentrated at its tip. The needle glowed like a jewel as it approached my arm, and following the instructions, I closed my eyes. A strange sensation spread through my left arm. It wasn't pain, tickling, or even pressure. It felt as if old grime was being peeled away, my skin rearranging itself and fitting together perfectly, a refreshing, soothing sensation. Tap, tap. It was over. The light faded, and following the tattooist's gesture, I opened my eyes. My God. The tattoo now had a background. It depicted a deep blue night sky with a full moon painted in a single bold stroke. On the moon's shadow, the characters were engraved. Around them, stars were scattered like a pearl-studded constellation, shimmering faintly. Obs. Tap, tap. The tattooist stood with her hands on her hips, as if asking if I liked it. It's stunning. With a satisfied smile, the tattooist patted my shoulder before rushing to the counter. When they returned, she held a single pearl in her hand. It looked like it had been taken from the necklace I had provided. What's this? The tattooist placed the pearl against the tattoo on my arm. And it sank right in. Oh, well now. Mr. Rowe dear, this is truly fascinating. A pathway has opened. A pathway. Try gently rubbing the tattoo. You should feel something. I raised my hand and lightly touched the tattoo, which, as if by magic, showed no signs of swelling or pain. I could feel it. Between the layers of skin, there was a distinct gap. Carefully, I inserted my hand into it. When I withdrew it, I was holding the pearl that the tattooist had placed inside earlier. A subspace. Exactly. It seems that the uncharismatic lodge caretaker's contract included providing space as part of the deal. After all, isn't it a servant's duty to provide rooms for their guests? It seems the artist found a loophole in the contract, enabling her to grant you a small space as well. Wait a second. Does this mean I now have my own little inventory? Is this really happening? My heart raced at this webtoon-like gift, something I'd never expected from a creepypasta. Let's see, imagine a cube with a side length of about 2 feet. That's roughly the amount of space that's now connected to you. 2 feet, about 60 centimeters. Braun used the pesky imperial measurement system, typical of an American ghost story connection, but still, the information was genuinely helpful. But now I had another question. So, is this space connected to that lodge? That crazy, murderous lodge should have disappeared by now though. It's uncertain. Where it's connected to, no one can say for sure. Only the original contract holder would know what kind of space the lodge caretaker had agreed to provide. It's intriguing, isn't it? This would make for a great bet. What shall we wager for the fun of life? I would like to politely decline. Chapter 59.2. Still, considering that Moonlight Tattoo Shop never granted abilities harmful to its clients, I decided not to be overly wary and miss out on using this power. At least now I don't have to worry about secretly carrying items anymore. That alone was a huge benefit. Thank you. This is truly amazing and wonderful. I returned the pearl I had retrieved, and the tattooist, taking it back, looked genuinely pleased and satisfied. Is everything settled now? The tattooist nodded. Then, I'll be on my way. Just as I approached the entrance, the tattooist seemed to realize something and gestured for me to stop. What now? She rummaged under the counter with intense focus and pulled out a piece of paper. Carefully wrapping it in a transparent sleeve, she handed it to me. A tattoo design. The moment I took it, I realized what it was. It was a tattoo sticker. And it was the exact design I had picked, the tomato tree. There were even 3 of them. Wait a second. Does this mean, if I wear one of these, I'll temporarily become brave, as if I had received the tattoo? The tattooist smiled and nodded. Good Lord. An unexpected bonus. Thank you very much. The shop owner smiled warmly and waved as if it were finally time to bid farewell. I placed the stickers into my pocket, or rather, into the new subspace, and, for real this time, grabbed the door to leave. Have a great day. With a polite farewell, the door closed behind me. Rattle. When I turned back to look, it was now empty. As one would expect from a ghost story, the shop had reverted to a vacant space. Behind the distorted real estate sign in the glass window, the interior was hollow and lifeless. Nigerian Naira Omicron yes. That's how it's supposed to work. Moonlight Tattoo Shop could only be accessed once through the "it is empty" ghost story. Maybe next time, I'll have a chance with a different ghost story. Ah, what a unique and delightful experience. I couldn't agree more. Ro, how was your exploration? It went well. That day, I successfully completed the "it is empty" exploration without any issues and accumulated a decent amount of points. The pleasant aroma from bronze aromatherapy massage lingered for days. As for the enhanced tattoo, it disappeared without a trace the next morning, leaving only the original text on my wrist. Still, the ability it granted remained intact. Let's make good use of it. With thoughts of the possibilities for my inventory, I conducted several experiments. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 3 weeks later. The ability hadn't proven useful even once. Well, I suppose that's normal. When entering ghost stories with manuals, the company usually provided all the necessary items, so there's no real need to smuggle anything in. Additionally, deployments to ghost stories without manuals had significantly decreased. Even the alien shop doesn't have anything particularly portable or worthwhile to go wild over. Ultimately, the ability had been relegated to a mere convenience for carrying existing items more easily. I did discover that it seems to be vacuum sealed, so food doesn't spoil in there. When I placed an analog clock inside, the second hand remained frozen, but a digital clock would get its battery drained completely. The rules were unclear. Still, I hadn't encountered an urgent situation requiring its use. Time passed uneventfully, and I accumulated more points without much fanfare and without much need to use items or abilities. Still, it's a good thing to have. 3 weeks until the regular personnel announcement. Hooah, hooah. You'll definitely stay on this squad, right, Ro? Yes, I certainly hope so. The hottest topic among D-Squad was whether I'd survive the personnel announcement and remain on this squad. As expected from a ghost story company, injuries and scares occasionally cropped up, but I'd become somewhat used to them. Holding onto the tattoo stickers like talismans helped me endure. I'll save these for real emergencies. I was gradually settling into the routine, becoming comfortable with the work and the decent personalities of my squad mates. Naturally, this sense of ease didn't last long. 3 weeks and 2 days later. Monday morning. Ro, you're here. The atmosphere had changed. What's going on? There was an eerie calmness in the air. The kind of stillness one might feel when leaving a final message for their family during a catastrophe. It was the peculiar serenity of people bracing for tragedy. It was definitely not a good sign. Well, we're bound to encounter something like this eventually. It'll be okay. We've all got strong luck on our side. Supervisor Park Min-seong's attempt at optimism didn't elicit a response from Assistant Manager Eun Hage. The tension was palpable. Have a seat, Ro. Instead of my desk, I was directed to the sofa. Sitting across from me, Eun Hage placed a tablet PC on the table with a calm expression. This is the darkness you'll be entering in 3 days. 3 days? Why are they giving so much time? When something is scheduled 3 days out, it's usually framed as, prepared just in case you're assigned. It's rare for it to be stated so definitively. 12 people will be entering this darkness. It's rated B class. Don't be too alarmed. The survival rate is absurdly high. Plus, the additional points are generous, 2,000 points per person. And Eun-hae's expression briefly shifted to one of bitter amusement, as if saying, "You sharp little devil." And there's a problem. Finding a darkness without issues would be faster, but this one's unique. Unique how? The simplest way to put it, well. Eun-hae crossed his arms. It's a luck-based death game. As soon as you enter, someone is guaranteed to die. Completely random. Pure luck. God damn. Chapter 60.1. The fear of possibly dying. Perhaps that's the essence of ghost stories. Recently, I even experienced a government-managed disaster where someone had to die for the scenario to be theoretically cleared. So, I've grown quite accustomed to the idea that people usually die in ghost stories. I've even become a bit desensitized to it. After all, I've managed to squeeze through the needle's eye and survive. Let's figure out an escape route first, no matter how impossible it seems. This had become my default mindset over the past few months. But now. Initially, everyone disappeared. Only one headless corpse ever came back. But after a few repetitions, someone lucky enough managed to survive and return. Based on their testimony, we pieced together the manual. This was the standard process for completing a high-level exploration manual. But there was one thing we could never change. That was, someone always dies. The mechanism behind who gets chosen. There isn't one. No logic, no pattern. It's completely random. It's happened 37 times so far, and no matter what gear or items are brought in, it doesn't make any difference. And since the designation happens the moment you enter, there's no time to prepare or respond. This situation was absurd. Literally a game of chance, where I had a 1 in 12 chance of instant death. Including the rest of the squad, the odds were 1 in 3, absolutely ludicrous. Someone would just die. You might think, why not send someone expendable instead of a competent person like me? I didn't, ma'am. Really? Because I sure did. But we don't have a choice. This damned urban legend demands a challenger with a sharp mind to allow for a clear scenario resolution. In other words, we couldn't just throw away a sacrificial pawn. Assistant Manager Eun-hae smirked faintly. An 8.3% death rate in a B-class darkness is actually quite reasonable. It was true. Think about the exhibition ghost story. That one didn't even have a manual, making it far worse. Even when manuals are complete, fatalities weren't uncommon. With grave new. But still. The idea of being trapped in that probability, it feels wrong. So unfair. It wasn't unusual to feel that way. The difference between dying without a chance to fight back and dying after at least trying is significant. The former feels like slaughter. The latter, a challenge. Does giving us 3 days mean it's to help us mentally prepare? Most likely. After 3 days, your mind cools down, and you start to think rationally and optimistically. Surely I won't be the 1 in 12. That kind of thought process. Ro, this must be your first time facing a darkness like this, right? Yes. Go grab a coffee. Get me one too while you're at it. Taking the hint that I could take my time, I accepted Assistant Manager Eun-hae's card and headed out. The coffee errand was probably just an excuse for some mental health management. This is driving me nuts. Now I was leaning back on a cafe sofa, an Americano in front of me. Fear? I wouldn't say that's the issue. I haven't not been scared since arriving here, so that's nothing new. What I felt was unease. Information doesn't matter in this situation. Maybe it's because I realized how much I've relied on having clearer conditions than most employees. It left me with a strange sense of self-reproach. And an overwhelming sense of danger. Should I just quit? Wouldn't it be better to leave now and figure out another path? Investigating ghost stories independently using the dark exploration records as a guide. Ah, friend. Why not consider a career in show business? Excuse me? Oh, absolutely. There's always a spot for you in my world, my friend. Isn't that what friends are for? Ha ha ha. I almost fell off the sofa. Hard pass. That snapped me out of it. What a shame. Yes, in this world, there are plenty of fates worse than death. And investigating alone. Only an idiot would forget they're a coward and make such a foolish choice. Quitting over a 1/12 chance of death would be stupid. But doing nothing about it would be equally idiotic. So, are you going in? Yes. First, I needed to learn more about this ghost story. I returned to the office with the takeout coffees for the squad and began thoroughly reading the tablet PC. And it really was random. The ghost story matched what I already knew from the dark exploration records, but the problem was that everything I had read was already documented in the manual. There's no new information. I didn't know anything that others didn't. No gaps to exploit. Even in the dark exploration records, the description blatantly stated, random upon entry. There were no exceptions or suspicious loopholes. It wasn't treated as particularly significant, probably because deaths in ghost stories were common enough to feel unremarkable. And then, for this deployment, squad leaders are excluded. Only those ranked assistant manager or below will enter. Chief Lizard wouldn't be accompanying us this time. This was to prevent priority confusion among staff if a squad leader were designated as the sacrifice due to their higher rank. None from the round-off team or the elite squads would be included either. Last time they went in, it caused a huge mess. Apparently, during one deployment, an elite squad member from the A, B, or C squads had been designated as the sacrifice. Their desperate attempts to avoid death ended up causing unnecessary casualties, taking down several other employees with them. I didn't regret not being placed on the A squad, but this company was as consistent as ever. Thank you for letting me know. Don't mention it. Assistant Manager Un seemed caught somewhere between resignation and irritation, finding solace in a cigarette as Supervisor Park joined him for a smoke break. Did you see the roster? The employees going in, too. Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't even attend some of their funerals. Did they select the lowest ranked based on personality or something? Hey, at least we're not included. I kept comparing with the manual, desperately searching for something. A gap to slip through. A small loophole in the rules. And then, unexpectedly, that afternoon, a potential way to bypass the rules appeared. Though it came in a slightly different form. Supervisor Kim. Section Chief. Section Chief Lee Byongjin had come to find me. As the manual revisions officer, he wouldn't have come all this way just in passing. I heard. You're going into that insane Russian roulette ghost story, aren't you? I had thought it before, but he truly had a knack for irritating people. But Section Chief Lee wasn't here just to make a fuss. After lowering his voice and ensuring no one else was around, he leaned in and spoke quietly. Why don't you talk to Director Ho about this? Apparently, the director's been impressed by your performance. Are you saying? I looked at him. If I speak to the director, I'll be excluded from this. Exactly. Normally, these things are decided under the guise of fairness, but I'm against that. Someone as talented and promising as you shouldn't have to go. You're a top performer, after all. A legitimate escape route presented itself. Getting an executive to intervene. Chapter 60.2. I opened my mouth to respond. I'm all right. This was something I absolutely couldn't choose. It would draw too much attention. The moment I accepted that option, I would effectively be picking sides within the company. And in a ghost story company, even the executives were unlikely to be ordinary people. Aligning myself with someone in a desperate, survival-driven manner would be a terrible move. Especially since this was a matter of life and death. The moment I'm excluded, rumors will spread like wildfire. Would they take it well? Not a chance. It would be seen as selfishness. In any community, earning recognition as a proper member requires sharing burdens. Trying to avoid that would get me completely ostracized. In the field exploration team, where members must constantly operate in squads of 3, actions like trying to exclude myself could wreak havoc on my workplace dynamics. Unless a director intervened to quietly pull me out and later claimed credit for saving me, that wasn't going to happen. The fact that this wasn't the case meant I wasn't important enough to be singled out like that. Or maybe they believe luck is a kind of skill. In other words, it's a trap. Even if it stung, the right move was to play it straight. I spoke as if I were a principled stickler for rules. Making an exception for me would be preferential treatment. The company must have reasons for assigning work this way, so I'll take responsibility and follow through. Alpha Nu Beta. Section Chief Lee Byongjan stammered, but after asking, "Are you sure?" several times, he finally relented and left. Honestly, I barely stopped myself from grabbing his pant leg and screaming, "Yes, please save me. Let's just call this character build reinforcement. Because there's no other comfort to be had here." I watched him leave with a bitter smile and return to my desk. Let's review the manual again. But whether I looked at the or reread the manual, the result was the same. There were no loopholes. There were no exceptions for any of the explorers. Every single one of them was subjected to the random selection. Wait. Could this be a loophole? I couldn't be sure. It's just a possibility. But in this situation, it was worth trying any possibility, no matter how slim. "Mr. Roe dear, have you thought of something entertaining?" "Not entertaining, but an idea nonetheless. Create an exception." Every explorer who entered this ghost story was subjected to the 1/12 instant death lottery without exception. But what if there was a shared condition unique to all explorers? Something that had never allowed for an exception before. What condition are you referring to? Being human. Both the manual and only mentioned humans as explorers. There were no accounts of other living creatures. But in this world, humans weren't the only sentient beings. If we include animals and plants, the possibilities become endless. What if a non-human being could avoid the judgment? Based on the irregular cases I'd read in the dark exploration records, this seemed like the most plausible exception in the current situation. "Mr. Roe dear, do you wish to stop being human?" And no, that's not what I mean. Could he not throw out such pure-sounding yet ominous questions? I just want to be treated as not human for a little while. I carefully chose my words. Like putting on a disguise for a performance. "Oh. Braun, is that something you could do for me?" "Oh, absolutely." Braun's voice became more vibrant and enthusiastic, as if he were preparing for a show. Adopting a new identity is an entertainer's calling. I have countless masks to offer. Oh. I even have one that I could lend you right now. Jackpot. Let's try it. Who? I tore my gaze away from the manual and leaned back in my chair. Just then, Assistant Manager Oon and Supervisor Park returned from their smoke break, waving at me as they entered the office. "Ah, crap. Braun, about that mask ability, can it work on multiple people?" "Multiple people? You mean people other than you, friend?" I mean, including myself. If I can regain a bit more of my former glory, it should be possible. Back in my prime, I could cast entire studio audiences, no, hundreds of people, into new roles. Perfect. Braun. "Ah, my friend calls on me again." I patted my pocket respectfully. "Let's give you a bath." "Mr. Roe dear, I appreciate the thought, but I'm not an occult-obsessed celebrity who would enjoy bathing in their friend's blood." I know. Even if he was a quiz show host notorious for blowing up contestants' heads, Braun, as my good friend, was certainly someone I could afford not to doubt. But there was no other way. Even if I somehow procured blood packs from a hospital, the freshness would degrade, reducing their efficiency. I couldn't use someone else's blood, and bringing in a creature from a ghost story like last time wasn't an option. The leftover ginseng wouldn't work either since whatever made it sentient has already dissipated. That left the obvious choice. My own blood. I stared into the small, elegant, checkered bathtub. It still looked pristine and smelled pleasant, as when I had first bought from the alien shop. Now, I had to pour my blood into it. I probably can't give much. Maybe half a cup. That would be about 180 milliliters. Half a cup. A bit tight, but for the small, cotton-filled body I inhabit, it should suffice as a bath additive. Diluted, of course. No, this isn't right. Are you sure about this? It's fine. I can do this. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed the kitchen knife. Next to me was a vial of a wound-healing potion I had brought from the company's medical office. Hew. I pricked the flesh of my arm with the upper part of the knife. Good heavens. Blood began to flow, a steady stream indicating I'd struck an artery. Remember, I'm scared of creepy situations, not blood itself. This isn't creepy. I repeated the phrase like a mantra over and over, trying to calm myself. Eventually, the promised amount of blood, half a cup, had dripped into the tub. That should be enough. But I didn't stop the bleeding. "Mr. Roe dear. A bit more." "It seems sufficient, friend." "Just a bit more." "Friend." "Okay, that's enough." "Done." I quickly used the company's healing potion to stop the bleeding. Its magical effects sealed the arterial wound beautifully. Though I felt a bit lightheaded from the blood loss, it wasn't a big issue. A recovery potion will fix that too. By the time I enter the ghost story in a couple of days, I'd be back to normal. What mattered now was the fragrant aroma wafting from the tub. Phew. I leaned closer to inspect the tub, inhaling deeply as the pleasant scent tickled my nose. It seemed my blood had done its job successfully. I must have given about 500 milliliters. The mixture had transformed into a proper bath solution. It smells like wood. The scent reminded me uncomfortably of that cursed forest ghost story, but at least it wasn't unpleasant or strange. Nodding in satisfaction, I turned to Braun. You can get in now. How's the scent? Ah, it's delightful. Quite unique, like your unpredictably whimsical decisions, Mr. Roe dear. I smirked. Was that sarcasm? Because I bled more than planned. Sarcasm is a key trait of any successful talk show host. But I don't wield it indiscriminately. Thanks for your concern. I'll take care of my recovery. Don't worry. But I won't do this again. Now that's a wise declaration, friend. Is it? To be honest, I did this deliberately. Giving my good friend a bit of a shock was my way of ensuring he'd feel reluctant about using my blood for baths in the future. And it seemed to have worked. If I'd announced the real amount in advance, he might have just accepted it without a thought. And that wouldn't do. This has to be a one-time thing. I picked up Braun to place him in the tub, but once again, he declined. I shall walk in proudly on my own 2 feet. Agu, go ahead. I turned away from the tub, and soon heard the sound of footsteps and splashing water. The bath had begun. Then, after a short while, Roe dear, this bath solution you've created. It's rather peculiar. Pardon me. Chapter 61.1. I suddenly found myself receiving a critique of the bath solution I had made with 500 milliliters of my own blood from Braun. Unique. I was taken aback. I almost turned to look at the tub. Keeping my head steady, I asked, what do you mean by unique? Exactly what I said. Bath solutions come in various types, don't they? Salt, oil, bubble baths. Yours, Mr. Roe dear, is quite different from the ginseng, though there are similarities too. That ginseng came from a ghost story, and I'm a human being. Isn't it obvious that they'd be different? They are different. But why do you think there's a similarity between you and that ginseng, Mr. Roe dear? Oh. I see. Now I understand. As I heard the sound of the smacking of lips as though tasting fine wine, Braun answered. Mr. Roe dear, your bath solution is a blend. Blend. In literal terms, it means mixed, a term often used in coffee or cocktails to describe combining ingredients for a new flavor. That's right. It seems to share some component with the ginseng, though in a different form. Could this be referring to ghost story contamination? I thought of the security team sergeant, the way his human form had ripped apart and twisted into a wolf-like creature. Was I also beginning to experience the contamination and encroachment of paranormal phenomena? Contamination. That's such an extreme and negative way to put it. Isn't life a process of change? Mutual influence and transformation, that's where the fun lies. Oh epsilon. Damn it. Instinctively, I glanced down at my body. If there were any visible signs of ghostly influence, it would most likely be. Do you think the tattoos are the cause? Tracing the origins of what's already mixed is quite a challenge. There are connoisseurs who can guess a vineyard by tasting a drop of wine, but I've never liked that kind of pretentiousness, even as a talk show host. Anyway, there's no need to worry, Mr. Roe dear. You're not about to meet a new version of yourself next week or anything like that. Theoretically speaking, that seemed true. Living and working here inevitably means I'll experience some level of ghostly contamination. There was no point in panicking over it. After all, the stronger and more varied one's supernatural abilities become, the greater the risk of being consumed by them. Balancing that risk was essential. Though I don't think I've reached a point where I need to worry about balance yet. Still, it was something I'd have to manage in the future. Luckily, one of the facilities I now had access to as a supervisor specialized in monitoring such changes. I'll visit that place after safely surviving this ghost story. There's also something particularly unique about your bath solution. Oh, it's all dissolved now. Braun let out a long, satisfied sigh as if he had been trying to analyze the bath solution further. I thoroughly enjoyed it. At least one of us enjoyed it, that was a relief. The bathtub glimmered with neon lights, flickering briefly as though flipping through TV channels. Braun lounged against the tub's wall, his plush body radiating a lively energy. Shall we step out now? I walked over and lifted Braun out of the tub. The plush doll felt oddly more luxurious than before, though the size hadn't changed. Still, Braun's voice sounded sharper, more articulate, more vibrant. I covered the plush doll with a towel, shielding him from view, and asked. Feeling reinvigorated? Beyond words. It feels like returning to my prime, when I was most active. While it wasn't as dramatic a transformation as when I used the contaminated ginseng, Braun had clearly rejuvenated. And when I pulled back the towel covering him, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A tag. There was a small scrap of fabric at the back of his neck, where it looked like a tag had once been attached. So there was originally a complete tag here. It seemed to be a remnant recovered during his rejuvenation. Interesting. I made a mental note of it. I feel wonderful. That's good to hear. After drying off the plush doll, I placed him neatly on a towel-covered table. The preparations were complete. I have a favor to ask. I had a feeling that was coming. After all, how could I refuse a friend who had just prepared a bath for me? You're probably about to ask if I can lend my mask to more people, aren't you? That's right. With Braun rejuvenated, he could now wield more powerful abilities. Excellent. How many people are we talking about? 2. 2 days later. Following instructions in the company's notice, I headed to a different location for work. It was an abandoned private kindergarten building, already populated with company personnel. You're already here, I greeted respectfully. Ro, you're early. Standing near the poorly cleaned entrance of the kindergarten, I soon saw my squad mates arrive. Let's hope it's one of those guys who bites it, not us. Please, just this once. Thanks for whispering, though honestly, I don't think anyone would have cared even if you hadn't. Everyone wore the same anxious expression anyway. Ro. Do you see that guy over there with the rabbit's foot? It's supposed to be a lucky charm. Does it work? You think? Last expedition, someone wore something similar and still got sent to the afterlife in one hit. Yeah, Assistant Manager Un's right. They say none of those items work here. The selection is fair and unavoidable. I glanced at Supervisor Park, who, though pale, was trying to force a smile. He looked as if he had braced himself but was still deeply nervous. Supervisor. Yeah. Would the company have any issues if I tried something similar? To avoid being picked as the sacrifice. Preparing some countermeasures to dodge it. Something like that. Supervisor Park laughed and patted me on the back. Oh, Ro, of course not. Everyone does it. I'd bet my paycheck that everyone here has spent the last 3 days trying every trick in the book to weasel out of this. Bold words, Assistant Manager Un. Hage smirked faintly. How do you think they figured out none of it works? Plenty of people tried and still ended up as the sacrifice. Why, Ro, are you planning to try something too? Yes. After a moment of hesitation, I pulled Braun out of my pocket. Chapter 61.2. The keychain you carry around. My lucky friend. Would it be alright if I shared this friend's abilities with you too? It'll be our little secret. Both of them gave tired, skeptical smiles but nodded. Well, thanks, I guess. Here's hoping it actually brings some luck. Okay. That should keep any rumors from surfacing later. Phew. Now, let's get ready. They're about to start. I looked at the old grandfather clock hanging in the entrance like everyone else. Tick. The second hand passed 8:59 and 56 seconds a.m. You're now entering the studio. If you see cameras, don't worry, think of them as starlight. Stay relaxed. Tick. 57 seconds. Oddly, I felt calm. A certainty about my identity. Oh, I see you're wearing your mask. Excellent. That mask is now who you are. Tick. 58 seconds. I raised my head. My horns felt itchy, like wood, but not quite wood. Only I knew it was something else entirely, that it was. And there are other animal friends. 2 of them. Tick. 59 seconds. I turned my head and saw a badger and a falcon observing the surrounding humans. And then. It seems no one here is stronger than you. I know. I blinked, perceiving the heat signatures of the humans around me, flushed with tension. And then... tick. 9 a.m. The grandfather clock chimed loudly. Bong. I took in a sharp breath. The dilapidated kindergarten building transformed into a pristine, modern space. It smelled of fresh construction, like a newly completed facility awaiting its first use. New. And I was in a room filled with neatly arranged toys, standing alongside the Falcon, or rather, assistant manager Un Hage. We had entered the ghost story. I slowly looked down at my neck. Clean. Ha. I exhaled, letting the tension drain from my body. I made it. The strange thickness I'd felt across my entire body, the tactile sensation of horns, all of it gradually faded away. The certainty in my identity dissipated too. And that concludes everyone's brief role. Thank you. So that's what the mask was. It was a bizarre experience, and I was glad it had been short-lived. Since I'd stretched Braun's limits by having him mask 3 people at once, his voice sounded drained. The fact that it held up even for a few seconds was impressive. You did well. I reached into my pocket to gently pat Braun. No. Hold on. What in the world is this? Why did he sound alarmed? I immediately pulled Braun out of my pocket. Hanging around the neck of the plush doll was something that hadn't been there before. A black noose hologram. It was the mark of a sacrifice. Did Braun just get selected as the sacrifice? A ghost story resident himself? I teetered on the brink of confusion, unsure whether this was an impossible fluke or something I should be alarmed about. Then Braun started talking. Pardon. Participate in a teaching demonstration, you say? What are you talking about? I interview teachers, I'm not the one teaching children. Good gracious. Show business, for heaven's sake. You people are so boring. Stuck in a rut, inflexible, and utterly lacking the charm the public craves. I'm opting out, thank you very much. With that, Braun snapped his plush, cotton-filled fingers. And then, miraculously, the noose around the stuffed doll's neck disappeared. Trying to enforce rules to involve an uninvolved participant. What an unprofessional kindergarten this is. So the tactic of being recognized as non-human worked after all. It wasn't quite how I envisioned it, but the outcome was clear enough. Braun had been selected, but his participation in the ghost story was redirected to another participant because he refused to comply. Wait a second. Redirected. I quickly looked down at my neck. Still clean. Who did it pass to, then? While it was a relief that it wasn't me, the idea of the ghost story transferring the noose to another target randomly because its first pick was declined. Was this how it worked? Row. I turned to assistant manager Un Hage, still processing what had just happened. Assistant manager, just now, I think. When I looked at her. Don't panic. Take a deep breath, slowly. She smiled at me. Now I'm going to ask you for a favor. If you think you can't do it, feel free to decline. Assistant manager. I'd handle it myself if I could, but that's not an option. With a bitter smile, she lightly patted the noose now firmly secured around her own neck. Because I'm already locked in. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. Hungry Hangman. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Daydream Incorporated Identification Code, CTR B191. Based on the word-guessing game, this darkness permits no exceptions to its rules. Participants are unable to escape their assigned roles under any circumstances. The psychological tension and fear that arise within are a hallmark of this ghost story. The sacrificial hangman climbs the gallows as the other participants guess words related to them, ultimately resulting in their execution by hanging. There are no exceptions. Should I say I'm glad I at least get some time to leave a will? Guess that's a small mercy. No. This can't happen. Wait, please just. It's fine. Assistant manager Un's smile shifted into a wry grin. Look. I'm going to die anyway. The real question is whether you all survive while I die, or everyone dies together. She's right. If the word puzzle isn't solved before the end of the game, all participants are executed, including the hangman. No exceptions. God damn it. Alright, listen carefully. I have some automatic purchases queued in the points mall for when I die on the job. Just make sure squad leader Lee reviews them properly. The guy's surprisingly scatterbrained at times. It hit me then. She had already fully accepted her fate. DZZZZZZZZZT. Stay sharp. It's starting now. In the corner of the playroom, an old-fashioned TV screen flickered to life. Hello, English kindergarten teachers of. Today, we'll be learning a fun game to play with your students. It's Hangman. The noose around assistant manager Un's neck suddenly jerked taut. The now solid rope coiled tightly around her limbs, lifting her into the air. Today's host will be our newest teacher, Un Hage. On the TV screen, enormous blank spaces appeared. Hangman. Let's guess the word together. The execution had begun. Chapter 62.1. Everyone, what kind of game is Hangman? That's right. It's an educational game where you guess the spelling of a word. If the letter you shout is part of the word, correct. If not, wrong. And to make it easier for learning, we'll be giving you some hints. A figure dangling in midair. The pastel tones of the TV and its cheerful voice sharply contrast with the scene, cutting into my ears. Shall we get started? The dangling figure, assistant manager Un Hage, breaks into a wry smile, cold sweat dripping down. Everyone already knows the answer, but the intro is unnecessarily long, don't you think? This B-class ghost story thrived on mental strain, nerve-wracking psychological pressure, and the excruciating pain that would drag a victim to the brink of death. It's that kind of ghost story. It's true that a victim chosen for Hangman was effectively sentenced to death. But during the actual game, they could temporarily hold onto their life. And this particular victim is. Today's word is one that best represents teacher Un Hage. Let's all figure out what kind of person teacher Un Hage is. Ruthlessly exposed. According to the dark exploration records, every attempt to conceal the victim's identity would fail during this process. It's as if their life was being meticulously scrutinized and judged, with every significant event glaringly announced. Even the classic Hangman game itself has been altered to serve this purpose. Everyone, the word has 8 letters. I looked up at the blank spaces displayed on the TV screen. Underscore, 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 underscore. If you correctly fill in all the blanks, it forms a single word. Normally, participants take turns guessing random letters, and the blanks are filled in as the guesses align with the word. That's how the word is deduced. But here, every letter is directly tied to the victim. Here's a hint for the 8th letter. What was teacher Un Hage's job 4 years ago? Like this. Guessing something related to the victim's personal history makes it easier. To make this process smoother, the victim's cooperation is necessary. You must persuade or threaten someone sentenced to death into talking. Cold sweat dripped down my chin. So, right now. What am I even doing? A plush doll in my hands, an outdated TV, assistant manager Un Hage dangling in midair. What can I do? Run. I started moving my feet. Row. Where are you going? No time. I'll explain later. Are you looking for the gallows? Even if you destroy it, it won't change anything. You know that, right? You read the manual. You never know until you try. Just like in the quiz show, I'm calling Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun to the scene. So, if I ask him to destroy the gallows this time too? Yeah, until it's restored, we'll have some time. Wait. There's no time. Sit down for a moment. Actually, I've got something I want to try at the very end. I'm not saying this lightly. So don't do anything conspicuous either. We can't afford to stack up unnecessary penalties. Penalties. You know what I'm talking about, right? I do. This ghost story was based on the oppressive fear that stemmed from being utterly trapped. The movements and actions of the 12 new teachers would be monitored in real time by the kindergarten through CCTV, and any behavior deemed unfit for a teacher results in a penalty. Us. 1 minute left. Teachers, raise your hands and shout out a letter. Assistant Manager Un. Assistant Manager Un. At that moment, the playroom door slammed open, and a staff member rushed in, looking desperate and anxious. His expression screamed frustration and despair, as if searching frantically for the victim but unable to run due to the rules. In this kindergarten, running above an alarmed pace was strictly prohibited. Swearing, damage, and anything against the game rules, everything is banned. Sure, Hugh. Why does it have to be the room at the end of the 3rd floor? The staff member shouted at assistant manager Un Hage, venting his frustration. Still, he seemed to restrain himself from cursing, trying to follow the rules. Hey. You. Assistant manager Un, what were you doing 4 years ago? Eun-hage smirked. Because. You fucking turd, how dare you talk down to me? In this game, the hangman was an exception to all rules. What? Why, all of a sudden? It didn't matter anymore when they're going to die anyway. I've held back from pointing out your behavior so far just to avoid getting involved with you, you hopeless fucking moron. And now, I'm about to die without even gathering enough points. What a mess. You, Get a grip, you goddamn troll. You've already killed 3 newbies. The staff member's face turned beet red with anger. Feeling wronged. Frustrated. And no. Then suck it up. You wouldn't want to be judged as 0 contribution later and get punished, would you? Eun-hage teased, grinning slyly. There are only 8 slots. Behave yourself, yeah. The staff member clamped his mouth shut. It was the only logical decision. In this ghost story, the idea that only one person dies was the best-case scenario based on the manual. In reality, deviations often lead to complete annihilation. This was a tale where your survival depended on strictly adhering to the rules. And if you fail to guess even a single letter in this hangman game, you'll face a penalty during the final evaluation. That's when it happened. Hey, Ro. Come here. Assistant manager Eun-hage called out to me. When I approached, she lowered her voice so only I could hear. I was a reporter 4 years ago. Ro, you make the guess. Avoid the 0 contribution penalty from the start. This is driving me crazy. Even if you refuse to guess, nothing will change. You know that, right? It'd help my mental state, ma'am. Then start by worrying about the mental state of someone who's about to die. Will you? Eun-hage frowned. Imagine how awful it would be if that guy beats you to the answer, huh? Ha. I pressed my temples and eventually stepped toward the TV. The staff member who had barged in looked at me in disbelief. Wait, you. The last letter of the word is R. It's the initial of reporter, DZZZZZZZZZZT. Correct. Underscore. The screen made a cheerful sound as it filled in the letter. Underscore R. And then. Let's give a round of applause for the hangman. Coo. Eun-hage's body twisted. The left foot of the assistant manager, suspended in midair, literally vanished. One step closer to execution. The sacrificial hangman climbs the gallows as the other participants guess words related to them, ultimately resulting in their execution by hanging. There are no exceptions. This is madness. Chapter 62.2. It's not like it got hacked off, so there's no pain. Don't worry. How can I not worry? Well, at least it didn't start with the neck. We can still talk, right? No way. No matter how I think about it, dissuading me from the last-ditch attempt was just a bluff to keep me stuck here. I can't let time run out like this. Meanwhile, the TV continued. Here's a hint for the 5th letter. What was the last mode of transportation Ms. Eun-hage used during her time as a reporter? The staff member hesitated, gritting his teeth as he glanced at Eun-hage. Ugh, just tell me. Hey, even so, we what? Eun-hage stared at them incredulously. You're responsible for 3 dead newbies. Damn it. You should have been the one stuck here to die. Shut up. You're dead meat now anyway. Oh, then don't listen to this dead meat. Eun-hage lazily tilted her head with a bored expression. The staff member, his face flushed red with anger, shoved me aside and stepped up to the TV. Transportation. Well, probability-wise, it's obvious. Bus or subway? Yeah, okay, subway initial, S. Oh dear. Ding. Wrong. Underscore R. As punishment, please recite the educational booklet for 10 minutes. Ugh. With a twisting sound, a holographic black booklet appeared in front of the staff member. Gah. It stuck to his face. Af. The black booklet melted as if it were merging with his skin, swallowing his face whole. He rolled on the floor, struggling desperately to tear it off, but nothing changed. Beneath the dissolving booklet, a clear brand appeared on his forehead. Chick class. Eun-hage clicked her tongue. What a mark to get. Idiot. Pay attention, Ro. If that accumulates, you'll be stuck here being educated until you're a proper kindergarten teacher forever. That's right. If you fail to participate in this game properly, you'll end up in a fate worse than death. 3 times. Just 3 penalties, and it's over. 3 penalties. It's enough to contaminate someone to the point where they're no longer considered human. Like the security team. But this is even worse. Unlike the security team, if you're not rescued, you'll just disappear, trapped in this ghost story indefinitely. So don't do anything unnecessary. If you screw up, you won't even be able to die. Cold sweat dripped down my back. I know. In this situation, as long as I follow the manual, I'll survive. I've even guessed one letter correctly, removing the penalty. So is there any reason to take a risk? If I try, the situation might just get worse. There are plenty of records in this ghost story of people who tried to save the hangman, only to end up contaminated and stuck here forever, endlessly educated as kindergarten teachers. Alpha. There are no exceptions. Yeah, there's no way out. I know that too. There's no way out. No matter what, the game must be completed, and the hangman must die. That's how it works. This isn't some fun ghost story about bending the rules to escape. Its very nature is different. From the moment it was registered on the wiki, this was a theme that drove people insane because the rules couldn't be broken. This ghost story amplifies the fear of helplessness and suffocating adherence to rules, ultimately forcing you to desperately self-censor in accordance with those rules. Still, there was one faint variable I had witnessed. Braun, who had escaped the game by talking to this ghost story. But I lost that chance because I stood there dumbfounded, just watching him talk. I should have intervened. I should have done something, dragged out time, avoided the noose, and kept the conversation going. Braun had looked on in disbelief, horrified. Well, I'd rather not. Talking more with these people. How boring. Mr. Roe dear. Are you seriously saying I should have humored this outdated game and pretended to go along with the hanging? For me, your friend. Hugh. Braun. Even I can't argue with you there. Wait a moment. When you declared your refusal to participate in this game, you knew someone else would be chosen as the hangman, didn't you? So. You knew there was a 1 in 12 chance I could die, and you didn't hesitate. So you didn't care if I ended up being hanged. No. No, that's not it. It's not like that. But this outdated game, even as a game, should be respected for its rules. Ah, of course, I mean, my friend is more important. For the first time, Braun's voice wavered, filled with confusion. It seemed as though the role of being a good friend and the role of the narrator within the ghost story were clashing inside him. Let's not forget, this guy has the twisted mindset typical of a ghost story resident. But at the same time, he was a stuffed doll trying very hard to remain my friend. Right. I had to center myself. I might be a coward, but I shouldn't let myself be stupid. I explained as calmly as possible. I didn't mean to say that I thought you should have been hanged either. It's just, I'm going crazy with anxiety. I just meant that I wish I had asked you to stick around a bit longer to gather more information before bailing. You seem to be able to communicate with this ghost story. Ah, that's true. Unfortunately, for you, Mr. Roe dear, it seems they've decided to treat me as an outsider now, so no special interviews are being granted. Still, if that's your reasoning, I can certainly understand. Yeah. But faintly. I had a feeling we understood each other differently. Even as I thought that, I didn't have the mental bandwidth to dwell on it further. There's nothing. Even though I knew there was nothing, part of my brain kept desperately sifting through the exploration records and the manual, trying to find a loophole to save the hangman. But there was nothing. Of course, there wasn't. If there had been, I would have thought of it over the past 2 days while racking my brain to the breaking point. There's no precedent. No matter how much I scoured my mental catalog of the dark exploration records or revisited the manual, it wasn't there. I already knew. Whether I destroyed the gallows, tried to replace the hangman, or simply refused to guess the word, it would only add penalties. The hangman still dies. There are no exceptions. They'll die no matter what, it said. Is there really nothing else? I gritted my teeth. How? Roe. A familiar voice rang out. I turned to see a second staff member standing in the open doorway. Supervisor. You all right, huh? Supervisor Park Min-seong, who had just entered the room, caught sight of Eun-hage and visibly swallowed hard. You're here. You've already heard it on the TV, right? Just get ready to guess. Park Min-seong's face was filled with a mix of emotions before quickly calming down. Stop thinking unnecessary thoughts and guess quickly. You know you've already accumulated penalties, right? Accumulated. Supervisor, what does that mean? The supervisor whispered to me with a strained expression. Well, actually, this is my second time being here. I came here right after I started, and now, 2 years later, I'm back again. Haha. I don't know if I'm lucky or unlucky. He gave a bitter smile. Last time, I tried to save someone who'd been chosen as the hangman and got a penalty for it, so I think the contamination might have accumulated. I'm not sure. There hasn't been a case like this before. He rambled, saying he even started carrying only one piece of equipment at a time because he wasn't sure what might happen. His mental state was clearly shaken. I grabbed his shoulders. Supervisor. A direct experiencer. The only person who might have detailed information I didn't. Please answer my questions quickly and accurately from now on. Chapter 63.1. Hurry up. Hurry up. Then, Supervisor, your previous experience would be the 35th round, correct? Why yeah. It was the only round where they attempted to bring in new hires. Kim So-lium quickly exchanged a few hurried questions with Supervisor Park Min-seong and immediately pieced together the essentials in his mind. Supervisor Park's detailed experience. Is this all? Is this what we need? I'm working on putting it together. New hires were drafted into this darkness's exploration, resulting in chaos and panic from fear. Some kept cursing so they received penalties. A fight broke out over calming pills, and it led to penalties for both parties, including the one who drank them. 7 people received more than 2 penalties, reaching the brink of contamination. The new hire chosen as the hangman passed out from panic halfway through, but the sheer terror and confusion left no one able to help. Another new hire collapsed after being struck on the head by the body that fell from the gallows. They later resigned. After that, they never brought in new hires again. Hold on. Do the bodies remain? Kim So-lium stared urgently at the supervisor. The bodies of the people who've died here as the hangman, I mean. Well, yeah. Though I don't know about decay or anything like that. I don't think there was a head, but it's not like I personally attended the funeral and checked every detail. A chill ran up Kim So-lium's spine. What is it? Supervisor Park grabbed Kim So-lium's shoulders in a panic. Is there a hint? Does this help? Yes. Kim So-lium nodded urgently, but cold sweat trickled down his neck. I can't guarantee it, though. It felt like madness. But. The mere possibility was such an exhilarating hope. This is worth trying. Kim So-lium hastily pieced together what was needed. It seemed barely feasible. With this, we might be able to slip through the cracks without breaking the rules. The only problem was, one essential skill wasn't currently available. Brawn. Once again, he was needed. How much longer until your transformation ability is ready? Even I need about half a day of rest, don't you think? Kim So-lium quickly adjusted the question. What if I change the conditions? Conditions. Kim So-lium explained the altered conditions. The response changed. If that's the case, I can manage after about an hour of rest. It's a tough schedule, but, I'll endure it. I'm a professional, after all. Thank you so much. Don't mention it. 1 hour. The conditions were reset. I need to buy time. Within this chaos, I had to ensure that Eun-hage didn't fully ascend the gallows for an hour. And that was impossible to do alone. Sunbeam. If possible, I'd like you to act as a decoy. Kim So-lium quickly held the Silver Heart badge in his pocket. Then he shouted to the 9 employees who had gathered in the room, enthusiastically immersed in the hangman game. Everyone. 9 pairs of eyes turned toward Kim So-lium. He swallowed hard. What was needed now was aggro. If you could double your clear points, would you do it? *****. Assistant Manager Eun-hage of D-Squad raised her head. Even though she was hanging midair, sentenced to death with black ropes wrapped around her neck and limbs, she was surprisingly calm. All things considered, this isn't a bad way to go. Aside from dying just short of reaching her point goal, it was honestly far better than the bloody messes from her co-workers' deaths in the past. Assistant Manager Eun. What was your mode of transportation? Dunno. I told you already, I don't remember. If taking these goddamn trolls with her to the grave wasn't enough to make it worse, she didn't feel all that cooperative. Still, the right answers would eventually come, regardless of her efforts. That's just how hangman works. Damn it. The last mode of transportation she used as a reporter. How the hell would I know that? Fuck it, eh? Correct. It worked. Even without figuring it out from the hint, throwing out letters eventually leads to the correct answer. Underscore 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 A underscore underscore R. Ugh. Unhage looked at her now missing feet, feeling the chilling fear of death crawl up her neck. But, no, she didn't show it. She didn't want to serve as entertainment for the trolls. Here's the hint for the third blank letter. Why can't teacher Unhage take airplanes anymore? Meanwhile, her two hoobies from D-Squad were busily whispering in the corner. What are they doing? They clenched their teeth as if seeing Unhage lose both her feet was too much, then started talking more fervently. They must have some delusional idea of saving her. That might be better. If they just keep talking and eventually realize there's no way out, they'll give up. At least they'll find some comfort in having tried. Meanwhile, someone came up with the answer to the relatively easy question. Trauma? T. Underscore underscore T underscore A underscore underscore R. Correct. Her entire left leg disappeared. Fuck. Whoa. We got it. Ah. I should have answered first. The trolls screamed like they were at a sports event, watching someone's leg disappear. Unhage's irritation and anger began to boil. Maybe I should just troll along with them. But then, suddenly, everyone. Someone raised their hand beyond the trolls. If you could double your clear points, would you do it? Row. Yes. The rookie from D-Squad, or rather, the now former rookie who'd climbed the ranks in record time, Kim Solium, raised his hand with a calm expression. What the hell? Isn't that the guy, that one who got promoted recently? Everyone recognized him by then. The top new hire, wearing a mask with antlers like a deer, who had been promoted to supervisor after just 60 days, had already become a widely talked about figure. Maybe because of the rumors, everyone was now strangely drawn to him. There was something natural about his presence. And just now. Did he say points? In the strange atmosphere that had overtaken the playroom, Kim Solium spoke. How about we make a bet? If any of you win this bet, I'll give you all my clear points, Sunbeam Im. What? Insane aggro. Is that guy crazy? Why's he doing that? But for members of the field exploration team, the mention of points was irresistible. Are you really saying you'll give up all 2,000 points? Yes. Ah, Supervisor Roe dear, you must not know since you've only been here a few months. Points are non-transferable. I know. You do? Then what? But there's no rule against using 2,000 points to buy items from the company store and giving them away, is there? If you win, you can pick whatever you like. I'll even pay for custom equipment. The atmosphere shifted. If the sacrifice had already been chosen, then how useful would additional points be? Are you serious? Yes. He was serious. Of course, if they could win. Chapter 63.2. Then what's the bet? In response, Kim Solium crossed his arms. Who can guess the most letters in the hangman puzzle? Ah. The person who guesses more letters than me will get the points. Is he insane? For reference, I've only guessed one, so just getting 2 would meet the threshold. Wait. Supervisor Park Min-seong from D-Squad stood up in alarm. Ro, why are you making a bet in this situation? There aren't many B-class ghost stories that are safe as long as you follow the manual. I thought this could be a good opportunity to see if guessing more correct answers might trigger any special phenomena. Right. Kim Solium spoke seriously, looking around at the employees. If the atmosphere gets strange, please stop. I hope it doesn't become dangerous. Ha. Some of the employees exchanged smirks and sneers before one of them spoke up with a sarcastic grin. Oh, so noble. You're making a bet to add more detail to the manual and make it safer. Yes, that's correct. Kim Solium replied without hesitation. I want to help make it so that those who come in after us can clear this more safely. Why? No particular reason. I just think it'd be good if someone did it, and I'm in a position to do so. The employee who asked fell silent. For some reason, they felt uneasy. Come to think of it, didn't this rookie rescue a missing person? Another memory surfaced. Last time, I heard he saved all the other employees from some B-class darkness and got promoted because of it. He'd retrieved an unpopular desk worker that no one else cared to find, without pay. He'd risked his life in a high-grade darkness to save employees he didn't even know. He's not normal. Normally, these people would have laughed at someone like this guy, calling him gullible. But strangely, for some peculiar reason, they couldn't. Teeing. A clear, metallic sound seemed to echo in their minds. It was as if their thoughts were sharpening, seeing things in a clearer, more objective way, detached from their usual habits and inertia. And oddly enough, those seemingly foolish choices began to look, somehow, impressive. They spoke without thinking. All right, let's do the bet. Oh, thank you. Kim Solium bowed repeatedly, thanking the now quiet employees, and then began to walk away. I'll see you all when the game is finished. He approached assistant manager Eun Hage, who had been watching the whole scene with her jaw dropped. Assistant manager. Eun Hage felt a throbbing headache. This guy's problem is that he's too nice. Smart rookie or not, this was his flaw. He's too sincere. The type to burn out or break under the weight of his own ideals. He passionately declared that his items belonged to his co-workers just to try and save them before, and now he was seriously pulling a stunt like this. You're seriously. Kim Solium lowered his voice and spoke quickly. It's a bluff. Oh. I just stirred things up to buy us time. For a moment, Eun Hage almost forgot she was about to die, but then she managed to reply. You're saying you're stalling for time? Yes, ma'am. Ha. Wait, if you're planning to try something in that time, don't. That's how you get yourself killed. What if I insist on doing it? We're going to try no matter what. If you cooperate, our chances of success will be higher. This stubborn brat. Eun Hage gritted her teeth. Hey. I told you I'll handle it myself. I don't believe that, you've already given up. You're ready to die. So quick on the uptake. Ugh. I won't say I haven't thought about trying something. Finally, Eun Hage confessed. Things she hadn't mentioned to avoid giving her hoobies false hope. You know how this ghost story enforces all sorts of rules on the so-called new teachers, right? But do you know who the only exception is? That would be the hangman. Eun Hage grinned. That's me. The hangman wasn't penalized for anything, not for cursing, not for slamming their head against a wall hard enough to break the skull. The problem is, even so, moving my body is difficult. She gestured with her eyes toward the ropes binding her. But, if I put it the other way around, it means I can do whatever I want with my upper body. Of course, the chances of anything working were slim to none. Eun Hage spoke casually, keeping her composure. Did you hear that? Only I can keep trying this loophole. Even so, I don't get penalized. So you penalty targets just sit in. Kim Solium's eyes glinted. I'll use that loophole to maximize the survival rate. What? Please remember what I'm about to say. Kim Solium explained, clearly, firmly, and concisely, what Eun Hage needed to do. And after. That's all. Eun Hage suddenly felt like she'd been doused in ice water. Were they seriously going to do this? We'll head off and start the work. See you in a bit. Hey. Wait a second. Row. Badger. You damn brats. But the two were already walking out of the playroom. Hey. Come back here. Phew. It seemed the stalling tactic had worked. I was walking down the unnervingly clean, colorful, and quiet kindergarten hallway with Supervisor Park Min-seong. Let's move faster. The testimonies from Supervisor Park and Assistant Manager Eun were helping me form a clearer picture. My mind wavered between anxiety and hope. Even so, the unsettling atmosphere of this ghost story setting still made my skin crawl. But courageous as always, Supervisor Park kept glancing back at me with a worried expression before finally speaking up. Ro, are you sure about this? Those 2,000 points aren't a joke. What if someone actually guesses 2 letters? That'll never happen. I grinned. With selfish personalities and everyone keeping each other in check, it's impossible. They'll sabotage each other every time someone tries to guess. According to the records, each question's time limit ranged from 7 to 10 minutes, depending on the whims of the ghost story. Even conservatively, they'd have to cycle through 9 rounds of this full-time limit. So, what's the best method? They'll probably keep sabotaging and fighting until the very last moment. And since they still wouldn't want to accumulate penalties, someone would begrudgingly propose terms for their guesses. And the likelihood of that being the correct answer? Very slim. In the end, they'll all have to take penalties, and the time will drag on. Additionally, once contamination starts accumulating, they'll hesitate to randomly guess letters, slowing things down further. So, it'll easily take an hour. I stated this confidently. And since the prize isn't the 2,000 points themselves but an item you can buy with them, it's harder to split the reward. They can't easily form teams to share, and verbal agreements aren't trustworthy enough. The only reason they trusted my promise was because of the silver heart. I had to make sure it wasn't exposed. I consciously avoided even thinking about the badge in my pocket as I continued. So don't worry about that. Let's focus on saving the assistant manager first. A flicker of emotion crossed Supervisor Park's face beneath his mask. Realizing there was no time to waste, he quickly suppressed it. All right. Let's get to it. Oh, we're here. Yes. It was time to begin preparations. Hugh. I sat down with Supervisor Park, settling on the floor. It was the largest space in the kindergarten. Playroom. I tried my best not to look too closely at the scene before me. In front of us was a colorful ball pit and a stage decorated with flowers and butterflies. But atop the cheerful stage, 2 grotesque chunks of flesh stood awkwardly. A left leg. A right foot. They were parts of Assistant Manager Unhage's body. Ha! A chill ran up my spine, raising the hairs on my neck. Whether it was from fear, dread, or a sense of crisis, I couldn't tell. The gallows. There was only one chance. I had to seize it here. Chapter 64.1. Assistant Manager Unhage's emotions were a tangled mess. If I'm going to leave, I'd like to go in peace. Apparently, that was an impossible wish. Hey! Move back. Do you think I didn't notice you already guessed one right? Ack! Move back. I haven't guessed a single one yet. Troll bastards. It was utter chaos. The scene had already been unseemly when everyone acted as if they were watching a spectator sport while fending for themselves. But now, with everyone monitoring and sabotaging each other while yelling, it had gotten worse. Survival and points. 2 objectives meant double the conflict. It was like watching a wagon wheel stuck in place, unable to move because of friction, only building up heat. Row, that punk. He's really something else. It had been a long time since Unhage had seen such excellent political maneuvering. Good thing he's a decent guy. Judging by the mess in front of her, they might actually stall for more than an hour. How long has it been? 20 minutes. __TRA__R. And yet, with only 1 letter filled in so far. Here's the hint for the 6th blank letter. Whose obituary call caused teacher Unhage's airplane trauma? Assistant Manager Un, who passed AWA. Oh, shut up. But what was the point of stalling, anyway? Isn't it the same outcome? All my secrets will get exposed, and I'll die. It wasn't like Unhage cared about preserving her honor anymore, but the longer it dragged on, the more bitter and tired she felt. And the more she thought about what those 2 hoobies were planning, the more dizzy she became. They're about to do something crazy. Unhage recalled Ro's earlier whisper. During the hanging, remember this. It hadn't been a request, but a statement, one that wouldn't take no for an answer. Still, if they were really determined to go through with it, wasn't it only fair that Unhage did her best to survive? Though she couldn't say whether their resolve would hold in a few minutes. Let's see how it goes. Unhage crossed her arms philosophically. And so, 20 minutes. 30 minutes. 40 minutes passed. Hell yeah. It's right. The B in believe. Correct. B_TRAY_R. The word was starting to take shape. And at this point, it's only natural that someone would catch on. Wait a sec. Huh. The word's true identity. This word. *****. Row, over there. I looked up. 1 hour and 8 minutes had passed. The word was complete. BETRAYER. Betrayer. The word that best represents teacher Unhage is betrayer. What? 4 years ago, as a reporter, teacher Unhage betrayed her longtime boss and team, trying to publish an exclusive article on her own. She failed and had her story stolen, with a cute new S. And during this process, her false report caused severe emotional distress to her sources, leaving them in despair until some of them actually died. What's the moral of this story? The answer is, people who betray their workplace deserve punishment. Hangman is an excellent educational game used here at kindergarten to teach the moral of justice and retribution to our students. This is the one time I really regret not being able to curse. Row. Supervisor Park grabbed my shoulder. Listening to this, it makes your Sunbae sound like such a terrible person, but you wouldn't know for sure unless you heard it directly from them. That's just how this kind of darkness works. It isolates the victim, inflicts psychological torment, and uses penalties to scare the remaining members of the field exploration team into compliance. I think it's not too late to talk about it after we all make it out alive. Supervisor Park's face lit up. Exactly. You're right, Ro. That's why, Thunk, 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 thunk. I turned my head. Unhage watched with a conflicted heart. They're coming. Through the open door of the playroom, figures stepped in unison, moving slowly and fluidly. There were no melting black substances, no screams. Just pristine pastel outfits, smiling faces, aprons, and name tags. The brand marks on their foreheads. Sunny class. Chick class. Dream Sprout class. Those people are the ones who were fully contaminated and trapped here. No, the monsters that used to be people. Don't make eye contact. If you get scared, you might be affected. I turned my eyes away as much as I could from those figures. Game over. Now, let's hang the hangman one last time. It's time. I recalled the conversation we had during preparations. Supervisor, if it feels like too much of a burden. You're telling me to push it onto you. What? Oh, come on. That's not happening. This is my custom equipment. You couldn't use it even if you tried. I wasn't saying I'd do it, but, thanks. And now, the supervisor was holding his custom equipment. A camouflage cloth. Wasn't it called the mimic scarf? It looked no different from the one he had used to help me during the exhibition, but there was one key difference. It's actually sopping wet now, It was soaked. We had dumped all the remaining contents of the Alice Picnic Set drink enhancer onto it. The same enhancer that doubled the effect of the smiley sticker during the Tuesday quiz show. I drenched that scarf completely without holding back. To avoid dirtying the floor with foreign substances, which would incur a penalty, we'd spread my suit jacket beneath it, essentially sacrificing it. And if the enhancer worked, the camouflage gear should have tremendous power, even if just once. At least until the moisture dried. Since we were racing against time, it was perfect for the job. All right, I'll use it now. Yes. I nodded. The supervisor glanced at the kindergarten teachers climbing onto the stage, then silently pulled the scarf over his face. Anne. He became one of them, perfectly. Sprout class. Ah, excellent. A convincing disguise. It won't hold for long, though. It only needs to last for a moment. About 3 minutes. And I had to act, too. Chapter 64.2. I waited until Supervisor Park had blended in with the teachers and then started moving, slightly delayed to stagger the timing. Now. I had to get as close to the stage as possible for Braun to use his ability. And if I could draw some attention away, it would make it easier for Supervisor Park Minseong to maneuver unnoticed among the monsters. Let's begin. But as I raised my head, I froze. Oh. I had forgotten something critical. That I was a coward. Teacher Kim Solium, listen to me. I finished reading the handbook. 1. Kindergarten is eternal. 2. I follow the rules. Everything is perfect. I am a perfect teacher. Everyone is safe, happy, and there are no accidents, no one jumps. Our kindergarten is a perfect and safe haven where everyone follows the rules and educates endlessly. Once you finish reading the handbook, Teacher Kim Solium, you'll be like me. Now just read the handbook quickly. On the platform. Countless kindergarten teachers stood, smiling. They were not human. They had never been human. Just looking at them sent an instinctive warning down my spine, that I would X if I were to approach, that I would be grabbed by the back of my neck, that I'd be left with nothing else to do but scream. I knew it already. The more I was afraid, the worse the mental contamination would get. I just had to endure. And I knew I had to stand close to them, attracting their attention. Compared to Supervisor Park Min-seong, who had to fully blend into their midst, what I had to do wasn't even that difficult. But did I hold back a scream? What on earth is this? They said feeling fear leads to contamination, right? Is my fear drawing the contamination toward me? I'm supposed to draw their attention. I'm supposed to draw their attention. Drip. Cold sweat dripped from my chin. I barely managed to move my left foot forward, taking a single step. Their gazes locked onto me. NEWTEACHER. A sticker. The tattoo sticker. I need to use it. I need to use it now. There's no way I can endure. No, hold on. I can't use them now. This is panic talking. What I need isn't courage. It's rationality. No, maybe I should. Mr. Roe dear. Mr. Roe dear, I'm curious. What's your favorite fruit? Mr. Roe dear, a humble admirer named Braun is eagerly awaiting your answer. A question. Your favorite fruit, please. Grapes. Ah. Excellent choice. A symbol of abundance and nourishment. In ancient Egypt, they were revered as sacred fruit, and in Greece, they were celebrated as a cultural beverage. A with circumflex and beta. Shall we delve deeper? Let's move forward. I slowly took another step. New teacher Eun-hage will dangle by her neck and die. That's what the hangman game is about. Staring at the ground, I moved forward. How about wine? It's a beverage that has evolved alongside human civilization, shaped by the grape variety, harvest timing, and aging methods. Over millennia, it has been refined, driven by the desires and determination of producers and consumers to perfect its methods and results. One step. Another step. Soon, the edge of the stage came into view. I had reached just below the platform. Mr. Roe dear, your steps are no different. I lifted my head. In this show, boldness is essential. Without it, you vanish. And Mr. Roe dear, you've proven to be a participant who won't vanish. Ah, it's all coming back to me now. Yes, you were the MVP. This time too, let's follow your desires and determination. Braun spoke cheerfully. Now, let's play our assigned roles brilliantly, shall we? Right. Thank you. Encouraging my crew is my specialty. I was genuinely grateful. I took a deep breath. Though the smiling teacher's gazes landed on me again, it felt more bearable. The whispers and phrases didn't burrow into my brain enough to overwhelm me with fear or contamination. Don't let fear consume me. I can do this. I steadied myself and stood, looking up at the teachers crowded on the platform. New teacher Eun-hage, please step onto the platform. The execution had begun. Chapter 64.3. The kindergarten teachers stood in abundance atop the colorful, cheerful stage. It looked as though an event was about to take place, but what they surrounded was an executioner's block. A black execution scaffold. At the scaffold, a black line extended straight ahead. At the end of the line were assembled body parts. Both legs, both arms, thighs, waist, chest, neck, and finally, a head. The moment the head appeared on the stage, the parts merged, and assistant manager Eun-hage exhaled deeply. Then, looking at the teachers surrounding her, she clenched her teeth. Goodbye. The teachers clapped gently with smiling faces. Likely holding back a stream of expletives, Eun-hage's face was pale as she moved her feet. Not by her own will. The black holographic ropes forced her limbs to move, guiding her toward the scaffold amidst the crowd of teachers. And then. This is the moment. Did you know? Of course, any contact with the teacher chosen as the hangman was strictly forbidden. Any attempt to rescue them, even a last handshake or an item exchange, was prohibited. Even if someone tried to risk a penalty, their actions would be blocked just before the attempt. So, the only opportunity to act was during one specific moment. The hangman is ascending the scaffold. This is what happens when you guess correctly. When Eun-hage appeared on the stage and began ascending the scaffold, at the exact moment she passed directly beside the teachers. Tuck. One teacher gave her something. Supervisor Park Min-seong, perfectly disguised as a kindergarten teacher, handed something to assistant manager Eun-hage. Since Eun-hage's arms and legs were bound by ropes, she couldn't use them. Only small, movable parts of her body were functional. For example, her mouth. The something handed over in passing disappeared into Eunhae's mouth in an instant. As if nothing had happened. Eunhae continued walking, expressionless, and finally stepped onto the gallows. This is where the second critical moment came. Now, let's begin the execution. Brawn. Now. Understood. Let's see your mask in a whole new light. Reframing the familiar. I frantically looked up at Eunhae. No change. Thunk. The black holographic rope around her neck gained physical form and texture. Hangman. And then, it pulled upward. Damn it. I wanted to avert my gaze so badly, but I forced myself to watch, pretending to be unaffected. The rope pulled with a disturbingly immense force, and then... ting. Thud 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 thud. The headless body tumbled down from the stage. Thump. The lifeless body part fell right in front of me, and I caught it. It was limp, devoid of any signs of life. Then, it gradually faded until it completely vanished. The game has ended. New teachers, please wait for your evaluation. Ah, it's finally over. So you won the bet, Supervisor Roe dear. Man, how'd you stop anyone from guessing twice? The other staff, who had been waiting at the back per the kindergarten's instruction to watch the hangman's final moments in the playroom, approached with relieved sighs and complaints. R. New Epsilon. Ah, is this your first time seeing a team member die? Honestly, Eunhae wasn't the kind of person who'd live long anyway. One of them gave my shoulder a light pat. Well, don't take it too hard, okay? She's dead now. I smiled. What? Why are you smiling? She's not dead. What? Huh. They stared at me like I'd lost my mind. But then... Ugh, what is this? Screams erupted from those who looked up at the stage. Not because they saw Eunhae's severed head. Rather. This. One of them pointed at the stage with a trembling voice. Why, is it a hand? Exactly. But it was definitely a head. I looked at Eunhae's severed left hand lying on the stage and chuckled. I never thought I'd laugh at the sight of a severed body part, but I couldn't help it. It worked. Ah, what a remarkable piece of craftsmanship. And what an amusing idea, switching the head and hand. Exactly. The plan was to switch Eunhae's head and hand while concealing it from everyone's eyes. So during the execution, instead of her head, one of her hands would be severed. Using hands or feet to substitute for other body parts is a classic stage trick. Braun, muttering about doing this only for a friend, was unexpectedly brilliant in this moment. But this isn't over yet. For the hangman to escape, they have to die and leave as a corpse. If Eunhae had somehow survived the execution, the system would have noticed and enforced another way to follow the rules. So, all I have to do is place this plum-sized apple in her mouth, right? Supervisor Park Min-seong had been essential to the plan. While disguised as a teacher, in that fleeting moment that assistant manager Eunhae passed by, what he had slipped into her mouth was none other than a snow-white mountain mini apple. It was an item I carried, designed to induce death-like sleep. It was a stroke of luck that the wrist storage upgrade let me carry a whole apple instead of just juice. That's why I was able to give these instructions. Assistant manager, when the apple enters your mouth as you ascend the scaffold, swallow the final piece just before your wrist is severed. What? It will happen in that moment. That's all. Eunhae followed the instructions to the letter. At the exact moment when her wrist, mistaken for her neck by everyone, was severed, Eunhae swallowed the last piece of the apple. This put her in a state identical to death. Her body, now indistinguishable from a corpse, was recognized as having been executed as the hangman, and successfully ejected from the ghost story. Exactly. Outside that outcome, no other possibility could have worked in this situation. Success. Ha. I pressed my hands against my face. Even so, I wanted to leave and confirm his survival as soon as possible. What if someone mistook the body for a corpse and transported it away? It felt too early to feel catharsis or relief. I just wanted to get out of here quickly. The evaluation is ready. Thankfully, the TV displayed the final signal. Soon, it would announce which participants contributed to completing the hangman word and which didn't, assigning penalties or granting a pass accordingly. From the looks of it, no one seemed contaminated enough to fail escaping. Row. As the teachers on the platform disappeared, Supervisor Park Min-seong finally jumped down from the stage. We did it, right? Yes. Wah. The supervisor collapsed onto the ground in relief and joy. It was worth squeezing into that gap. Even though his face was pale, Park Min-seong grinned earnestly as he finally removed the camouflage equipment. Supervisor, you didn't guess a letter, so you'll probably get another penalty. Ah, I can handle up to the second one. As we had discussed earlier, the supervisor nodded, accepting the consequence. Honestly, it doesn't feel great, but, well, taking one penalty for missing a correct answer is way better than letting the assistant manager die. I'll stop at the second, there's no way I'll get a third, so I'll be fine. Goodness. Ding. Wrong. Wait, what? New teachers must remain at the bottom of the platform. Stepping onto the stage is prohibited. As a penalty, you must read the handbook aloud for 10 minutes. Park Min-seong looked back up at the spot he had just stepped down from. Ah. The platform. I'm caught. And then, he was dragged away. Chapter 65.1. A black holographic book descended over Supervisor Park Min-seong's head. The hologram clung to him like tar, seeping over his body as he clawed at the ground, struggling in vain. Behind his writhing figure, the TV's cheerful voice resumed. Now, let's reveal the new teachers who failed to actively participate in the hangman game. Similar scenes began to unfold across the room. The issue, the real issue, was... New teacher Park Min-seong, you didn't guess a single letter correctly. One penalty had already been accumulated. Stepping onto the stage added another. And now, not guessing a letter resulted in a third. Thus, 3 penalties accumulated. The TV declared its verdict. New teacher Park Min-seong is designated as a permanent trainee. You will remain here forever, receiving training and preparing to become a perfect kindergarten teacher. The black holographic books covering the faces of those who failed to guess letters remained, but only Park Min-seong's turned a fiery red and spread across his entire body. His scream warped into something unnatural. NPLE. His body twisted and thrashed on the floor in grotesque contortions. Incomprehensible excerpts from the handbook were read aloud, overlapping with his sobs and screams. Empty set beta. Yet no one around paid attention. A few glanced over, only to quickly step away as if avoiding any connection, waiting for the next stage outlined in the manual. Finally. Thank you for your efforts in today's dry run. Goodbye, new teachers. Clearance confirmed. Finally, it's over. Move it. As soon as the game ended, everyone realized they were free to curse and run, and a flood of participants surged out of the playroom. Even those who had just finished their 10-minute penalty, coughing up the tar-like hologram and clutching their heads in pain, staggered upright and limped or ran out, bumping into me along the way. Huh. What the? The door only stays open for 30 minutes. If you don't get out now, you'll be treated as a permanent trainee too. Damn it. They brushed past me and kept running. And so I was left alone. Alone, except for the contaminated Park Min-seong writhing on the floor. Oh dear, my friend is being mistaken as a volunteer in such an outdated place. Let's leave immediately, Mr. Roe dear. No. Mr. Roe dear. The game was over. That meant the rules of this ghost story had also ended. In the worst case, I can run out on my own in 10 minutes and make it through the door. But I have to at least try to take the supervisor with me. I could endure this. I had to try as much as I could. After all, I'd succeeded before. I don't want to give up so easily. I didn't want this story to end with saving the hangman by exploiting a sliver of a loophole, only to have the one who tried to save them disappear into the legend. I don't want some casual note on a wiki saying, an incident where the rescuer of the hangman was lost. I can do this. I raised my head and reached for the tattoo on my wrist. From the heated tattoo, the items I had stored began to appear. The candle-making kit, apple juice, the blood-sucking knife, stickers, and dozens of 501 coins bundled together. Oh, what fascinating tools will you use this time, friend? I'm not using anything. Then what is this? I stuffed all the items into my briefcase. Given that I hadn't brought the blood bathtub with me, I was left with just enough room to fit everything snugly. The blood-sucking knife, which looked like it could burst out of the bag due to its size, was carefully set aside into my back pocket. Done. The fully packed briefcase was heavy, but not so much that I couldn't carry it while running. And now, there was one thing left to do. The now empty subspace in my wrist. Ah, you were clearing it for a purpose. Exactly. I briefly reached into the tattoo's connected subspace and pulled my hand back out. This subspace, it's a cube with a volume equivalent from 60 centimeters per side, right? Precisely. It's irregular, isn't it? That's also. Braun's voice carried a mix of amusement and interest. Correct. Good. It's all or nothing. I'd heard it before, the idea that being contaminated and trapped in this ghost story forever, unable to die, was far worse than death. Let's do this. I gritted my teeth and waited. Waited for Supervisor Park Min-seong's third penalty to finish. Trying to do anything now would be foolish. Trying to communicate with someone in the middle of their penalty would result in the holographic handbook graciously attaching itself to me as well. And then, I'd spend 10 minutes reading the handbook, effectively out of commission. That would be the end. I forced myself to suppress my anxiety and waited calmly. Time remaining for the penalty. 7 minutes. 6 minutes. 5 minutes. 4 minutes. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. 1 minute. 0. The tar-like red substance surrounding Supervisor Park Min-seong disappeared. Slowly, he stood up. His appearance had transformed completely into that of a kindergarten teacher. The black suit he had worn was replaced with soft beige pants, a white shirt, and a light green apron. In one hand, he held a brown folder with a red title. Kindergarten Handbook. His mask had completely melted away, revealing his face. And on his forehead, clear and vivid, was the brand of his assigned class. Sprout Class. A gentle smile spread across Supervisor Park Min-seong's fully exposed face. Teacher Solium. Shit. Did you wait for me to finish reading the handbook? Thank you so much. Of course, I had to wait. Don't let it show. Don't panic. Showing anything now would be disastrous. How are you feeling? Great. Never better. Supervisor Park smiled softly, nodding. That's good to hear. Shall we head out now? Head out? Oh. You mean leaving? Yes, let's go together. Oh, I don't have a quitting time. I'm not just a new teacher anymore. I finished reading the handbook. But you can still leave. That's not possible though. It's time for me to head to the Sprout class and help prepare for opening. Then, with a bright expression, Supervisor Park exclaimed. Oh, right. Teacher Solium, want to come with me? A chill ran down my spine. Teacher Solium, you don't know which class you'll be assigned to yet, do you? You haven't read the handbook yet. If you read it, you'll find out your assigned class. Supervisor Park extended his hand to me. What do you think? It'd be great if we were in the Sprout class together. We used to be on the same squad, after all. Shit. Shit. I naturally stepped back, making sure that I looked like I was considering his suggestion. His outstretched hand swiped through empty air. Oh. Thank you for the offer, but I need to drop this outside the exit first. I lifted the briefcase. I borrowed some things, and I think I need to return them within the time limit. Teacher Solium, all those interesting items you carry around were borrowed. Yes. Please don't notice. Please. Chapter 65.2. Trigger warning, self-harm. The thing that had once been Supervisor Park, still speaking kindly and gently as if it were second nature, replied. Then should I ask the other teachers to help move it? It's just one briefcase. If you wouldn't mind, could you accompany me to the entrance for a moment? Supervisor Badger specifically requested it. Supervisor Park froze. Perhaps. Supervisor Badger. His mouth opened. That. But then, in the next moment. Sure. Let's go to the entrance together. The kind, cheerful teacher's voice returned. Teacher Solium. Yes, I'd appreciate it if you could accompany me to the entrance. Quietly, so we don't disturb anyone. Sounds good. I turned and began walking out of the playroom. Right behind me followed the fully contaminated Supervisor Park, now a teacher. Ha. Slowly, I moved forward. Step. Step. Right behind me, I could hear the sound of soft slippers, not the hard click of dress shoes, quietly trailing me. Step. Step. Oh, let me help you carry the briefcase. It's ALR. Before I could finish saying it was fine. The teacher's hand grabbed half of the briefcase I was holding. The perfect teacher's handbook in his hand brushed against mine. Step. Step. I'm fine. The sharp, piercing sound that messes with my mind isn't there. Neither is the overwhelming terror or fear that makes me want to lose my mind. I can do this. The entrance isn't far now. All I have to do is walk. But at the same time, a thought crosses my mind. Is sneaking out to the entrance like this the right thing to do? Motherfucker. Look at me cursing. Maybe it's because I've never read the handbook, but somehow it feels a little embarrassing. Maybe reading the handbook isn't a punishment at all. Perhaps it's an opportunity disguised as a penalty, a chance to learn. Crazy. Wait. Let's not just dismiss this as contamination. Let's consider it seriously. This is a great workplace. Preparing for a perfect opening with polite and compliant colleagues is the ultimate joy. I have the potential to become a perfect teacher. Kindergarten has shown me that. No. Absolutely not. I scoffed at myself. Don't I know that even getting caught in a lie results in punishment? I should just give up on the entrance efficiently. That's the logical thing to do. I should voluntarily start reading the handbook here. I could even ask teacher Park Min-seong to join me. No. If I just borrow the hand. No. Stop entertaining other thoughts. But if I think about it a little more, I'll start to believe this isn't such a bad idea. It is not. Focus on moving forward. One step at a time, the entrance grows closer. Step, step. I've made it. The entrance. Instead of the dirty, cluttered entrance I first walked through, it now looks pristine, clean enough to make me hesitate about leaving. So, we just have to throw this bag, right? I grabbed the briefcase, and in the motion, the handbook that had been brushing against my hand slipped and fell. Shall we throw it together? Please. Yes, that sounds good. It has to work. Hold on to this part for me. Finally, I turned my head. Standing in my view was Supervisor Park Min-seong, smiling with the face of a teacher. He reached out his upper body and hands, just as I had instructed, ready to grab the briefcase. Now. I grabbed Supervisor Park's head without hesitation. And I shoved it roughly into my forearm. It's working. The subspace connected to my tattoo on my wrist has the volume of a 60 centimeters cube per side. But it isn't a literal cube. It's a malleable, irregular subspace. So, when converted into other measurements, it can easily fit the body of an adult man. I fixed my gaze upward. Crack, crack. The humanoid body resisted as I pushed it into the tattoo, its joints feeling like they were breaking apart. I made sure to start with the head on purpose. Talking to him would have definitely affected me, making the contamination worse. I kept pressing down with one hand. The subspace within the tattoo swallowed it without resistance. The handbook touched it. No, I'll keep that separate, there's no way I'll let it go in. Finally, I crammed in the last of his legs. Snap. Something suddenly grabbed my left forearm. Fingers gripping tightly with unnatural strength, pale as death. It was Supervisor Park's right hand. Ugh. Damn it. I tried to pry off his fingers one by one, but it wasn't working. I can't injure a teacher. I had no idea how this darkness would react if I did. Stay calm. I took out the blood-sucking knife and drove it into my own arm. The fingers tore away, taking chunks of flesh from my forearm. It was pain that should have made me scream like crazy, but adrenaline and sheer tension kept me silent. As I shoved the last of his fingers into the tattoo, I hurried toward the entrance. Step. The final step. I lifted my head. The bright blue sky of daylight greeted me. Behind me, only the decrepit, abandoned building of a private kindergarten remained. The sunlight glimmered over the wild grass in the outskirts of Seoul. Clear. I lowered my head. There lay Assistant Manager Eun Hae's body, missing a hand, collapsed on the ground. None of the other company staff were around, they must have already left. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my smartphone. Following protocol, I pressed a button. As if to confirm I was back in reality, the signal connected, and someone answered the call. This is the security team's storage, correct? With my dry mouth, I barely managed to speak the rehearsed line. I need equipment to contain contamination. Because I've rescued a contaminated employee. Done. And then, I passed out. Chapter 66.1. Excuse me. Excuse me. I snapped my eyes open. A familiar face came into view. Sergeant. Yes. Dressed in a security uniform, with a slender build, light-colored hair, and a name tag reading, J3. The very same security officer who had been involved with me in the Changwei darkness. I tried to get up in a hurry, but a massive headache struck me. Wait, what? Jingle. I froze. The red yarn tied tightly around my hands, dangling little silver bells, caught my eye. Yarn. The look and purpose felt oddly familiar. Oh. This is one of the security team's equipment. Dark Exploration Records / Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. / items. Nostalgia Kitty. A red yarn with silver bells attached, classified as an equipment type item. Temporarily reverts the subject to their physically and mentally healthiest state within the past 10 years. The more severe the subject's mutation, the faster the yarn breaks. Health criteria determined based on usage records. Equals. A device that allowed anyone to temporarily return to a better state from their past. Knowing this calmed me down a little. I relaxed, and... No, wait. Why am I restrained? I quickly raised my head. The sergeant, looking mildly annoyed but also slightly amused, met my gaze. He gave a small wave. We meet again. Yes. But... I raised my bound arms as high as I could. What is this about? You said, you rescued a contaminated employee. Yes, but why am I? The sergeant pointed at me. Ah. Are you saying the security team thinks I'm the one contaminated? Looks like it, yeah. There's no one else. He raised his hand slightly, his expression an odd mix of anticipation and embarrassment. Ah, welcome to the security team. And no. Is this some kind of initiation for me as a new recruit? It's not me. Huh. It's not me. I emphasized this twice, then finally managed to steady myself and take in my surroundings. Is this a isolation room? The interior was an empty space surrounded by gray walls, with even the lighting recessed seamlessly into the ceiling. It seems like the security team responded properly. I must have made the call correctly. Security team equipment rental facility. This was a facility I'd been authorized to use after my promotion to supervisor, a storage space where equipment from the security team could be borrowed via phone or in person. New. However, if the security team deemed a situation required containment, they could intervene directly, as they had here. Lucky me. Seeing as I was now detained in a security team facility, that must have been the case. I slowly nodded. This must be the company building, given that you're here, Sergeant. Yes, sharp observation. I swallowed nervously. If I wasn't mistaken, my tattoo still held the contaminated supervisor Park Min-seong. I need to hand him over so the contamination can be contained. But wouldn't officially registering the existence of my tattoo with the security team be an incredibly stupid move long-term? Testing the waters, I cautiously asked. Is there a CCTV system installed here by any chance? I don't think so. Right. It was likely that no recording devices had been set up, considering this was the first time someone contaminated by the Hungry Hangman ghost story had escaped into reality. Even CCTV footage could become contaminated. Especially since Hungry Hangman was in Ghost Story with exceptionally strong psychological contamination. In any case, it seemed no one knew that the fully contaminated supervisor Park Min-seong was currently inside my tattooed wrist. I swallowed nervously. Sergeant. Just call me Jay. I'm the only Jay left in the security team. All right, JSSI. I spoke with a serious expression. Can you promise to keep what happens next a secret? Naturally, I expected him to refuse. Or, perhaps he'd act conflicted, agree to keep it a secret, and then promptly report everything. Either way, I was prepared to offer some form of persuasion. Sure, why not? As long as it's not about blowing up the company. No, even that might be okay. Just keep it a secret that I even heard anything. Was this the confidence of someone in a lifelong position? What kind of company is this? I shook off the dizziness creeping into my head and firmly stated. It's not about blowing up the company. Then. Actually, I've rescued a contaminated employee, and I'm currently containing them on my own. The sergeant looked at me like I was speaking nonsense. Are you delusional? I'm perfectly sane. I'm even wearing contamination suppression equipment, am I not? I raised my arm. These yarns with bells, this is contamination suppression equipment, isn't it? Yes, it is. Then you can see that I'm speaking with a clear mind. The sergeant stared at me. I swallowed again. When you're ready, I'll bring out the contaminated employee. Oh. He blinked, clearly unconvinced but willing to humor me, and slowly replied. Fine, go ahead. Do you need any special preparations? I only have one chance, as I'm using a disposable item. Well. He tapped his chest lightly. I'm enough. Though his words might have sounded arrogant, his tone was straightforward and wearied, giving no impression of boasting. And he's a sergeant. I'd seen his capabilities in the Changli ghost story. He was a professional in darkness suppression. Good. All right. I took a deep breath. Then, I reached directly into my tattoo. I didn't have to search. My hand immediately grasped the target. Keeping fellow teachers locked away is against the rules. Pull. As my hand emerged from the tattoo, it dragged something along with it. Ryup. With grotesque sounds, the teacher began to emerge from the tattoo. And then. Thunk. The yarn snapped from the strain. Blood spurted from my forearm like a fountain. The wound inflicted by the blood-sucking knife earlier had reopened. Fuck. I wanted to scream from the pain, but I held back. The contamination was creeping back as well. But more pressing than that was Teacher Solium. Such mischievous behavior is a punishable offense at kindergarten. Flinch. Supervisor Park Min-seong, or rather, the teacher, paused mid-sentence, smiling softly. Then, he stopped entirely, glancing around blankly at his surroundings. This is not the kindergarten. Damn it. This is not the kindergarten. This is not the kindergarten. I left without permission, unauthorized. I am not a perfect teacher. I broke the rules. There was no way to respond. I could only feel the guilt crashing over me. I'm so sorry, teacher. I made the wrong decision. I shouldn't have done this. I'll take your punishment and read the handbook aloud instead. I'll grab the handbook of kindergarten and... Up you go. Grab. Someone seized my face. Then something was inserted into my ear. Some kind of sleep sedative. Chapter 66.2. Flash. I blinked. Excuse me. Excuse me. I opened my eyes again. Everything was still. Are you all right? I'm fine. I instinctively knew. You knocked me out, didn't you? Yes. I looked at the empty capsule shell that had fallen to the floor from my ear. A drug. It seemed I'd been given something that briefly knocked me out. Something similar to the Snow White Mountain apple one carried, but perhaps a less potent version. Stay calm. It appeared I'd been freed from the contamination's effects. I steadied my breathing and looked down at my arm. The area where I'd been injured was now wrapped in bandages. As for the yarn that had been wrapped around me earlier, I lifted my head and saw it tightly wound around Supervisor Park Min-seong's limbs in the corner. Right. He no longer looked like a teacher. It was Supervisor Park Min-seong again. It worked. Dressed in a black suit and mask, Park Min-seong looked just as he had before entering the ghost story. Even if this was only a temporary effect of the suppression equipment. Feeling utterly drained, I leaned against the wall. Successful handover. I heard the sergeant mutter beside me. That guy's lucky, getting out that quickly, envy him. Wait. Since he came out quickly, does that mean he can fully recover from the contamination? The sergeant, looking too tired to think, hesitated before finally speaking under the weight of my persistent gaze. That's a gloom-level contamination. Yes, it's B-class. Then it's fine. B grade. The company's got protocols, and well, if things go decently, maybe a department transfer. Sure. Working in the security team would be better than dying. I hope he recovers well enough to either return or leave on his own terms. I turned back to look at Supervisor Park Min-seong. Now that the tension was easing, I felt strange. Until just yesterday, we'd been co-workers, chatting and joking in the office. Now, starting tomorrow, he'd suddenly disappear from my daily life. Please take good care of him. The sergeant nodded slightly, his expression unreadable. As my thoughts wandered, my mind finally returned to the last scene I had witnessed. Assistant Manager Eun Hage. What happened to the body lying next to me? The one missing a left hand. I don't know. Please, tell me she wasn't incinerated or something. No, that couldn't have happened. Since she was a missing hand and not a head, they would have thought it strange. Still, my growing anxiety prompted me to hasten the process and leave the isolation room. Let's head out together. Ah, yes. With a few members of the security team accompanying me, I found myself walking out of the isolation room, escorted somewhere between surveillance and protection. Oops. And as soon as I stepped outside, I realized something. This was the isolation area adjacent to the security team's equipment storage facility. Isolation B. There were separate pages about this place in the Darkness Exploration records. Every single one of them was chilling. 2 summoned employees walked just half a step behind me, moving at a calm pace through the corridor. Meanwhile, I followed, trying to suppress the unease creeping over me. Keek keek keek. Ayaha almighty luminous one, shine your light upon. Save mess of meplier save. From the isolation rooms lined along both sides came bone-chilling sounds. Don't look. I resolutely avoided glancing anywhere but the light spilling from the door ahead. Who's in the hallway? Ayah. Who's in the hallway? Who's in the hallway? Who's? Please, just walk faster. Hurry up. Yet the blasted security team staff maintained their steady pace until we finally emerged through the door. By that point, I was utterly drained, left to complete the exit procedure for the equipment storage facility as a ragged husk of myself. The front of the storage facility looked like a bleak corridor in the maintenance department. At the counter, a silent security team employee retrieved my belongings, which had been stored for isolation. Thank you. I accepted the briefcase. A sticker labeled, Approved/Risk Level D, was affixed to its surface. Looks like they didn't inspect the items individually. Nor had they conducted any additional checks on what I'd retrieved from my tattoo. Surprisingly, Sergeant J seemed to have kept his promise entirely. Though he might report it someday. That much was manageable. I'd even mentioned the one-time use nature of the items on purpose. What mattered now was handling the situation properly. Let's do this right. I took a deep breath. Time to quickly check on Assistant Manager Unhage's situation. Friend. Friend. Braun. Excuse me, is this all of my belongings? The staff member silently pointed toward a container in the corner of the front desk. Waste disposal box. There lay my soaked and mangled suit jacket, crumpled into a mess, and stuffed inside it, a small, disheveled stuffed doll. Gasp. How dare they throw me into such a place as if I were trash? This is outrageous. Even when I was a rookie, I never experienced such disrespect. These people are insane. I felt like I could bathe in my own cold sweat. Hastily, I retrieved the jacket, cleaned up the doll, and tucked it into my shirt pocket. Why you've been through so much? I'm sorry. Hugh. It's not your fault, Mr. Roe dear. It's those ruffians who acted so recklessly. Braun seemed somewhat mollified. Without wasting time, I turned and began walking away. But from behind, an ominous voice trailed after me. But a good friend never forgets. Let's make sure to never let Braun near the security team again. As I stepped out the door, a voice called out to me. Kim Solium SSI. Waiting at the front of the security team facility was someone familiar. Squad leader. Chief Lizard gazed at me with his slit pupils. Did you come to fetch me, sir? Yes. Where are you taking me? And, while you're at it, could you explain why I'm being taken there? To the infirmary. Assistant Manager Unhage is lying there. I paused several times before I managed to speak. Is she alive? Squad leader Lee turned to look at me. And his response was firm and clear. Yes. Gulp. A surge of emotion suddenly rose to my throat. Squad leader. Supervisor Park Min-seong has also been retrieved. Yes. Squad leader Lee Jae-hyun seemed to ponder for a moment, but he soon asked. Is he alive? Yes. Then everyone has survived. Yes. That alone made it all worth it. Undeniably. Chapter 67.1. After that, everything was processed fairly quickly. It seemed I had gained some remarkable recognition at the company again. Apparently, rescuing a contaminated colleague by yourself wasn't entirely unheard of, but most cases involved months or even years of preparation and a desperate determination to pull it off. There were countless cases where the people supposedly on a rescue mission would disappear together with those contaminated people while attempting it. But to pull someone out immediately after contamination. It was apparently unprecedented for a new hire. Look, that guy with the deer antler mask. Oh, is that him? Wow. How many times is this now? Sometimes, as I walked through the company corridors, I overheard whispers behind me. Come to think of it, I remembered experiencing something similar while eating with D-Squad at the cafeteria a few times before. But maybe because I was walking alone now, the comments felt especially clear. Though it didn't last long. Kim Solium SSI. Yes, sir. Don't come to work for the next 10 days. It's paid leave. With half the team gone, D-Squad operations had already been temporarily suspended, and now I was being granted leave. I was still coming in regularly to write the situation report, though. I'd been curious about how we'd managed to twist the rules of a B-class darkness, where the hangman had to die to clear it, and bring assistant manager Eun-Hage out alive. Someone must have reported that Supervisor Park Min-seong and I tried to do something. It even seemed there had been discussions about scheduling interviews with the research team to strengthen the reliability of the exploration records. Ah, Supervisor Kim. Why bother with that? Take a break, take a break. You've done something huge. Thank you. It appeared Section Chief Lee Byongjin, who's in charge of manual revisions, and Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun from our squad had cut off the talks at their level. It was a bit funny, but during the reports from the employees who had been with us, they had apparently testified, Kim Solium SSI must have acted to save his squad mates without any ulterior motive. They essentially made excuses on my behalf, claiming it was all a fortunate combination of quick thinking and good luck. They all bolted the moment the clear door opened, yet they still spoke up for me. The former was only natural, but the latter was something I was grateful for, so I decided to accept it. Thanks to all this, my name kept circulating on internal calls, and the manual now had a possibly subject to revision label attached to it. In the group chat with my fellow new hires, people kept trying to dig for information from me. Go Yeon-jeon, you've been through a lot. Great job. Some even sent texts to comfort me. Thanks. Truly. For the record, Baek Sahyun hadn't even asked how I was doing, even when I live with the guy. That punk's personality has always been like that, anyway. I didn't expect anything different. Overall, the situation so far hadn't been bad for my survival. Actually, isn't this good? I was steadily building an impressive career. Specifically, I was establishing a reputation as a standout employee known for quick clears using unconventional methods outside the existing manual, and for benevolence. And now, a 10-day paid leave. I thought I'd either be pleased about distancing myself from ghost stories for 10 days or feel disappointed about slowing down the pace of accumulating points. I expected it to be one or the other, but I felt neither particularly. So, I ended up doing nothing at all. Mr. Roe dear, would you like to hear my thoughts on why that abysmal comedy show failed to captivate the public? It'll be fascinating. Why not? I spent a few days just sitting in the living room, watching TV. Then, about 3 days in, a text arrived. Eun-Hage, come to the hospital. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Roe, you're here. Assistant manager. I placed the get well gift I brought on the side table and stood next to the bed. Assistant manager Eun-Hage let out a faint chuckle. Soy milk. Nice choice. Thank you. It was the first time we were meeting since the brief communication we had in the infirmary, right after she regained consciousness. The assistant manager's complexion was slightly pale, but her face otherwise looked fine. The snow-white mountain apple had apparently done its job to some extent. Not bad for someone who came back from the brink of death, right? That item was great. Thanks. Thanks to that item, assistant manager Eun-Hage had appeared to be a corpse. Luckily, the unique condition of her missing hand rather than her neck led to her being preserved in isolation. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun reported her survival and had her moved to the infirmary at sunrise the next day. Now, she had been transferred to a hospital with some sort of partnership with the company, and the urgent treatments had just been completed. Oh, by the way, I just said the apple was something I had on me. People usually prefer to keep their sources a secret. Thank you. Gratitude. If anything, I should be the one thanking you and Min-seong. Assistant manager Eun-Hage started to raise her left hand as if to wave it and dismiss the notion, but then froze. Because it wasn't there. Her bandaged left arm ended abruptly at the wrist. With such a loss, company-issued supply potions wouldn't be able to regenerate it. Assistant manager. I voiced what I'd been considering. I have that C-grade regeneration potion with me. You're not about to offer it to me, are you? I was planning to sell it, for money. Ha. Unhage clicked her tongue. Listen up, Ro. Items that are only tradable for points. You can't just buy those outside, no matter how much money you have. And using that potion just because I lost a hand. That's wasteful. It's the kind of thing you save for when half your body's gone. But still. It's fine. I'll handle my hand. You keep it for emergencies. Her gaze grew faintly shadowed. If you keep going into the darkness, you'll face situations far worse than losing a hand. Trust me. A chill ran down my spine. Chapter 67.2. Actually, I've got something for you. With the grace of someone who'd been using just one hand for years, Unhage reached into the bedside drawer and pulled out a luxurious gold-embossed box painted with an oil painting design. Daydream Potion. Wait. That's the kind of box Daydream Incorporated uses for their premium potions. And it looked even fancier than the box my C-grade regeneration potion came in. Assistant manager, what exactly are you? See this? There's only one left. She opened the box with an exuberant gesture. Inside, the molded silk lining held spaces for 2 round glass vials, but one was already empty. Unhage took the remaining vial and casually tossed it to me. Take it. Oh my god. I lunged forward, catching the vial before it could fall. Inside, a liquid shimmered like flowing silk, blending hues of deep purple and silver. Daydream Potion. Venom. Western Diamondback Rattlesnake, outstanding. Venom. Assistant manager, you bought this with points. Yup. Unhage grinned, showing her teeth. Handle it carefully. That's a 170,000 point death note. You can kill someone remotely without leaving a trace. Wait a minute. With trembling hands, I read the description on the vial. Western Diamondback Rattlesnake Venom assists with silent and ruthless revenge. Through a simple ritual, breathe the target's name into the vial. That very night, a horrific death shall find them. In short, it's perfect for getting rid of someone you want dead without any fuss. Before they die, they'll experience excruciating, searing pain and horrific mental torment, enough to curse the world itself, before falling into a coma. Over the next 4 hours, they'll endure what feels like 4 years of agony. With tilde new. You're giving me a murder weapon. Assistant manager Unhage further grumbled about how the venom always came in sets of 2 vials because of the damn concept, so she had to work twice as hard and twice as long just to get it. But eventually, she smiked mischievously at me. Use it if someone you want to kill shows up. Because I had someone like that. I glanced at the empty slot in the box, feeling a lump in my throat. Did she already use the first one? Curious about who I used it on. My mind instantly flashed to the revelation from the hungry hangman. The word that best represents teacher Unhage is betrayer. If it's a personal matter and you're uncomfortable, you don't have to tell me. Uncomfortable? Please. I've been dying to talk about it. If that's the case, by all means. Assistant manager Unhage leaned back against the bed with her arms crossed. To cut to the chase. Yes, I got into trouble as a journalist and ended up switching careers. There was the second-generation politician who dabbled in everything from drugs to human trafficking. I was chasing an exclusive scoop on him, but I ruined myself in the process. Her tone was casual, as usual, but the content was anything but. It was the kind of story that felt polished through years of introspection and regret. Her article was killed at the desk, and the very next day, immense pressure came down on her entire team. She was stalked, her family received threatening calls. The team decided to drop the whole thing and pretend it never happened. But I couldn't let it go and tried to blow the whistle through a foreign media outlet. Sure, that could be considered betrayal. But a small sigh escaped her lips. On the day I was supposed to leave the country, I got a call. 4 of the informants had died as if it were some sort of cruel joke. Officially, it was ruled as suicides due to despair, but they obviously weren't. Either they were killed outright or driven to the point of death. I was stupid to think that just publishing the story would fix everything. It wasn't stupidity. It was stupid, no matter how you look at it. Anyway, Unhage quit being a journalist. She said she simply couldn't do it anymore. But I still needed a job. I had a family to support at home. Fortunately, she found a company that fit. A place where the age range for new hires was relatively broad, where experience in diverse fields was valued for sales positions, and, since it was in a different industry, she wasn't on any blacklists. A pharmaceutical company called Daydream Incorporated. And at this company, she encountered something extraordinary. A wish ticket. At first, I thought about bringing the dead back to life, but that felt like an insult to them. Eun-hage adjusted her arms, crossing them more comfortably. Trying to bring them back just because I felt guilty would have been self-serving. Respecting the dead as they are, that's the right thing to do. Plenty of people in this company wouldn't agree, but that's my stance. Anyway. Her story ended with a faint smile. So last night, I got my revenge. And that's the end of it. If you hear about a second-generation politician dying a horrible death in the news, just know that I was the one responsible. Eun-hage stretched her arms high with a relieved sigh. Ah. Fuck, I'm finally done with this cursed darkness exploration. Are you quitting? You never know in life. Despite her bold declaration, her face was slightly stiff. Even though she mentioned it casually to avoid burdening me, it was clear that she felt conflicted about leaving Supervisor Park Min-seong behind. Either way, I'll be taking a break for a while, but I guess that means I won't be working in the D Squad anymore. She gave a slightly bitter smile. I made such a fuss about you staying in our squad, and it ended up happening after all. Yes. I realized it reflexively. From now on, I wouldn't see Assistant Manager Eun-hage sitting at the desk next to mine anymore. Ro. Is it hard on you? Yeah. If it weren't, you'd have to be some kind of psychopath. You've been so capable that it's just hitting you a bit later than usual, but everyone goes through this at some point. Eun-hage smiled and lightly thumped her chest. Not being able to see the squad mate who used to sit next to you the very next day. But you should give yourself some credit for this. It's the best case scenario, you're not seeing us anymore for a good reason, thanks to your own abilities. Supervisor Park Min-seong, he. That's a debt I'll keep on my own tab. Eun-hage cut me off firmly. You rescued him too. Be proud of that. He's strong in his own way. He'll recover. Focus on yourself for now. She glanced at me and smiled. Even the squad leader seems worried about you. The lizard, worried. Ro, hasn't the squad leader been barely showing up at the office lately? He hadn't. Usually, when half a squad gets wiped out, the norm isn't taking a break, it's stepping in to support another squad. Ah. But he made sure to keep you out of that. Whether it's by pulling strings or stepping in himself. Goodness. Trustworthy, huh? He's been like that since I joined. Not exactly flexible, but dependable. Eun-hage placed her intact hand on my shoulder. It's not easy finding people you can rely on in this company. That's part of your good fortune. Work well with the squad leader moving forward. Then she grinned and extended her hand. Whoever ends up taking my spot, with squad leader Lee Ji-hyun and Kim So-lium, I'm sure the D Squad will be fine. She firmly shook my hand with her uninjured right one. Earn plenty of points safely, Ro. And she added with a smile. I hope your wish comes true. Yes. That was my last handshake with Assistant Manager Eun-hage from the D Squad. Asterisk. When I returned to work after my short leave, I saw that all of Assistant Manager Eun-hage's belongings had been cleared from her desk in the D Squad's office. Supervisor Park Min-seong's desk had been left alone, but who knew how long that would last. I quietly went to my desk and sat down. Just like that. I was the last remaining member of the D Squad here. Chapter 68.1. Morning. I sat quietly in the office. Ah, what a refreshing winter morning. How about a cup of coffee, friend? Sure. Let's have some at lunchtime. While tidying up my desk and chatting with Braun to chase away the silence, around 8:50 a.m., my lizard-headed superior entered through the door. I approached and greeted him politely. Good morning, squad leader. It's a pleasure to see you. Yes. I lifted my head and continued. I heard you helped arrange my paid leave, thank you. Yes. The lizard moved only his eyes to look at me. Can you perform your duties as you did 2 weeks ago? Yes. I can work as before. Even if my initial results are lacking, I'll regain my rhythm as quickly as possible. I see. His vertical pupils scrutinized me intently. I'll be the judge of that and provide any necessary support. By now, I've become fluent in interpreting his words. Whether you excel or stumble, I'll back you up, just keep working hard like you always do. Honestly, even if he looked and talked like a lizard, he's a good boss. So who cares? Still, that didn't mean I can let my guard down. I have to clear the darknesses perfectly for a while. I'd already been granted paid leave. If someone known for their swift, efficient work like me, the kind of employee who hit supervisor rank in just 60 days, came back from a break and couldn't deliver results, that would become a hot topic around the company. It wouldn't look good. Wait, nobody even died, everyone survived, didn't they? Employee Kim Solium seems oddly fragile emotionally. But how could someone with such a weak mentality have achieved so much before? That kind of talk. It's no good if suspicion starts swirling. I couldn't give them any reason to doubt me. I need to clear everything cleanly. Though I hadn't been able to purchase any reliable new items. I recalled the message on the Alien Shop's website that had been up during my entire vacation. Space shopping mall. Redecorating, temporary closed. I understand. All right. The website was under maintenance. I wonder when it'll reopen. I haven't seen any documents related to the site's redecorating, so it should reopen soon. Once the Alien Shop is back, I'll check out the new stock and secure some items within my budget. For now, I'll focus on clearing darknesses properly, getting back to basics. They won't send me into high-grade darkness again for a while, I think. The strange emptiness left by reduced squad members was unavoidable, but quitting isn't an option, so I'll manage somehow. I asked a bit more cheerfully on purpose. Do you think I'll be deployed to a darkness today? I heard there's a high chance we'll be sent to support another squad since we're down to 3 members. That's correct. Oh. Which squad will we be supporting today? If I'm lucky, I might run into one of my yet unmet peers. An elite unit. Huh? Again. Do you mean the A squad? No. Then which team? The C squad. I knew no one at all from that squad. The fact that it was an elite unit made me wary, but at least I wouldn't have to see both the A squad's leader and squad leader Lee Jae-hyun in one place. Wait. Now that I think about it, I wasn't entirely unfamiliar with the C squad. K. Lee, this is assistant manager Lee Kang-hyun from the C squad, haha. The suspicious assistant manager who introduced me to Salmon Market. He did say he was from the C squad. Maybe this time I'll finally see him in person. But a more pressing question came first. If it's an elite unit's mission, could it be a high difficulty darkness that's hard to clear? What criteria are you using to make that judgment? I apologize. That was thoughtless. Could you tell me its letter class and whether a manual exists for it? It's D class. The manual is fully prepared. Oh, then there's little chance of seeing some crazy stunt where they use the round-off team as human meat shields. Feeling relieved, I asked calmly. Understood. When should we depart? We'll move out in 5 minutes. Yes, sir. We grabbed our gear and left the office, walking toward our destination. But squad leader. Yes. Why are we heading toward the annex instead of the C squad's office? Because the C squad has already entered the darkness. Huh. After a few more exchanges with Chief Lizard, here's what I gathered. C squad's leader is on leave, leaving only 2 members in the unit. Today's mission involves a D-class ghost story. Instead of adhering to the standard 3-member team, the C squad decided to fudge the numbers and dive in on their own, prompting the admin office to hurriedly assign additional personnel. Wow. Back when I first joined, assistant manager Eun Hage had blown up in rage, swearing over how they counted a newbie as part of the 3-person minimum. And here we are with people willingly entering as just 2. Ominous. A member who doesn't follow orders. A truly skilled host knows how to handle all elements of a show, especially human resources. Could today be your chance to learn that, Mr. Roe dear? Let's find out. Let's charge forward, shall we, friend? I want to sink to the ground in despair. But I need points, and it's true that I need to start diving into the darkness again. None of the elite units I've encountered so far have been normal. And I have a strong feeling this will be no different. Still, as a half-year rookie supervisor, I have no choice but to follow orders. If I didn't want this, I should have joined the A squad, though if I had, I'd probably already be in the round-off team as a corpse. Am I already feeling nostalgic? I forced myself to avoid thinking about my 2 superiors from the D squad as I moved forward. Squad leader Lee Jae-hyun handed me a tablet. Spend the next 10 minutes reviewing the manual. Is there a reason I only get 10 minutes? Because time is tight before the entry closes, and the survival rate for the past 2 quarters has been 97%. Thank you for the reassuring explanation. So we've reached the point where a 3% fatality rate is considered acceptable. Honestly, in a scenario like this, the 3% who die even with a manual likely made terrible decisions or were extraordinarily unlucky. It'll be fine. With a mix of unease and resignation, I looked down at the tablet. Mr. Roe dear, it looks like your mind just went blank. Yup. Because I'm screwed. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. Ignorance is bliss. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Daydream Incorporated Identification Code, CTR D2367. A textbook horror story where you must survive a full night among ghosts, an utterly nerve-wracking classic. Wait just a second, squad leader. Instead of going on a mental breakdown and refusing to go in, I managed to make a rational suggestion. Sorry, could we possibly prepare for just 30 more minutes before entry, sir? That is not possible. Right, they said the entry closes. Not exactly a rational suggestion on my part. Seriously. Why does it have to be this one for my return mission? Chapter 68.2. There have been no fatalities aside from 2 cases of heart attacks. It's safe compared to other darknesses of the same letter grade. Understood. It's not that I didn't know that. I had simply been deluding myself. Drunk on the image of myself as the elite rookie, I'd forgotten something. Even before my paid leave, I was someone who silently wept in fear while speedrunning through horror scenarios. And now my comeback mission is the kind of classic horror I'm weakest against, a true nightmare. New squad mates, half of them from an elite unit, meaning no room for nonsense. On top of that, the low darkness grade made it wasteful to use the tattoo stickers here, so I'd have to endure it with sheer grit. This wasn't the kind of situation where survival instincts would kick in as you frantically search for a way out. No, I'd have to experience everything raw. Exactly as the wiki entry intended for the horror to be felt. Phew. At least when I played tag with the convenience store ghost, I stumbled in without realizing it. Now, it felt like I was being dunked in cold water, jolted back to reality. Call it shock therapy, maybe. With a sinking feeling, I trudged into the darkness, like a condemned soul walking to the slaughterhouse. My legs wobbled. This way. At least the entry wasn't one of those warped spaces that swallow us into bizarre, twisted worlds. This time, the entry process was very straightforward. Knock on the door of a sealed space that meets specific conditions, then enter. That space becomes the ghost story. The space must be sealed with no one within 100 meters. All 4 walls and the ceiling must be enclosed with no windows or elements revealing the outside. It must contain an analog clock. The space must be approximately 40 cubic meters, a deviation of more than 4 cubic meters will prevent the darkness from manifesting. Our company had built a dedicated separate space that met these conditions and used it for this purpose. Specifically, a room measuring 4m x 4m x 2.4m. Break room. Squad leader Lee Jahian and I stopped in front of a door bearing that plaque. The break room was attached to a regular office, but all the conditions were satisfied. It was a Wednesday with a date ending in 4. Knocking on the door in a specific rhythm would trigger the ghost story. I'm the one who has to knock, right? Seniority, after all. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Trying not to let my trembling hand show, I knocked on the door. And, as if on cue, the door clicked open. Who are these PE? Inside, 2 employees were sitting comfortably. Upon seeing us, they waved their hands. Oh, you're the reinforcements. Yes. Wow, we really didn't need anyone, but they insisted on sending you. They muttered amongst themselves about how increasing the number of clearers would diminish points and reduce the concentration of dream essence. Then, Chief Lizard responded curtly. If you have complaints, submit a department transfer request and revise the exploration manual yourself. The 2 employees' mouths were wide open, then eventually nodded awkwardly, their faces turning sheepish. No, we weren't criticizing you specifically. Sorry about that. We must have sounded rude. Really sorry. You're, from the D squad, right, sir? Yes. Then this person is Supervisor Roe dear. Oh. Both their expressions changed again. You're the new hire who almost joined the A squad. I heard Assistant Manager Butterfly had her eye on you. And there's a story about you saving someone who was supposed to die. Wow, please tell us all about it when this is over. It's not much of a story, just some good luck, but sure. It's nice to meet you. Ushered by them, Chief Lizard and I sat at a small table in the corner of the break room. We'll be spending the night together, so let's introduce ourselves. That's Supervisor Dolphin over there. Pleasure to meet you, Supervisor Roe Deer. A petite woman wearing a dolphin mask waved energetically when called. Her tone was bright and bubbly. Then a tanned man with a sociable demeanor extended his hand with a smile. And I'm Leopard, Assistant Manager Leopard. Understood, Assistant Manager Leopard. K. Lee. Oh hello, Mr. Employee Lolo. The profile picture of Lee Kanghyun on the work chat had been set to a Hawaiian beach, and the tanned skin seemed to fit perfectly. The matching rank and outgoing personality further aligned. It's probably this person. Still, I kept the possibility open. I didn't know his real name for sure yet, and I wasn't about to show any familiarity in front of a superior. Looking forward to working together, sir. Same here. Let's get through the night snacking and chatting in this cozy break room. For now, it felt like we were gearing up for an office all-nighter. And indeed, nothing outlandish happened. The walls didn't suddenly bleed, the ceiling didn't flip, and the coffee machine didn't turn into a murder bot. With grave new. But the ghost, it's already here. One or more explorers would have already been replaced by a ghost. That's right. One of us wasn't human anymore. Would you like some coffee? Oh, I'll get it. No need, our squad doesn't do the newbie fetches coffee thing. Just sit back. You never know exactly when it happens, perhaps as soon as you cross the threshold, or maybe during introductions. It's easier if you're the one replaced by a ghost. In that case, you just black out after entering and wake up the next day. The real problem is the manual for those who aren't replaced. The rule I had to follow. Ghosts mimic the appearance, personality, and behavior of explorers but exhibit subtle, unnatural actions, which no human would do, that cause unease. However, you must never show that you've noticed who the ghost is. Every explorer who blatantly revealed their suspicion disappeared without a trace. I can do this. I just have to ignore the weirdness and brush it off. I can do this. If someone starts grinning with their mouth unnaturally wide or something, I'll just look away and endure it. If it happens, I'll just very naturally act like I'm looking at someone else. With multiple people in the room, I felt like I could manage. Maybe I wasn't as much of a coward as I thought. Despite everything I'd gone through, I was surprisingly composed, not breaking into a cold sweat at the mere thought of what was to come. The entrance just fully closed. This is the group we'll be working with. Oh. Great, let's give it our all. Clap, 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 clap. All the employees clapped cheerfully, creating a warm, friendly atmosphere. Except for one thing. Wow. Everyone in the room was clapping, with the backs of their hands. Mr. Roe Deer, why aren't you clapping? Why aren't you, Assistant Manager Leopard leaned in close to my face. Is something bothering you? Chapter 69.1. Who could have imagined something like this? Being trapped in an enclosed space with 3 ghosts imitating humans, all while sitting in a cold sweat, pretending to act normal. And worse. However, you must never show that you've noticed. I can't let it show. Even if every person in front of me, no, every ghost, was clapping cheerfully with the backs of their hands. Clap, 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 clap. Don't be obvious. Then, one suddenly turned to me and asked, "Why aren't you clapping?" Oh, fucking hell. I barely kept myself from trembling as I raised my hands. And then, clap, clap, clap. I placed one hand politely over the other and produced a quiet sound. I glanced around as if embarrassed, offering a slightly awkward smile like a rookie trying to gauge the situation. I missed the timing to clap and got flustered. It's a bit embarrassing. Please let this slide. I no worries at all. Hey, Leopard Sunbae, don't pressure the competent newbie. Sit back down. Agu, all right. The Leopard employee, or rather, the thing pretending to be Leopard, shrugged and sat down as instructed. Phew. But my relief was short-lived. Thud, 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 thud. Suddenly, the dolphin employee dropped her head to the floor and started banging it sideways. Expressionlessly. There's a bug I can't catch. Thud, 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 thud. I heard no other creatures can enter this darkness. Perhaps you were mistaken. Ah. The dolphin employee stopped banging her head. Her disheveled hair was now a mess, and her skull was crushed. That makes sense. Thank you, Supervisor Roe dear. Not at all. And then, as if nothing had happened, she resumed chatting naturally with Assistant Manager Leopard. If I pass out here, would I disappear? I'm going crazy. Why did everyone but me get replaced? If only I could have blacked out and been replaced too, waking up tomorrow morning oblivious. Supervisor Roe dear, have some food. Ah, thank you very much, Squad Leader. The lizard mask-wearing ghost, no, don't think like that, Squad Leader Lizard handed me some food. It was kimbap from a rather tasty snack shop near the office. I need to eat to survive the nearly 24 hours until tomorrow morning. It was a rational decision. If only I didn't feel like I'd throw up or get indigestion the moment I put anything in my mouth. Ugh. Oh, how about sharing? We brought some sandwiches, too. The 2 employees from the C Squad took out their sandwiches. I reflexively responded out of social courtesy. I should have brought something, but I was unprepared. I'm truly sorry and grateful. Magne, come on. No need to worry about stuff like that. Even the squad leader here doesn't seem to care about formalities, right? Yes. With the lizard's short reply, Assistant Manager Leopard gave a thumbs up with a grin. Our C Squad's leader is like that too. Hey, you know Squad Leader Teal Duck from the A Squad, right? Our squad leader is on a whole different level. New. Sounds like someone worth respecting. Right. The squad leader even used that wish ticket to take a vacation. I hope it doesn't lead to retirement though. I avoided commenting on the subtle criticism against A Squad's leader and turned the conversation with gentle praise instead. Not that it matters since they're ghosts. But yeah, I'll keep this up. Forget it. Honestly, it felt less like a ghost story and more like awkward small talk during a team-building retreat with senior employees from related departments. Of course, it didn't last long. Right after the meal, Assistant Manager Leopard yawned and stood up. We'll be here all night. Mind if I take off my shoes for a bit? You should have brought slippers like me. What can I do if I didn't? My socks are clean anyway. Assistant Manager Leopard chatted nonchalantly with Supervisor Dolphin while starting to take off his shoes. Sure, I won't even be surprised if he suddenly starts tap dancing on the table. Instead of feet, there were hands. Crammed and forced into the shoes, the hands unfolded and pressed onto the floor as they emerged. Since I'm already up, I'll grab more coffee. Everyone wants a refill, right? Thup. Suddenly, Assistant Manager Leopard stood on his hands. The hands attached to his feet swung up and waved. Thup, thup. A company employee walking on his hands. Supervisor Roe dear. I swallowed a scream. Yes, Assistant Manager Leopard. Can you help me carry the coffee? It's hard to see straight for some reason. Thump, 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 thump. His inverted body kept bumping into the counter where the coffee was placed. Not trying to boss you around just because you're the junior, it's just you're seated closer. Sorry if it feels like I'm pressuring you. Shit. Of course. I'd be happy to help, sir. I stood up immediately and moved toward Assistant Manager Leopard. Now that I think about it, sitting next to a ghost with a crushed skull might be worse than assisting the upside-down ghost. Right. Fascinating. Could this be a deliberate uncanny valley effect? An entertaining performance, Mr. Roe dear. Let's enjoy it to the fullest. Enjoy it. To the fullest. Just keeping my eyes open deserves a self-pat on the back right now. Enjoyment is way too high a bar. Now then, let's move these. Yes, sir. I handed cups of coffee to the hands attached to his feet, holding 2 cups myself, and placed them on the table. I was proud of not spilling or trembling, despite the sheer absurdity of it all. The real problem, though, was that with coffee refilled, the mood shifted into casual conversation. Now then. Supervisor Dolphin, smiling brightly despite her caved-in skull, suggested. How about we go around and share stories of the darknesses we've cleared? Let's be honest, it's hard to stick with this job without finding some fun in it. Assistant Manager Leopard waved it off. What if the ghosts overhear us and do something crazy? Let's just talk about our favorite foods or something. That's good too. He wasn't wrong. Discussing the ghost switching itself would not cause anomalies. However, it greatly increased the risk of someone noticing who the ghost was, which was highly discouraged. But they're all ghosts. I like things crispy on the outside, moist on the inside. Like fried eggplant, you know. Oh, really? I like food that pops when you bite into it. Like eyeballs. Fwick. Dolphin leaned right into my face. Supervisor Roe dear, you've got eyeballs, don't you? I can see them. You brought them under the mask, right? To share. Let's share. Ayak. Chapter 69.2. They're not for eating, unfortunately. I politely folded my hands under the table to hide the trembling. And it seems like we have similar tastes. Texture really is important. Oh, comrade. The ghost mimicking dolphin beamed. Supervisor Roe dear doesn't seem like a ghost. Talking so normally about food and all. Wow. I can't keep this up. If I stayed in this conversation any longer, there'd definitely come a moment I'd scream. Oh dear, Supervisor Roe dear seems particularly sensitive to the uncanny valley effect. Such reactions are appreciated in an audience, though unfortunate in this situation. But worry not. Isn't having this brawn by your side the greatest comfort? Your friend is right here. Wait. That's right. What Braun said is right. A great host always adapts to the situation. Exactly. What I was experiencing now was a situation where fear had been heightened to the extreme by the uncanny valley effect. Fear when something looks human but isn't. In this ordinary break room, watching coworkers casually display grotesque, inhuman behaviors was deeply unsettling. And being the only human amplified the sheer terror. If that's the case. I glanced to the side. The lizard was casually eating a sandwich snack with the wrapper still on. Not particularly less scary. Even if he suddenly flicks his tongue, walks backward with a grin, or gets up and starts shaking his head while crazily dancing yet casually chatting, it's all the same. A with a cute newbie epsilon. Because he was already terrifying. Because he already looked like a lizard. There's no longer any uncanny valley to feel. I'm sticking with the section chief no matter what. Finally, a solution appeared. Suppressing my cold sweat, I turned my chair naturally toward Chief Lizard, as if I had an urgent question to ask. Section Chief Lee Jahian. And I did genuinely have something I wanted to ask. According to the Dark Exploration records, in this ghost story, ghosts are identical to their companions in appearance, personality, and character. This means that if you ask something natural and unpressured, there's a high chance the answer will mirror that of the original. Unless they suddenly start acting ghostly, of course. This might even make it easier to ask. Since it wasn't really them. I pulled my chair closer as if I wanted to have an open and honest conversation with a squad mate. I aimed to create an atmosphere that discouraged the other ghosts from interrupting, and it seemed to work. Then I asked. We don't usually have time to chat during work. Would it be all right if I asked you a few things now? Yes. Thank you. I was wondering, how did you become so strong, Section Chief? Right. Thankfully, Lee Jahian didn't seem annoyed. It's the result of a combination of innate factors and acquired learning. The perfect, universal answer for any question. It felt like asking the top student how they aced their exams, only to hear, I studied hard with my good brain. I want to hear more details, though. With anyone else, this might be a brush-off, but with Chief Lizard, it's hard to tell. I decided to play along and smiled sheepishly before responding. I see. I asked because I'd like to improve my strength too, without relying on items or contamination. Follow a protein-based diet and combine aerobic and anaerobic exercise. Will doing that make me as strong as you? No. Excuse me, I can already muster strength proportional to my physique. I almost gave my superior a look of incredulity. If you have any other advice for me, I'd love to hear it. Yes. Supervisor Roe dear, you have other strengths. Focus on developing those. The lizard spoke dryly. No individual excels in all areas. Don't waste resources on inefficient or unnecessary things. Use others to your advantage. Wait a second. Are you saying that when strength is needed, I should rely on you for that role, and instead focus on honing my own strengths? Yes. The lizard nodded. Your strengths lie in creativity and decision-making, Mr. Roe dear. Thank you. Well. Should I consider this high praise? It's definitely better than being told to handle everything on my own. I'm grateful, of course. Still, it feels like a missed opportunity. I debated for a moment, then decided to dig a little deeper. However, we do occasionally enter darknesses alone. Strength is a universal and effective means, so I feel I might need it for situations like that. I see. The lizard stared into the void for a moment, as if in deep thought, before giving a confirming nod. I'll introduce you to an item. Jackpot. Does it enhance strength? Something similar. Use it as a parent item when crafting a new special equipment. Thank you. I'd been meaning to enhance or expand my dedicated equipment anyway. At least I gained something from this. Even amidst a ghost story full of ghosts, while sweating bullets, I managed to obtain something. Wait. Come to think of it, the lizard sitting in front of me isn't even the real Li Jihian, it's a ghost. Can I really trust this promise? I panicked for a moment but recalled the manual. People who were replaced by ghosts retain indirect memories of what occurred within the enclosed space. Given Li Jihian's personality, he was highly likely to keep the promise. That's settled. Phew. Accomplishing something gave me a sense of achievement, even if I had to endure terror. Let's use this sense of accomplishment to push through the fear. Pretending to stretch, I avoided looking at the two C-Squad ghosts who were now doing handstands and grinning eerily at me. At this point, I didn't care who among them introduced me to the salmon market. Empty your mind. I kept making small talk with the lizard, avoiding direct interactions with the ghosts. The ghost posing as Chief Lizard couldn't get up to anything mischievous because I kept bombarding him with questions, forcing him to respond endlessly. I learned a profound fact, that the section chief prefers beef over pork. Friend, this seems less like an interview and more like a tedious amateur biography investigation. I know, Brana, but what choice do I have? When even that small talk ran dry, I pretended to doze off, playing word games with Braun, who was in my pocket, to pass the time. No matter what nonsense echoed in my ears, I stuck to one response: sorry. I'm too tired. Let's continue this conversation after we're out. It's 3 a.m. Please, let this end. I felt like I was drowning in cold sweat, but no emergency occurred. Clutching Braun in my pocket, I survived the harrowing hours that felt like an eternity. Click. Finally, the pantry door opened. I had endured the entire night alone. Done. I made it, damn it. I wanted to stand up and punch the air in triumph despite my foggy mind. I can feel tears in my eyes. It was the first time I had endured ghostly horror this raw and alone, without cutting corners. It felt like I had overcome a personal limit. I should give myself a pat on the back. I wobbled as I stood. No one knew how much of a struggle even a D-class challenge was for me, and that was a relief. Mr. Roe dear. H-ha. Turning my head, I saw the lizard calmly standing there, wide awake. He looked fine, as if he had never stayed up all night. Wait. He's awake. S-Section Chief. There's no need to wait for the members of C-Squad to wake up. You may clock out. I stared at the lizard, perfectly upright, and then turned to look at the sprawled, sleeping C-Squad members. No way. You weren't a ghost last night. I was not. You were clapping with the backs of your hands, though. The lizard tilted his head, then seemed to realize something and replied. I thought it was a popular trend. Ah. Ah. Chapter 70.1. The situation quickly settled afterward. Or rather, it couldn't not settle. The lizard had doubts about my earlier behavior. Mr. Roe dear, were your questions last night intended to engage in lengthy conversation with a ghost because you mistook me for one? That moment was genuinely spine-chilling. How could that be? I was simply keeping both possibilities in mind after seeing you clapping with the backs of your hands, sir. And I raised an imaginary thumbs up toward the respected superior. That means I smoothed it over with flattery. I couldn't afford to miss the first chance to have an in-depth conversation with you, even if it meant risking a misunderstanding. I see. Thank you for kindly consulting with me for such a long time. Yes. Phew. For the record, the C-Squad members, who had slept peacefully through the night, woke up before Li Jihian and I left. They chuckled casually. It just had to be the two of you, huh? What a coincidence. Wow. That must have been really scary. Right. Pretty chilling. Liars. Watching them laugh as they recalled the things the ghosts imitating them had done, I was once again struck by how bold the so-called elites of this company were. Oh, before I forget. Now's my chance to figure out who referred me to the salmon market. Would it be alright if I ask for your names, please? Of course. Supervisor Dolphin raised her hand energetically. I'm Supervisor Lee Songhee, and over there is Assistant Manager Kong Dojin. Huh? Wait a second. The assistant manager who introduced me to the salmon market was. Ah. By any chance, is C-Squad's manager named Lee Kanghyun? Huh? No. I've been had. No wonder that person had been so quick to share their information. They were all lies. They must have counted on the fact that the elite units, A, B, and C, are off-limits for direct contact via the company directory for regular employees. RA with tilde S. Well, it didn't really matter. It just made me glad I'd created an alternate ID to bypass their scheme. As I was about to wrap up the conversation with some casual remark along the lines of, I must have confused that person with someone else. Pardon me, Supervisor Roe Deer. While Assistant Manager Leopard was talking to Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, Supervisor Dolphin suddenly turned to me, speaking in a hushed tone. By any chance? Did you also get a Katalk message about making money? From someone with a Hawaii Beach background on their profile. Famous, huh? Is it a word-of-mouth thing? Supervisor Dolphin glanced at her colleague to ensure they weren't paying attention, then quickly continued. Well, I was also the top recruit in my batch when I joined. Ah. They contacted me too. That, fish bears eat a lot of, salmon market. Yeah, salmon market. So she'd been fished, or maybe fished, too. I've heard a few other promising recruits got contacted as well. According to her, the identity of the sender varied each time, but two details always matched. K. Lee, oh hello, Mr./Ms. Employee Lolo. The profile photo and the name, K. Lee. Supervisor Dolphin whispered conspiratorially. Want to hear my theory? Of course. I think the site admin sent it. Like, they're recruiting people to sell actual items from the darknesses on their second-hand platform. Oh. You think the site was created by a company employee? They must at least be connected. They knew way too much about the field exploration team. Interesting. I rubbed my chin. If such an employee really exists. A named character. I mentally sifted through the profiles in the company wiki for employees who might pull something like this. Thank you. That clears up some of my questions. No problem. Supervisor Dolphin grinned and shrugged. By the way, are there that many employees using salmon market within the company? Quite a few, actually. The company doesn't care as long as we're not selling dream essence collectors or masks. It's like how looting gets overlooked in wartime to keep soldiers' morale up. Ugh. Supervisor Dolphin grumbled. Honestly, this company is so annoying. I nodded without thinking. There's definitely a tendency to disregard human casualties. Well, I mean, technically, people dying is eco-friendly, so whatever. But it's the randomness that bugs me. If it were me, I'd send them off in order of personality. Ugh. I think I'm scared of the C-Squad. Anyway, that's just my take. Thank you. No worries. Supervisor Dolphin tied her long hair into a ponytail and answered cheerfully. You know, you were so polite even when I was a ghost, Supervisor Roe Deer. I think good people should live long. She gave me a thumbs up and a bright smile. Thank you. In the end, I parted ways with C-Squad on a relatively pleasant note. Next time, let's meet in a darkness that gives lots of points. We'll show you how awesome we are then. And it'd be even better if only the person giving us points shows up. Ha ha ha. I'd rather not encounter the greatness of the elite unit in darkness. Still, working with C-Squad seemed smoother and less friction-filled compared to A-Squad. Of course, C-Squad also appeared to have a certain sense of elitism, but that could be chalked up to being an inherent trait of elite units. Except for the endless replaying in my head of the shocking ghost version C-Squad I saw today. Ugh. Let's go home. Let's indulge in the luxury of sleeping while the sun's still up in the sky. Feeling a small sense of gratitude for having the day off, I bowed to Lee Jae-hyun. Squad leader, thank you for today. Once again, I appreciate you patiently answering my questions in the chaos of the darkness. Yes. Please feel free to ask me anything in return anytime, squad leader. Yes. Then I'll ask now. Already? Lee Jae-hyun asked bluntly. Supervisor Kim Solium, have you used the Fox counseling room before? That was one of 3 locations I gained access to after becoming a supervisor. 1. Security Team Rentals Warehouse. 2. Annex, 2 free equipment customizations per year. 3. Fox Counseling Office. It was the only one I hadn't used yet. No, I haven't. Of course, I hadn't had the time or opportunity. Do you plan to use it? Squad leader, you're suggesting the Fox Counseling Room to help me recover from the psychological effects of contamination, correct? Yes. I recommend scheduling a session soon. That was reasonable advice. Except for one issue. There's a side effect to that place. The Fox Counseling Room had a severe, unwritten side effect not mentioned in the employee manual. Granted, it was a very low probability, so regular employees didn't need to worry about it. Still, I didn't want to take that risk, no matter how small. With everything that's happened lately, I'm a bit tired of dealing with probabilities. Chapter 70.2. I think I can manage for now. Unless I deliberately think about strange inner whispers or a sudden urge to read the employee handbook, such feelings didn't surface. Nights could be rough until I fell asleep, but having someone to talk to made it manageable. That someone being Braun. Goodness. What an honor, friend. Yup. Never would I have imagined a monster from a ghost story could feel like such a lifeline. Humans are truly creatures of adaptation, aren't we? Anyway, since I had the day off today and could sleep during the day, I figured I could compensate for my lack of sleep this way. Of course, outwardly, I nodded politely. Yes. I'll schedule it when I have the time. Though that time might not come for a while, maybe even months. But hey, I wasn't lying. Yes. Chief Lizard stared at me for a moment before nodding and leaving. And with that, I returned home safely. Phew. Click. I entered my room. The office-style building was quiet, probably because everyone else was at work. Beck Sahian wasn't around either. Time to sleep. After washing up, I lay on my bed, intending to check the latest information and websites one last time. And immediately lost all thoughts of sleep. It's open. The Alien Shop had finished its renewal and launched a new homepage. The colorful screen stabbed at my eyes as I clicked on it. Space Shopping Mall. I'll take a look at the items. Grand reopening sale. Shocking prices. Wow, really, shocking. The design, I mean. How could it look even worse? As pixelated fireworks burst across the screen, the increasing colors and effects made it even more hideous. If these aliens were outsourcing their design work, someone needed to intervene. Mr. Roe dear, please have mercy on this host and move me far away from that awful advert. I gladly propped Braun on a towel on the desk. I'd endure this design terror alone. Anyway, a grand reopening sale sounds like a good opportunity. It might even mean more products were available now. Excited, I clicked the entry button. Items. Happy Maker, 27,999,999 Korean wons. Nostalgia Candy, 12,999,999 Korean wons. Wrapper 12B357, 9,999,999 Korean wons. Necronomicon, 49,999,999 Korean wons. We can help. 66,666,666 Korean wons. Buy over 100 million Korean wons and get a 20% discount. Become a Space Shopping Mall VIP. Wait a minute. It's here. Mr. Roe dear. I nearly jumped out of bed in excitement but managed to calm myself. The armor finally showed up. Oh, you found the item you were looking for. Congratulations. Absolutely. Wrapper 12B357, 9,999,999 Korean wons. I have to buy this no matter what. It was even the cheapest item. What kind of jackpot was this? I added it to my cart and only then realized it was 10 million won, momentarily struck by reality. But canceling the purchase? Not a chance. As I tried to calm down and scrolled through the rest of the items. Friend. Did something happen? No. It was the opposite, actually. I checked the list again, a bit startled, but it was real. I recognize all of these items. That was a first. Even when an item wasn't listed in the Dark Exploration records, there was at least a brief mention that allowed me to make a reasonable guess. Granted, some items seemed so ominous they bordered on ghost story material, but since they were just descriptions for now, I could still focus on their usefulness and applications. A with acute new beta section. This is amazing. And then, I noticed a peculiar mark next to some items. Happy Maker, 27,999,999 Korean wons. What does this star mean? When I hovered my finger over it, a description popped up. Similar to something you've purchased before. Oh. These aliens. So this is why they revamped the site. They'd implemented an algorithm. Items related to past purchases were marked with stars and listed at the top. But shouldn't it work the other way around? For clothing, I could understand, but why would I buy a similar item? It might work for consumables that could run out, though. Like this one. Nostalgia Candy, 12,999,999 Korean wons. The Nostalgia series. It was from the same place as the red yarn control gear that had been wrapped around my wrist during my time in the security team's isolation room. A series themed around returning to a better time in the past. Since this was candy, it probably had a similar effect when consumed. Looks like it showed up because I'd bought several edible products before, similar to the Snow White mountain apples. This is a must-buy. Especially since I was almost out of those mini apples, whether in juice or pill form. I immediately added it to my cart and continued browsing the rest of the list. Painkillers, healing items, armor, intimidation tools, escape items. And then it hit me. These are all good. Every single one was practical. Knowing their uses made it easy to discern their value. And then, of course, buy over 100 million Korean wons and get a 20% discount. A discount, huh? Opportunities like this don't come often. When I combined my salary, extra earnings, performance bonuses, and subtracted living expenses, my available funds came to up to 140 million. No, maybe even 150 million. Friend, are you managing to enjoy shopping despite that visual torment? No. It's over. I looked at my cart. Happy Maker, 27,999,999 Korean wons. Nostalgia Candy, 12,999,999 Korean wons. Wrapper 12B357, 9,999,999 Korean wons. Necronomicon, 49,999,999 Korean wons. We can help. 66,666,666 Korean wons. Equals 167,666,662 Korean wons. Discount applied. 134,133,329 Korean wons. Let's go. Buy every single thing. Chapter 71.1. I had just purchased everything from the alien shop. Wow. My hands trembled slightly. It was the first time I'd blown 130 million won on a few items. Approximate, $90,000. Still, having spent millions a few times before, I was a bit more used to it. Let's make the most of this. It would all serve as stepping stones for survival. I boldly hit the checkout button. Purchase successful. Your item is on a rocket. Soon, just like before, a spatial rift opened midair, and a delivery box appeared. With a pounding heart, I waited for the box to drop to the ground. But the package remained suspended in midair. Someone was holding it, gently and politely. With tentacles. The tentacle softly shook the delivery box, as if asking, "Here. Is this okay? Please place it on the ground." The package was smoothly set down with care. Thank you very much. But the tentacles didn't disappear immediately. Instead, they swiftly retrieved something from the spatial rift and handed it to me. A small, golden, shimmering card. I am a space shopping mall VIP. Special thanks included. Thank you. When I accepted the card, the tentacle waved, almost like it was saying goodbye, before retreating back into the rift. Huh. It seemed the alien shop had decided to treat me as a VIP. That's a good thing, right? I decided to keep the gratitude card. It shimmered brightly in golden hues. Good heavens, how could even a tag card look so appallingly designed? Apparently, expecting decent design from the alien shop was a mistake. I mean, the important thing is functionality. I turned my attention to the delivery box. It was time for the unboxing. When I opened the box, the first thing I saw was the largest item. A product priced at 28 million won. Happy Maker. The pastel-toned box was cheerful and colorful, like something containing liquid antacid or vitamin drinks. Inside were 12 glowing sticks, about the size of highlighters. However, needles protruded from the ends of these glowing sticks. An impeccable painkiller that was sold under the same name in the Ghost Story Delusion Home Shopping. Dark Exploration Records / Delusion Home Shopping. / items. Happy Maker. Is life painful? Do you dread sleepless nights caused by mysterious aches or fear accidents? Introducing your perfect savior, Happy Maker, a rapid pain eliminator. September 9th, 20XX, item description from Delusion Home Shopping. It was exactly as described. I looked at the instructions on the box. A quick and comforting shot. Say goodbye to pain. The stick-type auto-injector pressed against the skin would automatically administer a shot that eliminated pain completely for a set period of time. This is true over technology. Although the mechanism wasn't scientific but rather paranormal, it didn't change the fact that pain could cloud judgment in extreme situations. Based on my experiences navigating countless injuries and threats, I could confidently say this would come in handy someday. I hope I never have to use it, I decided to let go of wishful thinking. This damned creepypasta world. Resolving to carry the item carefully, I noted a tiny, unsettling addendum to its usage on the back. In irreversible situations, use for euthanasia. Nope. Absolutely not. I'll only ever use it as a painkiller. Painkillers. I used to take headache pills myself. The agony of creation. Such is the fate of an entertainer and show creator. How would a ghost story resident with a TV for a head even take headache pills? No, let's not imagine that. I hurriedly erased the mental image and gave Braun a few compliments to lift his spirits before turning back to the box. Phew. Next item. 2 items caught my attention simultaneously. One was a dusty, ominous book sealed completely with dark red wax. The other, rolled up neatly in the corner, was a modern, eco-friendly packaging material. As literal as it gets, it was packaging material that functioned as an item itself. Wrapper 12B357. The wrapper bore an engraved barcode and description but lacked any further instructions. Looks simple, right? Wrong. Here it is. Armor. A unique armor-like buffering material, this packaging material would prove to be my lifeline. I carefully stored it away, resolving to use it only when necessary. Then, I turned my gaze back to the box. Necronomicon. The sealed, dark red wax-covered book glared at me ominously. Necronomicon. The infamous Book of the Dead. A quintessential example of a magical tome of forbidden knowledge. It's a staple in countless stories spanning decades, so much so that it's become synonymous with all things evil and arcane. Of course, it was listed in the Dark Exploration records, and now, here it was in my hands. Let's review the typical clichés associated with the Necronomicon. 1. Reading it drives you insane. 2. It's bound in human skin. Right. Bound. In. Human. Skin. The book's cover, beneath the red wax, subtly revealed grotesque, twisted faces, as if preserved in eternal torment. Ugh. It was the last thing I wanted to touch. Mr. Roe dear, did I hear you say Necronomicon? Oh, that old translated classic, such a delight to recall. Of course, Braun, the host of an American-themed talk show, recognized it. That wasn't even surprising anymore. But sadly, this is not the Necronomicon you're thinking of. It's something worse. Without another word, I carefully tucked the wax-sealed Necronomicon into my arm tattoo inventory. Phew. That took care of my intimidation tool. Next, I turned to the nostalgia candy, a familiar item that I knew would be invaluable. This was my emergency recovery tool. If I ever found myself dangerously contaminated, it could stabilize me until I reached safety. This will be a lifesaver. Finally, my attention returned to the smallest item in the package, a red button. Its design was simple, almost cartoonishly so. There was no doubt. This had to be. We can help. 66,666,666 Korean wons. Ever hear of those creepy internet stories? The kind where someone gives you a button and says, press this, and someone somewhere dies, but you'll receive 1 billion won. Would you do it? This button seemed straight out of one of those tales. On closer inspection, faint text was engraved along the edges. What does this say? Need a translation, friend? With Braun's help, I deciphered the text. Emergency escape. So, pressing this activates an alien-assisted emergency escape. It sounded straightforward, but at 66 million won, it was an expensive gamble. Let's hope it's worth it. Sure, it was a leap of faith, but I trusted the alien shop's reputation. If this button had come from another ghost story, I'd be worried that pressing it might eject my brain and serve it up as dinner. But the alien shop? I'd take my chances. That's everything. Ah, my meticulous friend. Such admirable organization. I carefully stored all my purchases in the tattoo inventory, confident that they'd stay safe until I needed them. Not that I wanted to prove the inventory's reliability again. No use dwelling on it. Thankfully, the unboxing hadn't taken up the entire day. I had just enough time to catch up on some much-needed sleep. But before I could even rest, my comm device buzzed. Go-Yun-Joan, have you checked the intranet? Go-Yun-Joan, the regular personnel transfer notice just went up. Regular personnel transfers. That meant the vacant position in D Squad was about to be filled. Who will it be? Chapter 71.2. A few days later. Hello. Oh, yes. I found myself face to face with a newly assigned D Squad employee at the office. The position was the same as mine, supervisor. He seemed to be around my age before I got involved in all this ghost story nonsense. The bespectacled employee glanced me up and down briefly. Ah, so you're that supervisor? The one promoted in just 60 days? Yes. Then you're basically still a rookie, huh? I silently stared at him. Oh, look at that glare. What? You expect to be treated the same as a supervisor with 3 years under their belt? He smirked. Of course not. I look forward to working with you, Sunbeam Im. Sure. Hey, I heard you're pretty quick on the uptake. Haha. You know, in the field exploration team. It's all about teamwork, you know. The key to surviving. Reading the room. Got it. Is that so? If you go around whining about being promoted early and demanding to be treated like a senior, you'll just end up marked and left to die without help. That kind of thing happens all the time. He scanned the office lazily. I heard the assistant manager and supervisor who used to work here both lost their hands and got contaminated. That could be you next. I turned my head slightly to look at the one clean, empty desk in the office. That had been Supervisor Park Min-seong's desk. A few days ago, I came in to find all his personal items, cups, and picture frames had already disappeared, just a day after the new personnel announcement went up. A with grave. Beta Epsilon. True. It could be you, Supervisor. What? The work here is dangerous enough. I'll do my best to assist you so that doesn't happen. I'll be in your care. I politely extended my hand for a handshake. The employee, who had been eyeing me with a faintly unpleasant expression, must have decided it was just his imagination and shook my hand. Shortly after, another voice rang out. Squad leader. Supervisor Yoon Jo-hun reporting for duty. I look forward to working with you. The lizard-like Lee Ji-hyun, our squad leader, nodded briefly at our new squad mate. Yes. Haha, did you know our initials are the same? It must be fate for me to work under you, squad leader. T/N, in Korean, the surnames are Lee and Yoon, that's why Jo-hun mentioned same initials. Technically in modern Korean, Lee is pronounced more like E, too. Yes. No, I mean, doesn't it feel like destiny? No. Yoon Jo-hun, the new addition to our squad, failed miserably at small talk. As soon as the squad leader left for a meeting, Yoon sidled up to me, whispering conspiratorially. Hey. Is D-Squad's leader, like, mentally not all there or something? I heard rumors. Is that how he seems to you? You don't see it. Were we even talking to a person back there? It felt like chatting with some free AI. He let out a long sigh. Damn, this company's already enough to drive you insane, and we get stuck with a leader like that. Ugh. What's the deal with him? Squad leader Lee Ji-hyun is attentive to his squad mates' well-being. So what? You still die if it comes to that, right? And if he's out there doing his own thing in the darkness, no wonder A Squad's leader hates him. That rumor's true, isn't it? It is, huh? Ugh, you'd better watch yourself, too. Seriously, of all squads. Yoon Jo-hun grumbled something about needing the restroom and then didn't come back for nearly half an hour. Do I really have to work with people like these? Oh dear. You seem to be in low spirits, Mr. Roe dear. Would you like assistance from your good friend, Braun? You know I am always ready to help. Just say the word, and I'll gladly. Let's watch some variety shows together after work. Ah, now that sounds delightful. The conversation helped calm my mood a bit. Right. To be fair, I've been ridiculously lucky with colleagues before. This is what life in a company is normally like, after all. At least these supervisors weren't a step above me in the corporate ladder. For that, I was thankful. I quickly composed myself and moved on. Later that afternoon, Lee Jae-hyun returned from his meeting, holding a PDF file for distribution. We'll now begin the briefing for tomorrow's entry into a darkness. The newly added Yoon Jo-hun recoiled in horror. Undetermined grade. What is this, some undocumented darkness? No. The lizard turned his vertical pupils on Yoon Jo-hun. Each time it's cleared, the grade of the liquid in the dream essence collector changes. An anomaly. Then why isn't this assigned to an elite unit instead of a regular unit like D Squad? It's not limited to D Squad. All regular squads under the field exploration team are attempting entry. Lee Jae-hyun turned his gaze toward me. This darkness is entered through dreams, and the chance of successful entry is low. Here are the basics. On a full moon night, read a specific book and fall asleep. You may wake up in a school at night. Wait a minute. If the school's name is Sekwang Technical High School, you've successfully entered the darkness. Sekwang Technical High School. I knew this ghost story. But it wasn't just a matter of knowing it. This is a ghost story I'm directly involved in. Exploration record number 13. The 13th entry in the Dark Exploration Records. I was the one who wrote it. Chapter 72.1. A ghost story set in a school. It's a concept with ancient roots, passed down over generations. When hundreds of teenagers are confined to a single building for hours on end, it's only natural that eerie rumors, strange rituals, or ghost stories start circulating. The 7 Wonders, Bunshinsaba rituals. Of course, having gone through school myself, I always thought those were pretty entertaining. Isn't it a classic, widely appealing horror narrative? That's why I was bold enough to contribute to the exploration records for the first time. Luckily, my entry didn't get bombarded with "not recommended" votes, and it stayed up. Encouraged by that, I even ended up crafting and posting an entirely original ghost story. But now, I'm actually going in there. The idea gave me a strange feeling. Sure, hearing about entering a ghost story was chilling enough to make my spine tingle, but there was also this odd queasiness. It wasn't like the unease you feel holding a company manual. It was anticipation. Fear. I don't even know how to describe it. In any case, the manual had already been distributed, and I had to at least attempt to enter. So, the question became how. Perhaps a brief ritual before bedtime is in order. I'd love to know your secret to falling asleep so easily, Mr. Roe dear. It's not that. I quietly made my bed. I'm planning to dream that special dream the company told us about. Ah, you're aiming to go to that high school, then. Exactly. Even if it's not this, I'll have to enter some other ghost story anyway. Since only a select few met the conditions for entry each time, the company assigned higher point values for successful entries into this one. Hugh. In the dead of night at the office I opened the specific book given to me by the company. On a full moon night, read a specific book and fall asleep. You may wake up in a school at night. It was just as squad leader Lee Jae-hyun had explained. What was unusual was that the book was actually a text file. Within the Shadow of Darkness.txt. This file was rumored to occasionally pop up in the 2000s Horror Classics compilation, a sketchy collection of novels you could download online, completely disregarding copyright laws. With circumflex. S. It looked like it could hold enough content for 2 books. But when I opened the file, it all began on our graduation day. That single sentence was the entirety of its content. Then, as I scrolled further, the text broke into gibberish. Korean 1 UB 124 Korean 1 UAC 00 Korean 1 U0020 Korean 1 UC 774 Korean 1 U0020 Korean 1 UAE 00 Korean 1 UC 744. And after a moment, file cannot be opened. The file vanished. Huh. Nothing comes easy, huh? I'm going to die of a heart attack at this rate. Just then, I heard cursing from the room next door. Baek Sahyun was likely preparing to enter this ghost story too. It was open to all employees, after all. There's a chance we might run into each other inside. Though the odds of Beck Sahian meeting the conditions for entry were slim. This ghost story's entry conditions changed every time it was accessible. But I know the guaranteed entry method mentioned in the mid to late exploration records. I'd already prepared accordingly. The critical question was how much information the employees had at this point. Even if the records aren't fully compiled, rumors might still circulate given the nature of this ghost story. With every employee preparing to enter, this aspect was a bit concerning. Maybe I should check. It seemed like a good time to deter any unnecessary meddling. I walked up to Beck Sahian's door and knocked politely. Knock, knock. What the? I'm coming in. The door creaked open. Beck Sahian glared at me with a mix of surprise, fear, and irritation before forcing a smile. Knocking means waiting for a response like, come in. Isn't that basic courtesy? Oh, is that so? I stepped back out and knocked again. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Knock. You little, ugh. Just come in already. I opened the door and gave him a look of feigned pity. The outcome would have been the same either way. You live a really inefficient life, huh? Beck Sahian seemed on the verge of bursting with frustration but managed to suppress it successfully. It felt like he was finally starting to grasp the basics of social etiquette. What a relief. Anyway, I'm really curious about what made you suddenly decide to barge into someone else's room in the middle of the night for the first time. As he spoke, it seemed like he simultaneously came to his own conclusion. Hey, wait. Don't you have to enter the darkness according to the company's instructions, too? You know, that high school. Yeah. I figured. So you're preparing for it right now. Beck Sahian's eyes darted greedily toward my open door, scanning the area near my bed's pillow with focused determination. He was obviously trying to squeeze out any hints. Wow. I didn't bother closing the door, smirking openly. Yeah. That's right. Really? I heard you don't know if you'll actually enter until you fall asleep. But you seem so confident. Got some kind of secret method, huh? You sure have a lot of questions. Well, you came all the way to my room, so I figured I should return the favor by listening. I casually threw out. Need a hint? Well, if you're willing to share. Why should I? Beck Sahian ground his teeth and forced a smile. How about 3 days' salary transferred to you as a bribe? I don't need money. But I do want to know something. You want to enter, right? Why? A brief but intense conflict flickered across Beck Sahian's face. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer. It was that he was calculating if giving me the reason could somehow benefit him further. Eventually, he came to a decision, speaking with an air of nonchalance. I mean, there's this rumor going around the company. A rumor. Apparently, whatever items you obtain in that ghost story can be brought back into the real world. So, it's a no-brainer to go in and come out with something, right? They say it's nearly impossible to die in there, too. So that's how the employees currently perceive it. A ghost story labeled as profitable to enter. Chapter 72.2. To be honest, the hints you're offering probably aren't worth much. But hey, as your roommate and coworker, I figured I'd share this intel as a goodwill gesture, Beck Sahian said. Wow. He's really trying to undersell me while posturing as helpful. I purposely put on a serious face as I nodded. You're right. My hints probably aren't worth much. So you don't need them, right? Let's just forget about it. I've learned a lot from what you shared. Hey, this foo. I looked at Beck Sahian calmly. He swallowed his curse, then quickly plastered on a strained smile. Mr. Supervisor, if an employee living in the same dorm is caught extorting a poor junior staffer's salary and personal information, wouldn't a complaint to HR be in order? Good grief. I gave him a look of pity. You really think this company cares about that? Well, belief is a personal choice. Beck Sahian seemed trapped between frustration and despair. I suppose this was a good place to draw the line. Fine. I'll give you something. His eyes lit up as I finally spoke up. Put a photo of yourself from high school under your pillow. On the back, write your grade and class, and maybe add a short profile. Like a yearbook entry. I kindly grabbed a post-it from his desk and even wrote out an example. Name. Message to your friends. Then, see what happens. Beck Sahian looked skeptical and asked if I'd put a photo of my high school self under my pillow. Without hesitation, I went back to my room and returned with the photo from under my pillow. It was one of my high school pictures, printed from a saved image on my smartphone. Beck Sahian stared at it, his disbelief turning into silence. You thought I was lying, didn't you? I mean, usually. You speak so smoothly all the time, so you give off that impression, supervisor. Really? I've never lied in my whole entire life. Think about it. Beck Sahian looked stunned, so I took the opportunity to usher him out. Anyway, I need to finish preparing with Braun, so you can go now. Best of luck with your entry, Mr. Normal Coworker. Beck Sahian retreated, looking either exasperated or unsettled, and quickly returned to his own room. Bang. Done. Having to keep him in check every time was exhausting, but it couldn't be helped. Consider the new addition to the D Squad. Workplace survival is all about these little battles. Hugh. I returned to my bed and approached the pillow. First of all, the tip I gave Beck Sahian was true. Exploration record number 15. Utilizing the explorer's high school graduation photo, all 3 members of K-Squad successfully entered Sekwang Technical High School. Validity confirmed. A with tilde Nigerian Naira S. Once entry was guaranteed, the next priority was obvious: what to bring. Only items placed under the pillow before falling asleep could be carried into the dream world of Sekwang Technical High School. Given the limited size of what could fit under a pillow, careful selection was necessary. If I store it in my wrist tattoo and it doesn't activate in the dream, I'm doomed. Considering that ghost stories often altered appearances, I couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Ultimately, I carefully calculated the space and placed essential items under the pillow, like a game of Tetris. Lastly, I positioned Braun in the coziest corner under the pillow. Of course, Braun ended up in a rather awkward position. Sorry. Is it too cramped for you? Tolerable. Were this a studio, I might have called some of the staff. Haha. Alright. Thanks. In other words, he was definitely uncomfortable. I shouldn't push my luck with Braun, who once incinerated entities with a mere snap of his fingers. Carefully, I laid my head on the pillow, making sure not to squish Braun, and willed myself to sleep. This pillow is kind of lumpy. And yet, my eyes grew heavy. For someone who had been suffering from insomnia, it was astonishing how quickly drowsiness overcame me despite the discomfort. As slumber quickly took over. Mist. Shadows. And then. Ding dong dash. A school. Ding dong dash. I opened my eyes. What greeted me was a dimly lit classroom with not a single light turned on. Looking down at my clothes, I realized I was wearing a school uniform. High school. The uniform resembled the one from my old school, but the school's name had been scratched off, as if with a needle. While I couldn't check directly, I already knew. My appearance had reverted to how I looked in high school. And then. What is this? Remember the characteristic of this ghost story I mentioned earlier? You don't know if you've entered until you fall asleep. In other words, this meant it wasn't just company employees who could enter. Why am I in a school uniform? Oh my gosh. Excuse me, do you know where we are? In the dim, shadowy classroom, people began to stir one by one from their desks. They looked around in confusion, some screaming as they saw each other. They were civilians who had been dragged into this place by chance. Is this some kind of event? Wait, why am I wearing a uniform? Oh, no, why do I look like a high schooler? This has to be a dream. Hey, did you look outside? This looks like the second floor. Feels like being back in that subway ghost story. Watching them waver between panic, fear, curiosity, and amusement, I felt a tightness in my chest. And an overwhelming sense of tension. One of the wandering individuals noticed something in the corner of the room. It was a student, sitting completely still. Why isn't this person moving? The sight was eerie. In the dim classroom, where people in various uniforms were noisily moving about, one figure sat frozen as if carved from stone. He didn't even blink. The boy, who resembled an intricately crafted wax figure, wore a name tag that was perfectly intact. Sekwang Technical High School. Is this a mannequin? Let's see. Poke. Ack. The person who poked him flinched and withdrew their hand. He's warm. Holy crap, seriously. I got up from my seat. Without taking my eyes off him, I slowly approached the classroom door. I need to open the door in advance. Thud, thud. As I moved nervously, something nearly fell out of the front pocket of my uniform, a small plush keychain. Startled, I caught it just in time. Phew. That was a close call, Braun. Silence. Braun. I held up the plush doll. It hung limply. Panicked, I pressed its belly. The silver serpent coin, the item I used for summoning my good friend, was gone. This was just a plush doll. My good friend hadn't followed me into my dream. Out the window, I'm fucking screwed. Chapter 73.1. Braun's not here. What is this? This person, he, moved. With the silver coin inside the plushie missing, had the good friend ritual been nullified? Or was it simply that, since this was a dream, it only looked like an ordinary doll? Stop it. Trying to figure things out isn't the priority right now. Snap out of it. You're inside a ghost story. Take a look over here. I quickly turned my head. In one dim corner of the classroom, someone screamed. It was the person who had been poking at the student that had sat stiff and unmoving at a desk, like a wax mannequin. But that wax-like mannequin, over there, was gone from the desk. Following the finger of the pale-faced person pointing nearby, I saw it. Sekwang Technical High School. The vanished student was now standing at the back door, holding the door, expressionless, turning his gaze across the classroom. What is this? You're kidding, right? No response. No movement. Hold on a second. A brave individual approached and waved a hand in front of the face of the student. The student didn't even blink. He simply stood frozen in place in front of the back door, perfectly lifelike. He's not breathing. This thing isn't human, it's a mannequin. But how could a mannequin suddenly move? Maybe it's some kind of advanced illusion to make it look like he's not breathing. Right, this must be one of those hidden camera things like on variety shows or YouTube. No. Of course, there were no cameras here, nor was there a production crew waiting to startle people for entertainment. Instead, ding dong dash. Students of Sekwang Technical High School, your graduation ceremony will begin shortly. Please gather in the auditorium. Graduation ceremony. The announcement was cheerful, clear, and fitting for a school setting. Should we go? It's kind of interesting. Hey, aren't we back to looking like we did in high school? Wow. What kind of dream is this? Some of the group, having decided this was nothing more than a dream, chatted without any tension. It made sense. So far, nothing truly terrifying had happened. They don't feel the gravity of the situation. After all, they had reverted to their high school selves. And who wouldn't feel good about turning back the clock? A school at night may often serve as the backdrop for ghost stories, but with a group of people and a touch of moonlight, it could even feel romantic. However, hey, this mannequin student. Take a closer look. One person approached the unmoving student by the back door. The student was pointing a hand backward. It looks like his hand is signaling something. For heating and safety, we will now close the automatic curtains and adjust the lighting. It looks like he was about to lock the door. Bang. The curtain slammed shut. Whoa. Ah, that startled me. With a deafening sound, the automatic curtains closed, plunging the classroom into darkness for a brief moment. Blink. After a delay, the lights in the classroom turned on. Oh, thank goodness. Looks like they were just adjusting the lights. Wait, what? Blood was pooling on the beige classroom floor. What is that? Following the trail of blood upward, everyone's gaze landed on a person. One person from the group was slumped near the back door, neck twisted completely backward. A grotesque amount of blood poured from the impossibly angled neck, seeping into the cracks of the flooring. Eyes, wide with shock, seemed to suggest it was a fate that was never once anticipated. Ayawa. Ugh. Ayarg. It had begun. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. In the Shadow of Darkness. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Daydream Incorporated Identification Code, CTRU-62. Disaster Management Bureau Registration Number, 2845 PSYA.2016.53. According to the story, reading the infamous text file before falling asleep causes you to awaken in Sekwang Technical High School at night, where you are pursued by inhuman entities until your death. N.S. All civilian attempts to locate the real Sekwang Technical High School have failed, and it is understood to be a place that does not exist in present-day Korea. Right. The only escape from this nightmarish ghost story is through death. To leave this school at night, there is no other option but to die. And, as with all too many ghost stories, wherein human entities feature prominently, this one has become a horrifying cliché. That person. One of the people screaming raised a trembling finger to point at the student still frozen by the back door. But there was one significant difference. His hand, it's covered in blood. The crowd turned their stiff, horrified gazes toward the student again. And they confirmed the fact. On the inside of the curled fingers of the student, as if trying to hide it, blood was smeared along the fingerprints. Their eyes shifted back to the corpse. Behind the corpse's grotesquely twisted neck, there were bloody marks, shaped like fingers. Ah. Mom. No, no, no. Ah. And then again. Blink. The lights flickered. The student of Sekwang Technical High School doesn't move as long as someone is watching him. But the moment no one's eyes are on them. In the blink of an eye, when the classroom lights brighten again, he'd move. Inhumanly fast. The person who had been pointing at the mannequin was gone. Ack. Found on the floor, body shattered below the chest. Thud. The lifeless arm that had been pointing fell to the ground limply. Ah. Ayawa. Panic, fear, and hysteria erupted. And now. We have to attack it now. Someone close to it, just hit it. Fuck. Why are you yelling at me? Why don't you do it yourself? Blink. Heek. Another corpse appeared. One of the shouting people was impaled on a desk, hanging upside down. Only the lower half of their body remained. In the terrifying silence, the remaining people turned their heads. The student by the back door was now staring intently at them. A strange smile crept across his face. Eek. Run. Get out of here. Open the door, now. The group rushed toward the front door, avoiding the student blocking the back door. But it was already too late. Over here, Arg. The person who opened the front door collapsed in shock. Standing in the doorway was another smiling student. Sekwang Technical High School. This female student, with neatly trimmed bangs, wore the same name tag. Just go around them. Move, now. The group ran past the smiling student. And again. Blink. The student by the front door disappeared from my sight. Ayawa. The hallway filled with anguished screams. One by one, the screams faded. And then, silence. Suffocating silence. Chapter 73.2. The sound of labored breathing, distant cries, and the frantic stares of those left in the classroom fixed on the doors. Slowly. I said softly, scanning the room. Let's move slowly and see if anything reacts. Keep an eye on both the front and back doors. Adults, who now looked like high school students, trembled as they staggered back from the doors. Among those who had awakened in this classroom, half had fled, their fates unknown. The other half remained. Or rather, they were too paralyzed to move. In the midst of this chaos, I thought quietly to myself. This is a disaster. I shouldn't have stayed still at the start. Before the curtains closed, plunging us into total darkness, I should have sprinted out alone, grabbed an emergency flashlight, and settled into a good hiding spot. I missed my chance. I had hesitated, panicked by the realization that Braun wasn't here. By now, a few people were starting to catch on to the situation. This is just like that thing. Huh. You don't know. The kind of monster that can't move while you're watching. Wait, you mean you've seen this before? Hey, why don't you get it? It's like that monster that follows you when you're not looking. As long as we're looking at it, it can't move. The voice of the person speaking was distorted by fear and excitement as they rambled on, asking if everyone had read some weird text file, suggesting we were inside a game, or wondering if this was possession. Normally, people would have ignored such wild claims, but in their panic, they listened intently. This was a progression I'd seen countless times before. And the conclusion reached by a fear-stricken group is always simplistic and extreme. In that case, we should just attack it. Destroy it. What? If we try to run, it'll just keep chasing us, no matter what. Didn't you see what happened to the people who left? They all died. Hurry. Before the lights flicker again. As if hypnotized, people started scouring the empty classroom for anything that could be used as a weapon. Brooms, chairs, mops, box cutters. No. This was a shortcut to the most typical bad ending. Wait a moment, please. Just then, someone covered my mouth. I nearly threw a punch out of reflex. Forcing myself to remain calm, I slowly turned my head to see who had silenced me. Our eyes met. It was a familiar face. Civil servant. It was an agent from the Disaster Management Bureau. Agent Ryu Jaquan, whom I'd encountered at the mountain lodge. His hair was now cropped short like a high school student's, but his features were unmistakably the same. Where had he been sitting all this time? No, that wasn't the issue here. Right. Even civil servants can end up here too. This wasn't one of Daydream Incorporated's secured and contained ghost stories. That meant it wasn't impossible to encounter someone from another agency in a place like this. But still, running into the same agent again. Wasn't he working way too hard? If you don't scream, I'll let you go. I quickly nodded with a serious expression, and the agent released me without further comment. Phew. You really do have a knack for getting caught up in situations like this, don't you? Yes. Let's just leave it at that. And, some of what that person said earlier is correct. Keep your eyes on that student mannequin at all times. Don't look away, and make sure you blink alternately. If the lights go out, immediately lower your head. Also. The agent leaned in and whispered the proper protocol, clearly well versed in handling this kind of situation. They're very sensitive to sound. That's right. These students were strongly drawn to people who screamed, cursed, or shouted. Under no circumstances should you raise your voice. Ever. I nodded slightly. But is it really okay to just let them attack that thing? Right now, your own safety is the priority. Rescuing others caught in this disaster comes second. The agent delivered the line with practiced precision. When dealing with a supernatural disaster, assume everyone involved will die, and act accordingly. This was textbook Disaster Management Bureau protocol. They prioritize identifying, sealing, or destroying the ghost story to prevent further casualties. It was a utilitarian judgment, akin to pulling the lever in the trolley dilemma without hesitation, choosing to sacrifice one life to save 5. I'll let you know when it's time to run. For now, just follow the instructions I've given you. Understood. Arguing with the agent here would be suicidal. For now, I kept my mouth shut. Meanwhile, the others were already armed and approaching the student mannequin. Fuck. I deliberately asked another question to guide the agent's response. I needed to know more to make my actions seem natural going forward. But, isn't this a dream? If that's the case, wouldn't we just wake up even if we die here? That was the classic escape method from a nightmare. At the moment of death in the dream, you wake up and return to reality. Hearing that, one might think that quickly taking your own life is the best option, but that's completely wrong. Such a choice should never be made. There's something you need. That's correct, but there are conditions. Exactly. Conditions. Yes. Do you see that name tag? The agent pointed to the student mannequin. You must die while in possession of that mannequin's name tag to wake up properly. If you fail to meet this condition, if the escape conditions are not fulfilled, the explorer becomes trapped in the shadow of darkness. You will suffer undesirable effects. There are also a few other conditions for dying safely, but I'll explain them as we go. Together. Yes. Wait a second. However, the agent, perhaps interpreting my hesitation differently, gave me a look as if to say, don't feel bad about it. It was an awkward attempt to reassure me with a forced smile. Don't worry. There are many agents deployed here besides me. Someone will surely make it through. More than one Disaster Management Bureau agent. This really must be an overlap in exploration timing. There must have been a relevant entry in the exploration logs. I tried to sift through past records in my mind, but before I could identify any, the situation shifted. D-die. The others finally began attacking the student mannequin. And, surprisingly, crack. Ack. B blood. The Sekwang Technical High School student bled, as though they were an ordinary human. The sound of bones breaking, blood spilling, and bruises forming echoed around the room. Ah. What do we do? Oh, shit. Hugh. Fear and unease ran down my spine. However, the agent, calm as if this was routine, gestured discreetly toward the front door. For now, we should use this distraction to, That's when it happened. Figures appeared on the brightly lit central staircase visible through the open front door. 3 or 4 figures moved quietly, their footsteps muffled as they ascended. They shared a common feature. Each of them wore strange animal masks. Company employees. What's more, I recognized one of the masks. Bison. Jang Hyeowon. It was the rookie from the Y Squad, with whom I'd endured the theme park ghost story. Did he get reassigned to a regular squad? It had been a while. My recent chaos had kept me too busy to track other people's transfers, but it seemed he'd survived his first 3 months unscathed. At least that's good news. But next to him, a less welcome sight. A black goat mask. It was Baek Sahyun. Did they wake up in the same class? Both were faithfully following the company's safety recommendation to wear your mask whenever possible. I'd like to wear mine too, if I could. I wanted to check my items and use them to improve my chances of escape. Overall, it seemed the best course of action would be to separate naturally from the agent and join that group. Mr. Agan. Daydreaming. Ack. Be careful. If you encounter someone in animal masks and business suits in a place like this, never acknowledge them. The agent gritted his teeth and cast a disdainful glare toward the group. They're likely dispatched from that disgusting pseudo-corporation. Avoid any involvement with them at all costs. The majority of their employees are unethical psychopaths. You must be cautious. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Don't let him find out who I am. Chapter 74.1. A brightly lit classroom within the ghost story. Die. Die. Behind me, people were desperately striking at the unmoving, eerie student. Let's wait until they pass by. In front of me, the government agent glared at my fellow company employees walking by, his gaze a mix of wariness and disdain. And stuck in between them. Me. No colleagues, mistiming, and the task of clearing this nightmare of a ghost story safely while pretending to be an innocent civilian to the agent beside me. The truth? I'm actually from the pharmaceutical company this agent loathes. How much harder can this get? This is insane. The employees had moved far ahead by now. I might have made eye contact with a few of them, but as I avoided their gaze, they refrained from approaching me and walked off quickly. At least that was a relief. For a moment. Flicker. The lights went out again. Heek. This time, however, people reacted faster than the incoming darkness. It's not moving. It worked. I took a deep breath. When the lights flickered back on, the Sekwang Technical High School student, who had been frozen like a statue, was now lying on the floor near the back door. Wah. The frenzied attacks had evidently worked. This time, even when the lights went out, the student couldn't move. Instead, it appeared to have succumbed to the accumulated violence and now lay on the floor as though dead. However, its outstretched right hand still reached toward the back door, as if trying to grab hold of it. The people cheered in triumph, holding bloodied mops and chairs in their hands. It worked. This is it. We need to run. When one student entity becomes immobilized, resembling biological death. Quickly. All nearby student entities are summoned to the scene. Ding dong dash. A death has occurred in class 1 to 5. The school's announcement played over the intercom. The voice was heavier this time, somber. A slow funeral march played in the background. Now. The agent poked me in the back. Run. The deceased is first-year student Lee Wonyul. I immediately bolted out the door. I tried to take in as much of the hallway's layout as possible while running, noting key details and pressing myself close to a nearby wall to minimize my profile. Should we press our backs to the wall? Exactly. Let us observe a moment of silence for 5 seconds. I complied without resistance as the agent pushed me to sit against the wall. Then. Thuck. The lights went out. 5. Through the faint sound of the funeral march came the creak of the back door opening. 4. Aha. Ack. W. What? Q. 3. Help. Hook. 2. Screams. Short, desperate screams. 1. Silence. The funeral march continued. The moment of silence is over. May the deceased rest in peace. Forcing my trembling head up, I looked back into the classroom. I had to look. Flicker. As the lights returned, the scene came into focus. The classroom was a wreck, smeared with blood and filth. Bodies were strewn everywhere, slammed against walls, collapsed on the floor, or sprawled across desks. And among the carnage, only 2 figures remained standing. 2 Sekwang Technical High School students, frozen by my gaze. One stood atop a decapitated corpse, while the other smiled as it clutched the front door, staring at me. They'd noticed me. Damn it. Sweat dripped down my chin. I'll step back, just slightly. I'll continue to stay in view of the classroom. The agent gave a slight nod. Still keeping my eyes on the front, I groped along the wall, retreating cautiously. The reason I'd chosen this wall. Portable light source. A red emergency flashlight was mounted nearby. It was an essential tool, a portable light source capable of freezing the students even during a blackout. Absolutely necessary. However, where 3 lights should have been mounted, only 1 remained. The employees must have taken the others. What surprised me was that, even with Baek Sahyun among their group, they hadn't taken all 3 lights for backup. On top of that, they'd cleverly inserted a wad of paper into the release sensor to prevent the alarm from sounding when the lights were removed. Clearly, these were experienced ghost story explorers. They had even left behind one of the crumpled papers in the empty slot. They thought that far ahead. Reaching back, I grabbed the paper. As I brought it forward, the folded back of the paper caught the edge of my vision. Det. Not bad. I crumpled Baek Sahyun's note, shoved it into the sensor slot as a makeshift stopper, and extracted the flashlight. Phew. With this, I had taken the first step in preparing for potential blackouts. Next. Did you grab the flashlight? Yes. Excellent. Keep it on at all times. Now, let's retrieve the name tags. The agent strode briskly toward the classroom's front door. Right up to the face of the student entity that was glaring at me. Ooh. Just watching the scene made every alarm in my head scream. Yet the agent moved swiftly and tore the name tag from the mannequin's chest. Then, without hesitation, he collected the tag from the entity lying by the back door, the first one to die. I could feel my stomach churn. This is an irreversible move. When a student's name tag is stolen in its presence, that student will pursue the thief relentlessly until you die. Chapter 74.2. Given that the students had already locked eyes with us, perhaps it was a foregone conclusion. No matter what, they'll chase us. Even with a flashlight, moving through this haunted school while being hunted by 2 entities was sheer madness for an ordinary person. It was a choice only a disaster management bureau agent, equipped with tools and experience, could reasonably make. Still, I would have done it differently. But spilled milk is spilled milk. Thinking rationally, I had to admit. Being discovered by the agent was far riskier than dying within this nightmare. Not only would death here be just an unfortunate side note, but I'd likely face interrogation and an investigation. I have no choice but to trust the agent's judgment for now. Still, I had to hold my weight, at least do my part. If I'm going to act, it needs to be now. As the agent moved, I followed him into the classroom. I reached toward the student by the back door and snatched their name tag. Yuck. This was nerve-wracking. The unmoving student, frozen in place, seemed ready to whip around and crush my skull at any moment. But nothing happened, and I succeeded. Phew. As my hand trembled with a mix of relief and revulsion, I heard something. Save me. I froze. The student entity appeared to be stepping on a severed neck, but there was more. Beneath them, someone was still alive. Tears streamed down the face of the survivor, who whispered weakly, as though they lacked the strength to scream or curse. Please. After a brief but fierce internal debate, I made my decision. Heek, sob, oh okay. I couldn't be sure since my gaze was fixed on the student entity, but it seemed like the person beneath them gave a faint nod. Slowly, I backed away and rejoined the agent. Together, we exited the classroom and began moving swiftly down the corridor. Keep looking ahead. I'll keep an eye on the classroom. Understood. The agent turned on his flashlight, focusing on the back of the entity that had been watching us from the front door. Meanwhile, I kept my eyes on the corridor, ready to freeze any new entities that might appear. We hugged the wall as we moved, ensuring no blind spots for either of us. Our movements were silent yet desperate. Finally, as the classroom faded from view, and I was certain one of the two entities was no longer visible, the agent muttered in confusion. Why aren't they chasing us? Don't tell me. A ripple of unease emanated from the agent's back, pressed against mine. Was there someone alive in the room? Are they watching the students? Yes. The agent exhaled deeply. They must have been too injured to move. You did well. During a disaster, securing your own safety comes first. Helping others comes after. Head for the staircase. We'll stop briefly by the fire hydrant. Understood. I resumed walking. And then. Flicker. The lights went out again. I'm shining the flashlight. Yes. I kept moving forward, and that's when it hit me. During the blackout just now, the person I'd given the name tag to had died. They're coming. The two entities would be leaving the classroom now. But since my job was to watch the front and freeze anything new that appeared, I couldn't look back to confirm it. The thought alone made my hair stand on end. Do not panic. You still have a chance. You obtained a name tag earlier, correct? Yes. Good. Now, you just need to commit suicide. I almost passed out. Let's do it as soon as we stop by the emergency light. You look so pale, it'd be best for you to wake from this nightmare quickly. With the name tag, there shouldn't be any issues. Oh, Thailand bot yes. Wait. But there's something. I swallowed hard. I did acquire a name tag, but I no longer have it in my possession. I gave it to the person who was alive in the classroom. That's right. Earlier, I deliberately dropped the name tag on the floor so the person beneath the student could grab it. If you hold on to this, you'll wake up from this dream. Heek, sob, oh okay. Since they have the name tag, they'll wake up safely. And they even bought us some time by doing so. The agent let out a sharp breath, heavy with frustration and stress. Then, in a more fatigued and businesslike tone, he spoke. You must have assumed I had a spare name tag. No. You don't need to give me one. That's something you obtained yourself. You need more name tags, don't you? You'll likely need to distribute them to your colleagues. That's. Of course. I wasn't saying this because I was a fool with no plan. I'm fine, really. Why? Because I never intended to acquire a name tag and commit suicide in the first place. Exploration record number 13. The log I had used as the basis for my escape plan, the wiki entry I had written, was the record of an explorer who had never obtained a name tag to begin with. I had analyzed this ghost story extensively, thinking through its variables, and had come to one conclusion. To clear this without physically dying, you need to perform a specific action without possessing a name tag. Moreover, this method allowed you to bring back the highest grade dream essence solution as a reward. So I have to do it. The D squad, or rather, my new squad, needed proof that I could maintain similar levels of performance even under unfamiliar circumstances. Chapter 74.3. Do you know what happens if you die without a name tag? I do. Each new moon, you'll be dragged back here when you sleep. And when you wake up, you won't remember anything, making it impossible to prepare. Can you handle that? I probably couldn't, but I didn't have much choice. Ideally, carrying the name tag until the critical moment and then relinquishing ownership would be the safest strategy. But with this agent as my companion, there was no way I could obtain a name tag and later abandon it. So instead, I chose to take the risk and give it away. There will be another opportunity. Even if there were, I'd give it up again. At least as long as I was traveling with this agent. And I'll handle that opportunity myself. Don't worry, I won't ask you for anything. At this point, it was worth trying. I decided to push forward with a determined tone. We should part ways here. If you need it, I'll even give you my flashlight. I brought a high-powered flashlight anyway. Along with several other tools. As long as I separated from him, I could stop pretending to be a civilian and use them. Separation was the key. Though walking alone would be terrifying, staying in this restrained state wasn't viable either. Whether it was with civilians or my co-workers, any other group would be better. I need to join a larger group. This ghost story structure made it safer the more eyes were watching, but it grew riskier the louder things got. I need to form a party of around 4 people quickly. With my connection to Daydream Incorporated posing a constant threat, traveling with this agent wasn't an option. I needed a scenario where I could act more decisively. I'll pretend to give in and suggest parting ways. I feel like I'm just getting in your way. I'll figure things out on my own, somehow. After all, didn't you say civilians caught in disasters are as good as dead? Consider this an unavoidable situation and move on. But then, an unexpected response came. I believe apologies are in order. The agent looked at me with a resolute expression, as if he'd made an unshakable decision. As soon as you obtained the name tag, I was planning to humanely execute you. Excuse me. This lunatic. Even if you wake up after dying, to say something like that so casually, right to someone's face. Feeling cold sweat trickling down my back, I forced a smile. Ah, yes. Even in a dream, suicide isn't exactly an easy thing to do. Indeed. However, if you're willing, I'd like you to accompany me for the remainder of this disaster investigation. What? The agent spoke quickly. Temporarily, you could act as an agent. Normally, this would require approval from another agent since it isn't a solo mission, but, The agent rummaged through his pocket and handed me something. If you consume this, it will serve as an expedited authorization. I looked at the small caramel candy, wrapped in a rectangular foil, that had landed in my hand and felt my eyelids twitch. This was Disaster Management Bureau equipment. Tangy sweet. A caramel-like chewy candy. Upon consumption, lying induces unbearable discomfort, compelling the user to tell the truth. This is a light truth verification procedure. No, this is practically a confession-inducing torture tool. If you take this and accompany me, you'll be compensated accordingly. If it's too difficult, I'll simply give you a name tag and execute you to send you back. Wow. For real. Civilian. If only I could fake eating it and stash it in my tattoo, but in this dream where I'd fully reverted to a high schooler, I had no tattoos. After an intense internal debate, I made my decision. All right. I reluctantly chewed and swallowed the truth-inducing candy. Its tangy sweet flavor caught in my throat, but I forced it down. Getting caught throwing it away or not consuming it would be a bigger problem. It would reveal that I knew exactly what this candy was. I've swallowed it. Tears welled up. But as they say, the stick is often accompanied by the carrot. To my surprise, the unexpected carrots started rolling in. Well done. Now, take this. The agent swiftly handed me something else, placing it in my empty hand. It was a metallic badge, vaguely resembling a silver heart. This is an identification badge for agents. Wearing it will allow you to receive assistance if you encounter other agents. And this. No sooner had I clipped the badge on than a small ivory-colored pistol was placed in my hand. The translucent cylinder gleamed with multicolored glass beads that served as its ammunition. It looked extraordinary at a glance. Glass handgun. A specialized exorcism pistol manufactured by the Disaster Management Bureau. It uses custom glass beads as ammunition and is so compact it resembles a toy or lighter. This is a weapon for dealing with supernatural disasters. It should be effective against those students. Keep it with you. Wow. This was the standard issue gear for Disaster Management Bureau agents, the kind I'd only ever seen on the wiki. Like the Dream Essence collectors and masks used by Daydream Incorporated, this was iconic agent gear. And now I'm wearing it all. Somehow, I'd ended up playing the part of a Disaster Management Bureau agent. What is even happening? It was absurd, but oddly thrilling. At the same time, I had a strong urge to run for my life. But for now, there's no time to dwell on this. It's starting. Flicker. We're almost at the end of the hallway. From here on, you must also face this way. Do not, under any circumstances, drop the flashlight. I adjusted my grip on the unfamiliar pistol. They're coming. Chapter 75.1. The agent and I pressed our backs against the wall, our gazes fixed on the hallway ahead, specifically, Class 1 to 5, from which we had just escaped. Then, I finally saw it. Flicker. On the far end of the hallway, mannequin-like figures appeared. 3 of them. Another one had joined the group. 2 male students and 1 female student. The 2 who had emerged from the classroom were drenched in blood, smiling as they looked our way, while the third, still wearing a pristine school uniform, stood motionless. When the lights were on, they looked like grotesquely realistic wax mannequins or people frozen in time in a photograph. But every time the lights flickered out, flicker, they reappeared closer to us. Again and again. Even when we moved further back. Flicker. They advanced just to the edge of the flashlight's beam. Whenever the light shone on them, they froze, illuminated in a terrifyingly close pose. They never got any farther away. Flicker. I couldn't help but imagine what would happen if the flashlight's battery ran out. This standoff would end, and not in our favor. Even as I moved carefully and deliberately, fear clawed at my mind. Eventually, we reached the dead end at the hallway's farthest point and were forced to stop. And then, ding dong dash. A death has occurred in class 3-2. Motherfucker. The deceased is third-year student Park Chaya. Please observe a moment of silence for 5 seconds. Get ready. I gripped the flashlight tightly and pressed my back against the wall. 5. I quickly swept the flashlight across all 3 figures. Each time the light passed over them and returned, they were closer. 4. The agent and I divided our focus, aiming our flashlights at 2 of the entities. But what about the third? 3. The third one, where was it? I swung my flashlight side to side, covering every blind spot, but it was nowhere to be found. 2. Time seemed to speed up with my mounting anxiety. Where? Where could it be? Where? I whipped the flashlight downward. 1. The light revealed my feet and a blood-stained white hand reaching for my ankle. A hand in a school uniform. A Sekwang Technical High School student lay sprawled on the floor, grinning up at me. The moment of silence is over. May the deceased rest in peace. Slowly, I pulled my foot back. Shit. If my reflexes had been even slightly slower, I'd be dead. I've never even played a VR horror game, and now I'm experiencing this in real life. I alternated blinking one eye at a time, making sure to never close both at once, as I slowly backpedaled. My limbs trembled uncontrollably. The agent, still glaring at the remaining 2 student entities, spoke. Once we leave a floor, the students from that grade level usually stop actively pursuing us. I knew that. If there were still prey left on their floor, the students would likely prioritize those over us. Let's head upstairs. Not down to the 1st floor. No. This mission's objective is the 5th floor, specifically the auditorium. Immediately, I recalled the announcement we'd heard at the very beginning. Students of Sekwang Technical High School. The graduation ceremony will begin shortly. Please gather in the auditorium. What's in the auditorium? There's no information yet. That's why we need to investigate. Of course. The exploration logs so far are still considered early to mid-stage material in the Dark Exploration Records. Few people would have willingly gone to the place announced as the meeting point in this nightmare school. And those who tried to ascend likely encountered the students and died. The higher the floor, the more aggressive, unpredictable, and intelligent the students' behavior became. And the greater problem was this. Never go to the 5th floor. It's better to die on the lower floors. Never go up. Final log of exploration record number 12. This is what happens when you somehow manage to make it all the way to the 5th floor. I really don't want to go. But the most painful part was knowing that I'd have to go there eventually, regardless. At least I could take some comfort in having a companion. But as we wouldn't make it. I needed to prepare thoroughly, and I had an idea to adjust the plan slightly. Would it be alright if we stopped briefly to explore the 3rd and 4th floors as well? Is there a reason? Well, this setup feels strangely like a horror game to me. In games, obtaining key items is often essential to progress. I spoke while slowly climbing the stairs backward. I'm not sure, but if it were me, I'd start by checking special rooms, like the music room, science lab, or faculty office. I'd also look into the yearbook or student records. I think there could be hints or keys hidden in objects or props. As we continued up the stairs, the distance between us and the students that had been surrounding us grew, allowing the flashlight beam to cover a wider area and keep them in check. It was only then that the agent finally spoke. Our analysis team reached a similar conclusion, that this ghost story seems to have a game-based structure. Oh. They noted how the name of the fictional high school and the structure of running and hiding from monsters are remarkably similar to a game. I thought the same thing. But it's the first time I've heard such a suggestion, to focus not on monsters or people, but on objects. For some reason, the agent's eyes seemed to sparkle. Since he looked like a high school student without dark circles under his eyes, it didn't come off as out of place. Very well. Let's examine the spaces as thoroughly as we can. We'll also relay this idea to the other agents once they join us. More agents? I'd rather not. But the agent, as if excited, went a step further. Now that you're a temporary agent, we should call each other by code names. Do you have a preferred code name? Oh my god. Oh, we typically use historical materials for code names. Non-ordinary terms make it easier to distinguish between agents. He's even letting me pick a code name. It felt like they were fulfilling every conceivable fantasy. Oh. Did I already have a code name I wanted to use for a Disaster Management Bureau agent in the darkness exploration records I'd envisioned? Yes. Yes, I do. Chapter 75.2. But I had enough self-awareness not to bring it up now. It would be far too embarrassing. I'll go with grapes. A fruit? Simple and neat. I like it. For a moment, I imagined what Braun would have commented on my choice. I miss that guy a little. Pushing away the sense of loss over my good friend, I kept the conversation going. And what should I call you, Agent? My code name is Bronze. All right, Agent Bronze. The agent, Bronze, smiled faintly and nodded in satisfaction, almost as if he were looking at an intern. Lately, I've been getting a lot of new recruit-like treatment. Is it just my imagination? In any case, we continued checking below as we ascended, keeping a vigilant eye out to ensure no students were following us up the stairs. One of us always kept an eye on the upper floor. And finally, we arrived. 3F. The third floor, where the second years stayed. It's quiet. The students from the lower floor had naturally left our line of sight and didn't appear at the top of the stairs either. It seemed they had found someone else to chase. Still, we kept glancing back at the stairwell as we stepped into the third floor hallway. Under the bright ceiling lights, the hallway was surprisingly clean. No blood, no filth, no corpses. Not even people sitting frozen, tears streaming as they stared desperately at a student. Even the student entities were nowhere to be seen. And I thought I knew why. They've sealed the doors. Someone had already locked all the classroom doors. Chains and padlocks were even looped around some. This has to be the work of Daydream Incorporated employees. It matched our manual perfectly. Students in Sekwang Technical High School uniforms exhibit some resistance to damage or destruction of school property. When not provoked, closing and locking doors quietly has been observed to render them inactive, often seated at desks. Moreover, sealing the doors like this meant any attempt to open them from inside would make noise. That noise would immediately alert others to turn and look. It's a basic safety measure. When there were still plenty of people around to restrict the movements of the student entities, sneaking around and locking doors like this would have been quite feasible. Alpha knew. But as quiet as the hallway was, we needed to be just as silent. The students are drawn by noise. The second-year faculty office is just around the corner. Should we crawl there? A nod. With a brief whisper and nod, we ended the conversation and began moving quietly, staying close to the wall and crawling to avoid detection. Even as we moved, we didn't stop watching the corners, places like the end of the hallway or the stairwells, where someone could appear silently. Cold sweat ran down my back. Just a little further, just a little more. Slowly. We just had to pass through without rushing. We had made it more than halfway when... Ayaha! A blood-curdling scream came from beyond the hallway. No. If there's noise. Rattle. Rattle, 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 rattle. I couldn't bring myself to look up. The sound of doorknobs being rattled echoed from every locked door. The students had heard the noise too. Rattle, 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 rattle. The agent and I crawled frantically down the hallway, desperate to escape. When we finally turned to look back. Rattle. Hugh. Fortunately, the rattling stopped, likely because the scream had been a one-time occurrence. However, I could see faint shadows of figures standing behind some of the doors, peering out. Terrifying. At least they weren't looking in our direction, that was our one saving grace. I swallowed hard. The only consolation was that we'd reached our first destination. Second-year faculty office. Turning the corner, it appeared before us. But this office was also locked up tight. Chains and padlocks secured the doors, and the windows had been covered from the inside with something like newspaper, preventing us from seeing in. It was eerily unsettling, yet I couldn't have been more relieved to see it. Please keep watch for a moment. The agent slipped a thimble-like item onto his finger, then inserted it into the lock on the faculty office door. Though the thimble didn't seem to match the size of the keyhole, it slid in easily, and the lock clicked open. Wow. Disaster Management Bureau equipment really lived up to the hype. There may still be students inside, so let's be cautious as we enter. And when we opened the door, what greeted us was completely unexpected. Quietly closed the door. Quickly. I shut the door behind us. There were no students inside. Instead, about 7 people were locked in a tense standoff, glaring at one another. High schoolers wearing animal masks stood on one side, and others, holding translucent pistols, stood on the other. Disaster Management Bureau agents and Daydream Incorporated employees. They're fighting. On the table in the center of their standoff was a single fountain pen. An item. I recognized it immediately. Fountain pen of second-year student. It seemed they were locked in a standoff over who would claim it. Instead of exploring the ghost story, they're wasting manpower on this. It seemed they hadn't noticed our entrance until it was too late. Agent Bronze. Several of the agents finally spotted the codename Bronze beside me and greeted him warmly. But Bronze, rational as always, was unlikely to empathize with the situation. Let's join them. Wait, what? Before I could protest, Bronze had already stepped forward to join the agents. And as for me, the animal-masked Daydream employees were staring intently at me. Especially the 2 who recognized me. Seeing Baek Sahyun and Jang Hyeon make identical expressions was not something I ever thought I'd experience. Their eyes darted between the Disaster Management Bureau's metal badge and translucent pistol I was holding, as if silently asking, "Why are you here?" And yet, the agent called out to me again. "Agent Grapes." "Gr. Grapes." The agent responded coldly. Mocking code names. Truly fitting for a company like yours. I'm losing my mind. Come here. You should step away from the door. What now? After a moment of frantic deliberation, I made my decision. I can't bring myself to betray. Reluctantly, I stepped forward and stood beside the agent. Yes, agent. Right next to Agent Bronze. This, what is? Yes. I cannot betray. I can't betray my own survival. And so it came to this, my dear co-workers. Chapter 76.1. Baek Sahyun, for once, doubted his one remaining eye. Was he dreaming? No, he was definitely dreaming, trapped in this ghost story nightmare. But no. Just moments ago, his mood had been one of pure irritation. I came here because I heard the school's faculty office had an item with powerful mind control abilities. Seeing the number of people gathered, it was clear this wasn't some exclusive, top-tier information. Inwardly, his anger was simmering. Whoever gave me that tip is going on my blacklist. Grinding his teeth, he mentally updated his list of people to take revenge on after returning to the company. Still, he had confidence. In fact, he saw opportunity in the standoff between the 2 factions. Just a little push, and it's chaos, right? Whether by stirring up infighting or luring monsters into the mix, he figured he could snag the item and make a clean getaway, just like how he'd always used fools around him as bait at critical moments. Even the sight of his weak-willed co-worker in the bison mask struggling to hold back tears was tolerable. The guy might still be useful. But then, that fucker. What the hell is he doing? Baek Sahyun stared ahead in disbelief. There, standing nonchalantly alongside the Disaster Management Bureau agents, was an all-too-familiar face in a black school uniform. The employee, who had been carrying nothing special earlier, now wore the Bureau's signature metal badge and wielded one of those strange toy-like pistols. Kim Solium. Agent Grapes. G. Grapes. What even was that? The last time Baek Sahyun had seen him in the classroom, that guy hadn't been equipped with any of this gear. And now? Why is a Daydream Incorporated employee standing so comfortably on the other side? Looks like everyone is securing the item. Could it be what we're looking for? Perhaps, sir. Kim Solium was casually engaging in bureau-like dialogue. The other Daydream employees nearby whispered amongst themselves. They don't seem ordinary. Do you think he's a high-ranking agent? Maybe he was summoned here. Jang Hyeon, the bison-masked co-worker, alternated between staring at Baek Sahyun and Kim Solium, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Hey. As one of the few here who knew Kim Solium's face, Jang Hyeon's astonishment was palpable despite the mask. And then, he opened his mouth, clearly about to call out to Kim Solium. Yes, that's it. You do it. Let him handle it. That. Would you mind stepping aside and letting us handle this? What? But of course, it was Kim Solium. This. Agent Grapes instantly cut Jang Hyeon off, looking around at the employees with a serious expression. He spoke in a voice dripping with authority. In supernatural disasters like this, personal possession of dangerous items can lead to catastrophic results. As you may have experienced, things that seem beneficial here don't always bring good outcomes. His voice was, somehow, convincing. Even now, there are monsters roaming outside. Kim Solium spoke earnestly, his eyes filled with feigned desperation. Please, for the sake of saving more lives, I ask for your cooperation. You. Baek Sahian felt chills run down his spine. And yet, Jang Hyeon, blinking slowly as if entranced, began to murmur. Then, maybe this time, we could. You've got to be kidding me. Hey. You're just a newbie, what are you talking about? Shut your mouth, would you? The other company employees snapped out of it and began shouting in outrage. What Baek Sahian didn't know was that Jang Hyeon had been carrying a mental defense item strong enough to partially mitigate the influence of the Bureau's Silver Heart. Still, the scene was chaotic enough to make the Bureau agents on the other side whisper to each other. Corporate culture is trash, huh? Right. But that Agent Grapes sure knows how to talk. That punk's even being recognized by the agents. Just what is that guy, pretending to be a government agent? No, wait. In that moment, a realization like a bolt of lightning struck Baek Sahian's mind. Wait, was he actually a Disaster Management Bureau agent from the start? Looking closer, the agent standing beside Kim Solium was the same one Baek Sahian had encountered at that insane murder lodge. The mask issued by the company had an effect that disrupted recognition for non-employees, so it seemed the agent hadn't identified him, but still. Could this all have been planned from the start? Could Kim Solium have been a Bureau spy all along? A chill ran down Baek Sahian's spine. But at the same time, he felt like he'd just been dealt a new card. If I reveal his true identity. At that moment, Kim Solium's eyes met his. Kim Solium smirked, lightly tapped his chest, and mouthed a single word. Debt. Debt. The very word Baek Sahian had written on the note he left with the emergency flashlight. Why, you crazy bastard, that's the debt you owe me, not the other way around. Was Kim Solium implying that if Baek Sahian wanted the debt paid, he'd better shut up and cooperate? How was the debtor turning the tables and blackmailing the creditor? No, wait. Fuck, that's not important right now. Baek Sahian gritted his teeth. The agents now outnumbered the Daydream employees. If this continues, the field exploration team members aiming for a high clear bonus will likely back off and give up the item. If that happened, the chaos would end, and with it, his opportunity. In that case. After some hesitation, Baek Sahian made up his mind. He absolutely needed that item. Absolutely. Moreover, he knew the specialized equipment he had invested a fortune, 1,000 points, into acquiring was securely attached to the sole of his shoe. This equipment, meticulously chosen and crafted for this purpose. A lethal weapon with the purpose of confusion. Owner, Baek Sahian. Registered equipment description, a device in the form of a 3-color pen. When the pen tip is clicked, the nib ejects and explodes like a firecracker. Manufactured by Kturl E99. Enjoying the cylindrical pressure against the sole of his shoe, Baek Sahian deliberately turned to Jang Hyeon and struck up a conversation. Hey. Yes. Don't you hear something strange outside? And with that, he naturally aimed at Kim Solium and fired. Out there. His target was that fucker's head. Die. Instant death would ensure that even if Kim Solium woke up from this nightmare, he wouldn't realize who had shot him. He probably has a name tag anyway. There was no way Baek Sahian could risk his sabotage being traced back to him, not after he'd set up the debt narrative. I'll just pin the blame on someone else. After all, every employee in this company had the same level of moral ambiguity. Hiding his glee, Baek Sahian allowed a sly smile to creep across his face. Chapter 76.2. Whoosh. The pen tip launched silently from the sole of his shoe and flew straight toward Kim Solium's head. But it didn't hit. Kim Solium casually tilted his head, dodging the pen tip. Kim Solium glanced at Baek Sahian. How many times do you think I read about your equipment usage on the wiki? He already knew how it was loaded. You clicked the left heel twice. Having prepared for this ever since they became roommates, Kim Solium's reflexes, in hindsight, were only natural. Not that he had expected much, so he wasn't even angry. But I can't let this slide. At that moment, Kim Solium grinned at Baek Sahian. I know you fired it. And that meant one thing. You're fucking screwed. Baek Sahian felt a chill run down his spine. The learned fear surged to near panic levels. But his objective of creating confusion had succeeded nonetheless. Ah! The pen tip struck the locker behind Kim Solium and exploded, filling the room with light, noise, and smoke. Who did that? At this level of chaos, it didn't matter how softly anyone spoke. This kind of commotion was enough to lure the students, even if it meant they'd tolerate some damage to the school's property. They'd be coming soon. Flashlights. Everyone crouched and pressed themselves against the walls. The smoke obscuring their vision created the worst possible conditions in this nightmare school. With tilde. Who did this? For now, survival instincts overrode the need to find the culprit. In that case, Bek Sahian seized the opportunity to lunge at the table. Fountain pen of second-year student. He snatched the item and stuffed it into his pocket. Blending seamlessly back into the crowd of employees, Bek Sahian joined the rush to flee the faculty office. Inside, the bureau agents, who had maintained a near-perfect formation to monitor all angles, only realized what had happened once the smoke began to clear. The fountain pen and the Daydream employees were gone. Those Daydream bastards. Kim Solium had suddenly become guilty by association. Wonderful. Kim Solium, who had been keeping an eye on Bek Sahian the entire time, caught the exchange. But the situation was too urgent to dwell on it. There has been a death in the third-floor hallway. The deceased is second-year student Kim Sora. The Daydream Incorporated employees fleeing down the hallway had killed one of the students. The power went out. Asterisk. 5 seconds of darkness. Flashes of light from flashlights. Screams. Corpses. This is insane. With both people and monstrous entities running rampant, this resembled a scene from a B-grade slasher film. A suffocating type of terror different from the earlier stillness. There, in the window. Blood. Requesting BA, thud. Amid the gruesome carnage unfolding in every direction, I somehow managed to spot the students trying to enter the faculty office through the mist and freeze them in place. It felt like playing a nightmarish tower defense game. Or maybe a horror game where I was trapped and utterly cornered. Move. The only silver lining was that the agents were taking the brunt of the aggression, leaving me mostly out of the spotlight. But even that had its limits. Flicker. The instant a drop of blood splashed into my eye, I had no choice but to blink. A student's hand, hooked like a claw, stopped just above my head. I quickly stepped back. My skull had almost been crushed. My hair stood on end. My heart felt like it would give out. This is bad. This was a death trap. The range a single flashlight can cover is no longer enough. From what I knew, the number of students per floor varied by each exploration round, but there were at least 20 students on any given floor. And if someone killed a student and triggered the announcement, there has been a death in the second-year faculty office. More would come. Accompanied by another 5-second blackout for a moment of silence. It never ends. The likelihood of everyone dying here and the exploration ending was overwhelmingly high. So, I need to escape while I still can. I gritted my teeth. I needed to find the others on another floor and join forces with them. The mist was beginning to clear, and the blackout had just ended. Flicker. Now. I slid across the faculty office, cutting through the carnage of blood, gore, and violence, and made it out through the door that had been open from the start. In that instant, Mr. Grapes. As the mist dissipated, I spotted Agent Bronze. He was grappling with an employee wearing an animal mask, and the owner of that mask was Heek. Quiet. Jang Hyoan, from the Y Squad round-off team. So you didn't manage to escape with the others, huh? Use this to restrain him. The agent tossed me what looked like a pair of handcuffs. Clearly, he thought I had come to assist him. But I had already decided to cut ties with everyone here. Run, roe deer. Damn it. Jang Hyoan, startled by his own outburst, slapped a hand over his mouth. He had called me by the name of my mask. Roe deer. No, that's... The look on the agent's face said it all. He knows. Damn it. If that's the case... I swiftly caught the handcuff-like item the agent had handed me. And then I clamped it on him instead. The cuffs expanded, binding the agent's arms and mouth, with a silver chain extending from them to my hand. Let's go, Bison. Why yes. Dragging Jang Hyoan and the restrained agent, I bolted out of the faculty office. The moment of silence is over. May the deceased rest in peace. Leaving behind the chaos of the faculty office, we sprinted madly up the stairs. A couple of students followed us out but were drawn back by the ongoing commotion inside the office. Keep an eye on what's above us. Got it. Jang Hyo-won responded quickly, diligently watching the upper stairwell. Hugh. I stopped midway up the stairs, watching as the students who had been following us disappeared, and turned my head, wanting nothing more than to wipe the sweat off my face. And that's when I made eye contact with the restrained person at the end of the chain I was holding. Agent Bronze from the Disaster Management Bureau was glaring at me like he wanted to kill me. At this point, I had no choice. Time to bluff. With a speed I'd never achieved before in my life, I began crafting an elaborate, emotional appeal. Chapter 77.1. I am walking up the stairs of a nightmare school with an agent from the Disaster Management Bureau, while dragging him along like a prisoner after restraining him. For context, I used an item he handed me to betray and restrain him. This is a mess. This can't go on. This definitely feels like I've crossed the line. By tomorrow, I might find myself on the Disaster Management Bureau's blacklist, conscripted for whatever sinister purposes they have in mind. Sure, the company might protect me, but I really don't want to owe Daydream Incorporated anything. It would be utterly insane. I need to fix my image somehow. The cold sweat on my back never seems to dry. I spoke carefully. If you promise not to yell, I'll remove the gag. Please just nod your head. The agent's murderous glare softened slightly. He gave the faintest of nods. What a lie. If he's going to deceive me, he could at least try to hide it better. With a sigh, I continued. I have no intention of harming you, stealing Disaster Management Bureau intel, or reporting anything back to the company. And, as I just said that, I felt no pain whatsoever. I know the caramel you gave me is a truth-inducing interrogation aid. The agent's pupils trembled. Of course, I don't think you gave it to me with malicious intent. It's just... I gazed at the air with a melancholic look. I wanted to convey that even though I work for Daydream Incorporated, I wasn't planning to lie to you. Strictly speaking, I was lying. If it came to it, I fully intended to use express-delivered alien painkillers to bypass the effects and lie my way to survival. Unsurprisingly, a sharp discomfort began to rise from within. Ugh. It felt like my insides were twisting, like the onset of an ulcer. But now wasn't the time to let it show. I can endure this without flinching. The more malicious or deliberate the lie, the greater the pain. What I'd just said was evasive at most, barely a level 1 discomfort. Endure it. Next step. Building trust. I discreetly loosened a small silver badge in my pocket while keeping my face composed. Then, I openly showed the item, the silver heart, to the agent. I'm telling you this without relying on tools like these. I'll repeat myself, if you promise not to yell, I'll remove the gag. Just nod your head. Conflict flickered in the agent's gaze. When we stopped on the landing, he gave another faint nod. Without a word, I removed the gag. The agent kept his promise and didn't cause a commotion. Good. Next step. I returned the flashlight and pistol I had confiscated from the agent. Then, I loosened the restraints on his arms. This is... You'll need them to defend yourself in this kind of urgent situation. Not that the pistol works on anything but ghosts or supernatural entities. Though it could theoretically harm bad actors depending on the ammunition, I didn't think either Jang Hyo-won or I fit the criteria for such targets. Jang Hyo-won hasn't caused any significant trouble in the past 3 months. Still, I didn't completely remove the restraints. If the agent escaped before I finished winning him over, it could spell disaster. I offered a plausible excuse. It's too dangerous to wander off alone here. I'll keep the restraints on until your judgment fully returns. We cautiously ascended the stairs, keeping watch in all directions. Suddenly, the agent asked, "Is Ro Deer your alias? Your group operates in units and uses aliases derived from your masks, correct?" "That's correct." "Are you a squad leader?" "No, just a new hire." "This one here is a fellow new hire." With a faintly bitter smile, I pulled a half-mask from my pocket and placed it over my face. The familiar texture of bark with horns sprouted settled over my skin. The agent looked at me, visibly shaken. Then, I heard Jang Hyo-won's subdued voice. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ro Deer. I know you were trying to help me." "No, it's fine. You must be very flustered." Honestly, compared to Baek Sahyun, who was determined to get me fucked up, This was something I had already braced myself for when I decided to act as a temporary agent. Beta Epsilon. Moreover, Jang Hyewon even went as far as to vouch for me to the agent. Mr. Roe Deer is truly a kind and dependable person. Even when we first met, he risked his life to save me from the darkness. That's, an exaggeration. Nice shot. We just helped each other to survive the darkness together. Mr. Roe Deer. The agent fell silent, a complicated expression on his face. At least he didn't try to smack me with the grip of that small pistol, and I'll take that as progress. Entering the 4th floor. We ascended the final stretch of stairs. 4F. We made it, but I feel uneasy. From the 4th floor onward, this ghost story starts getting even more warped. For one, when students die, there's no announcement over the speakers anymore. The floor is eerily dark. BZZT, BZZT. Most of the lights were already shattered or burnt out, and the few remaining ones flickered sporadically, except for a handful that stayed on. And the bigger issue. Hup. Dozens of students were standing in the hallway. And they were already staring directly at us. Chapter 77.2. Ha. In the dimly lit school hallway, they lined up like mannequins along either side. The 4th floor student entities were all 3rd years, with more than 100 confirmed in every exploration log of this floor. Hearing that alone would make you think, well, guess we're all doomed. But it's fine. The agent spoke in a firm voice, offering critical information. They cannot leave their positions. That's right. The 4th floor is truly strange. While we've never witnessed those students move, we've seen their locations change. But the students on the 4th floor, they don't move at all. It's like their feet are glued to the classroom floor. Excerpt from Exploration Record number 09. As long as they're not lunging at us and stay rooted in place, we can avoid danger by staying out of their territory. If we have to approach, we can stop them by maintaining eye contact to freeze their movements. The problem is how easy it is to lose track of them in the dark. And they're very, very cunning. They often exploit psychological tactics to catch you off guard. So that's how it is. I confirmed that Jang Hyewon had pinned the name tag he had retrieved from one of the school's students onto his blazer, then spoke firmly. Let's proceed cautiously and thoroughly investigate the 4th floor. There were no objections. We entered the gaps between the students. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hugh. Jang Hyewon swallowed nervously. It felt incredibly unsettling to brush past the sleeves of those students while trembling with fear. But he gritted his teeth. I have to be useful. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had somehow ruined his kind colleague Kim So-lium's exploration. What was he planning to accomplish by accompanying the agent? He was probably aiming for a high score, a clean clear. According to the manual, the longer you survive here and the more name tags you collect, the higher the concentration of dream essence in the collector. Beta. But it was too dangerous. Kim So-lium hadn't even glanced at the name tags on the 4th floor students. I don't get it. Jang Hyewon decided not to overthink it. Relying on his own judgment wasn't exactly a strong suit. Instead, he focused on diligently watching the approaching students. Especially when entering areas where the lights were shattered or flickering, he aimed the flashlight obsessively. Step, step. Mr. Buffalo, watch the rear. Yes. His voice trembled slightly. Jang Hyewon turned to look behind them, walking backward. From where they had passed, dozens of students were now turning their heads and stretching out their hands toward them. There's the music room up ahead. Let's hang in there just until we reach it. They moved forward. Soon, they reached a section entirely devoid of lights. Who? In the suffocating darkness, the students stood eerily still, staring silently at them. They advanced cautiously, illuminating the gaps between them with their flashlights. Then, flicker. A light blinked somewhere. It felt like a power outage had occurred. Wait. Something felt wrong. There aren't any lights here, so how could one flicker? Jang Hyewon realized it a step too late. It wasn't a power outage. The flickering light was someone's flashlight up ahead. Just now, someone had lost sight of their surroundings. Jang Hyewon almost turned around in panic. But a calm voice from behind him stopped him. Don't look back. We have to keep moving. Kim So-lium's voice was strained, mixed with heavy breaths. And then, the metallic scent of blood. Drip, drip. As Jang Hyoun backed away, he noticed red liquid dripping onto the floor. Focused on the students, he hadn't been able to see clearly, but the ground beneath his shoes was slippery. And then he spotted the hand of a student reaching out from the middle of the hallway, close enough to brush against his waist. It was drenched in crimson, blood dripping from its fingertips. Jang Hyoun fought the urge to retch. And Mr. Ro dear. When they finally made it out of the crowd of students and turned around, Kim Solium stood clutching his abdomen, his face pale as a sheet. The flashlight in his hand flickered once more. With a faint smile on his ashen face, he said, "The battery. Effective illumination time, 60 minutes. Of course. Emergency flashlights weren't meant to last long." Ah. Though they had prepared supplies, the two of them had failed to account for the time left on the flashlight the other was carrying. Wait. Ugh. Please don't speak. Jang Hyoun struggled to suppress his nausea and tried to support Kim Solium. The agent instinctively joined in. Together, the Daydream Incorporated employee and the Disaster Management Bureau agent hurriedly helped him into a nearby classroom. Even there, a few students peeked inside. They managed to set Kim Solium down just outside the student's range. Seated on the floor, clutching his wound, Kim Solium spoke. "You too. Leave me here." The one wearing the horned mask, his face strained from the pain, forced a smile. One moment. Kim Solium reached out with his free hand and completely undid the agent's restraints. "I almost forgot. Now you can leave." The agent ignored him and instead pulled a spare name tag from his pocket and shoved it into Kim Solium's jacket. "But you don't have to give it to me. Don't you need it for something else? Go ahead. I'm sure there are others on this floor. If you join them you'll be fine." Chapter 77.3. Kim Solium frowned slightly but quickly smoothed his expression. "To be honest, even if I die here, it wouldn't cause any major issues with my job at the company. They'd still be satisfied with this much. That damn company." The agent clenched his fists tightly. "Why on earth do you people trust such an absurd, disgusting organization?" It seemed to strike a nerve. "You really think that a company that treats human lives so lightly will actually grant your wishes?" Jang Hyoun turned to the agent in surprise. The agent gritted his teeth and continued. "I know you're all working there for those wish-granting rights. Do you honestly believe in that nonsense? That some magical potion will grant any wish?" Kim Solium looked up at the agent, his expression calm. "They do grant them. If the wish ticket was a lie, this structure wouldn't hold. Once you've on board, any wish can be granted." "Ha." The agent let out an exasperated sigh, as though his frustration had reached its peak, and repeated an argument that sounded well-worn. "Think about it. Let's say someone wishes for world peace, while another wishes for the extinction of humanity. How do they grant both contradictory wishes?" Jang Hyoun, wearing the buffalo mask, flinched. But Kim Solium remained unperturbed. "For the person making the wish, yes. It comes true. What does that even mean? A wish ticket isn't meant to change the world. It's an omnipotent tool to fulfill personal desires. What does that even mean?" It sounded like some cultish doctrine of salvation. But Kim Solium's demeanor wasn't that of a religious fanatic, it was more like someone who had repeatedly and empirically tested the circumstances and resigned themselves to reality. With grave new epsilon-s. The agent stared at him in bewilderment, but Kim Solium simply shrugged. "Well, I guess this is the end for me." Blood surged out from beneath the hand clutching his stomach. The bleeding wasn't stopping at all. Kim Solium handed the blood-stained name tag back to Agent Bronze. The agent gritted his teeth. "Even if you keep sacrificing your name tag every time you're dragged here on a new moon, that company will never save you." "Maybe not." Kim Solium shrugged again, though his expression tightened slightly from the pain. Even so, he managed a faint smile. "But the Disaster Management Bureau will eventually put an end to this darkness, or rather, this disaster. When that happens, I'll finally be free too." The agent looked at Kim Solium as if he'd been struck. "Go now, both of you. Staying here while looking back is dangerous." Kim Solium lifted his still-functioning emergency flashlight and shone it outside the classroom. "I'll keep an eye ahead while you go. And Mr. Buffalo, you didn't do anything wrong. You're just a rookie. Please, if possible, stick together for a while and stay safe. Mr. Ro dear." The agent hesitated, but he ultimately gritted his teeth, turned around, and started walking with his flashlight. "Follow me." "Ah." Jang Hyo-won wavered but eventually made his decision. "I can't do anything for him by staying here. Leaving quickly might actually be easier for Kim So-lium." But he couldn't leave without doing something. So, as he followed the agent, he secretly slipped something into Kim So-lium's pocket. "Mr. Roe dear, here, this is my spare name tag. I survived longer thanks to you, and I don't have anyone else to save. It's not much, but at least take one, thank you." Without waiting for a response, Jang Hyo-won left with the agent, unable to look back. Kim So-lium watched them leave as promised, keeping an eye on them until they disappeared around the corner. And then, finally, as soon as they were out of sight, Kim So-lium swiftly retrieved something he had prepared from his pocket. A piece of candy, individually wrapped in plastic. A nostalgic relic from a warmer time. Magic candy. A large, old-fashioned eyeball candy in cheerful red, yellow, and white, nestled in its quaint wrapper. Nostalgia candy. The emergency recovery item Kim So-lium had purchased. With blood-streaked hands, he unwrapped it and popped the candy into his mouth. And then, a transformation began. The wounds on his body began to close. Spilled blood was reabsorbed, and fractured bones seamlessly reconnected, as though time itself was rewinding. When rolling the candy in his mouth, rediscover cherished memories. While the candy melted, it fixed the consumer's body and mind to their healthiest state from the past 10 years. Since this is a dream anyway, temporary measures like this are more than enough. His condition surged to peak form, and his mind grew razor-sharp. His thoughts spun at lightning speed. It worked. Kim So-lium exhaled a sigh of relief. His gamble had paid off. This was the most effective strategy in such a scenario. Faking my own death is still the best play. He had seized the opportunity to both secure freedom for exploration and repair his image. I was so nervous the flashlight would die before I could time it right. He dusted himself off, took another deep breath, and let out a long sigh of relief. His heart pounded. Relief mingled with lingering fear. All right. Now he knew exactly what to do next. After standing, he double-checked the re-emerged tattoos on his body and retrieved a spare heavy-duty flashlight from the depths of one wrist tattoo. With a steadying breath, Kim So-lium stepped out of the classroom and into the dark, eerie hallway of the 4th floor. Chapter 78.1. The dark hallway of the 4th floor. Students stood in a line like mannequins. I calculated the range of the students' reach beforehand and carefully took a step forward. Hugh. First, I unfolded the carefully tucked-away item from my pocket and wrapped it around my vital areas. A piece of armor purchased from the alien store. Wrapper 12B357. The loose packaging snugly settled under my high school uniform from back in the day. The Nostalgia series doesn't heal wounds or remove contamination sustained while active. From now on, I needed to be extra cautious. I moved carefully, ensuring I didn't overlap into the active territory of any of the students. Since I occupied a smaller area as an individual, navigating alone might actually be safer on the 4th floor. I wondered if Agent Bronze and Jang Hyo-won made it safely. They're probably prioritizing regrouping with others. The agent wasn't foolish enough to head to the 5th floor with just the two of them. They'd likely search for others on the 4th floor. Judging from the situation, it didn't seem like Jang Hyo-won would be taken prisoner or anything. Even if he'd do that to you, I did everything I could, my fellow new hire. I walked all the way to the end of the hallway. Hugh. I arrived at the staircase we had climbed earlier with the agent and Jang Hyo-won. And then I started heading back down the stairs. 3F. I retraced the way I had come, moving in reverse. Why? To be perfectly honest, I didn't have much use for the scattered informational items throughout this school. I already have all that information in my head. I had essentially already obtained and seen everything. I knew everything about this ghost story, right up to the moment it ends. Why this school ended up in this state, what the theme of this ghost story is, and what exactly these students are. There was only one thing I truly needed. The key item that will unlock the highest grade for a clear. And now, I was going to get it. By now, it should have been created. I stopped on the landing. The 3rd floor below was eerily silent. Everything down there had turned into corpses. Under the bright lights, blood-soaked bodies lay mutilated, their horrifying condition vividly displayed. It seemed most of the school-uniformed figures on this floor were dead. If any agents survived, they must have moved elsewhere. It also appeared that nearly all the students who had swarmed the faculty office were rendered immobile or killed, as indicated by the death announcements. Ran. Hugh. Setting aside the grotesqueness of the scene, it felt as if I were standing in the middle of a catastrophic disaster site where dozens of people had died. Stay calm. This is a dream, all of it is a dream. I repeated this to myself as I continued descending the stairs, constantly checking both ends of the hallway and the opposite faculty office. And then, I spotted my target. Flicker. In the brief moment I turned my gaze, a student's posture shifted inside the faculty office. Of course, it wasn't chasing me. The condition of the student entity was far too pitiful for that. Both arms were broken, one leg was in a compound fracture, and its abdomen was drenched in blood. Yet, it seemed to have enough awareness to tilt its head slightly in my direction. I surveyed the surroundings. No sign of other students appearing. Good. Satisfied, I approached the faculty office. I walked right up to the student slumped near the front door. With bleached hair and piercings, he had the stereotypical appearance of a delinquent, though his injuries erased any impression of defiance. Wow, I'm seriously about to go insane. I grabbed the student with both hands and lifted him over my shoulder. Who? Carrying the student like a heavy sack over my shoulder, I walked on, ensuring he stayed out of sight. This is insane. Lugging a killing machine weighing several dozen kilograms like this wasn't exactly easy on the nerves. Physically, though, I could manage. Nostalgia candy was still rolling around in my mouth, keeping me in peak condition. And this is the destination. I had mapped out a route in my head. Given the chaos that had erupted, it was unlikely that many students remained on the third floor, but just in case, I moved quickly. With the flashlight held in my mouth, I steadied myself against the wall and pressed forward. The powerful flashlight brightly illuminated the entire hallway, defying the darkness, even if the bloodied scene still suffocated me. Still. Infirmary. The destination appeared. Slide. I silently dropped the name tag my colleague had slipped to me onto the floor, then quietly opened the door and stepped into the infirmary. There were 3 beds lined up near the window, their curtains drawn. 2 of the beds already showed shadows of someone lying inside. I took slow steps forward. My eyes caught sight of a whiteboard with a note attached to the door of the infirmary. Students injured during physical activity should lie on a bed and wait for the nurse to arrive. Something about it was out of place. So, that's it. This was the clue that had led me to write a continuing exploration log for this ghost story. It came from the 12th exploration log left by the previous explorer. Exploration record number 12. Assistant Manager Kang Jaiwoo entered the infirmary and placed an injured colleague, Supervisor Park Cha-on, on an empty bed, following the instructions. Nothing significant to report. Afterwards, all were killed by the student entity that chased them into the infirmary. Clear. From the moment I read it, I suspected there was an overlooked detail. The previous writer seemed to have left this intentionally. Explorers in this ghost story are presented as outsiders, as students from another school. In other words, what if they had placed a real Sekwang Technical High School student on the bed instead? That question sparked the imagination that drove me to write the 13th exploration log. Chapter 78.2. Writing it was thrilling. Even now, my heart raced, whether from tension, fear, or anticipation, I wasn't sure. Taking a deep breath, I opened the curtain to the only bed without a shadow. On the clean, makeshift bed, I carefully placed the student. In my mind, I could see the words I had written in my own exploration log overlapping with this moment. Exploration record number 13. Employee successfully lured an injured student entity with the help of a civilian. After binding the entity, they entered the infirmary and placed it on a bed. The name tag was not removed during the process. The student was limp but could have moved their joints awkwardly if I had forced them to. I covered them with a blanket, then stepped out of the infirmary. Leaning against the bloody hallway wall, I waited for several seconds, my heart pounding. After a brief wait, I knocked lightly on the infirmary door and re-entered. Inside, I would find the injured student entity lying on the bed in gym clothes, having received proper first aid. And that's exactly what I saw. A feeling of awe, or perhaps fear, overwhelmed me as I approached the only bed with its curtain undrawn. The bleached-haired student I had brought lay on the bed, now dressed in gym clothes. Bandages and splints had been applied, and he didn't even look in my direction. At this point, in the original exploration record, it was noted that the discovery was made while thoroughly searching the surroundings. Slide. I opened the drawer beside the bed without hesitation. Inside was a neatly folded school uniform. Sekwang Technical High School. It belonged to the student lying in the bed. The buttons were loose, and some parts were frayed, but strangely, the uniform was clean, with no blood or stains. Ha! My heart pounded fiercely. Without looking back at the student lying on the bed, I grabbed a sheet of A4 paper from the infirmary and wrote, "I'll just borrow your uniform for a bit. Transfer student who brought you here." Folding the paper neatly, I placed it in the drawer where the uniform had been. In its place, I took out the uniform. Turning my head, I saw the student lying on the bed, still dressed in gym clothes, with his eyes closed. He looked as if they were in a deep, peaceful sleep. It worked. I quickly began to undress. I threw my old high school uniform out the infirmary window and started putting on the borrowed Sekwang Technical High School uniform. Luckily, our builds were similar, and it fit reasonably well. Once I finished donning the old-style school uniform, DRRK, I heard the sound of a drawer opening behind me. Turning back, I saw that a reply had appeared on the note I left inside the drawer. "What grade and class are you in?" Swallowing hard, I wrote down the same profile I had scribbled on the back of my old high school photo to prepare for this moment. The name of the class where I first woke up. Class 1 to 5. The instant I wrote that, the entire world plunged into darkness. A total blackout enveloped me, but as my eyes adjusted, faint outlines of the world began to emerge. Emergency lights, LED clock faces, dim glimmers just enough to distinguish the school's infirmary from complete void. And then, tap, tap. Something tapped my shoulder. I turned around. The student, who had been sitting idly on the bed, was now lightly tapping my shoulder. The bleached-haired student casually retracted his hand and began moving. Yes, naturally. With movements far too human, he took the A4 paper and pen from my hands with his bandaged arm and quickly scribbled something before handing it back to me. R.A. Beta. Transfer student, huh? Tough luck. And then, he lay back down on the bed as if to resume sleeping, every motion eerily natural. With a grim expression, I stood and left the infirmary. Slide. The world was still dark. But strangely, everything seemed unnervingly clear, as though I could see even the dust floating in the air. It felt like a peculiar certainty radiated from the uniform, taking root in my mind. Walking down the hallway, I bent to pick up the name tag I had dropped outside the infirmary earlier and tucked it into my pocket. The name tag now glowed strangely, far more than before. Even in this dark, bloodied, and filthy environment, an odd calmness pervaded me. But then, something appeared in the distance. From class 2 to 7, shapes began to emerge, peeking out. The silhouettes were human. But their entire body squirmed grotesquely, as if pixelation errors in a video game had manifested in real life, ghastly creatures out of a horror movie. Their decaying forms, clad in what barely resembled school uniforms, looked like glitched-out abominations, errors not meant to exist in this world. And the moment they noticed me, I froze. A sensation like my insides flipping surged within me. Flicker. Suddenly, like lightning, the world became blindingly bright. Instinctively, I dashed forward. Those glitch-like monsters, blinded by the intense light, couldn't seem to look at me. Their movements slowed to a crawl. This was my chance to finish them. No. I forced myself to stop. I suppressed the urge to chase them down. The sweetness of the candy rolling on my tongue brought me back to my senses. And then, flicker. Once again, the world turned pitch black. When my eyes met theirs again, they were already far away, sluggishly retreating down the hallway to the opposite stairwell, leaving me behind. My entire body was drenched in sweat. My clenched fists trembled as if I had narrowly survived an overwhelming addiction. But I could endure it. I had read about this moment in the logs, after all. There was no confusion. I had merely confirmed what I already knew. So that's how it works. Did you notice? The monsters I had just seen, they were the explorers. The ones dragged into this ghost story, just like me, until moments ago. And now If an explorer dons the uniform of Sekwang Technical High School with the permission of a student, they can take on the role of a student in this ghost story. I was now a student of Sekwang Technical High School. Chapter 79.1. Exploration Record Number 13, which I had added. If you acquire and wear a school uniform in the proper manner, you will be treated as a student. This is, in truth, a rather groundbreaking concept. Handled incorrectly, it could distort the original essence of the ghost story. The school ghost story. Monsters that only move when unobserved. Within the Shadow of Darkness, which was built by remixing these two classic tropes, originally adhered to the theme of classic, fear of the pursued. A nightmare in which familiar places and people turn into incomprehensible horrors that chase you down until you're dead. However, as exploration records accumulated beyond 10 entries, a subtle build-up began to emerge. It's the kind of thing that adds the fun of imagining a more specific backstory to the world. Exploration record number 05. Text found on the blackboard. Avoid the teacher. The teacher is, the rest of the text was crudely erased. In this way, bits of foreshadowing steadily piled up. For 12 entries, it had only been accumulating, and the story had gained enough popularity to make it seem like it would keep accumulating indefinitely. That sort of thing gets frustrating after a while. It becomes difficult to sustain the original theme of fear born from gaps in information. But then, a thought occurred. If I could explore as an insider, as a student, wouldn't it add the thrill of retrieving all these clues? The 13th exploration record I wrote aligned with what the creators of the ghost story had been craving. Thus, the ghost story of Within the Shadow of Darkness reached a new turning point. From mid to late explorations onward, all the eerie foreshadowing scattered throughout the logs would be retrieved, revealing shocking twists. The latter half was filled with deeper, more story-driven exploration records. It was a remarkable experience to witness indirectly. Seeing the seeds I had sown grow into a larger, new story through the contributions of many others. But to actually experience it myself. Right. I plan to encounter the very climax of that story a little earlier than expected. Let's go. Dressed as a student, I walked down the dark hallway on the 3rd floor of Sekwang Technical High School. In the distance, I saw monsters full of fear slowly disappearing around the corners of the hallway. The urge to chase them surged and then subsided. Hugh. Strangely, existing in this school as a student felt comfortable. It felt like I was standing where I belonged. This only intensified the rejection and destructive impulse I felt when witnessing those alien monsters roaming the school. Especially. A death has occurred in class 2-2. When I first heard that announcement, my heart sank. A bittersweet sadness and a chilling emptiness. And a sense of duty to uncover the cause of the accident. Please observe a moment of silence for 5 seconds. I wanted nothing more than to sprint through the now brightly lit school, eagerly eliminating the source of this error and observing silence. But I'm not really a student. I must not forget. Kim Solium has many tasks to accomplish. First, I had to go up to the 4th floor. I stepped onto the stairs. The classroom of class 1-5, which I belong to, is on the 2nd floor. It seems there's no reason to go up to the 3rd floor. A thought that popped up like a notification. This is why students were described as rarely leaving their assigned floors. Of course, I wasn't bound by that restriction. I was only borrowing the uniform, not a true student of this school. Who? I resumed walking. Step by step. 4F. Before the blinding light of silence that filled the hallway disappeared completely, I reached the 4th floor. The place was dark, with flickering lights and shattered bulbs. The floor that had once been filled with dozens of mannequin-like students staring lifelessly was now alive. The students now exchanged lively glances, gestured at one another, and silently chatted among themselves. I bit my tongue to ensure I made no sound. Students of Sekwang Technical High School had no voices. If I spoke to them in my normal voice while wearing this borrowed uniform, I would. Afterward, I would wake up and regain consciousness. To think that I would end up bound by the very sentences I had written. I walked through the crowd of students who occasionally glanced at me indifferently or smiled awkwardly when our eyes met. Don't appear awkward. Act natural. I passed a corner in the hallway and stopped right before the stairs near the faculty office for the 3rd years. A small iron door stood there. Faculty storage. It was an ordinary storage area typically used to keep cleaning supplies in schools. And right in front of it, 5 or 6 students were gathered in a tight circle. If I weren't wearing Sekwang Technical High School's uniform, I would have never been able to approach such a densely packed group. But now, I can. I stepped forward. The students looked at me with puzzled expressions. Why has a first year come all the way up here? Their expressions seemed to ask that very question. I pulled out an A4 sheet of paper I had brought from the infirmary and wrote slowly. Seniors asked me to fetch a ladder from the storage room. May I take it with me? One of the students chuckled, took my pen, and wrote a reply. Okay lolo. Clink. When I looked up, another student was already holding a set of keys and shaking them in front of me. I took the key bundle. Using the key labeled 4F storage, I unlocked the storage room and stepped inside. A place only students could enter. Chapter 79.2. Creak. The light reflecting through the gap in the door stabbed at my eyes. Inside, various objects shimmered, as if radiating their own presence. Much like the name tag Jang Hyewon had given me. Damn. As expected, the sight was even more bizarre and eye-catching than I had imagined. After carefully shutting the storage room door, I immediately reached out toward the objects. It seems I can't take this item yet. Ignoring the thought that popped into my mind like a notification, I rummaged through the shimmering items, buckets, mops, small white boards, and finally found what I was looking for. It was a decorative brooch. A somewhat clumsy-looking decoration made by laminating thick paper, as if handcrafted by an amateur. Obtained a name tag decoration. Name tag decoration, a flower decoration that says, "Congratulations on your graduation." It seems to be modeled after Sekwang Technical High School's official flower, the azalea. Perhaps it's intended as a gift for graduates. I tucked the glittering name tag decoration into my pocket. Got it. I now had the essential item to attack this ghost story. I continued exploring places that only students could access, verifying whether the information I knew from the exploration records matched reality. I borrowed a book from the library, tapped on the piano keys in the music room. If anything was even slightly off, it would be better to die and wake up quickly. Fortunately, everything aligned perfectly. Good. During this process, I avoided going to the 5th floor, where the graduation ceremony preparation hall was located. It wasn't time yet. When will the notification come? Taking a tense breath, I waited slowly. And then... Korean 1 UC 544 Korean 1 UC 544 Korean 1 UC 544 Korean 1 UC 545 Korean 1 U0021 Korean 1 U0021 Korean 1 U0020 Korean 1 UC 800 Korean 1 of 9 AC Korean 1 U002. A tremendous roar struck my ears. Would this be what a sound glitch feels like? It was like the noise of hundreds of people scratching their nails against chalkboards, a maddening cacophony. And I knew what it was. The monsters. The voices of explorers, who appeared as glitched monsters to me, were unmistakable. The deafening noise of whatever they were saying to each other downstairs pounded not just my ears but my brain. A powerful urge enveloped me. So this is why they chased noisy ones first. At the very least, I wanted to eliminate the sound. Calm down, calm down. I suppressed the overwhelming urge and refrained from running down the stairs. Instead, I took a few seconds to quell my impulses. Now, let's move. Once I was fully composed, I proceeded carefully and checked the monsters at the far end of the 4th floor hallway. The monsters were confronting a student. No, the situation was almost over. The student was lying immobile on the ground, unable to move. Yet, the monsters weren't all retired. Damn. I prepared myself. One monster was still intact. It stared at the student lying on the ground before turning to look at me. And it stopped me in my tracks. I saw it from a distance. The monster that froze me in place. Its face, horrifyingly melted, resembled a grotesque figure smeared like pixels. But one thing was different from the other monsters. It's wearing a mask. And the mask was... a girl. Go Yeon-joon. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Wow. I'm the only one left. Go Yeon-joon caught her breath and leaned against the hallway wall. In front of her lay, probably, the last student on this 3rd floor, immobilized on the ground. It seemed to still be alive, but she had no intention of killing it. If I kill this one, there'll be another blackout, and more will swarm in, huh? The civilians she had been escorting were all already dead. At least the last 3 had name tags with them when they died. According to company protocol, even if someone dies, they can live their daily lives in reality. Still, it was unsettling that the liquid in the Dream Essence collector only refilled when a name tag was obtained. Something's definitely up. Go Yeon-joon had somewhat given up on collecting name tags meticulously for a high-grade clear. Instead, she subtly shared information about them with her companions and divided what she had. And those people had just all died. Ugh. Having worked at this company long enough to grow accustomed to gore-filled carnage, monsters, and ghosts, she wasn't overwhelmed. After all, she'd completed anatomy studies and cadaver practice without any trouble during her time at med school, so she'd always been strong-willed. Thank goodness they didn't actually die for real. She had become so desensitized that even thoughts like this came naturally now. Should I go upstairs now? Just as Go Yeon-jeon decided to catch her breath and start moving again. Flicker. Beyond the hallway. Another student appeared. They were tall, wearing the somewhat disheveled uniform of Sekwang Technical High School, giving off the atmosphere of a delinquent. Ha. Wow. I can't take this anymore. Let's just go. Surely, lasting this long should be enough to avoid any issues in her performance review. Go Yeon-jeon felt so worn out that she wanted to rip off the ultra-powerful headlamp strapped to her head. She was ready to wake up from this wretched nightmare. Flicker. Wait. Hold on. Under the dim light, she caught a glimpse of the student's features. Their face was calm, sharp, and composed. Mr. Ro dear. It was Kim Solium. At first, she thought it might be a look-alike student. But even though they looked slightly younger than the face she was used to seeing, it was unmistakably them. It was really Kim Solium. A chill ran down Go Yeon-jeon's spine. Wait a second. What kind of situation was this? Could it be? If certain conditions were met in this ghost story, would someone get corrupted and end up like this? Turned into a student monster? Ah. Having worked for months, she knew enough about ghost story contamination to feel a surge of terror. But in the next moment, she resolved herself. I need to confirm this. If she woke up now and something had truly gone wrong, she would hate herself for running away. It's fine if I die and wake up from the dream anyway. Determined, she approached the hallway, trying not to blink both eyes at once. The closer she got to the student standing still, the more certain she became that it was Kim Solium. Even the rabbit plushie is gone. The keychain plushie he usually carried wasn't with him, leaving Go Yeon-jeon with a strange mix of bitterness and sorrow as she moved closer. Flicker. The light flickered, but the flashlight secured on her head saved her from any trouble. Just a little closer. She drew nearer. But then. Thud. Suddenly, a burst of blinding light pierced Go Yeon-jeon's eyes. Her vision vanished temporarily. The source was a flashlight in Kim Solium's hand. It was set to flash a few seconds after being activated, momentarily blinding whoever approached. Go Yeon-jeon couldn't tell exactly what object had caused it, but she quickly grasped the situation. A trap. Set in advance. A sudden wave of dizziness hit her, but she composed herself quickly. It can't be helped. What frustrated her was not understanding the strange situation in full. But there wasn't much time to dwell on it. The monsters were insanely fast. In the next moment, she would die. She didn't die. There was no pain or the floating sensation of waking up from a dream. She was fine. What? As her eyes adjusted to the after effects of the flash, Go Yeon-jeon looked up at the student in confusion and froze them with her gaze. Kim Solium, wearing the Sekwang Technical High School uniform, wasn't looking at Go Yeon-jeon. Instead, he was staring at the floor. The floor. Go Yeon-jeon stepped back slightly, aligning her view to see both Kim Solium and the floor simultaneously. On the floor, words had appeared. An A4 sheet of paper had been laid down, and writing was scrawled on it. Ms. Gorel. Gaha. Chapter 80.1. All right. Let's sort through this. The monster in front of me. That grotesque figure with its pixelated, distorted appearance, was undoubtedly my colleague, Go Yeon-jeon. The Gorel mask was clearly visible, after all. I feel bad for blasting that high-powered flashlight in her face. Clenching my teeth, I tried to focus on the mask instead of my sense of revulsion. The problem was that normal communication was impossible. I couldn't speak, nor could I properly hear what the other person was saying. There's no way we can talk anyway. If that's the case, might as well kick her out of the school. The urge to destroy everything surged up to my throat like bitter bile. Ugh. It felt like my head was filled with errors. This was driving me crazy. Unable to think of another way to communicate, I eventually pulled a pen out of my pocket and, avoiding looking at her directly, wrote on the floor. Ms. Gorel. Then, I waited in silence. The moment Go Yeon-jeon turned her gaze toward me, I froze. A reply appeared on the A4 paper on the floor. Mr. Ro dear. Are you self-aware? Can you act independently? Phew. Good. I looked at the monster, no, Go Yeon-jeon, and wrote a response. Yes, I can. Don't worry, I'm not contaminated. Although I imagine even a contaminated person might say something like this, so I'm concerned about how it sounds. This is all part of this ghost story's gimmick. A gimmick? Yes. How should I explain this? In this case, it's probably best to go straight to the point. Knowing that the colleague in front of me was clearly intelligent, I decided to forego roundabout explanations and write the direct answer instead. The solution to this ghost story that all the foreshadowing in its lore pointed toward. This is a school where a horror game has become reality. Within the shadow of darkness. The name registered in the wiki for this ghost story. And the cause of all the events happening in this nightmare version of Sekwang Technical High School. Hints about it can be found in exploration records that uncover the lore in the faculty office and certain classrooms. Item confiscation list, month of, day. Game console. When obtained from the first-year faculty office and turned on, a pixelated image of the school at night briefly appears on the screen before it shuts off. A with ring above. Memo in the top right corner of the blackboard in class 3-2. That's supposed to be the teacher. Notebook found on the floor of the music room. There's a small doodle in the corner. Why am I in school after waking up? A sketch of a surprised puppy. Graduation ceremony prep. What does that even mean? It's May right now. And various other notes and items. If you search the bag of the student whose console was confiscated, you can even find an empty game case with a plot summary written on the back. The day before graduation. Students supporting the graduation ceremony preparations at high school spend the night at school. Of course, the preparations are mostly an excuse, and the students enjoy the atmosphere of a nighttime camp. New couples form, best friends argue, and someone's secrets are exposed. Then, the school broadcast comes on. The graduation ceremony has begun. To penalize students who did not attend, the teacher is now leaving the auditorium. The bloody graduation ceremony begins. Can they escape the nightmare school unscathed? That's how it becomes evident. This ghost story is about a horror game that devoured a real school, forcing it to replay the events of the game as a nightmare. That's why the students don't speak. Because it's a game without voice acting. That's why the third-year students on the fourth floor can't leave their spots. Because the main game hasn't started yet. That's why the students can't move when explorers are watching. It's a bug that wasn't part of the original game. In fact, the explorers weren't even official participants in the game. We're not playing the game at all. We were dragged in after attempting to glimpse the game's story through an unofficially downloaded text file. Hugh. Of course, I didn't explain all of this in full detail to my colleague. I only shared hints and conveyed the core logic. Here's the point. I obtained a student uniform in an unusual way and tried becoming a participant in this horror game. For now, it seems to be working. A game. Oh, it sounds like that one. The horror game where you're trapped in school the night before White Day. But isn't becoming a participant in the Ghost Stories game even more dangerous? Especially since you don't know what might happen if you keep wearing that uniform for too long. Go Yeon-joon's writing started off energetic but became rushed and frantic toward the end. It was a reasonable concern. You're right. If it gets dangerous, I'll stop right away. I also plan to run for it if things didn't go as expected. But so far, things were proceeding exactly as I had anticipated. Still, this might turn out to be the most definitive clear route we can document in the manual. I'm going to give it a try. After a brief silence. All right, then. I trust you, Mr. Rowe dear. You've always been strong against ghost stories. Seriously, it's just a misunderstanding. Still, please don't do anything too dangerous. I'd like that too, but things in life rarely go as planned. Ah, then, if we stay here together, other students might grow suspicious of you, so I'll take my leave. Who? Please, be careful. That was the last thing she wrote. The moment I was unfrozen, I saw Go Yeon-joon slowly walking away down the hallway, turning her back to me. Wait a second, Yeon-joon SSI. I still have things to ask you. Please help me. I hurriedly caught up to her, lightly tapped her back, and hastily wrote out a new note. Excuse me, Ms. Gorel, there's something I need to ask you. It's probably specialized knowledge only you can answer. Sure. Feel free to ask. Thankfully, Go Yeon-joon turned back and kindly agreed to answer. Phew. Grateful, I quickly scribbled out my question. Can you tell me where each organ is located in the human body? What? Ayak. Chapter 80.2. Fortunately, Go Yeon-joon didn't cut me off right then and there. She simply asked me multiple questions about work, accounting, and other real-world details, calmly and sternly verifying whether I was in my right mind. Once she was convinced that I wasn't completely contaminated or some science lab student with a morbid fascination for anatomy, she became kind again. All right. I'll answer as best I can, haha. Thank you, Hayek. And so, I spent the remaining time engaging in an intense Q&A session with Goyan Joan. Thanks to her, I was able to finish my clear preparations in a safer and more certain way than I had expected. Then, good luck. I'll do my best. Thank you. I added one last comment, just in case. If you plan to stay in this dream for a while longer, it might be best to stick to the first floor. Because soon, the true within the shadow of darkness will begin. And with that, after seeing off Goyan Joan a few minutes later, ding dong dash. The graduation ceremony has begun. A new broadcast echoed. Just as I had written in my 13th exploration record. Exploration record number 13. Elapsed time wearing Sekwang Technical High School's uniform, 2 hours and 13 minutes. A new school broadcast emerged, one not described in prior logs. Its content matches the plot summary on the back of the game case of Within the Shadow of Darkness. I went up to the 4th floor. The countless third-year students who had filled the hallway there had all disappeared. The empty 4th floor hallway resonated with the broadcast. To penalize students who did not attend, the teacher is now leaving the auditorium. Just as I had written in my exploration record, the main storyline of the horror game began to unfold. It was becoming real. I swallowed hard. The atmosphere in the school changed completely. The previously comforting sense of belonging as a student had been replaced with an oppressive, unsettling tension. No. I could actually hear the BGM right now. The haunting 8-bit game music descended upon my ears in sharp, eerie minor tones. And then, a pop-up appeared. Something feels off. Before it's too late, let's look for the other students. No. I wouldn't do that. I knew a faster route and steeled my resolve. First, I would hide. I ran toward the third-year faculty office. Hiding inside a locker there was the standard move. Korean 1 UC 774, Korean 1 UAC 74, Korean 1 U0020, Korean 1 UC 528, Korean 1 UBC 1C, Korean 1 U0020, Korean 1 UP 300, Korean 1 UP 4, Korean 1 U0020, Korean 1 UP 50. Again. A monster. Rejecting the deafening, ear-splitting noise, I quickly slipped inside the faculty office locker. The problem was that one of the monsters had been in a classroom next to the office on the 4th floor. The monster hesitated as it opened the door and stepped out, then looked directly at me. At my shadowed face behind the locker's door. It looks like it's wearing a mask. I couldn't move my face to get a better look, but the limited view through the locker door made it hard to discern what kind of mask it was. At any rate, they're definitely one of our company employees. The sheer number of name tags they had collected made it almost impossible to recognize them as a glitch, thanks to the light emanating from them. Wait a second. Light. If it's that conspicuous. Step. Over there. I could hear faint and heavy noises from upstairs. Specifically, the sound of something large walking with small, deliberate footsteps. Step, 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 step. It's coming down, right now, right now. The teacher is. Damn it. The fear was overwhelming. I held my breath. But the glitch, possibly attracted to my name tag, quickly moved toward me, despite my stillness. Can't they hear it? No, of course they can't. They're not players in the game. The glitch doesn't even recognize the teacher. They won't be attacked by the teacher at all. That's part of the game's rules, it doesn't acknowledge the start of the game. However. Important note. In this game, one way the entity, the teacher, recognizes players is through their name tags. But since explorers are essentially glitches themselves, having just 1 or 2 name tags doesn't typically register them as players. In other words, unless an explorer gets overly greedy, they don't usually get caught. For example, by collecting a ridiculous number of name tags, a symbol of players. Step. I remained frozen, holding my breath. The glitch approached my locker and grabbed the door. Then it pulled. SLASH. A massive, sharp metal plate slammed down on the masked glitch. Its mangled form split apart. Thunk. Blood splattered across my face. Right in front of me, separated by the locker door, the vertically bisected form of a bespectacled employee fell to the ground. The glitch, now reduced to a corpse, lost its pixelated distortion, returning to a human body. When an explorer, a glitch, remains in the school until the game starts and gets discovered by the teacher, they are eliminated. Oh. I knew that face. It was one of the supervisors newly assigned to the D squad. He would be eliminated in reality, too. He just died. Step. The teacher left the faculty office while dragging the supervisor's lifeless body across the floor. I covered my mouth with my hands. It was the first time I had seen someone from my team dismembered right before my eyes. Stay calm. Nothing you do now will change what's happened. What you must do next also won't change. Kim Solium. Do you remember? How explorers, before the exploration record you wrote, used to collect high-value items like name tags to make their presence stronger in the game or survive longer. It's an exploit. So, what does a proper player need to do to truly clear the game? They have to see the ending. And in most games, the ending happens after the final boss battle. The time had come. The time to stop being a coward. Let's go. I pulled out a tattoo sticker with a tomato tree design. With trembling hands, I slapped it on my neck. Chapter 81.1. The tattoo stickers. It was something I got as freebies from the Moonlight Tattoo Shop. Are there any designs related to courage or boldness, symbols of fearlessness? In response to that question, the tattoo artist recommended a design of a tomato tree. And that design was preserved as stickers. This is the tattoo I'm currently sticking on my neck. To be honest, it had some of the effects I expected. It felt like the fear processing part of my brain was paralyzed, making paranormal occurrences less frightening. Just like the D squad. Right. Just like assistant manager Eun Hage and supervisor Park Min-seong before me. Their gut seemed southwest out of place. It felt like their bravery bordered on recklessness as they fearlessly explored these supernatural horrors. But inside the locker, I blinked. It doesn't seem to have much effect, does it? I recalled the students who had chased me earlier. Absolutely terrifying. I thought about the crazy red bunny mascot I encountered in the theme park ghost story. It sent shivers down my spine. I thought about the ghost who pretended to be human, sobbing and knocking on the door in the Changwi ghost story. Terrifying. No matter what I thought of, it chilled me. See, could this be a scam? Or maybe I applied the sticker wrong. After all, I've never used a tattoo sticker before, so I wouldn't know. But either way, it wasn't something I could verify right now. Shit. Either way, I still had to proceed as planned. Now that the teacher had vanished from the 4th floor, this was my chance. They must have gone downstairs. In the end, I swallowed hard and stepped out of the locker. Of course, the sight before me would be gruesome. The bloodstains and flesh chunks of the newly assigned D squad supervisor, who had just died, would be scattered, so I braced myself as I stepped out. Tomato. Wait a second. I quickly left the faculty office and headed up to the 5th floor. There. The very reason I avoided the 5th floor was laid bare before me. Ayok. The walls of the 5th floor were now plastered with pages from old graduation albums. And the students in the photos wore agonized expressions, their arms reaching out toward the outside world. Ayok. Beyond the torn fragments of the graduation album, writhing chunks of flesh were visible. The 5th floor itself was a source of immense psychological burden and panic for anyone who entered. It looked less like a school and more like a grotesquely twisted alternate reality. The places where light fixtures should have been pulsated with a red glow. But tomatoes, ha. Ha. Ha ha ha. No, what? This is crazy. Where there should have been human heads, there were tomatoes attached. No, it wasn't like they didn't seem human. The people in the graduation album photos. They still looked like people. Faces distorted in pained screams. But somehow, they just felt like tomatoes. It made no logical connection to fear, and this rational voice transformed directly into an emotional reaction. Yeah, that's exactly how it felt. Like nothing at all. Ha ha ha. As I walked further down the hallway, the graduation albums went further back in time, and the graduates melted into even more grotesque and inhuman forms, solidifying into the walls. Beta. The walls and ceiling pulsed with strange talismans and chunks of flesh. And voices. I'm sorry, I'm sorry for tearing up the talisman dugupintashol backyard. I was preparing for the graduation ceremony of school. I'm sorry, no, the graduation ceremony is not a ritual, it's not a sacrifice, no. Please save, please save. This is all just game lore. Hearing it now wouldn't change anything. I walked down the hallway feeling almost cheerful, as though I were on a casual stroll. Everything being tomatoes made it a little amusing. And at the end of the hallway, I stopped in front of a massive door to the right. A neat teal-colored iron door. It was the only thing maintaining its original form in this grotesque fifth-floor maze. It was the door to the auditorium. The place where this game's final chapter would unfold. Graduation ceremony in session. Graduates only. Please knock before entering. I read the printed note on A4 paper. Am I not considered a graduate since I'm set as a first year in Class 5? This kind of thing is just a gimmick activated by an item though. And I already have it. Something you'd normally acquire only after fully playing through the game and reaching the final chapter. Would you like to use the name tag ornament? Of course. Knock, knock. I pinned the name tag ornament to my chest and knocked on the auditorium door. Then the massive door before me slid open smoothly. Hundreds of third-year students sitting in hundreds of seats turned to look at me. This year's graduates. They were partially melted and fused with their chairs, black ink like tears streaming from their eyeless faces. And yet, I felt no emotion beyond pity. In this situation, that's all I should feel. They can't harm me anyway. Irrational fear had been replaced with tomatoes, and I walked along the path between the chairs. Toward the giant stage on the opposite side, adorned with a graduation ceremony banner. Step, step. The graduates turned their heads to stare at me expressionlessly as I walked past them. I ascended the stage. Grabbing the standing microphone installed in the center, I shouted. Let the graduation ceremony begin. Ding dong, ding dong dash. As if on cue, bright and grandiose event music began to play in response to my declaration. The graduation march starts to play. At that moment, screams erupted in the auditorium. As if peeling away a facade, the intact appearance of the auditorium was stripped away, revealing its grotesque and distorted true form. The horrific scenes I had witnessed in the fifth-floor hallway emerged before me. As if in a final outburst of fury, the imagery seemed to lash out, eager to punish the one disrupting its order, me. But it didn't faze me. After all, everything looked like tomatoes. And the greater danger was just about to begin. It's coming. The sound of crazed footsteps storming up from below to forcibly drag the student who dared to start the graduation ceremony without permission back to their seat. Step, 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 step. The sound of footsteps barreling upward. The teacher is coming. It was fine. I've done everything I needed to before it arrives. I pulled a stick-type auto-injector from my pocket and jabbed it into my arm. Happy Maker. The ultra-potent, single-use painkiller injected its neon-colored liquid into my veins with an artificial, cheerful wave. A wave of comforting and refreshing vigor coursed through my body, light as air. As if it were a lie. Good. Simultaneously, I popped 2 nostalgia candies into my mouth. Take no more than 3 at a time. Nostalgia might overwhelm you and drag you under. I even followed the dosage instructions. Now, I was in the best and most perfect state imaginable. Phew. The time had come. Bang. Through the crack in the auditorium door, something forced its way in. Chapter 81.2. Trigger warning, blood, gore. The teacher reached its deformed hand, fused with a chalkboard, through the gap, tearing apart the metal door itself. Crrrk crack crack. The door crumpled and fell away. And there it stood, revealed. A massive humanoid figure. But only a silhouette. It looked as though multiple teachers had been crumpled together, stitched, and forcibly shoved back into a mold resembling a human. A fleshy monstrosity with arms on its head, heads on its shoulders, and shoulders on its knees. Walking into the auditorium with disturbingly deliberate steps. Step, 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 step. Chalkboards, textbooks, student rosters, chalk, and glasses haphazardly attached to various body parts swayed with each movement. Standing on the opposite side of the stage, I observed its grotesque form. All I felt was boiling determination. If I could overcome this, I could return home and fill up the collector. That's right. This situation didn't require fear but relentless tenacity. The tattoo on my neck burned hot, fueling my guts, heart, and mind. Ah. Now I understood. The tattoo sticker's effect was euphoria. An overflow of adrenaline. A surge of exhilaration, driving me to pursue any goal with ferocious intensity. And paired with the strange perception that turned everything into tomatoes. I can do this. Without hesitation, I grabbed the auditorium microphone and stared ahead. Slash. I dodged. Well, I was hit, but instead of losing my head, just half of my right hand was severed. I was a little surprised, but there was no pain. No mental shock. It felt as if I were watching a tomato being crushed. The courage to let reason triumph over instinct. And a burning determination. I'll succeed no matter what. Did you know? This horror game isn't action-based. While basic gaming reflexes are necessary for chase sequences, the core gameplay revolves around puzzles and deduction. As the player progresses through the game, they acquire various abilities to use in the final chapter. To counter the teacher's attacks, the player must solve puzzles and endure at the microphone until the graduation song concludes. But as an explorer, such progression was impossible for me. I only borrowed a uniform. I'm not a real student. However, I can handle it like this. I pulled out my glass handgun and fired. The transparent, small-caliber weapon I received from a Disaster Management Bureau agent worked with decent effect. A bullet struck the teacher's shoulder, eliciting a pained scream. But it didn't seem to inflict significant damage. Well, it wasn't exactly top-tier equipment. It didn't matter. The goal was to throw off its aim. Slash. The rusty chalkboard slammed into me, severing my left foot. Still, I didn't move. I just stood there, clutching the microphone. Blood gushed from my wounds, soaking the stage. Right. With human strength alone, it was impossible to evade or overpower that monster's attacks. After all, I wasn't Chief Lizard. But that didn't mean there was no way. I just have to stop caring. Thunk. The rest of my right hand disappeared up to the wrist. Unbothered, I aimed the glass-handled pistol with my left hand and fired again. Listen toy or teacher sit down this is the graduation ceremony in charge and again. My left thigh exploded. I held on. Slash. Both legs were now gone. I'm out of bullets. I slid downward, still gripping the standing microphone. Slash. The left hand holding the pistol was severed, but I clung to the microphone stand with the rest of my body. Slash. Using my remaining left elbow, I climbed up the microphone stand. Blood splattered violently. And then... The graduation music has stopped. Now. Just as the teacher raised its grotesque chalkboard hand to strike again, I shouted into the microphone. Congratulations on your graduation. At that moment, the auditorium filled with a pixelated holographic shower of flowers. The monstrous teacher let out a final scream before melting away. The grotesque shapes that had overtaken the auditorium vanished as if consumed by flames. Even the chairs that had trapped the students. Wah! The now liberated third-year students exploded out of the auditorium, racing toward freedom. Tears of joy and relief streamed from their eyes. In the original bad ending, they would have all turned into the teacher's zombified minions, killing any remaining explorers. But this time, the ending is different. I looked up. The curtains of the auditorium drew back, revealing soft yellow and red light streaming in from outside. Dawn had arrived. A pop-up appeared. Happy Ending 02. Graduation of Liberation. So, this is the ending. Next, an evaluation of my performance during the final chapter appeared below. Happy Ending 02. Graduation of Liberation. Score, A. I checked the Dream Essence Collector. Golden liquid sparkled inside, rich and dazzling, as vibrant as during the Tuesday talk show. Grade A or higher. I did it. A thrilling sense of accomplishment washed over me. As I swallowed the last fragment of candy lingering on my tongue, my consciousness began to fade, a smile curling my lips. Now I would wake up. No, I would return to myself lying in bed, having successfully cleared the ghost story and escaped. Good. I would drift into a restful sleep and wake up in the morning. Am I back? The manual's still inside my tattoo inventory, it seems. Should I take it out? Hold on. Since when have I been hearing this voice? No, it's not that I'm hearing it. I'm the one speaking. Since when? Has the manual been in my tattoo this whole time? Why have I been casually brushing aside the teacher's intrusive thoughts, treating them as natural? Why did I suddenly feel indifferent about visiting the Fox counseling room after the next exploration, despite previously being concerned about side effects? Why do I now think of the eerie, incomprehensible entity I once called a good friend as my most comforting confidant? Without any inherent unease or sense of caution. No. I can't allow myself to be consumed now. But already, my doubts were fading. As the nostalgia candy's effects wear off, the present version of me was reclaiming its place. The contamination is creeping in. In the hazy sensation of floating on the edge of wakefulness, I struggled. Kim Solium. Remember. Remember. You are being contamina. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hook. Whoa. I thought I died. I woke up drenched in cold sweat. A deep sigh of relief escaped my lips. Anyway, I made it. But at the same time, a faint chill of unease lingered, as if I'd forgotten something. You're awake, friend. Ock. In a panic, I bolted upright and rescued Braun from beneath my pillow, just before he was about to get squashed flat. That was close. Sorry. Then, I flopped back onto the bed, arms spread wide. Exhaustion and comfort overlapped as a grin spread across my face. Anyway, it seems I've made it back safely. Chapter 82.1. The morning after clearing a horrific high school ghost story horror game. Still, the fact that he had to go to work, a reality more haunting than the ghost story itself, meant I was busily preparing to head out. This time, though, the commute didn't feel as burdensome. Because I had something to rely on. The A-grade liquid filling the Dream Essence collector. Reassuring. I carefully packed the Dream Essence collector, brimming with golden liquid, into my briefcase. It was the fruit of my labor from the night before. Moreover, as he fully rose from bed, I noticed a rather peculiar, extra reward. Clatter, clatter. Something that had been covering me spilled onto the floor. Dozens of beads. They were transparent, like they could be loaded into the glass-handled pistol. I picked one up to examine it closely and read the single Chinese character inscribed within it. This reads as Hu, I think. Ah, this is a commonly used character symbolizing protection or defense. Fairly straightforward and intuitive. Ah. I immediately understood. This is the reward for clearing the game's final chapter. Graduation ceremony successfully completed, 2 deaths, 1 survivor. Members of the field exploration team who died as students confirmed to have safely awakened the next morning. A large number of reward items discovered at the bedside of the sole survivor. Analyzed to be a type of protective charm with minor effects in exorcism and defense. In other words, I had brought items from the dream game into reality. Just like when Beck Sahian swiped that fountain pen item from the faculty office and ran off with it. Thinking about that, I stepped out to the entrance. Beck Sahian's shoes were already gone. He's already bolted to work. Figures. I'll catch up with him later. Anyway, the dozens of glass beads seem to function as protective charms to some extent. I'm sure they'll come in handy. I tucked all the protective charms into my tattoo inventory, keeping just 1 or 2 in my pocket, then continued preparing for work. But a strange silence seemed to hang in the air. Braun. Oh, calling for me, are you, friend? By any chance? Were you uncomfortable last night? The host of the Tuesday quiz show, whose stuffing had nearly been flattened because Solium used him as a pillow. Haha, well, it wasn't exactly the best feeling of my life. Anyone would feel a bit slighted if their friend had such a fun and extraordinary experience alone without inviting them. Oops. Ah, but no matter. It seems my friend had a special time of his own while this Braun was having the unique experience of feeling like a waffle. It was a special time indeed. As I thought. The graduation ceremony was quite intense. A graduation ceremony? Did you give a congratulatory speech? No. The teacher didn't like my hosting style and attacked me. I had to endure, losing limbs one by one, until it ended safely. Good heavens. Though initially offended, Braun quickly grew excited as I explained in detail what had transpired in the dream. I'll make it up to him later with that aromatherapy massage-like thing the tattoo artist did in the evening. A most commendable attitude, Mr. Rowe dear. I'd love to hear more. Sure. On my way to work, I recounted everything that had happened to me. From being chased by students to becoming one of them myself. Oh. Finally, as he arrived at the building and began heading up to his office, he ran into a familiar face. Solium SSI. Ah, Section Chief Lee Byongjin. It was Lee Byongjin, the manual revision officer Solium had rescued from the Changwei ghost story. He lit up at the sight of me. So, the entire field exploration team attempted to enter this ghost story with decent item yields this time. Ah, so he already knew about my involvement in the high school ghost story. Well, it's not surprising. There was even an official directive for the entire field exploration team to attempt entry. What happened to your squad, Solium? Oh, I went in and came back, but I'm not sure about the others. I doubted Chief Lizard managed to enter. If he had, it would have definitely been written in the dark exploration records. Actually, no, they wouldn't have even bothered recording it. After all, the perfect counter to this ghost story is Lee Jae-hyun. A pursuit-based ghost story is meaningless for someone who can just destroy everything with brute force. There's no point in ruining the ghost story mechanics. Even if my involvement caused some butterfly effect during the exploration, I would have noticed if Chief Lizard had been part of this expedition. He wasn't there. And then, one other member of D Squad didn't make it out alive. Hugh. Just as I was about to say it aloud. Oh, right. There are only 2 people left in D Squad now, Squad Leader and you, Supervisor Solium, right? I guess you didn't run into each other. Pardon. Still, it's a solo mission, huh? Well, at least our company's future is in capable hands with the talented Supervisor Solium, haha. Excuse me. Wait a second. When you say there are only 2 people left in D Squad. Huh? Oh, wasn't the personnel decision temporarily put on hold? The section chief looked at me quizzically. You know, D Squad was told to focus on support work this season since the contaminated member might recover. Didn't you get that notice? Ah. In that moment, I realized something. Supervisor Yoon Jo-hun. The newly assigned member. He had been eliminated as a glitch by the teacher in the dream. And was erased in reality as well. Literally deleted. As if he had never existed in the first place. That's right. That's why people mistakenly believe there were no fatalities in this ghost story. At worst, they thought people who were retired were just dragged back to the school on the next new moon. Everyone believed this. Because those who collected a lot of name tags and stubbornly stayed on the higher floors without retiring were all deleted. They became people who had never existed. An unnerving ability to manipulate reality. No wonder the essence was rated A grade. It felt as though a deeper darkness was at work here. A chill ran down my spine. Objectively, this situation might not seem bad for me. After all, someone difficult to work with had conveniently disappeared. But it's no different from having their existence erased. My stomach churned. The fact that I was the only one who remembered him felt profoundly strange. Wait. Why am I the only one who remembers? Shouldn't we all have forgotten? Could it be because I witnessed his death directly? Ah. Or maybe it was because I had eaten the nostalgia candy at the time, and its effects shielded me. Come to think of it, when I ate the nostalgia candy, Solium SSI. Ah. I must have been mistaken about something. Anyway, it wasn't something important, so I decided to refocus on the conversation. Even if he was from a different team, a superior was still a superior. At that moment, Section Chief Lee Byongjin, looking slightly expectant, asked me. Oh, by the way, Solium SSI, what grade did you clear with? If you show me your collector, I can estimate the liquid concentration and tell you the grade. Ah. I readily pulled the collector from my briefcase and showed it to him. The golden liquid shimmered as it sloshed. Chapter 82.2. Here, sir. A silence followed. Lee Byongjin hastily wiped his glasses. Haha, I must be getting old. My eyesight's so bad that the light seems to be over-reflecting or something. Ah. I responded with a pleased tone. Do you also think it's A grade, Section Chief? Lee Byongjin adjusted his glasses and put them back on. Immediately. Immediately report this. What are you waiting for? Hurry. Asterisk 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 in an instant, I was summoned. This meant that before I could even report to the D-Squad office, the collector was confiscated by the relevant personnel. Goodness. The looks from the team, faces screaming, it's you again. weren't exactly welcoming, but I figured it was better than nothing. And as for the measured grade, Kim Solium SSI. Yes, squad leader. The liquid you collected from the darkness last night has been confirmed as A grade. That afternoon, while I was sitting in the office writing my exploration report, Chief Lizard delivered the news without much fanfare. Up to that point, it was as I had expected. But it was the next part that was the problem. And regarding this exploration, there's been a request for a one-on-one interview with you. Well, this wasn't something I could avoid. The second A grade. And this time, it came from an unprecedented ghost story. A grade in this ghost story was probably only theoretical, a placeholder, right? Most yields were either D or F. Occasionally, someone who lasted long enough while hoarding items and name tags would pull off a C grade, but that was about it. The jackpot from a ghost story usually treated as an item farming zone had now sparked all sorts of chatter from the higher-ups. But here's the thing. This is it for this one. That was the first clear. Subsequent attempts to clear it in similar ways yielded liquid 1 or 2 grades lower than the same ending, B. That's just how the game mechanics are. If it's not the first time, it's just repetition, it doesn't count as an achievement. Of course, I didn't plan to explain all of this, but I'd have to drop enough hints to avoid ridiculous blame later, like, we invested in you, and no more A grades came out, no beta. Looks like I'll be running in circles all afternoon. Just as I was bracing myself for the inevitable, Chief Lizard spoke again. Kim Solium SSI. Yes. Do you not want to do the interview? Could I, skip this somehow? But after a moment of thought, I shook my head. No, it's all right, sir. I'll do it. To avoid some absurd blame game like, you only got the A grade because you refused to write a proper report. Yes. Lee Jahian didn't ask twice. Very typical of him. And so, at the appointed time, I left the D-Squad office for the interview. They're calling me to a higher floor, huh? Descending to the designated 31st floor, I found the meeting room. Knock, knock. Come in. Hearing the voice granting permission, I cautiously opened the door. Sunlight poured in through the blinds, casting a solemn atmosphere over the meeting room. At the center was a massive, black, round-table desk. But, the researchers who were supposed to conduct the interview weren't there. Instead, sitting alone at the head of the massive desk, was one person. A woman with deep blue-black hair, dressed impeccably in a 3-button suit, looked at me with a kindly expression. She didn't seem old, but there was something about her that made it difficult to guess her age. And on the desk before her was a striking black lacquer nameplate. Managing Director Chong Dali. D-Director. Wait, why is an executive sitting alone in the meeting room I was called to? And it wasn't even that Director Ho Lee Byongjin and the A-Squad were connected to. But that surname. I've heard it before. When Section Chief Lee Byongjin went missing, his team had speculated about who might replace him. The new person they bring in might be, who knows, right? But it's unlikely it'll be another one of the same line. Probably someone from Director Chong's side. Director Chong. A senior executive from the company's development department, someone I'd never been involved with before, had summoned me. What the hell? Of course, even as I panicked internally, I bowed deeply. Because no matter how shocked I was, I couldn't forget social etiquette. It's an honor to meet you, Managing Director. Good. Nice to meet you too. Managing Director Chong shook my hand and gestured broadly to the row of chairs lined around the round-table desk. Go ahead and take a seat. Yes, ma'am. Where should I sit? I hesitated for a moment before choosing a spot, not too close to the head of the table but still within reasonable distance for a conversation. Then, someone who seemed to be from the executive secretary's office entered the meeting room, placed an unknown set of documents in front of the managing director, and left. I could feel cold sweat forming. What is this situation? I couldn't make sense of it, so I focused on grasping the context first. So, Supervisor Solium, are you still in your 20s? I was born in XX, ma'am. How young? I'll speak casually, so just relax. This is a good meeting. A good meeting, you say? I've heard a lot about you over time. Managing Director Chong smiled faintly. You've left quite an impression. If only we had more recruits like you, there'd be no issues with acquiring raw material. Thank you. When someone this high up starts praising you, it's best to just sit politely and listen. Trying too hard to guess what they want or speaking out of turn could easily backfire. Is this meeting just to commend me and encourage me to write a good A-grade manual? Maybe she's come all this way to leave a strong impression. But then. So, Supervisor Solium. The main point came out of nowhere, without warning. Do you have any interest in joining an elite squad? I nearly choked on my own spit. Well. Oh, I know you were offered a position by Section Chief Beck from the A Squad last time, and you declined. I need to focus on foundational skills and knowledge first. Good excuse. Well played. Oh, good God. That squad, they care about hierarchy, which is fine, but sometimes their priorities shift, and they put hierarchy above exploration. It's not a good look, but hey, being good at playing the game is a skill too, isn't it? Haha. She wasn't even subtle about pointing out that the A Squad was part of a different faction. I am not going to respond to that, Director. I forced a faint smile and nodded lightly. If I were to take one wrong step here, it would sound like I was gossiping about the A Squad with her. For a managing director, that's no big deal. But for a new recruit like me, it's a surefire way to crash and burn. Trying to stay composed, I carefully spoke, pretending to struggle with my words. I felt that as someone who just joined the company, building a solid foundation was necessary, so I've been working hard to learn. Ha ha ha. That's fine, that's fine. I understand this must be a nerve-wracking situation for you, Supervisor Solium. Managing Director Chong laughed heartily before suddenly turning serious. You don't need to just agree with everything I say. I'm not very fond of sycophants. Right. I suppose I should phrase this more clearly, don't you think? Managing Director Chong paused for a moment, as if deep in thought, before closing the folder in front of her and speaking. I'm not saying I want to place you in one of the elite squads. What I'm asking is if you'd be interested in receiving the same treatment as someone on an elite squad. Or, let me put it another way. Managing Director Chong smiled again. What would you think if D Squad became one of the elites? And you get to pick a squad member to bring in, too. Just say the word. Holy shit. Chapter 83.1. Elite Squads. In Daydream Corporation, where the lives of field exploration team members are valued less than B-grade Dream Essence Liquid, being designated as part of an elite squad means you're finally considered a long-term valuable employee. This designation comes with perks, a personal office, a separate salary table, and additional options in the corporate benefits mall. Most importantly, if things go south, they assign you a round-off team member to act as a sort of extra life. While it's a policy that leaves a bitter taste, there's no denying it improves survival rates. And now, the development department managing director in front of me was making an offer. Currently, there's a growing initiative to increase the number of elite squads. Wouldn't it look great if D Squad were one of them? She was offering to elevate D Squad itself to elite status. To keep my current environment intact while drastically improving the treatment and benefits. It just happens to fit alphabetically, and it would simplify administrative processes in many ways. Pick one coworker you'd like to work with. If you prefer, you can prepare a list of 2 or 3 candidates. Wait a second. I can't keep up with the flow of this conversation. Thank you, but why are you making such a significant offer to me? To be frank, I'd understand if she wanted to send squad leader Lee Jae-hyun to an elite squad. As far as I remember, he was already on track for a brief stint as an elite squad leader before being promoted through another route. But why did I somehow fit her criteria? It's strange to bypass the squad leader and make this kind of offer to a new hire. Sure, I delivered extraordinary results by creating manuals and pulling 2 A-grade essences, but there were others who cleared ghost stories in similarly unconventional ways. Their exploration records contributed just as much to the manuals. And yet, none of them ever heard something like, "We'll turn your entire squad into an elite team for you." Weird. To anyone, this situation would seem unnatural. With all due respect, ma'am, I'm just a new recruit. I've been adequately rewarded with points and bonuses for the work I've done, and even my rapid promotion has been more than enough, A with acute O epsilon. Supervisor Solium. Have you ever heard the name Yoon Jo-hun? A chill ran down my spine. I barely managed to keep it from showing. Instead, I succeeded in responding in a calm, tense tone appropriate for the situation. Is he an employee? That's correct. The managing director replied nonchalantly, smiling faintly as she looked at me. He was the supervisor newly assigned to D Squad in the last round of personnel changes. But now, you won't find him in the company database. Nor will he exist in your memory. I didn't react. At higher levels, there's sometimes a darkness like this. When someone fails, their existence is erased. But The managing director placed the folder in her hand down and retrieved something from beneath the desk. A dream essence collector. Dream essence collectors from deceased employees are still retrieved by the company. Regrettable, but this is a self-operating model powered by the essence collected right up until the moment of death. Anne. The managing director flicked the edge of the recorder attached to it. It also includes a basic recording function. This means that even exploration records from employees erased from existence can still be reviewed and referenced by the company. Holy shit. You've probably wondered about it at some point. How are the records of deceased employees referenced in the manuals? Wait a second. She's right. Of course, the dark exploration records included the results of deceased employees' explorations, right? That was natural. To build the atmosphere of a ghost story, records of explorers being wiped out had to be included. They were effective at heightening the fear. Even the records of erased employees and objects existed in pristine detail. But I always thought the wiki was omniscient by design. The logic behind their existence seemed conceptually sound. Records of the field exploration team's employees are transmitted to the company upon death. That's how it was explained. Details about the items or methods used weren't elaborated on, supposedly to prevent conflicts in the system's settings. So when I landed here, I accepted that blind spot as just another natural element of the setting. After all, this was a universe based on a wiki. But now I find out there's such a detailed and definitive system in place. Suddenly, all the questions I had brushed aside as just part of the world building came rushing back to me. Could there be coherent background explanations for all of those gaps too? In ways like this. My mind was racing. Mr. Rowe, dear. The person in front of you is still watching you. It seems she wants to continue the interview. She seems to prefer a humble attitude from stars like you, so let's focus. Right. For now, I needed to focus on the conversation at hand. Fortunately, my reaction didn't go beyond the level of a curious employee uncovering a company secret, and the managing director continued speaking. Based on this record, it seems you have a rather unique way of exploring and dominating the darkness, Supervisor Kim Solium. It appeared that Supervisor Yoon Jo-hun had recognized me when I became a student. Becoming part of an urban legend yourself. Assimilation, it's not a method for the faint-hearted or the unwise to attempt. What are you even saying? That sounds terrifying. In any case, even such exploration records are being collected without gaps. I wanted to share that with you. Managing Director Chong looked at me. What do you think? Is it more systematic than you expected? I've heard there are employees who claim this company runs on sheer improvisation. This is making me break out in a cold sweat as a mere cog in the system. I've even met and spoken with some of them. Most of them are bright individuals. Her tone was strangely kind. But eventually, they'll realize there's no other company in the world where rewards and punishments are as clear and rational as this one. If you're truly capable, even a few mistakes won't stop you from moving up smoothly. I didn't agree with her. But Managing Director Chong smiled as if I had enthusiastically responded with, "Of course, ma'am, I'll think positively about it," and then dismissed me with a parting remark. "Off you go. Send my regards to Squad Leader Lee Jae-hyun." Chapter 83.2. Friend. Do you know this saying? Cream always rises to the top. It means the excellent always stand out, no matter where they are. A phrase perfectly suited to describe you right now. Honestly, the nail that sticks out gets hammered feels more accurate. I returned to the D-Squad office feeling utterly drained. It was like reading a pseudoscientific book and realizing it was all true. I couldn't hold back any longer and spoke to Squad Leader Lee Jae-hyun. Squad Leader. Yes. What I just went through wasn't an interview. I see. Do you need help? Yes, sir. Explain. I practically rapped out everything that had just happened. From Managing Director Chong's remarks, the Dream Essence Collector, the missing D-Squad employee, and even the proposal I received. Anyway, information about the Dream Essence Collector is probably something a squad leader would already know. Plus, I knew Squad Leader Lee Jae-hyun wasn't the type to get angry or manipulate me for receiving an exceptional offer over him. Because, well, he's a lizard. I see. As expected, the lizard simply nodded. Do you need my advice? Yes. Decline it. That's it. Just a flat-out conclusion. Could you tell me why? Certainly. Managing Director Chong Dali is a being with a strong sense of ownership over the company. Does she think of the company as hers? Wait a minute. Did you just refer to her as a being? Yes. That's a very suspicious term. Are you saying Managing Director Chong isn't human? I cannot answer that. That's basically the same as confirming it, isn't it? At the very least, it's clear there's something off about Managing Director Chong. But then again, this is a ghost story specialist corporation. Anyway, please continue. Yes. Because of this, Managing Director Chong will not hesitate to seize an opportunity to bind capable individuals to what she considers her property, B. There's a high likelihood that, during this process, actions will occur that go strongly against your ethical standards, Supervisor Kim Soliums. Holy shit. Don't take the risk. Additionally, there's a strong chance you'll be assigned to an elite squad within 6 months. But I'll have to leave D Squad, won't I? Yes. Do you wish to stay in D Squad? I'd prefer to, if possible. I see. Not even a hint of regret, huh, squad leader? What a consistent man. I mean, a consistent lizard. Not that I was expecting anything else. At least I could trust that he wouldn't deliberately try to deceive me. I could take his advice at face value. Thank you for explaining everything, squad leader. Yes. HM. I hesitated and then asked. By any chance, squad leader, don't you want to become the leader of an elite squad? I have no desire for it. In other words, he doesn't care either way. Which also means his opinion isn't helpful for my decision at all. This is driving me nuts. Afterward, I had a few more conversations with squad leader Lee Jae-hyun, but nothing particularly fruitful came from them. It only deepened my dilemma. An elite squad, huh? While the squad leader had logically and rationally advised me to refuse, corporate life often operates on irrationality and emotions. Why else would squad leader Lee Jae-hyun have so many enemies in the company, and why would the A-squad leader glare at him like he wanted to kill him every time they met? I appreciate the advice, but it's hard to approach this situation that way. Moreover, the senior staff at this ghost story company didn't seem like the kind of people you could just refuse outright. Dodging the way I had with the A-squad leader wouldn't work here. Managing Director Chong had practically implied that refusing outright would lead to disaster. Why am I agonizing over this when I've been promised a promotion and exceptional treatment? I just want to quit this ghost story company. That evening, in the end, I went home utterly mentally exhausted. I didn't even explore any darknesses, just stayed in the office, writing reports, and yet it had been ages since I'd felt so drained. Oh dear, my friend seems utterly worn out. Let's head inside quickly. Rest is crucial for delivering a great performance, isn't it? Yeah. Meeting a high-ranking official, learning about the lore, and receiving an extraordinary proposal. I'm exhausted. As soon as I showered, I collapsed on the living room sofa. Friend, how about we have a nice cup of hot chocolate and chat tonight? It'll help you unwind from the day's fatigue. I don't have hot chocolate, but a glass of honey water sounds like a good idea. I set Braun on the dining table, boiled water in the kettle, and made myself some honey water. As I drank it absent-mindedly, I turned my back slightly to Braun, intending to continue our conversation lightly. Friend. I have a secret to share with you. A secret? Yes. With my professional charm, I've hidden it well, so it might have been hard for you to notice. But in truth, Braun took a dramatic breath before announcing. Last night's events were a tremendous shock to me. A secret. Well, it seemed his intention was to console me, so I responded earnestly. What shocked you so much? A good friend goes wherever their friend wants to go. Yet, this Braun couldn't follow you. The shadow of the bunny plushie seemed to droop slightly. It is truly a shameful and mortifying experience. Does it really have to be that serious? It was just a dream, after all. I figured Braun couldn't come along because he's not just an item I carry, but an independent entity that might require a special ritual. You don't have to worry. That sort of thing won't happen often in the future. Oh, my friend is so considerate. In that case, let's think of it this way. If I, your very good friend, had accompanied you to last night's intense graduation ceremony, don't you think today's troubles would have been a little easier to handle? Well, maybe. Assistant Manager Yoon Jo-hun might not have noticed me at all. If Braun had triggered his lights-out ability. Exactly. That's my role. It's been a while since I've felt such anticipation. For our friendship, and for me to fulfill my role, From behind me came the sound of someone pacing nervously, like a shoe tapping against the floor. And then, they stopped abruptly. Right. I would have loved to act directly, but with this body of stuffing, I'm afraid I'll need your help. Just one simple action, and we'll be in a much better position, friend. Could I ask you for this favor? Braun spoke in a polite and warm tone. If you help me bathe in the tub of youth just one more time, I'll be overjoyed. Ah. That. Sure, why not? Oh. Thank you so much, friend. I readily agreed. Seeing my good friend so happy made me feel a little better. You won't regret this decision. Chapter 84.1. We decided to try using the blood bathtub once more. If I rejuvenate a little more, it'll be much easier to accompany you, Mr. Roe dear. I accepted Braun's assertion. The plushie might grow slightly larger, but once more should be fine. It's still the size of a regular keychain plushie. However, Braun flatly refused the idea of conveniently using my blood as a bath additive. Good heavens. I must respectfully decline. There's so much bodily fluid from other sentient beings readily available, so why does my friend always resort to his own blood? It seemed that the scare I gave him last time had left a lingering impression. Well, I wasn't planning to spill that much this time. Feeling slightly guilty, I agreed to find another way to procure the blood. Good, very good. Let's look for a suitable bath additive, friend. All right. Having something else to focus on amid the office politics was somewhat refreshing. This is already proving helpful. I sighed and headed to work. Incidentally, Beksahian didn't return to the office tale at all last night. Let's see how long he can keep that up. In any case, I needed to make a decision soon since I didn't know how long Managing Director Chong would wait. Solium SSI. Ah. While waiting for the elevator, I turned my head to see a fellow new hire holding a buffalo mask approach. Jang Hyoan. He was the employee I briefly but eventfully accompanied last night at Sekwang Technical High School. You're safe. Yes, and it seems you managed to escape safely too, Hyoan SSI. Why yes. Thank you. I cleared it safely. Yesterday, I was too overwhelmed by everything to even think about how others fared, but it was nice to meet him again like this. Furthermore, Jang Hyoan seemed to have developed a surprisingly positive impression of the agent. When the topic came up, he responded with a bright expression. ENG. Beta. Actually, he was nicer than I expected. He didn't use me as bait, and explained things about the management bureau at the end. Isn't that bar set a little too low? Anyway, it seemed like the agent had been critical of Daydream Incorporated, but perhaps his perspective changed after working with a decent human being. Since there weren't any major issues, it made sense that Jang Hyoan looked fine. Maybe he'll buy some ghost story food next time. I felt a flicker of hope for some extra income. And that agent seemed to be worried about you until the very end, Solium SSI. Oh, but I didn't mention that I gave you a name tag. Ah, the name tag. I used the name tag you gave me well. Thank you, I replied. Honestly, even after borrowing the uniform, there were ways to procure a name tag, but it was true that I used it quickly and effectively thanks to him. I won't forget that you gave up something so valuable, even though it must have been precious to you, out of concern for me. Oh, no. It was nothing compared to what you did for me. What I did for him. At that moment, Jang Hyoan clenched his fists and spoke with a joyful expression. Solium SSI. I've been reassigned to a general squad. They really transferred me after 3 months of holding out. Truly, thank you. I think it was thanks to you. Oh. It was such a chaotic reassignment season that I hadn't checked other squads, but this was great news. I asked cheerfully. Congratulations. Which squad were you assigned to? I'm with F Squad now. Oh. You're in the same squad as Beksahian, SSI. Yes. He's very kind. It seems like his standards for good people have significantly dropped after his experience with the round-off team. No wonder they worked together in the last ghost story. Turns out they weren't just passing by, they were on the same squad. Smiling, I said. What an amusing coincidence. I share a unit with him at the company housing. Let's all meet up for dinner sometime, just the new hires. Oh, thank why. Sir. At that moment, an unexpected encounter happened in front of the elevator. Good morning, Squad Leader Lee Jahian. Yes. Good morning. It was Squad Leader Lee Jahian, also on his way to work. After briefly responding to Jang Hyoan's polite greeting, Lee Jahian immediately addressed me. Solium SSI, you've been summoned. Again. Do I need to stop by the office first, or can I head straight there? Head straight there. Feeling like I was developing a phobia of summons, I reluctantly pressed the button for the 25th floor instead of the 13th. Once again, leaving the field exploration team's floor. I prayed it wouldn't be anything serious. Have a great day, Solium SSI. Yes, you too, Hyoan SSI. After seeing off Jang Hyoan, I ascended to the 25th floor with squad leader Lee Jae-hyun. Ding. Follow me. Yes, sir. I trudged behind the squad leader. This feels longer than I thought. After taking several winding turns down the hallway, instead of a meeting room, a door came into view. It had an unexpectedly warm, wooden nameplate. Fox Counseling Office. Wait a sec. Squad leader, this is... Thud. Suddenly, I was pinned to the wall by squad leader Lee Jae-hyun. Solium SSI, answer the following questions immediately and without hesitation. Oh dear. Does you need my assistance, friend? Wait, hold on. The atmosphere felt tense. I glanced at the lizard. His red, vertical pupils stared sharply at me. Do you remember the conversation we had yesterday? I swallowed hard. Yes. What was the topic at the end of our discussion? That D-Squad could possibly become an elite team. That was not the last topic. Answer again. What? That was the last topic. It wasn't. We discussed another topic afterward. No way. Maybe we did, but it was just small talk, wasn't it? Do not hesitate. Answer me. Damn it. I don't remember. Wasn't it just small talk, idle chatter? The heavy silence and pressure continued. And then. SRRRK. I see. Squad leader Lee Jae-hyun released me from the wall. I didn't know what just happened, but at least it seemed to be over. Solium SSI. Yes. You are contaminated. Huh. But, that's... Well, it's common to have some level of contamination after exploration. But I couldn't even finish speaking before. Thud. Lee Jae-hyun threw open the counseling room door, grabbed me by the collar, and flung me inside. You may not leave until the counseling is complete. I will wait outside. Bang. And the door slammed shut. Chapter 84.2. No. No. How dare you treat my friend so rudely? Wait, hold on. Let's not overreact, Braun. Let's calm down. It's all right. This feels like a misunderstanding. I held back a sigh and raised my head. Though I wasn't thrilled. I guess there's no harm in getting some counseling. It might even be good for my mental health. Let's not dwell on any side effects, it's probably a very low chance anyway. If that's what you think, Mr. Roe dear. All right. The decision was made. Dragging my feet, I walked reluctantly. What lay ahead appeared to be a locker room. A flowery sign was attached to the lockers. Welcome, dear client. Please change into a gown before entering, happy face. Rows of hospital gowns with green leaf patterns were lined up in various sizes. Is this a medical checkup or what? If clothing were only about comfort, we would all go about naked. In that sense, this is a piece of cloth that fails at everything except covering the body. Exactly. Still, I should wear it. There was a lizard out there who could physically destroy Ghost Story's standing guard. I'd better cooperate and finish the session. I changed into a gown. That curtain looks like the way into the counseling space. Just as I reached to pull aside the curtain that seemed to be the exit of the locker room, I noticed writing. From here on, only the client may enter, happy face. Friends, family, and guardians must wait here. Even if this was technically a benefit, it was still part of a ghost story. Better not break the rules. Braun, can you wait here for a bit? Oh, I would be lying if I said I wasn't worried, but in this case, I must, of course, respect your privacy. Okay. I carefully placed Braun near the vase on the locker room table and drew back the curtain. Jingle. Sunlight poured down warmly over my head. A small, cozy space lay before me. A soothing room bathed in the glow of midday sun. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. Fox Counseling Office. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Daydream Incorporated Identification Code, CTR E925. A counseling space consisting of a sunny window, soft pastel-toned sofas, and a small silver bell that emits a clear sound. Listed as an E-level employee benefit at Daydream Incorporated, it has mild effects on mental stabilization and contamination recovery. Refer to the full document for detailed usage records of the Fox Counseling Office. Indeed, the atmosphere here was quite nice. May it be a productive counseling session, friend. I sincerely hoped so. I pulled the curtain closed again and stepped into the room. Once more, a guiding note appeared. Please sit comfortably on the sofa and enjoy the view outside. I sat down on the sofa as instructed. Then I crossed my arms. Well, the atmosphere was nice, but I already know what's going to happen. It's truly fascinating. It helped me recover lost motivation and remember things I had forgotten. Interview after counseling with Lee Jong-un, supervisor. Someone would appear outside the window to counsel me. The figure would be customized for each person. It would likely show me a person or object related to my trauma and create a scenario where the situation is resolved, allowing me to observe it. For those who immerse themselves deeply, the session brings emotional healing, and they often leave either in tears or with a peaceful expression. That's the cliché of the usage records for this Fox Counseling Office ghost story. Will it have any effect on me when I already know everything? At this point, I doubted it. I crossed my arms and gazed at the large window showcasing a beautiful outdoor garden bathed in sunlight. And then, someone appeared near the garden. It was me. A tired, somber-looking version of myself stood in the sunny garden, looking back at me in the room. Then, it waved. I instinctively raised my hand, and then lowered it. What is this? It wasn't a doppelganger, but a strange unease and discomfort crept over me. However, the Kim Solium, standing in the garden, didn't stop there. He looked around, grabbed a nearby chair, and sat right in front of the window. Smiling brightly, they faced me and smiled. Should I just stand up and leave? Even if the door wouldn't open for an hour, I could just wait by it. I was getting more uncomfortable when Sir Kim Solium. T/N, sir as in, the counselor is calling him teacher. The term blatantly means teacher, but it can also be used as an expression of respect. Baek Sahyun used the same term when he and Solium first met. Thank you so much for coming for counseling today. I'll be your counselor. The figure outside the window, looking exactly like me, began to speak. You seem quite tired today. How have you been sleeping recently? How many hours of sleep do you usually get? I gritted my teeth. I sleep well enough. I see. Could you give me a specific number? More than 5 hours. Sometimes. I understand. Do you think sleeping less at times might be related to the stress of work? Wow. This is driving me insane. I barely managed to respond. I don't want to answer that. Hearing it from someone who looks exactly like me just makes me uncomfortable. Why do you think you feel uncomfortable, Sir Kim Solium? Isn't it natural for people to feel a sense of existential threat when they see someone identical to themselves? But I'm an intelligent being with clear differences from you, Sir Kim Solium. What? Would you like to figure out what those differences are? I instinctively scanned the person in front of me. Eyes, nose, mouth, body, clothing. Still identical. Then let's use a mirror for a better comparison. Clatter. The bookcase next to the sofa slid open, revealing a full-length mirror. I found myself looking into it. A tired office worker. Would you like to compare now? Whether I compared or not, it looked exactly the same. What do you think? I stared at my reflection. To look more fatigued, maybe. Was it just my imagination? I see. But the me outside the window nodded. Why do you think there's a difference? I don't know. Then let's observe a little more. Maybe something else will stand out. I alternated between looking at the me outside the window and the one in the mirror. Eyes, nose, mouth, shoulders, arms, wrists. The tattoo. I muttered as if in a trance. You don't have a tattoo. The tattoo I had retained from the theme park was there. But this one was missing. The tattoo that functioned as my inventory. What kind of tattoo is it? Oh, that one. Yes. There must be a reason you got such a tattoo. What does it do? It lets me store items. I see. Do you have anything stored in it now? Yes. Could you show me? If you're uncomfortable, you can just place the items somewhere I can't see. All right. I retrieved items from the tattoo. Equipment, coins, various items. They were all familiar. I've taken everything out. I still didn't understand the point of this. How was this different from the me outside? Sir Kim Solium. Yes. I think there's still something left inside your tattoo. Enough. Would you like to extend your hand to me? I don't want to know. No, you do. You want to know, sir, and you can do it. I stood up from the sofa. I walked right up to the window. And extended my hand. You've worked so hard. The me outside the window grabbed my hand. And then he thrust his hand straight into my tattoo. Chapter 85.1. The warm sunlight streamed into the Fox counseling office. Standing outside the window was another version of me. He was gripping my arm and stirring through the tattoo. Ah. That's someone else, isn't it? Then I must reject this. Did I break the rules? No. Exactly, this situation isn't right. It isn't right. It isn't right. It isn't right. I must follow the rules because I'm a new teacher who adheres to them. All done, sir. The hand that had been stirring inside my tattoo withdrew. Thud. An object emerged along with the hand that had come out of what should have been an empty tattoo. This was inside. Under the garden's lights, the bold red title came into clear view. A brown file folder. Kindergarten Handbook. It looks familiar. How do you remember it? Good God. It felt like cold water had been dumped on me, and my mind instantly cleared. That. And like a dam breaking, fragments of blurred memories from the past few weeks came flooding back vividly. When I had sealed the contaminated Supervisor Park Min-seong from the kindergarten into my wrist. The tattoo space had consumed him effortlessly. Ah, the handbook must have touched me. I meant to handle it separately and would never have done that intentionally. Beta S. The handbook Park Min-seong had been holding was absorbed into my tattoo along with him in one go. I must have suppressed the urge to handle it separately, even though I fully intended to report everything to the security team after the rescue. But if you've taken any items or supplies from the Hungry Hangman, Darkness, please return them. Oh, I don't have any. I hadn't returned the handbook. More accurately, whenever I tried to recall if there was anything else in the tattoo, an unconscious sense of rejection stopped me. Doubting the rules is against the rules. And even the fact that I felt rejection was gradually buried, as if I wasn't allowed to acknowledge it. Because teachers mustn't feel resistance to the rules. No, I shouldn't overthink this. What's clear is that I did make repeated attempts. Attempts to let others know that something was wrong with me. Squad leader. Yes. If it seems like I have a strange obsession with the rules, please look into it. Yes. Ah. I've just been overly focused on work lately, so I thought I'd mention it. I see. I had even brought it up to Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun several times, though each conversation ended with vague self-doubt and trailed off. I almost made a serious mistake. The handbook within the tattoo had begun to erode my subconscious, and eventually, it all seemed natural to me so I could no longer recognize any of the bizarre signs. At least I regained my senses at Sekwang Technical High School. Thanks to taking the nostalgia candy. But the moment I woke from that dream, even that reprieve ended. And yesterday, the last topic I had with Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun in that conversation culminated everything. Kim Solium SSI. Yes. Have you recently felt an unusual compulsion or pressure to follow the rules? Following the rules is only natural for a member of the workplace, squad leader. I see. Wow. Oh my God. I feel like throwing up. Was that really me? I staggered and leaned against the window. So that's why Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. He'd been so insistent on sending me straight to the counseling office. Everything was becoming clear now. It felt as if I'd taken off a too tight turtleneck or wiped clean a pair of smudged glasses. A refreshing sense of liberation and exhaustion wrapped around my entire body. And unease, too. What are you thinking right now? I feel both tired and relieved. Does it feel like you've escaped from some uncomfortable compulsion? Yes. The counselor, who looked like me and stood outside the window, gazed at me with a comforting expression. You've done very well. Staying here and following through with counseling is a testament to your strong will. Then, he quietly set the handbook down on the garden floor, retrieved a shovel from somewhere, and lightly dug into the ground. When you're caught in powerful compulsions or ideas against your will, it's truly distressing, isn't it? Rustle, rustle. The Kim-solium outside the window created a small dirt hole in the corner of the outdoor garden. Thuck. The handbook was tossed into the hole. While change isn't always bad, it's only right to resist when your body and mind are being strained. The me outside the window neatly covered the hole with soil, then dusted off his hands with satisfaction. Sir Solium, do you see the small plant in that pot? A pot. When I turned my head, there was indeed a small pot on the table near the sofa. It was a sprig with tiny, underripe fruits the size of beans. Could you pick one of the fruits you like and bring it to me? I carefully plucked the fruit that seemed the ripest and handed it over to the me beyond the window. You did very well. The counselor outside the window held both the fruit and my hand. Then, the fruit in my hand ripened to a vivid red. It swelled, looking plump and appetizing, as if it had absorbed plenty of nutrients. Chew it thoroughly before you swallow. I placed the fruit in my mouth. A torrent of intense anxiety, frustration, thoughts, and irrational sorrow and pain slowly melted away along with the fruit. When a client with severe mental contamination visits, red fruits, suspected to be from the fox's pouch family or fox beads, are offered as medication. The fruit has been shown to have excellent effects on mental stabilization. Any attempts to take the fruit outside result in its disappearance the moment it crosses the doorway. Hugh. With a deep breath, all the emotional residue scattered like grains of sand. I felt at peace. Just an ordinary, weary office worker once more. Back to being my usual self. Chapter 85.2. I lifted my head and looked at the counselor standing by the window. Thank you. I feel much better now. No, I should be thanking you, Sir Kim-solium. The counselor's face brightened noticeably. For some reason, they no longer seemed to be mimicking my appearance. Shall we talk a little more? From that point on, it was an ordinary therapy session. To be precise, it felt like a very skillful and comfortable counselor had helped me open up about various things. I'll give credit where it's due. If this profit-driven ghost story company, Daydream Incorporated, did one thing right, it was including this in their employee benefits. I'll give you a sign so you can visit the Fox Counseling office anytime you feel overwhelmed by negative thoughts. On my way out, I received an item. It was the same sign that had been on the door I entered through earlier. Fox Counseling Office. If you attach this sign to a door and open it, it will connect to our counseling office. Thank you. Though I'd like to keep it, I'd have to attach it to a door once I left. Every client who uses the company's welfare program is required to affix the sign to the door after completing their session. The nameplate I used earlier must have disappeared by now. Thinking of it as repaying a debt made it easier to accept. Well then, I'll take my leave now. I was about to stand up when the counselor's regretful voice stopped me. Actually, scheduling regular appointments every 1 or 2 weeks is the best approach. Oh. Sorry, but I'm too busy. That might be difficult. Of course. These days, everyone says that. The counselor looked slightly dejected, nodding their head. But I couldn't afford to fall for that look. Scheduling regular counseling increases the likelihood of side effects dramatically. Usage record number 521, irregular. The counselor strongly urged the client to schedule regular sessions. The client initially declined, but after 1 hour and 21 minutes of persistent persuasion, the client accepted with a sense of ease. Afterward, the client went missing. Full access to this record requires B-level security clearance. Fortunately, the counselor let me go with a smile instead of pressing further. Still, it's a relief that you have good colleagues, family, and friends around you, Sir Kim-solium. Wait a second. It's true that even in this insane ghost story-filled world, I have decent people and a good friend around me, but... Family? What do you mean? The counselor extended a hand and tapped their wrist. I looked down at my own wrist. The spot was... Socius. That person. Ah, our time is up. Take care, Sir Kim-solium. I lifted my head. No one was there. The counselor who had been smiling at the window vanished like a lie, leaving only the sunlight pouring in from the quaint, beautiful outdoor garden. A light waltz melody signaled the end of the session. In the distance, I thought I glimpsed a fox's bright orange tail darting away under the garden's stone wall. I rose from the sofa and headed toward the changing room curtain. On the way, I noticed a cool-looking drink placed on a floral lace table. Keep up the good work today. Happy face. I downed the drink in one go and set it down with gratitude. It was a delicious, nutty barley tea. Was the counseling helpful, friend? Yeah. I grabbed my good friend plushie. Now that my mind had cleared, I had a few thoughts about this little thing as well. I'll save that for after work. For now, there was someone I had to face first. Creak. I opened the door and stepped out. The head of a white lizard in a black suit, as he was leaning against the opposite wall, turned to look at me. Did you complete the counseling session? Yes. I was sure I had an awkward expression on my face as I answered. Thank you, squad leader. Thanks to you, I've been freed from the contamination. No need to thank me. Chief Lizard being humble. Kim Solium SSI, you are still contaminated. Make sure to attend counseling sessions regularly. Yes. Ah. So that's what he meant. Still, I feel much better than before. Doesn't it seem that way to you too, squad leader? Yes. Chief Lizard scrutinized me carefully before declaring. Let's proceed now. Proceed, with what? A message from Supervisor Park Min-seong. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun pulled a small post-it from his suit pocket and handed it to me. You've worked hard, Ro. Thank you for getting me out. I took a deep breath. Has he recovered? What exactly is the standard for recovery? Can he communicate rationally? It's possible, technically speaking. Phew. So that means he's still a bit unstable. Regardless, it was a relief to know I was recovering. And naturally, another teammate came to mind. By the way, Assistant Manager Eun-hage hasn't contacted you at all, right, sir? Yes. Assistant Manager Eun-hage had completely vanished as soon as she went on leave. If I sent her texts or messages on KakaoTalk, she'd occasionally read them, but she never replied. Just the read receipt. She's probably trying to distance herself from this ghost story company. After all the chaos caused by mental contamination, it seemed like a wise move. Anyway, with that, my morning schedule came to an end. Should I head back to the office now? Yes. Once again, thank you so much, squad leader. Yes. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun went off to attend to his own tasks, and I spent some time browsing the welfare mall in the office before lunch. It was a small luxury made possible by having just secured an A-grade essence. Being sane definitely feels better. I don't know. This company is terrifying. Knock, knock. Good afternoon. Ah. I looked up from my monitor. Someone had entered the office without me noticing and was carefully tapping on my desk. It was a young man in a gray suit. A face I don't recognize. Was he from another squad or department? He seemed to be around my age but had the kind of presence you'd never want to face as a competitor during an interview. Why didn't he just join another major corporation instead of this one? For a brief moment, I almost pitied him, but I quickly adjusted my posture. Good afternoon. How can I help you? Oh, I had something to ask. He spoke just as politely. Did your counseling session go well, Solium Nim? It's good to see you've recovered so much. I'm glad. I'm Ho Yu-won, by the way. He extended a hand for a handshake. I heard Director Chong recently made you an interesting offer. Director Chong. He didn't use an honorific. T/N, instead of Izanim, he just said Iza. And that name? Ho Yu-won. Director Ho. It's quite a coincidence. I also have a proposal to make. Director Ho had paid a personal visit to D-Squad's office. Chapter 86.1. I had heard about Director Ho indirectly several times. Mostly due to internal office politics. He was in line with the elite A-Squad and Lee Byongjin, who was the one in charge of manual evaluations. That section chief was close with A-Squad. You know, like. On the same line. Director Ho has his eye on you, Supervisor Kim. The director is the best superior you could ever have in this company. Don't miss this opportunity. I had been encouraged multiple times to align myself with those on Director Ho's line. But I never expected the man himself to suddenly show up, unannounced, in D-Squad's office like a casual neighboring coworker. I instinctively stood up and bowed. Good day to you, Director Ho. Oh, you recognized me right away. What was he trying to act sheepish about after casually addressing Director Chong without honorifics earlier? He barged in as if he already knew about Director Chong's interesting proposal to me. Wait a second. Didn't Director Ho just say he had a proposal of his own to make? A proposal? I glanced at the young man with a pleasant demeanor. In a friendly tone, he continued speaking. Sorry about that. I must have made you tense by bringing up someone so intimidating, right? Not at all. If anything, I'm sorry for not properly introducing myself earlier. Oh, no need for that. I'm not big on formalities, so feel free to speak casually. As if that were possible. Is he the type who lacks basic decency? Or perhaps he was intentionally trying to create tension. Either way, I nodded and took a deep breath to appear slightly more relaxed. This must be the reaction he wanted. Sure enough, Director Ho continued with a calm expression, though his words didn't sound so benign. Let me take a guess. Director Chong likely made a proposal related to the elite squads, perhaps about forming a new one. Wow. Seriously. Should I just come clean and tell him everything? But even if I didn't, it felt like I'd still end up in trouble. My thoughts raced. Well, yes, but... My apologies. I've been a bit flustered. Let me show you to a more comfortable spot. Feigning sudden realization, I guided Director Ho to the guest sofa in D-Squad's office, breaking the flow of conversation. You're buying time to handle a tricky guest. Well done, Mr. Ro dear. That was perfectly natural. The ghost story quiz show host who incinerated anything unnatural in his show might have approved, but I still felt uneasy. At least I'd bought some time. RANOE. I quickly dashed to the break room, prepared some snacks, green tea, and coffee, and hurried back out. Would you prefer tea or coffee? Oh, just have whatever you like and give me the other. Does he not realize how insidiously passive-aggressive that sounds coming from an executive? I gauged his reaction and handed him green tea, pretending to prefer coffee. I bowed slightly as I brought it over. Thank you for your consideration. Not at all. Director Ho sipped the tea and made a generic remark about how warm and pleasant it was. Really, I didn't come here to pressure you, Solium Nim. I just thought it'd be nice to get acquainted and have a conversation. As if anyone in the working world didn't know that being too casual with an executive could end in disaster. But his next words caught me off guard. We don't often get to see members of the field exploration team for long periods, so when I come across someone I might see more frequently, I make sure to check in often. Frankly, the field exploration team contributes greatly to this company. Yet even within the development department, there are people who sit at their desks ranting about efficiency and treating the field exploration team as disposable short-term workers. Director Ho's eyes flickered briefly with emotion. You might think I'm an idealist, but this isn't a situation I find agreeable. Don't you agree? Doesn't that sound like a kind statement? But actually, it gave me a foreboding feeling. An executive in this company shouldn't say things like that. If he's at the executive level, he has the power to fix such issues directly. Why was he seeking agreement from a new hire, asking, doesn't this seem like a problem? It's not like he's conducting a loyalty test for subversive ideas. But since he might be sincere, I carefully adjusted my tone. I aimed to respond in a way that wouldn't cause trouble, regardless of his intent, while giving the impression that I wasn't opposing him. At least no one here is forced to work. I've heard the company allows resignations freely and ensures the wish tickets are properly distributed. Yes, as you said, that's one silver lining. Director Ho smiled warmly. Compared to organizations that brand ordinary citizens as criminals without trial and sacrifice them to the darkness, at least this place offers some autonomy. Wow, this man really despises the Disaster Management Bureau. Better not let him find out I was involved. The agent ID badge was still in my possession, and a cold sweat ran down my back. I hid my expression behind a sip of coffee. Still, people who want to live even one day like a human being might reject such a place. Right. It's easy to talk with you, Solium Nim. That's a misunderstanding. But please, hold on to that misunderstanding for a long time. Before the conversation turned into a ticking time bomb, I desperately steered it elsewhere. Thank you. By the way, Director, about that proposal you mentioned. Oh, right. We need to talk about that. Director Ho's face lit up. Actually, I'm in the middle of forming a project team, and I'm recruiting employees for it. I'd like to invite you to join this project team, Solium Nim. What? I suddenly recalled something Section Chief Lee Byongjin had once mentioned. There's even a rumor that Director Ho runs a top-secret project team under his department. You might get transferred there. And now that rumor's become reality. But what came next was even more shocking. To be precise, as a candidate for team leader. Has this director lost his marbles? There are 3 candidates I'm considering. Honestly, if you had just 2 more years of experience, you'd be my top pick. For now, consider yourself one of the finalists. My mind was reeling. Oh, this offer seems to promise more authority than last time. Let's hear out the conditions, friend. No, hearing the conditions only works when I have some leverage to negotiate. Right now. This feels like I'm doomed, huh? Isn't this just like Paris receiving the golden apple? Whichever choice I make, I'll likely anger the remaining superiors. This is worse than just joining a line. I'd burn all bridges for switching sides. What do? I could barely maintain my outward composure, and even that felt like an accomplishment. Refusing both offers might be the best option. Oh, I might have been too hasty. I should have mentioned the compensation first. Compensation, sir? A performance bonus for the project. Director Ho smiled. If the project succeeds, all team members will receive a wish ticket. 1 for each member, no exceptions. Holy shit. And the team leader will receive an additional perk, but we can discuss that in more detail once you've joined the team. Oh, and thank you for the tea. Director Ho got up from the sofa, placed his mug in the sink, and headed for the office door. Take a few days to think it over and let me know. But I suggest not taking longer than a week. He leaned in slightly, as if giving friendly advice. Director Chong isn't known for her patience. If you ever need someone to talk to while working, feel free to stop by my office anytime. Then, bye. Chapter 86.2. That night. Though I had mostly recovered from the contamination and regained a clear mind, I returned home feeling incredibly unsettled. This feels like déjà vu. Phew. I collapsed onto the bed. I'm definitely caught up in some internal power struggle between the executives in the development department, aren't I? It's true I might seem like an exceptionally useful outlier, but the situation has escalated this far because the 2 directors are clearly aware of each other. Their proposals were ridiculously excessive. If that's the case, I should go with the one offering better treatment. At least that way, I won't end up as a discarded pawn. The problem is I have no personal information about either director. The dark exploration records focused primarily on the employees who conducted the exploration. In other words, while it included staff names and profiles, it didn't bother to detail the personal information of the executives making decisions from up top. In any case, it's clear neither of them is ordinary, which only makes this more maddening. Director Chong was already suspicious because Chief Lizard referred to her as a being, while Director Ho seemed off from his appearance and overly friendly speech. For an executive, he looked too young and spoke like some social service worker. I do have a rough idea about his identity from his surname and appearance. But at this point, it was all just speculation. What a headache. Dealing with ghost stories is hard enough. Having to worry about this on top of it feels unreal. After agonizing over it, I decided to temporarily set the issue aside. There was another more urgent matter at hand. Braun. You're calling me, friend. Hugh. About bathing in the blood bathtub. Can't we replace it with something else? There was a brief silence. You've changed your mind in just one day, Mr. Roe dear. Breaking promises isn't a good habit, you know. But since I'm your good friend, it's fine, friend. Sorry. I immediately apologized. You're right, I shouldn't have gone back on my word. I think I made a mistake because I wasn't in the right state of mind when I agreed. How strange, Mr. Roe dear. This host distinctly remembers that just last night, you had no signs of extreme fatigue, panic, dizziness, or anything else that might hinder an interview. Alpha Nigerian Nires. The good friend spoke in his usual cheerful tone, which only made him more terrifying. Oh, I'm now curious by what standard you're claiming you weren't in your right mind. Today was full of cold sweat moments. How had I never realized how scary this thing was? I tried my best not to look directly at the plushie as I continued. But you knew my mind was contaminated by that handbook, didn't you? The one I brought back from the kindergarten, which was still in my tattoo. It was obvious Braun knew. He had even pointed it out during the last blood bathtub session. Mr. Roe dear, your bath additive is blended, isn't it? He had to have known I was being consumed by the ghost story. You just didn't think of it as contamination, more like a transformation. That is correct, Mr. Roe dear. Ha. So that's how it was. Even the word correct gave me chills, but I managed to respond calmly. But I see it as contamination, and I don't want to be contaminated. I raised my hand into the air. The tattoo on my wrist was now empty and clear. I like myself better as I am now. I also don't like having my judgment flip like a coin. To end, I added something I figured even Braun could empathize with. At the very least, I never want to become a teacher at some outdated kindergarten running creepy hangman games. Yes. That is quite an irrefutable statement. Braun seemed somewhat shocked. Right. Mr. Roe dear, belonging to that old-fashioned kindergarten. Impossible. Such a waste would be unthinkable. I must admit, I haven't been acting like a true good friend. All right. Let's work on getting closer through a different kind of transformation. So then, if I let myself get contaminated because it makes interacting with you easier, does that mean you'll just leave me contaminated? Haha, no need to ask in such an unfamiliar tone. That's simply the theory you've proven yourself over the past few weeks, Mr. Roe dear. Images of my actions over the past few weeks flashed through my mind. Consumed by contamination, I had talked freely and relied on the ghost story resident without hesitation or concern. It's only natural, isn't it? After all, similar people tend to become friends. Good grief. No, I had anticipated this much. I took a deep breath. It was time to say what needed to be said. That's not true. Not true. Yeah. It's not really necessary for friends to share the same values as each other. I carefully chose my words. And being comfortable with each other doesn't automatically make someone a friend, either. This part was honestly true. Friends try to understand each other's differences, and even when they can't, they still care for one another by talking things through. And to reiterate, I don't want to be contaminated. Without turning my head, I gently placed my hand on the desk where the plushie sat. If you can't understand that, at the very least, let me know before doing something I don't want. Give me a chance to talk to you about it. A sound like plastic fingers tapping on the desk echoed as if Braun were thinking deeply. And then, very well, Mr. Roe dear. Logical, reasonable, and it even moved my heart. I see no reason not to agree. After all, you are my friend. Who? Thank you. It seemed to have ended well. Breathing a sigh of relief, I finally turned to face my good friend, the slightly scary but strangely dependable plushie I had summoned. I carefully picked it up. Let's keep working together from now on. That, too, was sincere. Afterward, I proceeded with one of the decisions I had made while contaminated, an aromatherapy massage. I'll do it while looking at the shadow, so let me know if anything feels off. Of course, friend. Honestly, I wasn't a professional, and working just by observing the silhouette probably didn't feel very refreshing, but Braun seemed quite satisfied. Not everyone needs to be a massage expert. This will do just fine. Even as he gently gave it a 3-star rating, he still added, but I do miss bathing. To always be by my friend's side, I'll need to rejuvenate a bit more. That's something we'll discuss over time. It's tough. Maintaining a relationship with a ghost story resident like the good friend wasn't easy. It wasn't purely terrifying or nerve-wracking, but it wasn't entirely trustworthy or comforting either. Finding balance between those extremes is the rational approach. I needed to be careful not to lose that balance. As Braun, refreshed from the aromatherapy massage, chattered away, I listened quietly. Come to think of it, I'm curious again. Which of the 2 legendary proposals you received at work will you accept, Mr. Roe dear? Still deliberating. While my advice as an industry expert is worth its weight in gold, I'm happy to offer it free of charge for a friend. Well. Actually, I've almost decided. Oh. I just need to ask one last question tomorrow, then I'll pay them a visit. And if you could share a little about that decisive question with this legendary host. I rested my head on the pillow and laughed. You'll find out tomorrow. I'm somewhat moved, Mr. Roe dear. Thus ended the tumultuous day. And the next day, I truly did ask my decisive question before heading to the office of one of the 2 directors. Chapter 87.1. The upper floors of Daydream Incorporated headquarters. Knock, knock, knock. I carefully rapped on the luxurious door with the back of my hand. The door slid open automatically, and you're here. Inside, the figure of the director seated at their desk came into view. An executive with dark, blue-tinged hair of indeterminate age. Director Chong Dali. You didn't waste unnecessary time, nor were you deceived by schemes. A wise child always lives long, you know. Quite the fierce way to deliver a compliment. Yes, thank you, ma'am. In any case, I'd made my decision. I chose to accept Director Chong's proposal to turn D Squad into an elite squad. There were reasons, of course, but I'd reflect on those later. For now, I had to handle the intimidating executive in front of me. Director Chong examined me with a satisfied expression and smiled. I trust you'll wait quietly while the reorganization takes place in the necessary time. Yes, ma'am. I'll work even harder to ensure I'm deserving of this promotion. I shook hands with Director Chong, maintaining a perfectly polite demeanor. And beside me. You'll do the same, won't you, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun? Yes. Chief Lizard was accompanying me. For the record, this is how Section Chief Lee reacted to my decision. I see. End of story. Is it really fair to call that reaction easygoing? It was hard to believe that this was the same Lizard who had previously advised me to refuse. Seriously, isn't he also in the same boat now? Shouldn't he at least listen to some of the reasoning? Thanks to that, I ended up explaining my choice to the seemingly indifferent Chief Lizard, hearing I see and yes about 10 times in the process. I also discussed how to minimize the risks associated with Director Chong. So, have you decided on the third squad member? Right on cue, the topic came up. With only 2 active members currently in D Squad, Director Chong had suggested I bring in whoever I wanted for the remaining position. I've come up with an idea regarding that matter. What kind of idea? I spoke as calmly as possible, getting straight to the point. To ensure that anyone can work together. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Leave the third member of Elite D Squad as an open slot. Since D Squad wasn't being absorbed into the existing Elite Squad structure but rather trialed under a new system, it was a plausible suggestion. The biggest advantage? It prevents Director Chong from indiscriminately placing one of her own people. Didn't she say I could bring in whoever I wanted? If I trusted that at face value, this wouldn't be a company. If the person I picked didn't meet her expectations, she'd just ask if there was anyone else. From there, she'd gradually steer the selection toward someone she preferred. Once I accepted the offer and willingly aligned myself with her line, she'd have nothing to lose. She'd either insert her own person or, at the very least, try to sway whoever joined next. In my view, that's where Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun's warning about the danger came into play. The person working alongside me shouldn't be a pawn of Director Chong. It'd be better to have a rotating roster for each exploration mission. This approach even provided a reasonable pretext. Since it's a new trial, why not leave a vacancy in D Squad as an internship spot for aspiring Elite Squad members? Like that. Obviously, Elite Squad positions were limited, and few people advanced from regular squads. Most junior employees tended to give up early, prioritizing cost efficiency unless they had exceptional performance or networked well. From the management's perspective, they likely viewed this lack of initiative as inefficient, criticizing employees for being fixated solely on points, with no loyalty to the company. Alpha. B Epsilon S. Seriously, without the points, why would anyone join in the first place? It was a rather ridiculous expectation, but, seeing how this company operates, I thought it might actually work. I considered whether it might provide a new motivation for junior employees in the field exploration team, who currently lack incentives beyond wish tickets, to want to improve their performance. I gave Director Chong a thorough presentation along those lines. Honestly, I wasn't sure if the employees would really bite. At best, a few capable supervisors or assistant managers might try the Elite Squad experience and then reassess their career plans. But it sounded convincing enough, and it wouldn't be entirely ineffective, so it worked out. At the very least, it should help set the tone. And at the very least, it worked on Director Chong. Not bad. I felt a little stung by her, I'll let it slide, kind of reaction, but what mattered was that it passed. Sure enough, within a few days, rumors had spread through the field exploration team, and even the group chat among my batchmates was buzzing for the first time in a while. Does anyone know the deets on the new Elite Squad? Is it true they're selecting employees with 1 to 3 years of EXP? I heard about Elite Squad internships. What have you all heard? Happy face. The Elite Squad's benefits are incredible. The funny thing was, no one messaged me directly anymore. Even after news broke that I'd cleared another A-grade mission, no one sent congratulations or inquiries. Is this ostracism? After carefully responding to a few group chat questions to avoid being underestimated, the questions themselves stopped coming. Come to think of it, I was the last to be added to the group chat in the first place. It was a bit bitter. Heard the news. Congrats, Solium SSI. You really succeeded with that method. Thank you, Yunjon SSI. Still, I was grateful that one colleague consistently sent congratulatory messages. Taking the chance, I also squared up with Go Yunjon for the help she'd given me during the last ghost story mission. Since she's the type to return the favor, it's best to keep building trust. I shared the method I used to clear the mission and offered her part of the boss fight rewards I'd received. Thanks to her, I survived the mission. Specifically, I'd learned from Go Yunjon where to protect my organs to avoid instant death. Of course, recalling the experience sent goosebumps down my spine. It had been utterly reckless. Note to self. Use tattoo stickers sparingly. They worked, but they weren't something to mess with lightly. I'll gratefully accept. Go Yunjon seemed conflicted but accepted, and we met in front of her dorm to hand over a few protective talisman beads. During our conversation, the topic of the new elite squad rumors came up. By the way, Yunjon SSI, are you thinking of aiming for the elite squad? No, I'm perfectly fine as I am, thank you. Please, breathe before you answer, Yunjon SSI. She seemed to strongly suspect I might include her. To be honest, I considered her as a candidate, but maybe it's good I didn't push for it. In any case, this seemed like the best answer I could come up with in the current situation. Though, of course, not everyone would agree with me.
A special thanks to everyone who donated. You've helped me more than you know. I'll keep working on bringing more audiobooks. If you'd like to support further, you can become a member or donate, and you will get a link to the audiobook library. The links are in my bio and description. You can also download the audio files directly from the library. Making videos takes a bit more time because of rendering, but I'll keep pushing forward. Once again, thank you for listening to Lightverse Recap,